After the battle at the Mount Natagumo, Tanjiro encountered the legendary Hashira. Just as the assembly prepared to judge the boy accompanied by a demon, a luminous screen materialized in the Lord's courtyard, displaying content that left the onlookers astonished. Rengoku exclaimed, The Mugen Train? Upper Moon 3? The crowd, with tears glistening in their eyes, responded, Kyujiro, you have done exceptionally well. As more content was revealed, their perception of the inexperienced boy carrying his sister began to shift. Go for it, Tanjiro. Thanks to you. No, it is thanks to everyone. Chapter 1. The luminous screen at the Hashira meeting. Hey, wake up. We are in the presence of the Hashira. Injured during the battle at Mount Natagumo, Tanjiro was roused by the urging voice of Inosuke. He abruptly lifted his head to find himself surrounded by a diverse assembly of individuals. Where am I? Who are they? The Hashira? What does that even mean? Having met him briefly, Shinobu Kocho spoke gently, Kamado Tanjiro, you are at the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps, and you are about to face judgment. The term Hashira refers to the 9 foremost swordsmen, the pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps. A heated discussion ensued among the Hashira regarding Tanjiro's protection of his sister, who had transformed into a demon. As they prepared to execute Nezuko, his last remaining family member, Tanjiro passionately shouted, my sister may have become a demon, but she has never harmed a single soul. She will fight alongside me. As a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, she will protect humanity. His declaration stunned all present. Hey. Kaneo Tsuri, carrying a wooden box, appeared. With a menacing tone, Mitsuri Kenroji demanded, can someone explain what is happening here? A demon would not harm humans? A demon would protect humanity? What an absurd and ludicrous notion. This is absolutely impossible, you fool. Mitsuri drew her sword and lunged at the box in her grasp. At that moment, a radiant light illuminated the courtyard. What is happening? An enemy attack? Could it be a blood demon art? But it is daytime. As the assembly remained vigilant, the white light gradually stabilized, transforming into a square screen suspended in midair. The 9 Hashira assumed a battle stance. Even Mitsuri relinquished her grip on the box, her gaze fixated on the screen. This was the headquarters, and the Lord was nearby. They could not afford any negligence. After a prolonged moment of silence, the screen remained unchanged, provoking their curiosity. Mitsuri spoke shyly, this doesn't seem like a blood demon art. It resembles something akin to a Western lantern I have seen before. Tanjiro lightly inhaled, it carries a pristine scent, devoid of any demonic odor. As the crowd remained in perplexity, a girl outside called out, the Lord has arrived. The assembly was taken aback. Rengoku shouted, Lord, there is an anomaly, please do not approach. It is all right. Supported by 2 girls, Kamado Yurichi approached slowly. His tone was gentle, imbued with a uniquely melodic cadence. I can sense that it is not someone's blood demon art, and it bears no ill intent towards us. With the Lord's assurance, the Hashira sheathed their weapons. They bowed in unison, and even Tanjiro was compelled to lower his head. Kamado Yurichi cleared his throat. Today's meeting was originally intended to discuss matters concerning Tanjiro and his sister, Nezuko. However, we should first ascertain the cause of this screen's appearance. His gaze turned towards the screen. What a soft and vivid light it was. Ever since his eyesight had deteriorated, he had not experienced such clarity in ages. Shinobu Kocho's eyes brimmed with tears. Despite lacking vision, he could still see the light emanating from the screen. At that moment, the screen flickered. 4 large characters emerged, Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba. Yuzui Tengen repeated the phrase in his mind several times, finding it quite agreeable. Iguro Abanai scoffed, I am beginning to believe that this has nothing to do with demons. Even if it were the work of demons, it would merely be a gimmick to captivate the audience. The imagery on the screen began to shift. In a snow-laden forest, Tanjiro trudged forward, bearing his blood-soaked sister on his back. Don't die, Nezuko, please don't die. I will never let you die. I will find a way to save you. Ah, it's that moment. Tanjiro involuntarily gasped. What? Mitsuri's gaze darted over. Does this screen relate to you? No, I do not know what it is. Tanjiro hastily clarified, it merely depicts a scene from my past. Mitsuri instinctively covered her mouth. Could it be that you were carrying? Yes. The memories of helplessness and despair flooded Tanjiro's mind, causing his eyes to sting. It was the day my sister Nezuko became a demon. It was also the day his entire family was slaughtered by demons. The screen continued to play. Flashing back to the events before the tragedy, Tanjiro prepared to descend the mountain to sell charcoal when his mother called out to him, gently wiping the dust from his face with a handkerchief. Upon hearing that his brother was going to town, his younger siblings gathered around. Alas, due to the snowfall, the path was treacherous, and they could not accompany Tanjiro down the mountain before he departed. Nezuko, carrying the youngest sibling, bid him farewell. Be careful on the way. The warm scene of family bliss calmed the emotions of the assembly. With the exception of Mitsuri, Nearly everyone present had their lives irrevocably altered by demons. Their greatest wish was to prevent others from suffering the same fate and to safeguard this ordinary happiness. "Hey kid." Mitsuri's demeanor softened as she whispered, "Which one became a demon?" Tanjiro gazed blankly at the screen, wishing to engrave the faces and voices of each family member into his memory. "The one carrying the child, the eldest." "I see," Mitsuri reflected on her own siblings, who were of a similar age. In the end they all. As this thought crossed his mind, Mitsuri felt a sharp pain in his temples. Thus, to claim that demons would not harm humans, how could he believe such a thing? On his way home after selling charcoal, Grandpa Saburo called out to Tanjiro. He insisted that Tanjiro stay overnight and leave once dawn broke. There are demons that roam after dark. Seeing his resolute demeanor, Tanjiro reluctantly agreed to stay. Recalling that moment filled Tanjiro with deep regret. If only he had been more steadfast then and declined Grandpa Saburo's invitation, perhaps Nezuko and the others. Do not dwell on such thoughts. The voice belonged to Ju Tomioka. He easily discerned Tanjiro's turmoil. That sense of guilt and regret mirrored his own past. With your strength, even if you rushed home overnight, it would not change anything. Ju's words were blunt, bordering on cruel, causing Tanjiro to lower his head in despair. Nevertheless, regardless of how many times he could relive that moment, he would choose to return. He did not wish to abandon them again. When Tanjiro returned home, he was met with the distant scent of blood. He beheld Nezuko cradling Rokuta at the doorstep, alongside their mother, Takeo, Hanako, and Shigeru. The gruesome scene even from behind the screen bore an undeniable impact. Amidba. The sorrowful cries of Shinobu echoed, tears welling in his eyes for the misfortune that had befallen this family. Tanjiro's eyes brimmed with tears. At that moment, a faint rustling emanated from the box beside him. Tanjiro's fingers trembled. "Nezuko, are you feeling sorrow too?" Chapter 2. The boy pleading on his knees. Tanjiro carried the only remaining warmth of his sister Nezuko on his back, trudging along the rugged mountain path. However, upon awakening, Nezuko displayed signs of demon transformation and attacked Tanjiro. Faced with his sister turned demon, Tanjiro did not feel fear, but an overwhelming sense of guilt. "I'm sorry. I failed to save everyone. Nezuko, you must be strong. Please hold on." This is the nature of demons, resistant to change through mere words. Shinobu Kochu had witnessed countless such instances. After becoming a demon, even familial bonds, including those with children, could be devoured. She had attempted to communicate with demons, only to be met with disappointment. With a smile, Shinobu turned to Tanjiro. "Your sister must be struggling tremendously. As her elder brother, you should grant her release. If you cannot bring yourself to do it, I can concoct a poison that will allow her to pass without pain." "No, that's not it," Tanjiro exclaimed. "Nezuko is different." Upon hearing her brother's call, the demonized Nezuko shed tears. A figure rushed through the snow, aiming a strike at Nezuko. Startled, Tanjiro swiftly rolled over, shielding Nezuko from the blow. "Ju." The other onlookers gasped in surprise. Mitsuri Kenroji, with a frown, questioned, "Is this demon your responsibility? Then why did she join the Demon Slayer Corps? Such a fundamental error should not be made by a Hashira. Nezuko's situation is indeed unique." Yoya Tsujikuni coughed lightly. Mitsuri's expression shifted urgently. "My lord, please take care of yourself." Yoya smiled slightly. "Thank you, Mitsuri. Now let us continue discussing Nezuko." Ju firmly insisted on slaying Nezuko, rendering Tanjiro's explanations futile. As he faced the imminent loss of his last family member, Tanjiro fell to his knees in despair. "I beg you, do not kill my sister." However, Ju's anger flared unexpectedly at Tanjiro's supplication. "Do not relinquish the power of life and death to others. If begging were effective, your family would not have met such a tragic fate. Do you believe that by kneeling, the demons will reveal the method to restore your sister? How absurd. The weak possess no power of choice. Why not rise up and resist? Why turn your back to me?" "Mr. Ju," Mitsuri Kenroji exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. The other Hashira also reacted with surprise. In their memories, Ju had always been cold and silent, as calm as a still lake, and this was the first time they witnessed such fervor from him. Kyujuru Rengoku mused. Seeing the Kamadu boy kneel has made Ju angry. Does he despise the weak? No, Ju began to explain. It is not contempt for the weak, for everyone has their own shortcomings. As a Hashira, it is my duty to protect humanity from demons. However, when I see Tanjiro kneeling in supplication, I am reminded of my own powerless self. Each word he shouted was a message he wished to convey to his past self. A few perceptive Hashira noticed Ju's unusual behavior, sensing that he, too, bore a story. "Mr. Ju speaks the truth," Tanjiro stated. "Only I can protect my family. If I do not become strong, who will Nezuko rely on?" The screen revealed Ju's inner thoughts. He understood the anguish Tanjiro felt from losing his family, and regretted not arriving sooner. However, if Tanjiro wished to protect his sister and avenge his family, mere fragile resolve would not suffice. He needed a fiercer rage to become unyielding. Unexpectedly, Mr. Ju is quite perceptive, Shinobu smiled. She deeply resonated with Ju's assessment, having once resented her own helplessness, despising her inability to sever a demon's neck. Since her sister's death, a flame of vengeance had burned within her, transforming her fury into a lethal poison that would obliterate every demon. Tanjiro, with utmost seriousness, expressed, "Thank you, Mr. Ju, for everything you have done for us. It is truly fortunate that Nezuko and I encountered you. Had it been another demon slayer, Nezuko might have already fallen to their blade." It was Mr. Ju who illuminated the path forward and introduced him to Mr. Sakanji, saving him from wandering aimlessly. Ju solemnly replied, "I have done nothing. It is your effort and perseverance that have brought you this far. My assistance pales in comparison to your dedication." Tanjiro rushed forward to save Nezuko, only to be struck down by Ju's hilt. Suddenly, Ju realized that the axe Tanjiro had wielded was missing. A chill ran down his spine, and he swiftly dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding the axe as it sliced through his hair and struck the nearby tree trunk. Abanai Iguro scoffed, "Ju, it seems you need to practice more. As a Hashira, you nearly allowed a mere charcoal seller's axe to strike your head. The Kamadu boy's tactical acumen is impressive." Kyujuru Rengoku exclaimed. Using the tree trunk as cover, he threw the axe first, then sacrificed himself to distract the opponent. Tanjiro, having received no combat training and armed only with an axe, maximized his limited resources under such rudimentary conditions. "Tanjiro is an exceptional swordsman," Yoya remarked with a smile. "His growth rate is astonishing. He always puts forth maximum effort to complete his tasks." His voice was gentle, imbued with admiration and encouragement, resonating in Tanjiro's heart like the warmth of a guardian's care. Although it was their first meeting, the Lord's praise brought Tanjiro immense joy. The Lord knew the names of every swordsman and remembered all their completed tasks. Tanjiro turned towards the voice, discovering that it belonged to the always distracted Muichiro Taketu. Muichiro stared at Tanjiro with his green eyes, as if to say, "Do not become too complacent. You are not the only one who has received praise from the Lord." The two shared a glance. Tanjiro responded with a bright, unclouded smile. Muichiro blinked in surprise and silently averted his gaze. What was I about to do again? After Tanjiro fell, Nezuko broke free from Ju's grasp in excitement. As she rushed toward Tanjiro, Ju was alarmed. "Oh no! He will be devoured." To his surprise, Nezuko spun around, firmly protecting her brother instead. Chapter 3. Carrying his sister, embarking on a journey. She actually managed to sway Mitsuri Kenroji, an unprecedented feat. Having slain countless demons, he was acutely aware of their nature. Nezuko, freshly transformed into a demon, was in a state of hunger, severely injured, and desperately needed energy to heal. Yet, faced with food so near, she chose to protect Tanjiro rather than indulge. Tanjiro sensed Mitsuri's wavering, believing it was an opportune moment to dismantle misunderstandings and prejudices. Nezuko is different. She truly would not harm humans and fights to protect them. The boy's words struck a hidden scar within Mitsuri. Perhaps she truly is different. After all, even a gentle and strong mother could cruelly harm her own child after becoming a demon. Since that time, Shinazugawa Sanemi has harbored no expectations for the existence of demons, only a fervent desire to eradicate them. He did not express anger towards Tanjiro, but rather spoke in a somber tone. Even if things appear different for now, it is merely a temporary facade. You cannot ascertain what the future holds. Only those who have endured can comprehend the insatiable hunger of demons, a veritable hell on earth. Tanjiro awoke to the sounds of his family, discovering Nezuko lying beside him, her mouth bound with a bamboo tube. Ju Tomioka had not departed. He remained vigilantly at his side, waiting for Tanjiro to regain consciousness. Go to the Misty Mountains and seek out an elder known as Sakanji Urokadaki, and convey that you come under the guidance of Ju Tomioka. With that, his figure melded into the surrounding woods. So this was how Tanjiro was introduced to the Demon Slayer Corps by Ju, mused Yuzui Tengen, crossing his arms. Umitba, murmured Kenroji Mitsuri, her palms pressed together. To protect his sister and seek a way to restore her humanity, joining the Demon Slayer Corps was his most prudent choice. I concur, replied Iguro Abanai, his serpent companion hissing on his shoulder. His tone was grave. Even without action, the unique bond between the siblings would inevitably attract the attention of other demons. By the way, Kenroji inquired with curiosity, was this bamboo tube crafted by Mr. Tomioka? Startled, Ju replied, I simply whittled it from some nearby bamboo. Mitsuri's cheeks flushed with admiration. Mr. Tomioka's craftsmanship is truly remarkable. This remark ignited a wave of jealousy in Iguro. It's merely a bamboo tube. I could have made one too, with whatever designs I pleased. After laying his family to rest, Tanjiro grasped his sister's hand, embarking on a long and arduous journey. Along the way, he purchased a bamboo basket from a farmer, insisting on paying for it. After mending the holes, he endeavored to have Nezuko fit inside. Finding the basket too small, a spark of ingenuity struck him, and he urged Nezuko to shrink her form. Astonishingly, it worked. Suddenly, Rengoku Kaijuro clapped Tanjiro on the shoulder. Keep it up. The details displayed on the screen continuously revealed Tanjiro's noble character to all present. He was a kind-hearted youth, deeply devoted to his family, shouldering their legacy. Tanjiro paused, feeling the fervent encouragement radiating from the pressure on his shoulder. He nodded vigorously. Yes, I will. Seeing Nezuko, small and adorable, nestled within the bamboo basket, Mitsuri exclaimed, so cute. Nezuko remained docile, patiently waiting for her brother's return. Butterfly Shinobu became intrigued. How does she manage to control her size? Well, I'm not entirely sure. Tanjiro scratched his head. When her body grew larger before, I guess she could revert back. Is that so? Shinobu chuckled lightly. It seems your sister harbors many secrets. As they neared the misty mountains, Tanjiro suddenly detected the scent of blood. The night had fallen, and he seized Nezuko, racing toward the source of the odor emanating from a temple. Inside, several corpses lay strewn about, and a malevolent demon was feasting. Before he could react, the demon lunged from the room, pinning Tanjiro to the ground. Damn these wretches! No matter how often they witnessed such grisly scenes of death and despair, their anger remained undiminished. Kanamitsu Haimi began reciting sutras for the souls of the unfortunate. Ju Tomioka was taken aback, realizing that demons were active near the misty mountains. Thankfully, Tanjiro and Nezuko were unharmed. Yet, how had he escaped the clutches of the demon? Could it be that Urokodaki had arrived just in time? Nezuko remained still, fixated on the blood-soaked temple floor. Her breathing quickened, drool trickling from the bamboo tube. Sanemi furrowed his brow. The demoness instinct is surfacing. Not far away, Tanjiro struggled desperately against the demoness grip on his throat. Suddenly, Nezuko pivoted and charged toward him. Before the demon could react, she delivered a swift kick that sent its head flying. Coughing, Yuzui Tengen was taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. She kicked off its head? Even if it wasn't a particularly powerful demon, Nezuko's strength is astonishing. Moreover, she has only recently transformed and has not consumed anything. Isn't it said that a demon's power is tied to their consumption? What then could explain this girl's extraordinary abilities? I have two hypotheses, Shinobu interjected. Perhaps Nezuko possesses a unique constitution. Or perhaps Mugen Kibutsuji granted her an abundance of blood. The mention of that name cast a chill over the air. Mugen Kibutsuji, the progenitor of all demons, the architect of their tragedies. At this moment, with the support of two girls, Kagaya Ubuyashiki rose slowly from his seat in the corridor. Tanjiro watched him approach, stopping beside the wooden box containing Nezuko. Sanemi exclaimed, my lord, please do not get too close. Even in daylight, what if she yet? Kagaya's hand was already resting on the box. Nezuko is special, he asserted with conviction. Whether for the purpose of studying demons or to confront Mugen Kibutsuji, I believe Nezuko represents a significant variable. For a long time, there had been no progress regarding Mugen Kibutsuji, until the appearance of Tanjiro and Nezuko ignited a flicker of hope within him. The gathering of Hashira today was intended to discuss Nezuko's existence. However, more than hollow words, this tangible image may serve as the greatest testament. Tanjiro's eyes widened slightly. Do you mean? Kagaya raised his hand. I believe in Nezuko and hope you all can grant her a chance to prove her worthiness of your trust. With the Lord's words resonating, the group unanimously replied. As you command. Then let her join us in witnessing this. Chapter 4, Methods to Slay Demons. The Lord requested that Nezuko accompany them for the viewing. Fortunately, the room was open, allowing them to watch without being exposed to sunlight. Under the gaze of the assembly, Tanjiro carried the box inside and opened it. A small Nezuko crawled out. Seeing that the girl bore no intent to attack and merely nestled beside her brother, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Just as Sanemi was about to avert his gaze, Nezuko huffed at him. The wind pillar's face darkened, while the others burst into laughter. Kagaya smiled gently. Let us continue watching. Even reduced to a mere head, the demon continued to speak. You bastards! Why do demons mingle with humans? Its body lunged toward Nezuko, prompting Tanjiro to shout, stop. Unexpectedly, The head obstructed his path, refusing to let him pass. Driven by desperation to save his sister, Tanjiro delivered a powerful head but that left the demon dazed, while he himself remained unscathed as a human. At this moment, both the demon on the screen and those outside shared a singular thought. What a hard head, Yuzui murmured. Could it truly be that a human's head is harder than a demon's? Feeling a hand resting on his forehead, Tanjiro questioned, What are you doing? I merely wish to see for myself, Takedo Machiro replied. His expression was inscrutable, yet his hands moved as if caressing a stray cat. This left Tanjiro filled with perplexity. But he remained utterly still, allowing the gesture to continue. With an axe, he pinned the demon's head to the trunk of a tree. Tanjiro mentally steeled himself. If this demon were to live, it would surely harm others, thus he must summon the resolve to act decisively. Just as he was about to plunge his knife, a hand landed on his shoulder. It belonged to a man wearing a Tengu mask. Merely using a small knife would not suffice to end him. Tanjiro was truly gentle, Mitsuri Kenroji remarked softly. However, harboring compassion for demons can be perilous in battle. Just like humans, most demons, when faced with life or death, will weep sorrowfully and beg for mercy. They may recount their tragic tales, lamenting the circumstances that led to their transformation. After all, when the Demon King turns a human into a demon, he does not seek their consent. Yet, regardless of their former humanity, they remain bloodthirsty and dangerous beings. Once a demon slayer's spirit wavers, they will seize the opportunity to retaliate. It is best to ignore their beguiling words. Mitsuri tightened her grip on the hilt. Who would engage in conversation with demons during a fight? Thank you for your warnings. Tanjiro replied earnestly. I remain fully alert during every battle, as I am acutely aware of their peril, and wish to spare others from enduring what I have. However, every demon was once a human, which is why I approached the decision to end their lives with such gravity. To kill demons merely for the sake of killing, I believe, is a profoundly terrifying prospect. Tanjiro's words prompted deep reflection among the group. Indeed, while the majority join the Demon Slayer Corps to protect, there exists a small faction that may be motivated by profit, or worse, the thrill of battle. Protecting humanity should be the foremost duty of the Demon Slayer Corps. The elder in the Tengu mask refrained from intervening, allowing Tanjiro to contemplate his method of extermination. Tanjiro lifted a stone, pondering whether shattering the demon's head would suffice to end him. However, this method felt excessively gruesome. He hesitated until the sun rose, at which point the head turned to ash beneath the sunlight. Machiro Takedo spoke calmly. You have hesitated too long. After all, he does not possess a Nichiren blade. Shinobu Kocho smiled. To even consider using a stone indicates he has reached his limit. Tools do influence the mindset of a demon slayer, you know. Stones are far too crude. A Nichiren blade is much more refined, and as for poison, it bears no psychological burden at all. Watching Shinobu enthusiastically discuss tools for slaying demons left Tanjiro momentarily speechless. The elder introduced himself as Sakanji Urokodaki, a swordsman from Sakura Mountain, who had come at the behest of Jutomioka. Tanjiro, what would you do if your sister were to consume a human? Tanjiro's eyes widened, Nezuko's face flashing through his mind. His decision was agonizingly slow. Urokodaki slapped Tanjiro across the face. You are indecisive, for your resolve is woefully insufficient. When your sister consumes a human, you have only two choices: to kill her yourself or to commit seppuku. If you wish to keep your sister who has turned into a demon, you must prepare yourself mentally. You must absolutely prevent her from taking the life of any innocent person. You speak the truth, Kyajuro Rengoku proclaimed loudly. Tanjiro Kamadu, you must take responsibility for your sister's actions. Yes. Inspired by the flame Hashira's fervor, Tanjiro responded vigorously. Truly, Urokodaki is a remarkable teacher, Tenjin Yuzui mused. Stroking his chin, observing Urokodaki's guidance towards Tanjiro, I find myself somewhat hopeful for this pair of siblings. Speaking of which, Yoya Shinjuro gestured for the girl beside him to present a letter. This was written by Sakanji Urokodaki, who once held the position of Water Hashira. Tanjiro blinked. A letter from my master? After leaving Sakura Mountain, he had maintained correspondence with Urokodaki. I wonder what he wrote to the master. The silver-haired girl unfolded the letter. I shall select a portion to read aloud. Though Nezuko has become a demon, she has never harmed anyone in the entirety of 2 years. Should she ever go mad and attack humans, I, Tanjiro Kamadu, Sakanji Urokodaki, and Jutomioka, shall commit seppuku in atonement. A gentle breeze swept through the courtyard, and for a brief moment, the air fell silent. Tanjiro's pupils trembled as he gazed at Jutomioka, only to find him calm, seemingly already aware of the letter's contents. Master Urokodaki, Mr. Tomioka. Thinking of their assistance to both Nezuko and himself filled Tanjiro with warmth and gratitude. He wiped his eyes with the back of his hand, grasped Nezuko's hand, and bowed deeply to Ju Tomioka. Thank you, Mr. Tomioka. Ju Tomioka regarded Tanjiro. His gaze lowered. I was the one who let you both go. If Nezuko harms anyone, I too bear responsibility. The implication was that Tanjiro need not take it too much to heart. However, Tanjiro felt compelled to say something. Yet, after much contemplation, he chose to silently carry this matter in his heart. Regardless of the reasons, they had risked their lives for Nezuko. Therefore, he must not let them down. Sanemi Shinazugawa wore a complex expression. Tomioka, you are truly an eye-opener. Shinobu Kocho pondered. Realizing that Ju-2 had a side willing to risk everything for a pair of siblings he barely knew. Yoya Shinjuro spoke meaningfully. The facts speak for themselves. Since 3 swordsmen, including Hashira, have staked their lives for Nezuko, to dismiss their actions, one must possess an even greater resolve. Kyojuro Rengoku nodded. Indeed. Sanemi Shinazugawa's gaze flickered between Ju Tomioka and Nezuko. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and replied, yes. Chapter 5. The former companion with flesh-colored hair. Tanjiro Kamado commenced his life on Sakura Mountain. To qualify for the final selection, Tanjiro trained on the treacherous mountain riddled with traps. Although each day left him utterly exhausted and bruised, his growth was equally swift. During this time, Nezuko remained in a state of slumber. Until one day, Urokodaki informed him, I have nothing more to teach you. This kid is quite impressive. Tengen Yuzui chuckled heartily. He possesses considerable perseverance and decent talent. So, how about becoming my adopted son? Tanjiro looked on in confusion. Adopted son? Shinobu Kocho nearby explained. An adopted son is a disciple of a Hashira. If you can receive the full training of a Hashira, your future will be limitless. Tanjiro thought. Speaking of which, Master Urokodaki was once a Hashira too. He lifted his head and replied earnestly. I currently have no intentions of apprenticing under another master, and we have only just met, but I appreciate your kindness. Tengen Yuzui waved his hand casually, as he had merely voiced a whimsical thought without a strong desire for an adopted son. The others were equally concerned about Nezuko's condition. After all, having such a large demon within the Demon Slayer Corps was hard to overlook. Shinobu Kocho looked at Nezuko, who sat quietly with her knees drawn up. Has she not awakened even once during her long slumber? Not once. Tanjiro recalled. I was very worried she might not wake up. But Master Urokodaki said this might be Nezuko's way of restoring her energy. Sensing her brother's emotions, Nezuko nuzzled closer, and Tanjiro smiled as he gently patted her head. In the dimly lit confines of the training grounds, Yoya Abuyashiki let out a soft sigh, reflecting on the peculiar nature of regeneration through slumber. Alas, this remains merely an exception. The existence of demons is, from the very outset, a grave error. The second phase of training entails cleaving through colossal boulders that tower taller than a man. Setting aside the strength of humanity, even the durability of the blade raises concerns. This demands the swordsman to possess exquisite skill and ample experience. Eager to partake in the ultimate selection as soon as possible, Tanjiro Kamado grew increasingly anxious, relentlessly pushing himself for 6 months, until his psyche was on the brink of collapse. Is this swordsman named Sakanji rigorous beyond measure? A flicker of astonishment crossed the eyes of Kaneo Tsuyuri. Each swordsman's method of instruction varies according to the style of breathing they adhere to. Nevertheless, the core principle remains. First, enhance foundational abilities, then master the breathing techniques, and only then are they deemed ready for deployment. Tanjiro, through diligent training over 2 years, had nearly perfected the water-breathing technique. Should he participate in the final selection now, he would surpass the majority of novice swordsmen. Kaneo mused. Individuals like him and Shinobu, possessing delicate wrist strength, would likely struggle to cleave that stone in their early days. Tanjiro's thoughts drifted to the 13 fox masks of Fujikaisen Mountain. His expression tinged with melancholy. Master Sakanji harbored hopes of no more disciples meeting their demise. If we cannot even contend with a moderately strong demon, he would prefer us to remain in the misty mountains indefinitely. Upon hearing Tanjiro's words, Ju Tomioka trembled, memories flooding back. The deceased disciple, Kaneo, perished due to his own frailty. Had he been stronger before the final selection, Kaneo would not have sacrificed himself to protect them. Enough noise. Ju abruptly lifted his gaze, his pupils quivering with disbelief. The voice emanated from a youth with flesh-colored hair, seated atop the boulder, adorned with a fox mask. Show me the spirit of a true man. He commanded Tanjiro to engage in a spar. Not sufficient, not nearly enough. Commit the secrets taught by Master Sakanji to memory. The boy's strikes were relentless, simultaneously exerting psychological pressure on Tanjiro. Remarkable. Mitsuri Kanroji couldn't suppress the urge to clench her fist. Such an exceptional swordsman. Yet I have never encountered him before. Ju remained transfixed, observing every movement of Kaneo within the luminescent display. This voice, this technique. Indeed, it is he. But Kaneo has already. Hearing Mitsuri's confusion, Ju instinctively replied. He is the water Hashira. Ha. The others cast puzzled glances, their expressions clearly reading. Isn't the water Hashira you? Only Tanjiro, aware of Kaneo's demise, sensed the sorrow welling within his senior. A hint of sadness enveloped his thoughts. Even Ju mourns for Kaneo. The two continued their spar until Tanjiro succumbed to unconsciousness. Before departing, Kaneo addressed a raven-haired girl. I leave the rest to you. Mitsuri understood immediately, yes. Upon regaining consciousness, Tanjiro learned of Kaneo's name, and received guidance on the issues he faced during training. However, she divulged nothing further. Before the screen could conclude, Ju eagerly turned to Tanjiro, his eyes brimming with a fervent plea for information regarding Kaneo. Tanjiro had never witnessed such an expression on him before, prompting him to meticulously recall the details of that moment. Kaneo and Mitsuri had appeared suddenly, sharing nothing but instruction on breathing techniques and swordsmanship. When I cleaved the boulder, Kaneo vanished simultaneously. Thus, I realized that Kaneo had long. Shinobu, sensing something amiss, inquired, do you mean to say? Ju clenched the hilt of his sword. Kaneo sacrificed himself 8 years ago during the final selection to safeguard everyone. Then who is this person Tanjiro has seen? Tengen Yuzui's eyes widened in astonishment. Michiro Takedo's gaze sparkled with intrigue. Do spirits truly exist? Indeed, I encountered the departed Kaneo and Mitsuri. Tanjiro affirmed solemnly. Witnessing them dissipate into thin air initially filled me with trepidation. Yet, the thought that my deceased family might be watching offered me solace. Who among us does not have beloved family or friends who have passed? Contemplating the existence of their souls lingering in this realm, the group fell into deep reflection. Ju thought of his sister, Kanoko, and Kaneo. Shinobu recalled her parents and sister. Kyojuro Rengoku reminisced about his mother, Kiyo. Sanemi Shinazugawa thought of his mother and younger siblings. Michiro gazed vacantly at the clouds above, momentarily perceiving a familiar silhouette along with 2 indistinct adults. Must he remain forever bereft? The very thought sent waves of pain through his head. A gentle hand rested on his forehead, bringing him back to reality. It was Lady Kanamori. Her expression filled with concern. She had learned of the luminous display in the courtyard, and rushed over out of worry. The master noticed his distress as well and cleared his throat. Do not fret. One day, you shall reclaim your lost memories. Chapter 6, Departure. Fujikaisen Mountain. Thus, after another 6 months of rigorous training, one fateful day, Tanjiro struck down Kaneo's mask. In stark contrast to the previous severity, Kaneo's expression beneath the mask was one of warmth and gentleness. The two vanished like a gust of wind, and when Tanjiro regained his senses, he found he had split the boulder in 2. Mitsuri mused, Kaneo is truly gentle and handsome. She noticed that half of Ju's Haori bore a pattern identical to Kaneo's. They must have shared a close bond. Otherwise, why would Ju appear on the verge of tears when Kaneo vanished? Tanjiro's ability to overcome Kaneo stemmed from his knack for detecting weaknesses through scent. Witnessing his progress, Sakanji gently ruffled his hair for the first time. You have done remarkably well, Tanjiro. You are an impressive child. He embraced the tearful boy. Be sure to return alive. I shall await you alongside your sister. Reflecting on the 2 years spent in the Misty Mountains, Tanjiro clutched Nezuko's hand tightly. Even though they could exchange letters, their longing for each other remained profound. Wait for me, Master Sakanji. One day, I shall bring Nezuko, restored to her human form, to meet you. Regarding the line of weakness, each individual possessed their own understanding. When the senses reach a certain level of acuity, the mind instinctively analyzes the information conveyed. Through relentless training, muscle memory is cultivated, reflexively providing solutions. With the disaster-repelling mask and sunblade bestowed by his master, Tanjiro arrived at Fujikaisen Mountain. As the final selection commenced, he swiftly dispatched 2 demons with a single strike. In that moment, he truly grasped the extent of his growth. However, upon encountering a foul stench and following the scent, he was confronted with a monstrous entity covered in hands. How could such a caliber of demon exist on Fujikaisen Mountain? Tengen Yuzui exclaimed in astonishment. The strength of demons correlates with the number of lives they consume. They dispatched only recently transformed demons to Fujikaisen Mountain to regulate the difficulty of the final selection. Yet, Even from a distance, the malevolent aura of this hand demon permeated through the screen. And considering Tanjiro's reaction, it had claimed at least a dozen victims. Coughing violently, the esteemed Kenroji Mitsuri assisted the anxious Ubuyashiki Yoya by patting his back to help him regain his composure. His expression was grave. The existence of such a demon on Fujisaki Mountain represents a grievous oversight. This failure lies squarely upon my shoulders as the leader. Before he could finish his lament, his coughing intensified. The thought of how many promising swordsmen had perished at its hands pierced his heart like a dagger. Rengoku Kyojuro bowed respectfully and stated, "My lord, you are unable to personally investigate the situation at Fujisaki Mountain. Even if there are flaws, it is our duty as Hashira." Shinazugawa Sanemi concurred. "Indeed, this demon has undoubtedly lingered on Fujisaki Mountain for a considerable time, perhaps even before your ascension." Tanjiro, equally earnest, reassured, "Rest assured. I have slain it. I fully comprehend your sentiments." Ubuyashiki Yoya composed himself. He did not wish for these young warriors to worry about him, as it might dampen the morale of the Demon Slayer Corps. "I shall take the matter at Fujisaki Mountain to heart. Henceforth, prior to each final selection, I will deploy swordsmen to conduct thorough inspections. If possible, I would like to assist," Tanjiro promptly offered. The thought of the 13 senior brothers and sisters, along with numerous newcomers, who had fallen to the hand demon stirred within him a desire to contribute, ensuring such tragedies do not recur. He pointed to his nose, declaring, "My sense of smell is exceptionally keen. Even should the demon hide, I will uncover it." Additionally, Zenitsu possesses acute hearing, and can discern between human and demon by sound. "That is an excellent suggestion. Including you, there are several perceptive swordsmen within our ranks." Ubuyashiki Yoya expressed his gratitude. Tanjiro executed a water wool technique, severing one of the hand demon's arms and saving the victim it had ensnared. The creature noticed the disaster-warding mask Tanjiro wore and grinned wickedly. "Ah, here we go again. My dear little fox." It turned out that this demon had been captured by Sakanji Urokadaki 47 years ago, during the Edo period, when the era was still Keijo. Now, the Meiji era had long since concluded, ushering in the Taisho era. 47 years ago, none present had yet been born. During this time, how many lives had the hand demon consumed? Tengen Yuzui's breath quickened as a terrifying possibility struck him. He had fainted at the hands of the demon on the first day of the final selection. When he regained consciousness, everything had already concluded. Initially, he believed that Kaneo had killed too many demons in order to protect everyone, leaving her too exhausted to slay the final one. However, the emergence of the hand demon felt like a rude awakening for Tengen. The hand demon boasted of its prowess. It had devoured 50 souls. 12, 13. "Ah, including you. You are the 14th. Tanjiro's expression shifted. "What are you counting?" The hand demon chuckled maliciously. "The number of Urokadaki's disciples I've devoured, including that rather formidable boy with the flesh-colored hair, and that agile little girl. Thanks to this disaster-warding mask, I can always identify my targets for revenge." The mask, once a protective talisman bestowed by the master for his disciples, had become a harbinger of death. Kenroji Mitsuri trembled as she covered her mouth. How heartbroken would Urokadaki-sensei be if he knew? The others clenched their fists in anger, with Shinazugawa Sanemi wishing he could leap through the screen and plunge his sword into its maw. Were it not for Tanjiro's decisive action, Tengen would have abandoned the viewing and rushed to Fujisaki Mountain to slay it himself. Tanjiro, in a fit of rage, swung his blade at the hand demon but was sent flying by a punch, crashing into a tree and losing consciousness. In his dazed state, he heard Shigeru calling him brother, which jolted him awake. After several bouts of combat, Tanjiro unleashed the strength to cleave through boulders, severing the demon's impossibly tough neck. The souls of the children who perished at its hands returned to their beloved Urokadaki-sensei. "Well done, Tanjiro," Tengen exclaimed excitedly. "What a magnificent strike!" Amida Buddha, mourning Tsujikuni Yorichi, clasped his hands in prayer for those children, hoping they would soon attain enlightenment and enjoy a happy rebirth. Witnessing Kaneo's spirit brought tears streaming down Tengen's face. "Kaneo, have you been watching over me all this time? Have I met your expectations? If you had survived, you would undoubtedly have done better than I." Chapter 7. As the eldest brother. 7 days later, Tanjiro successfully passed the final selection. 2 children resembling traditional Japanese dolls announced, "Welcome back, everyone. Congratulations on your safe return." Originally, over 20 individuals participated in the selection, but only 4 remained. Kamadu Tanjiro, Tsuzumi Kanao, Agitsuma Zenitsu, and Shinazugawa Genya. Shinazugawa Sanemi was taken aback. How could his younger brother have entered the final selection? Had he already joined the Demon Slayer Corps? Where was he now? The Wind Hashira felt an uncontrollable sense of dread. Genya was his last remaining brother, and what would he do if anything happened to him? The decision for Genya to join the Demon Slayer Corps had been his own. It was Genya's own choice, spoke Kenroji Mitsuri, who was Genya's master. Hearing this, Sanemi gritted his teeth. I don't care what he thinks. The Demon Slayer Corps is not a place for him. Once the viewing is over, I will make him leave. Kenroji Mitsuri sighed softly. Even as Genya's master, it was not her place to interfere in family matters, so she merely recited a prayer. Tanjiro listened intently to their conversation. It turned out the boy he encountered during the final selection was a brother of the Wind Hashira. No wonder they bore such a resemblance. Hearing Sanemi insist on expelling his brother from the Demon Slayer Corps made Tanjiro's heart tighten. You shouldn't do that. Even as the elder brother, you cannot unilaterally make decisions for him. Huh. Sanemi glared at him with hostility. What gives you the right to point fingers at me? Perhaps I shouldn't meddle. But I cannot stand by and ignore the wrongdoings of others, Tanjiro responded solemnly. I, too, am an elder brother, the eldest in my family. Even I, having only met him once, can see that he desperately wishes to become a full-fledged member of the Demon Slayer Corps. Why can't you consider your brother's feelings and talk to him? Wouldn't your actions harm your brotherly bond? At a loss for words, Sanemi rubbed his hair in frustration. Muttering, I don't need a brat like you to teach me. The two children began explaining matters regarding uniforms, team ranks, and other details. However, Shinazugawa Genya had already grown impatient. He grabbed the white-haired girl's hair and shouted, Give me a sword. The Demon Slayer Corps has color-changing swords. Do you understand? Tanjiro, unable to bear it any longer, seized Genya's wrist. Let go of her this instant, or I will break your arm. The two stood off for a moment before Genya reluctantly withdrew his hand. Several Hashira cast disapproving glances at Shinazugawa Sanemi. With his brother absent, they decided to take it out on him. The newcomers were unaware, but the Hashira present knew all too well. That white-haired girl was the leader's daughter. The black-haired girl beside her was their young master, Higurashi. Cold sweat trickled down Sanemi's cheek as he felt both astonished and furious at his brother's behavior. He hurriedly knelt before the leader. I sincerely apologize, my lord, for Genya's actions. Words felt utterly inadequate, especially since the Wind Hashira was not adept at expressing himself. A profound sense of regret festered within him, causing beads of cold sweat to trickle down his brow. Please rise, Shinobu, urged Ubuyashiki Yoya, bowing deeply in his seat. We are all acutely aware of the sacrifices you have made for the Demon Slayer Corps. Please do not be too hard on yourselves. The Lord's soothing words provided a modicum of solace to Taketo Musen, who responded earnestly, I shall ensure that Genya is properly reprimanded. Ubuyashiki Yoya smiled gently, saying, Rather than merely venting your emotions, I would prefer that you brothers engage in a meaningful conversation. Indeed. Tanjiro, battered and weary, yet undeterred, pressed on through the night to return to the misty mountains. After what felt like an eternity, he finally glimpsed the familiar wooden cabin, from which a figure emerged, humming a tune as they strolled through the woods. Nezuko, Tanjiro exclaimed in delight, you have awakened. Upon hearing her brother's voice, Nezuko dashed towards him and embraced him tightly. Inside, the esteemed Shinazugawa Sanemi also heard the commotion and trembled as he emerged to embrace the sibling duo. The poignant reunion between the master and his disciples was truly heartwarming. Even through the screen, one could sense the overwhelming joy of survival and reunion. Kenroji Mitsuri wiped away a tear from the corner of her eye. This is simply wonderful, she remarked. At long last, Shinazugawa had awaited the return of his disciple, and Tanjiro had been reunited with Nezuko. All the tribulations they had faced were but a prelude to this momentous occasion. 15 days later, Tanjiro received his swordsmith and the Nichiren blade destined for him. The individual was named Kanatetsu, adorned with a uniquely designed fire mask. Upon noticing Tanjiro's crimson hair and eyes, he remarked, Are you not the son of the flame Hashira? Truly a good omen. It appeared that children born into families connected to fire were regarded as harbingers of fortune. Kanatetsu expressed his hopes that Tanjiro would draw forth a blade of red hue. However, the Nichiren blade in Tanjiro's hands transformed into a deep black. Ah, a black sword. How rare indeed, mused Yuzui Tengen, echoing the sentiments shared by Shinazugawa and Kanatetsu. Tanjiro, harboring a question long in the making, ventured, why did Mr. Kanatetsu seem disappointed upon seeing that the Nichiren blade was not crimson? Pondered Rengoku Kyujiro. It is said that the original sword of the progenitor of the breathing techniques was indeed red. Kenroji Mitsuri interjected with a revelation. Rengoku-san's sword is also a blend of red and black. Indeed, Rengoku Kyujiro heartily affirmed. Yet my blade differs from the legendary one described. Regardless of the color of the Nichiren blade, What truly matters is that it ignites the fire within your heart. Yes, Tanjiro responded emphatically. Rengoku was indeed an extraordinary individual. His mere presence invigorated the spirits of those around him. With his newly acquired sword in hand, Tanjiro promptly faced his inaugural mission. The crow, with a raspy voice, called out, "Kamado Tanjiro. Proceed immediately to the northwestern town. Hunt the malevolent demon." Urged by the crow's insistence, Tanjiro, bearing his sister on his back, ventured into a town plagued by the mysterious disappearances of young girls. Shinazugawa had crafted a box for Nezuko, fashioned from fir wood, lighter and sturdier than the previous bamboo basket. Tanjiro inquired with a gaunt young man about any leads. The boy's fiancée had vanished under mysterious circumstances. As the scent of demons thickened in the air, Tanjiro immediately surged towards its source. Upon witnessing Tanjiro crouch to the ground, sniffing, Kochu Shinobu chuckled softly. This action reminded her of a puppy she had kept during her childhood. Time and again onlookers marveled. Tanjiro's keen sense of smell is truly remarkable. It served both as a means of tracking and as an asset in battle, indeed a source of envy. Chapter 8, Siblings in Arms. Utilizing his acute sense of smell, Tanjiro located the space-manipulating demon. He returned the girl he had rescued to the distraught Mr. Kiyoshi, and then pursued the demon. Tanjiro sensed the demon preparing to attack from below, only to discover it had two doppelgangers. Water-breathing, 8th form, waterfall basin. Tanjiro successfully thwarted the ambush. Realizing its plan had failed, the demon and its duplicates retreated underground. Tomioka-ju furrowed his brow slightly, for a newcomer on their first mission. This demon's abilities are excessively troublesome. Not only does it possess blood demon arts, but it also wields spatial powers and can create duplicates. Were it not for Tanjiro's sharp senses and solid swordsmanship, he would have perished from its surprise attack. No one could guarantee what kind of demon awaited them next. And Iguro Abanai, with a voice low and slithering like a serpent poised to strike, warned, "Demons do not care whether you are a novice or a Hashira. All we can do is continuously enhance our strength. We must risk our lives in every battle to slay the demons." Kenroji Mitsuri glanced at him with concern. While that determination is admirable, perhaps Mr. Iguro should take greater care of his own well-being. Summoning her courage, she exclaimed, "Rather than sacrificing your life to slay demons, I would much prefer for you to fight with all your might to survive. Only by living can you slay more demons and protect more people." Upon hearing Mitsuri's words, Iguro appeared momentarily frozen. Did she truly wish for him to strive to survive? Yet, gazing into the verdant depths of his beloved's eyes, all doubts faded away. Even if they could not be together, simply watching her live happily seemed worth experiencing. Tanjiro found himself in a precarious position, needing to protect the two civilians while remaining vigilant against the lurking demon, which hindered his ability to fight wholeheartedly. The demon grew impatient, boasting that the girl would soon turn 16, and dragging this out would diminish her allure. Witnessing the boy expose a vulnerability, another demon seized the opportunity to attack, only to be struck down by a foot emerging from the box. A distant demon exclaimed in shock, "Why does this human have a demon by his side?" "Allow me to assist," whispered Tsujikuni Muichiro. "This way, the Kamado boy would be able to cope." Rengoku Kyujiro remarked, "Nezuko truly can fight alongside humans. I was skeptical before. How embarrassing." Though he spoke of embarrassment, the volume of Rengoku's voice was anything but low. Kochu Shinobu's forehead twitched in frustration. What does this fiend take humans for? To target girls under 16 for such absurd reasons. Every time she encountered such vile creatures, her fury became nearly unbearable. Mitsuri, saddened, noted, "The hairpin of Mr. Kiyoshi's fiancé is among them. They shared such a close bond, yet encountered such tragedy." During Nezuko's slumber, Shinazugawa had implanted a suggestion to protect humans. She touched the faces of Kiyoshi and the abducted girl, memories of her brother and sister flashing in her mind. With Nezuko's assistance, Tanjiro could now fight without distraction, charging directly into the space created by the blood demon art. Though breathless and hindered, Tanjiro executed the 6th form and successfully dispatched the demon, truly protecting humanity, as seen through Nezuko's perspective. Allowed Shinazugawa to comprehend why Tanjiro and Shinazugawa held such unwavering faith in Nezuko, and were willing to stake their lives for her. The suggestion from Shinazugawa was one reason, but ultimately, it was Nezuko's steadfast resolve to retain her humanity, resisting the primal instincts of a demon, that made all the difference. Shito Michiro scrutinized Nezuko, inquiring, "What do you perceive me to be? Would you consider me as your brother?" Nezuko tilted her head, seemingly perplexed by Michiro's question, only to gently pat his head. The soft caress on his forehead left Michiro momentarily stunned. His inquiry was merely a whimsical thought, stemming from his curiosity about Nezuko's perception of the world. Yet, her genuine treatment of him as a brother rendered him somewhat flustered. Why did being treated as a brother feel so familiar? After vanquishing the last demon, Tanjiro pressed for information regarding Mugen Kibutsuji. To his astonishment, the demon succumbed to immense fear, exclaiming, I cannot divulge, I cannot divulge. It trembled violently, emanating a scent of terror from its very marrow. Noticing its strange demeanor, Tanjiro swiftly ended its life. Humph, Yuzui Tengen scoffed, though I know we cannot extract any information. Seeing its furtive expression is still quite irksome. Shinazugawa Sanemi gritted his teeth. Mugen Kibutsuji is nothing but a coward. To conceal himself, he spares neither foes nor subordinates. They had never relinquished the hope of gleaning information about the Demon King from the demons. Yet, invariably, every demon that broached the forbidden words met a grisly fate at Mugen's hands. Without locating Mugen Kibutsuji, the eradication of demons would remain elusive. As long as the Demon King existed, demons would continue to proliferate. When would they uncover Mugen's whereabouts? Must they remain in this stagnant state indefinitely? Upon hearing Sanemi's words, Tanjiro suddenly exclaimed, I have encountered Mugen Kibutsuji before. As soon as the words left his lips, the others encircled him. When did this happen? Where did you find him? Did you engage him? What was his strength? What does he look like? The barrage of questions left Tanjiro dizzy, unsure of whom to respond to first. Calm down. Ubuyashiki Kagaya gently clapped his hands, silencing the crowd as they turned their gazes towards their leader. I am aware of this matter, but it cannot be elucidated in a mere few words. We should focus on observing the screen. Regaining his composure, Tanjiro nodded vigorously. If we follow the timeline, we should see it soon. Rather than listening to my vague descriptions, it would be better for you to witness it yourselves. The crowd suppressed their excitement, eagerly awaiting the footage to reveal Mugen Kibutsuji. Following the crow's guidance, Tanjiro arrived in Asakusa, Tokyo. This bustling metropolis was aglow with neon signs, and the streets were filled with pedestrians clad in Western attire. Tanjiro initially intended to indulge in a bowl of udon, but was instead struck by a familiar scent wafting through the air. It was the very scent he had detected on the day everything was destroyed by Mugen. Determined, Tanjiro maneuvered through the throngs of people, resolutely heading toward the source of that nightmare. His knuckles turned white as he grasped the shoulder of a suited man. The man turned, revealing a pale, handsome face and those crimson vertical pupils. Mugen Kibutsuji. The crowd widened their eyes, committing this visage to memory. How to articulate it? Although strange, the moment they laid eyes on this face, they instinctively constructed an image of the Demon King in their minds. Arrogance, darkness, a foul temperament, and indifference. These were the traits of Mugen Kibutsuji, regardless of his form. Shinazugawa Sanemi let out a cold laugh. The elusive coward has finally been captured. I will remember this face. Even if I descend into hell, I shall drag him down with me. Ubuyashiki Kagaya gripped his knees tightly, his expression one of unprecedented excitement. Aside from those of Mugen's generation, it was the first time the Ubuyashiki family had seen his face in a millennium, perhaps due to blood ties or fate. He perceived many similarities to himself within that face. This was a sign of transformation, heralding the need for the Ubuyashiki clan to conclude their enmity with Mugen Kibutsuji in their generation. Just as Tanjiro was about to draw his blade, he heard a girl's voice. Daddy, who is he? Mugen turned around, cradling a girl in a frilly dress. The child referred to the elegant woman beside him as Mommy, presenting an image of familial bliss. Tanjiro could no longer absorb any further sound. He was utterly astounded. This man had the audacity to masquerade as a human, living an ordinary life. What a despicable and shameless creature. Shinobu Kocho could no longer maintain her usual composure, her face flushed with anger. Their lives had been obliterated by Mugen. Yet here he was, with a wife and daughter, enjoying a lavish life, having constructed a happy family, living like an ordinary person. His very existence was a profound mockery of their suffering. She turned to Tanjiro asking, Is that man still in Asakusa? Each word seemed to be forced out through clenched teeth. Tanjiro shook his head gravely. He has likely already departed. Mugen's cautious nature suggests that, once his identity is exposed, he would not linger, awaiting the Demon Slayer Corps. Ubuyashiki Kagaya reached a conclusion. I have already dispatched someone to investigate that woman. She is completely oblivious to her husband's true identity. Tengen Uzi volunteered. I am willing to go to Asakusa and conduct a thorough search. Perhaps we can uncover clues left by Mugen. The leader shook his head. That would be inefficient. Your efforts should be directed toward more pressing matters. Seeing the dissatisfaction among the group, he pointed to the screen. We have acquired a more potent weapon. have we not? In this battle between humans and demons, information is a weapon. Information is life. Mugen casually transformed a passerby into a demon before turning away and blending into the crowd. Tanjiro wished to pursue him, but could not abandon the chaos caused by that demon. Just as he was about to lose sight of his nemesis, Tanjiro could no longer suppress his fury, shouting across the throng, Mugen Kibutsuji, I will never let you escape. Even if I must chase you to the ends of hell, I will personally sever your head. Shinazugawa Sanemi pounded the ground in frustration. Damn it all. He got away just like that. Well said, Kamadu boy. Kyajuro Rengoku felt his fighting spirit ignited by Tanjiro's declaration. As long as our resolve does not wane and is passed down through generations, one day, these demons will vanish from the world. Compared to our ancestors, there is no doubt that we are closer to the dawn of victory. Truly worthy of the name Rengoku. Yuzui Tengen adjusted his headpiece. I can almost envision myself gloriously slaying Mugen Kibutsuji. Mugen trembled, the terror ingrained in his very genes awakened by Tanjiro's words. In his memories, he lay helplessly on the ground, while a man adorned with a Nichiren flower card brandished a sword, exclaiming, I will never let you go. This was Mugen's recollection. Ubuyashiki Kagaya's eyes widened slightly. It appeared that Mugen was entirely overpowered by that swordsman, and Tengen Uzi straightened his posture. If he had the advantage, why was he unable to slay Mugen? Mugen seemed reluctant to recall the man's face. The visage of that mysterious swordsman remained shrouded in darkness. The only discernible detail was the black and red blade, along with a peculiar earring adorning his ear. Tengen Uzi's expression momentarily faltered. I feel as though I've seen that somewhere before. As he regained his composure, the crowd had already fixed their gaze upon Tanjiro's face. Instinctively, Tanjiro reached up to touch his ears. The Hanafuda cards resembled the ones he wore. Shinobu Kocho inquired with curiosity, Tanjiro, how did you come by your Hanafuda? Tanjiro's thoughts drifted back to the past. They belonged to my father. It is said he inherited them from his ancestors. Mitsuri Kenroji clenched her fists in excitement, exclaiming, could it be that one of Tanjiro's forebears was a formidable swordsman capable of defeating Mugen? Upon hearing the love Hashira's speculation, Tanjiro felt no thrill but rather a sense of bewilderment. His family was simply a humble lineage of charcoal sellers. His father, Tanjiro, had been frail and had passed away 3 years prior, while his mother, Ki, was an ordinary woman. If there was anything unique about them, it was that his father's Kagura dance was exceptionally beautiful, able to be performed all night long even in the biting cold. As this thought crossed his mind, he wondered if it was related to the fire god Kagura. Tanjiro wished to consult the other Hashira, but the screen had already begun to display new content. The youth who had transformed into a demon was being pinned to the ground by Tanjiro, as a crowd gathered around them. Tanjiro was in a state of desperation, unable to protect those around him without harming the young man. This individual had just become a demon, perhaps he could still be saved. He did not wish for him to commit irrevocable acts of murder. Blood demon art, dreamlike fragrance. One hand clawed at his arm, leaving bloody marks, while an eerie aroma permeated the air. Everyone, including the young man, fell into a hallucination. Another demon has appeared. Mitsuri Kenroji exclaimed as Shinazugawa Sanemi gripped the hilt of his sword. Is it a subordinate sent by Mugen? Mitsuri Kocho whispered. Is it a blood demon art that causes hallucinations through scent? No, Tanjiro weakly attempted to explain. It seems this demon is helping you, Tanjiro. Shinobu observed thoughtfully, smiling, Tanjiro. It seems quite a lot is happening to you. Chapter 10, Tamayo Yashiro. A graceful woman clad in a kimono arrived, accompanied by a young man. Allow me to lend you a hand, she said. Tanjiro was bewildered. You are a demon? Why do you wish to assist me? Tamayo lowered her gaze. I am indeed a demon, but I am also a doctor. My sole desire is to eradicate the man known as Mugen Kibutsuji. This is getting increasingly strange. Iguro Abanai rasped. Nezuko could be forgiven, but what are these two about? Miss Tamayo and Mr. Yashiro are good people, though they are demons. They do not live by harming others, Tanjiro explained. Demons are best at lying. Your assurances hold no weight, Abanai retorted, his eyes widening, accentuating his peculiar heterochromia. Concealing the existence of demons is a violation of our regulations. I am aware of this matter, Kagaya Ubuyashiki began calmly. Miss Tamayo is a trustworthy individual who can provide assistance to the Demon Slayer Corps. Tanjiro was taken aback. It seemed the leader had long been aware of Tamayo's existence. Noticing the lingering doubts and concerns in the eyes of those present, Kagaya Ubuyashiki elaborated. Our objective is to eliminate Mugen Kibutsuji and liberate humanity from the threat posed by demons. For those who have unwillingly transformed into demons, and do not wish to aid Mugen in his malevolence. We should find ways to win them over as allies. Yet, Iguro Abanai remained unconvinced. After all, demons were creatures of a different nature. I trust the leader's judgment, Ju Tomioka stated plainly. Ju, you rascal. Abanai shot him a disgruntled look before turning back to their leader. Since this is your decision, I have no objections. However, please assign us the tasks involving contact with demons. You must not place yourself in danger. Thank you, Abanai, Kagaya Ubuyashiki smiled. After Mugen Kibutsuji departed with his wife and daughter, he made an excuse to slip away. In an alley, he encountered a group of drunken men. One of them provoked him, "Feeling wealthy, are we? You look as pale as someone on the verge of death." Those words struck a nerve with Mugen, and he raised his hand to eliminate the offender. He leaned closer to the trembling companion of the drunkard. Does my complexion appear poor? Do I look frail? As if my days are numbered? His hand penetrated the man's forehead. You must have misjudged. I am the epitome of perfection. Aside from the fury directed at Mugen for his indiscriminate slaughter of the innocent, the others began to notice certain details. Tenjin Yuzui stroked his chin. It seems Mugen is quite sensitive about others mentioning his impending demise. Humph, he is indeed nearing death, Sanemi snickered, revealing his gleaming white teeth. His head is merely temporarily attached to his neck. I will eventually take it off. Suddenly, Michiro Takedo activated his sharp tongue. He is indeed quite pale. Even a corpse that has been dead for 3 days would exhibit more color. The others looked at Michiro in surprise. The youth seemed unaware of what he had just said, appearing utterly nonchalant. So Mugen is quite afraid of death, Shinobu remarked with a mocking smile. Indeed. Even as a creature that craves flesh and fears sunlight, he wishes to survive. No one in this world fears death more than he does. Mitsuri Kenroji clenched her fists. Knowing his character is so fragile, I suddenly feel that the Demon King is not as invincible as he seems. Tanjiro grasped his sister's hand, following Yashiro to their dwelling. According to Tamayo, she had freed herself from Mugen's control, and required only a minimal amount of blood to survive. As for Yashiro, he was a demon transformed by Tamayo, needing even less blood than she did. Upon seeing them, Tanjiro reignited his hope. Do you know how to revert a demon back to a human? Tamayo replied. While it is not yet complete, a method exists. However, I require Nezuko's and Mugen's blood. Indeed, if this demon could escape Mugen's surveillance, his credibility would significantly increase. Mitsuri Kenroji covered her face. Yashiro, who is so enamored with Miss Tamayo, is simply adorable. Transforming a demon back into a human. Shinobu pondered as she cast a thoughtful glance at Nezuko, is certainly a viable approach. Due to her lack of strength, unable to sever a demon's neck, Shinobu was keenly interested in any substances that could affect demons. If such a remedy could be developed, it might prove useful in battle. Those demons with lesser sins need not perish but could atone as humans. Wait, if Mugen Kibutsuji were transformed into another demon, would the others vanish? Shinobu felt a surge of excitement, suddenly compelled to meet Tamayo. Suddenly, a series of loud crashes echoed from outside. The four emerged from their dwelling to find Mugen's pursuers arriving. The vector-manipulating Yabashira, and the destructive Shizamaru. Shizamaru laughed gleefully, haha. How delightful. To perish at the hands of us, the 12 Kazuki, is your honor. Her ball could change directions at will, making it nearly impossible to defend against it. What kind of 12 Kazuki are these lowly beings? Sanemi scoffed. I can tell without even looking at their eyes. If it were a Hashira, these demons would be cut down swiftly, and they certainly wouldn't be allowed to spout their nonsense. Tanjiro reflected that he had indeed been intimidated by Shizamaru's words at the time. After enduring a battle with lower 5, he had come to understand the true nature of the 12 Kazuki, even if Nezuko awakened her blood demon art, and he employed the fire god Kagura. Had it not been for Ju's timely arrival, he would have truly perished at the hands of a lower demon. Tanjiro clenched his fist. He must become stronger. Chapter 11. Never to be separated. With the assistance of Yashiro's hidden techniques, Tanjiro discerned the direction of the arrow. Following the path opposite the arrow, he located the concealed Yahaba. In a moment of peril, he grasped the method to effectively utilize his combat skills. By amalgamating various forms of techniques, he shattered Yahaba's barriers and ultimately struck the adversary. This demoness abilities were quite troublesome, especially with Shibaka's interference nearby. Yuzui Tengen smirked. The young Kamadu exhibits impressive reflexes in battle. Mugen's command to them was to eliminate the boy adorned with the Nichiren flower card. Iguro Abanai cast a sideways glance at Tanjiro. Henceforth, the demons pursuing you will only multiply. Tanjiro, with unwavering determination, declared. I will not flee. Iguro raised an eyebrow, his gaze reflecting newfound admiration. Meanwhile, Shibaku's relentless assault overwhelmed, as Tamayo and Yashiro's bodies were repeatedly shattered and restored. Nezuko perceived the injured duo as her mother and brother, thus impulsively charging at Shibaku. However, in a moment of distraction, Nezuko's right leg was severed by a thread ball. Tamayo administered healing medicine, and once Nezuko's body recovered, she rejoined the fray against Shibaku. Gradually, she found her rhythm, returning every ball that came her way. Witnessing Nezuko lose a leg, Kenroji Mitsuri gasped in horror. She had long since accepted the adorable Nezuko in her heart. Upon seeing her injured, Mitsuri felt grateful for Nezuko's demonic resilience. Considering Tamayo and Yashiro as family? Kenroji Yoi amused. It seems your sister possesses her own discernment, Tanjiro, beyond mere suggestion. Indeed. Tanjiro nodded. I worry that if I regard all humans as family, Nezuko might be exploited by malicious individuals. Seeing her this way brings me solace. As he spoke, he gently ruffled his sister's hair. Nezuko squinted her eyes and nuzzled against Tanjiro's palm. Observing this, Tanjiro felt a pang in his heart. Nezuko always persevered, enduring hunger after becoming a demon, and fighting alongside him. Sensing her brother's emotions, Nezuko grasped his hand and shook it gently, offering a pure smile. Tanjiro was momentarily taken aback, then tightened his grip on his sister's hand. Tamayo contemplated a strategy against their foe, addressing Shibaku. My lady, are you aware of Kibutsuji Musen's true identity? Shibaku gasped in horror. You insolent traitor, what nonsense are you spouting? He is a coward forever ensnared by fear. Tamayo lowered her voice, as if luring prey. Silence, silence. Shibaku trembled. That master is stronger than anyone Kibutsuji-sama is. Before she could finish, she terrifiedly covered her mouth. Under the influence of Tamayo's illusion, Shibaku inadvertently uttered Musen's name. She wailed, ultimately perishing at the hands of her own blood demon art. Musen is indeed a coward, muttered Takedo Mitsuri with a chuckle. If there were a way to compel demons to speak certain words, would Musen not annihilate his subordinates? Ironically, Shibaku was dispatched by Musen, only to be executed from afar for a slip of the tongue. Kochu Shinobu remarked. Tamayo's ability to elude Musen's grasp for over 2 centuries is indeed commendable. Regarding this, Yoya turned to her. You are our most exceptional physician, and Miss Tamayo's research on demons surpasses that of others. Would you be willing to engage in dialogue with her? Most willingly. At this juncture, Tamayo's identity held little significance for Shinobu. As long as she could eliminate Kibutsuji Musen, any minor grievances could be overlooked. With their hideout exposed, Tamayo and Yashiro prepared to depart. Before parting, Nezuko embraced Tamayo, prompting her to reminisce about her own family, causing tears to well up in her eyes. Regaining her composure, Tamayo turned to Tanjiro. Would you entrust your sister Nezuko to our care? It is a commendable proposal. Nezuko would be safer with Tamayo, able to research methods to revert her condition without needing to wander about. Just as Tanjiro hesitated, Nezuko grasped her brother's hand, her expression resolute. Tanjiro's countenance hardened. Thank you for your kind offer, but I cannot bear to be separated from my sister again. From that day forth, they became each other's last remaining family. Even in the face of insurmountable challenges, and the potential for death, they vowed never to part ways again. Upon reaching this point, everyone finally understood why Tanjiro was willing to carry such a heavy box, for it contained his entire world. After leaving Asakusa, Tanjiro hurried to the next mission location. Along the way, he encountered Zenitsu, entangled with a young girl. After listening to Sparrow's account of the events, the justice-driven boy immediately intervened to pull Zenitsu away. Zenitsu cried out in terror, lamenting his desire to marry. This boy is rather noisy. Yuzui Tengen frowned, covering his ears. As the sound Hashira, he was particularly sensitive to sound. To him, Zenitsu's voice was not only loud but also grating, akin to a cat's claws scraping against glass, essentially a cacophony. Matters such as marriage should consider the feelings of the girl involved. When the topic arose, Kenroji Mitsuri felt a tinge of shyness. It is unacceptable to force someone. Kochu Shinobu recalled her encounter with Zenitsu at Spider Mountain, her smile struggling to maintain its composure. That child is currently at the Butterfly Mansion, having sustained such severe injuries. He should be somewhat subdued now, if he dares to bother the girls at the Butterfly Mansion. Shinobu's forehead twitched with tension. The duo arrived at a house but found a pair of trembling siblings at the entrance. They claimed, that house is the dwelling of a monster, and their brother has been taken by the creature. Just as Tanjiro prepared to enter and slay the demon, he noticed that Zenitsu was already drenched in sweat. He said nothing, merely handed the box to the siblings and entered alone. A fearful Zenitsu followed, and soon after, the siblings trailed behind as well. The box continued to creak ominously, instilling fear in them. That should not be left outside, for it is more precious than my life. Nezuko huffed, turning her head away. The reason the box made noise was that she felt abandoned by her brother. Unable to emerge during the day, she was restless within. Sore, Nezuko. Tanjiro clasped his hands in apology to his sister. They had promised to never part ways, yet he had turned his back, leaving her to face danger alone. Tomioka Ju observed Zenitsu, who appeared on the verge of fainting from fear. With such a timid disposition, can he truly slay demons? Perhaps there is a chance, thought Shinobu, recalling the circumstances she witnessed at Spider Mountain, along with the reports from the hidden. Chapter 12. The appearance of the sleep Hashira. Accompanied by the sound of drums, Tanjiro was transported to a certain room, now left only with his sister Teruko. Meanwhile, Zenitsu was with a boy named Seiji. Zenitsu screamed in terror, prompting Seiji to scoff. Zenitsu's heart raced, sweat pouring down. Even Seiji's sudden remarks frightened him to the core. The two cautiously advanced, when suddenly a demon emerged from the shadows, causing Zenitsu's taut nerves to snap, and he promptly fainted. Hey, muttered Kaneo Tsuyuri, furrowing his brow. What a cowardly disposition. What business do you have as a member of the Demon Slayer Corps? You might as well withdraw while you still can. Mitsuri Kenroji expressed her concern. How did he even pass the final selection? Another demon with spatial abilities. Meanwhile, Michiro Takito tilted his head in confusion. What will Zenitsu and Shichi do without Tanjiro's younger brother? Zenitsu, please wake up, Shichi exclaimed, his eyes brimming with tears. A hand suddenly obstructed his view. Zenitsu Agatsuma stood, eyes closed, exuding an aura that was starkly different from before. He bent down, gathering his strength, and unleashed the first form of thunder breathing. Thunderclap and flash. In an instant, accompanied by a flash of lightning, the demon was vanquished in one swift strike. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. It wasn't he that Zenitsu's prowess had surpassed theirs, but rather, the stark contrast between his former timidity and this newfound confidence was simply astounding. Tanjiro's eyes widened in amazement. What incredible speed! Is this truly Zenitsu's strength? During their battles against the demons at Mount Spider, Tanjiro and Zenitsu had fought separately, leaving Tanjiro unaware of Zenitsu's combat abilities. The earnest youth scratched his head in confusion. If Zenitsu is so powerful, why does he always act so afraid, claiming he can't do it? Could it be that in his unconscious state, he is entirely unaware of his actions? Ju Tomioka was equally perplexed. Can someone in a coma really fight? Shinobu Kocho rifled through her memories, recalling a Western book she had encountered, which discussed psychological states. Perhaps he isn't truly unconscious, but has awakened his subconscious in response to stimuli, allowing his body to fight instinctively. Tenjin Yuzui contemplated, having undergone similar training as a ninja to develop muscle memory. His techniques may be flashy. I wonder how effective the others are? If he could ingrain all 6 forms of thunder breathing into his very being, his potential would be limitless. Upon awakening, Zenitsu mistakenly believed that Shichi had slain the demon, clinging tightly to the boy and refusing to let go. Meanwhile, a figure donned in a boar's head mask encountered another demon, effortlessly dispatching it with the 3rd form of beast breathing. Charge headlong! Charge headlong! The boar-headed youth exclaimed with exuberance. Is this fellow even human or a pig? Kaneo Tsuyuri bluntly remarked. Tanjiro wiped a bead of cold sweat from his brow, hurriedly explaining, that's Inosuke Hashibara. He is wearing a mask. Kaneo muttered. Doesn't he wearing something like that hinder his vision in battle? Kyujuru Rengoku chimed in cheerfully. Beast breathing, is it? It seems to be a self-created style. Quite intriguing. The boar-headed boy's movements exuded a predatory grace, wild yet precise. An uncommon dual-wielding swordsman, that's his blade, Mitsuri noted, her eyes fixated on the screen. I wonder which blacksmith crafted it. The quality is dismal. It's in such poor condition yet he hasn't repaired it. Ye Yakin, observing the situation, sighed. Inosuke took that sword from another squad member, and it appears he insisted on damaging it himself. Ju, who had been quietly watching, discerned the technique. That move, Fong Tier, utilizes the jagged edges of the blade to create a tearing effect, mimicking a beast's bite. Mitsuri's eyes sparkled. Your observational skills are remarkable, Ju. You could see that with just your eyes. I merely paid close attention. The demon with drums attached to its body wandered down the corridor. Once I consume that precious blood, I shall reclaim my place within the 12 Kazuki. Its right eye, marked with a cross, bore witness to its former rank. In its memories, Muzen's cold voice echoed, Kyuka, is this truly your utmost capability? I shall strip you of your rank. Precious blood? Kaneo smirked, revealing a chilling smile. They are merely a pack of gluttonous hyenas, Just a taste of precious blood, and they swarm like mosquitoes. At times, when unable to locate a demon, Kaneo would cut his own arm, awaiting the demons to come to him. Watching these beasts become intoxicated by the scent of his blood brought him a twisted satisfaction. Tanjiro began to connect the dots. Could it be that you, Kaneo? Indeed, I am precious blood, Kaneo explained. A physique that attracts demons like moths to a flame. He turned to Tanjiro. Listen closely, boy. If you share my blood type, you'll understand why I cannot trust your sister. I have seen too many demons with insatiable hunger in their eyes, glowing green with desire, yearning to devour you whole. Even your sister wouldn't withstand the allure of precious blood. While Kaneo could begrudgingly tolerate Nezuko's presence, he remained skeptical of a demon's instincts. Tanjiro pondered. It must be incredibly burdensome for you to possess such a trait, Kaneo. Your body is scarred. You must often be injured. What kind of look is that? Kaneo snapped, noticing Tanjiro's sympathetic gaze. Tanjiro then pulled Nezuko closer, both siblings gazing resolutely. You all have seen it. Nezuko is truly strong. As for whether she would harm a human, we shall prove it to you. Feeling her brother's fighting spirit, Nezuko raised her little fist in determination. Tanjiro and Shuko soon found a trembling boy. Upon seeing him, Shuko cried out excitedly, Kiyoshi. This boy, Kiyoshi, was the precious blood sibling who had been captured by demons, and Shuko's brother. Suddenly, Tanjiro sensed Kyuka's approach. He instructed the siblings to strike the fallen drum, and continue walking forward without pause. After he defeated the demon, he would follow their scent to locate them. Tanjiro is so gentle. He is skilled at communicating with children, Mitsuri mused, resting her chin on her hand. The two frightened children visibly calmed down after Tanjiro patiently guided them on what to do. As a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, one must not only understand how to slay demons, but also learn how to communicate with ordinary people, ensuring their cooperation to avoid collateral damage during battles. Tanjiro felt bashful from the praise, scratching his nose. Perhaps it's because I'm the eldest son? So treating them as I would my younger siblings just feels natural. The eldest son. Mitsuri's thoughts drifted. Should I seek a husband who is the eldest son? Oh, how embarrassing. Inosuke quietly perked up his ears. Eldest son? There's only one boy in his family. I wonder if that counts as the eldest son? Chapter 13. A gentle voice. After sending off the siblings, Tanjiro charged towards the drum demon. As the drum beats resounded, the space twisted, and Tanjiro halted his sprint, recalibrating his position. The pain in his ribs from the battle with the arrow demon was excruciating. He had been enduring it while speaking with Zenitsu, but the malevolent demon was now before him, and he could not afford to falter. Tanjiro. Shinobu Kocho glanced at the boy beside her. How are your injuries now? She wasn't inquiring about the rib injury, but rather the wounds sustained during the battle at Mount Spider. It hurts, he confessed, unable to hide from her penetrating gaze. Really now, Shinobu's irritation was palpable. As a physician, she despised patients who remained silent about their pain. After a moment, her frustration subsided, and she produced some pain-relieving medication for Tanjiro. Ju Tomioka observed his injured junior. This projection could last indefinitely. Perhaps we should have Inosuke take you to the Butterfly Mansion for treatment? No, Ju, Tanjiro replied with determination in his eyes. I want to see it all. The luminous screen played back visions of his own experiences, and Tanjiro subtly suspected that these images were intricately connected to him. Within them, there might lie clues regarding Mugen, or a method to restore Nezuko to her human form. As long as there existed even the faintest possibility, Tanjiro was unwilling to let it slip away. Ju Tomioka silently observed Tanjiro, his gaze tinged with mild disapproval and a hint of rejection sorrow. In the ever-rotating space, Tanjiro steadied himself, rapidly contemplating strategies to vanquish his foes. With another rotation, his body descended, only to discover scattered sheets of manuscript on the ground. Unaware of their origin, Tanjiro instinctively avoided trampling them. His mother had once imparted to him the importance of respecting written words, forbidding him to step upon them. As he noticed Tanjiro's actions, Hisoka's body trembled, memories of his human past flashing through his mind. The anguish of having his heartfelt creations trampled upon, condemned by another as mere rubbish. It turned out he had once been a writer, with drumming as his passion. Tanjiro felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. Why had he become a demon? To forsake his human identity and memories, transforming into a blank slate of a demon. Could it truly be the path to happiness? Even if death awaited him by dawn, Tanjiro yearned to perish as a human. For abandoning his humanity was tantamount to forsaking his past self. Tanjiro gradually discerned a pattern, evading clawed assaults while maintaining his balance. The water-breathing ninth form, water-flowing ripple, allowed him to close the distance between himself and his adversary. As he struck with lethal precision, Tanjiro remarked, "Your blood demon art is indeed formidable." Hisoka's eyes widened, and then his head tumbled from his shoulders, his body disintegrating into ash. It was only in his final moments that his words and drumming were finally acknowledged by humanity, even if that acknowledgement came from his adversary. May he soon be reborn as a human after atoning for his sins. Shinobu Kocho's eyes glistened with tears. Hisoka was a soul of purity, merely yearning for the recognition of others. Such validation was denied him by humankind, leading him down a twisted path in pursuit of Musen's approval. Alas for Musen. Only the mightiest of demons held any value. Thus, Hisoka relentlessly sought to reclaim his position among the 12 Kazuki, engaging in actions that betrayed his true essence. As he severed Hisoka's head, could one truly commend his adversary's blood demon art? Tenjin Uzui chuckled heartily. Quite splendid, I must say. Conversing with demons was merely a waste of time. Mitsuri Kanroji remarked coldly. Nonetheless, that ninth form was executed remarkably, alleviating the burden on the body with swift and precise movements. Tanjiro collected Hisoka's blood and entrusted it to the little cat named Shichamaru. Following the scent, he located Kiyo and Teruko, leading them away from the demon's lair. As they neared the exit, Tanjiro detected the scent of blood. Zenitsu was clinging tightly to a wooden box, refusing to relinquish it despite Inosuke's relentless attempts to wrest it from him. Upon seeing Tanjiro approach, Zenitsu lifted his bruised face, exclaiming, "Tanjiro, I've kept it safe. Because you said this box is more important than your life." Zenitsu and Tanjiro's pupils trembled. The mere recollection of that day left Tanjiro astounded. He had never tasked Zenitsu with guarding Nezuko. He merely left the box with Zenichi and Teruko for them to remain together. His casual remark that the box was more precious than his life had been etched indelibly into Zenitsu's mind. Tenjin Uzui remarked, "Even if you're to protect the box, you cannot simply stand there and take hits. What if that boar-headed boy truly kills you?" Yet his foolishness was endearing. Zenitsu possessed keen hearing, able to discern conversations even in slumber. When Inosuke burst from the demon's abode, intent on attacking the box, Zenitsu promptly shielded it, shouting, "Stop." Inosuke, puzzled, replied, "What are you saying? Don't you know there's a demon in that box? I've known from the very beginning." Zenitsu shouted back, "I know he is hiding a demon because the sounds of demons and humans are distinct. But because Tanjiro has a voice so gentle it makes one want to weep. I trust him. I'll ask him directly, so you step aside." He was indeed aware that a demon resided within the box. Shinobu Kocho was taken aback, fearful of demons yet clinging tightly to that box. Tanjiro nodded earnestly. Zenitsu is not a coward. He is simply overly sensitive, making him susceptible to harm. He can discern lies through sound, yet he is so often deceived. I wonder how Zenitsu and the others are faring. Tanjiro's heart grew heavy. Miss Shinobu had mentioned that the injured would be taken to the Butterfly Mansion, and Zenitsu and Inosuke were there as well. However, he had heard they were gravely wounded, which filled him with concern. "Fear not," Shinobu assured with a confident smile. "Do not underestimate the children of the Butterfly Mansion. I have already tended to Zenitsu's injuries." Tanjiro's eyes brightened. "Thank you, Miss Shinobu. And to everyone at the Butterfly Mansion." Rengoku Kaijuro assessed Tanjiro. "By the way, all three of you possess remarkably acute senses. Tanjiro can detect an enemy's weaknesses through smell. Zenitsu can ascertain whether someone is human or demon solely by sound, and Inosuke can sense what lies within the box from afar. The youth of today are exceedingly remarkable, instilling a sense of urgency in me. I feel as though my very blood is igniting." "Not at all, Mr. Rengoku," Tanjiro replied sincerely. "You are quite youthful yourself." Rengoku laughed heartily, choosing not to elaborate further. His father's words lingered in his heart. This world is not devoid of geniuses. Faced with the rising talents of the younger generation, he too must strive to excel. Chapter 14. Inosuke Hashibara. Inosuke kicked Zenitsu aside, exclaiming, "You coward, who won't even draw your sword? I'll pierce you and the box together." "Stop." Tanjiro, both alarmed and enraged, rushed forward and sent Inosuke sprawling. "Do you know why Zenitsu won't draw his sword? Because the Demon Slayer Corps forbids us from attacking each other." "Ha ha ha." Inosuke sprang back to his feet. "Then let us settle this bare-handed." His movements were remarkably agile, with low strikes that posed a challenge for Tanjiro. As Inosuke continued his relentless assault, Tanjiro delivered a headbutt, knocking off Inosuke's boar mask. What kind of environment did this fellow grow up in? Observing Inosuke's one-sided assault on Zenitsu, Tenjin Uzui initially felt anger rising within him. However, as he continued to watch, he discerned something amiss. This boar-headed boy lacked even the most basic understanding of social interactions. growing up as wild and untamed as a beast. His fighting style mirrored this, displaying a blend of flexibility and brute force, as if he had spent his childhood brawling with animals. As he recounted, he had been raised by a mountain king in the forest. Tanjiro recollected. Shinobu Kocho, intrigued, inquired, "Who is the mountain king?" "The wild boar that made his mask," Tanjiro replied. "A child raised by a wild boar," Shinobu mused. "I can somewhat comprehend his behavior, though I wonder how he learned to speak." The moment the mask fell away, a hush enveloped the air. "Oh my," Shinobu's eyes widened slightly. Mitsuri Kenroji gasped, covering her mouth. What a cute face. Inosuke's visage was strikingly beautiful, a stark contrast to his muscular frame and rough voice. She fiddled with her pastel green braids, lamenting, "It's a pity this child lacks any sense of beauty." Kyojuro Rengoku suddenly remarked, "Perhaps if one were to unexpectedly remove their headgear on the battlefield, it might startle the enemy." He was taken aback upon witnessing Inosuke's sudden change in expression. Tanjiro quietly interjected, "That seems rather implausible, doesn't it? Using one's face to divert the opponent's attention?" Yuzui Tengen casually tossed his hair. What a flamboyant strategy indeed. Mitsuri Kenroji gazed at them in bewilderment. Is there truly a demon that would fall for such a trick? Surely, one could simply sever their necks. Inosuke grinned widely. "Do you have a problem with my face?" He intended to continue sparring with Tanjiro, but a concussion caused him to lose consciousness. Upon awakening, Inosuke found the others constructing a grave. Tanjiro gradually discerned how to interact with him. Merely employing some provocative tactics would suffice. Inosuke recounted his origins and how he had passed the final selection. Michiro Takedo examined Tanjiro's forehead. "No matter how many times I see it, it remains astonishing." Inosuke's physical prowess was evident. Even he had suffered a concussion. While Tanjiro appeared unscathed, his forehead showing no signs of injury. Ju Tomioka solemnly suggested, "You might consider developing some head-based offensive techniques." "Indeed, I shall contemplate that." One dared to declare, and the other dared to respond. As Tanjiro and his companions bid farewell to the three siblings, Shinobu Kocho revealed a genuine smile. How wonderful it was. Zenitsu and Taro had been reunited with their brother. The young boy named Kiyo was not only a rare blood type, but had also been taken by a demon. Shinobu had initially thought his chances of survival were exceedingly slim. Fortunately, Tanjiro and the others arrived in time to prevent him from being devoured. She expressed to Tanjiro, "You have saved their family." Tanjiro was momentarily taken aback. This was the most sincere smile he had ever seen on Shinobu's face. Unbeknownst to him, she was reminded of her own sisters, Kane and Kanaho. While Zenitsu and Taro had reclaimed their brother, her own sister had. Under the guidance of a crow, the trio arrived at the Fujikawa residence. The elderly matriarch had not only prepared clothing and meals for them, but had also summoned a doctor. The diagnosis revealed that all three had fractured ribs. The three young men lay side by side, recuperating, when Zenitsu voiced a question he had long held. Why does Tanjiro carry a demon? Suddenly, a noise emanated from the box, startling Zenitsu. But it was Nezuko emerging from within. Subsequently, Zenitsu's demeanor began to shift dramatically. Seeing Zenitsu's commotion over Nezuko, Yuzui Tengen helplessly covered his ears. This boy truly never learns. Mitsuri Kenroji clenched her fists. It's because Nezuko is genuinely adorable. Sensing Mitsuri's goodwill, Nezuko beamed a charming smile, causing Mitsuri's heart to flutter. Tanjiro heard their master exhale a soft sigh. You have worked hard. After their encounter with the demons, not a single rib among them remained intact. Tanjiro shook his head. I am grateful for the opportunity to do this. Compared to my previous helplessness, I now possess the strength to save more people, and this brings me immense fulfillment. Yoshiya Kanamori's expression grew solemn. Compared to demons, our human bodies are exceedingly fragile. Sometimes, to slay a demon, a member must endure harm, even at the cost of their life. You are all my beloved children. I do not wish for you to be injured, nor do I want to witness your deaths. Please do not blame yourself. Tanjiro replied earnestly, we fight of our own volition. While accidents are inevitable, we have long prepared ourselves for this. Indeed. Yoshiya understood the team's resolve. All I can do is pray for your triumph in battle and safe return. As for those children who have perished, they shall not be alone, for I shall soon join them. Once they had healed, the three departed from the Fujikawa residence, resuming their journey. Before their departure, the matriarch blessed them with protective charms. May you walk with your heads held high and achieve great success in battle. Their upcoming mission was at Natagumo Mountain, a distant place that filled Zenitsu with a sense of foreboding. Oh, have we come this far already? Kyojuro Rengoku remarked, having observed Tanjiro and the others battle. Now we are at the present moment, Shinobu stated. Mitsuri Kenroji mused, After all the content is revealed, the light curtain should disappear, right? Although he was compelled to watch a plethora of unrelated events, the mere thought of the curtain fading left Mitsuri feeling inexplicably hollow. Yoshiya Kanamori gazed intently at the light curtain, striving to discern the essence behind its existence. No, perhaps it was not so simple. Chapter 15. The Marionette and the Spider Silk Puppet. Tanjiro and Inosuke ventured into Natagumo Mountain, leaving the trembling Zenitsu behind. They encountered a swordsman named Murata, who informed them that other members had begun to turn on one another shortly after entering the forest. Before he could finish speaking, a demonically controlled member of the Demon Slayer Corps lunged at them like a marionette. Fearing injury to his comrades, Tanjiro hesitated to launch a full assault. It was not until he caught a whiff of the sweet scent wafting from the back of the member that he discerned the threads controlling them. He shouted to Inosuke, "Cut the threads from their bodies. Those despicable fiends." Witnessing the squad members turning against each other, Mitsuri Kenroji felt exasperated. How vile. Michiro Takedo muttered, "Is this the true power of Lower Moon 5? It does not seem to fit." Time was of the essence, and he had yet to grasp the specifics of this battle. Tanjiro explained, "There are several demons in this mountain. According to Lower Moon 5, they are all part of his family." Humph, Iguro Abanai scoffed. "What sort of family do demons, who forsake their past and their very selves, speak of? It is utterly revolting." The juxtaposition of demons and family triggered his own repulsive memories. Even though his family was human, to Iguro, such notions of kinship and humanity were tainted by the demon's corruption. Tanjiro assessed, "Continuing like this is futile. We must locate the demon manipulating the threads." To this end, Inosuke unleashed his unique technique, beast breathing 7th form, spatial awareness. Having pinpointed the demon's location, the two raced towards their target. Kyojuro Rengoku was intrigued by Inosuke's abilities. "Oh? So you rely on your sense of touch? No wonder the boar-headed boy never wears a shirt." By sensing the surrounding environment through the air, this method proved more effective than Tanjiro's sense of smell in certain respects. Due to the pungent stench of Natagumo Mountain, Tanjiro's nose was unreliable at times. As they neared their destination, several manipulated Demon Slayer Corps members obstructed their path. They were battered and bruised, their limbs contorted in painful positions, yet their consciousness remained intact. Upon seeing Tanjiro, they pleaded, "Please kill us. Grant us a swift end." Witnessing their suffering, the group was consumed by fury. They could accept injury and sacrifice, but to retain their consciousness in such agony was tantamount to torment, especially while being forced to fight against their fellow comrades. Himejima Jiomiai's eyes brimmed with tears as he lamented, "Umitba." Mitsuri Kenroji gripped her weapon tightly. Unless they eliminated these individuals, Tanjiro would be unable to approach the demon controlling the threads. However, if the puppet master cannot be eliminated, these individuals will continue to suffer. Tanjiro. Given that boy's indecisive nature, how will he choose? As Tanjiro's mind raced, he spotted the dense forest surrounding him and conceived a clever plan. Puppets can only exert their power in open spaces. Thus he gradually guided them, ensnaring them all in the trees. Realizing that the marionettes were now beyond her control, the spider mother ground her teeth in fury. "It seems I must deploy that particular puppet. As for these useless ones, they have outlived their purpose." With that, she used her threads to snap the necks of the demon slayers hanging from the trees. When the Hashira witnessed Tanjiro ensnaring his companions in the trees, several were taken aback, secretly praising the boy's quick thinking. Yet, the situation took a dire turn as the comrades they had fought so hard to save perished, casting a shadow over all present. Tanjiro gritted his teeth, his anger flooding back into his mind. Suddenly, Ju Tomioka spoke. "This is not your fault. Do not blame yourself." He fixed his deep blue gaze on Tanjiro, his expression utterly serious. "You have done your utmost. Remember, they had already given up on their own lives, and you were still seeking ways to save them." But Tanjiro's eyes widened. "If I had been just a bit faster, perhaps they could have been saved." "Do not dwell on regrets. They are futile," Ju urged, firmly closing his eyes before opening them once more. "We cannot change the past." No one understood the bitterness of regret better than he did. It was precisely because he had experienced it that he wished his junior would not succumb to such emotions. Tanjiro fell silent for a moment, his sister beside him grasping his hand with concern. He quickly lifted his head. "I understand, Mr. Tomioka. We can only move forward, carrying the will of our fallen comrades." Inosuke glanced at the kneeling Tanjiro. "Are you all right?" Tanjiro replied in a calm tone, as if in the stillness before an emotional storm, "Let us go." This time, the obstacle before them was a headless puppet. Inosuke gasped, "It doesn't even have a head? How do we kill it?" Tanjiro broke into a cold sweat. Perhaps we should slash diagonally along the shoulder? But that method has a wide range. And the demon's body is quite hard. Before he could finish, Inosuke had already charged ahead. Yuzui Tengen smacked his forehead. He never listens to the end of a sentence before rushing in. He crossed his arms, prideful. As for me, I despise those who disregard orders and refuse to cooperate. If I'm assigned to work with him in the future, I shall teach him properly. As a ninja, the principles of obedience and timing were ingrained in Yuzui's very being. Tanjiro felt a twinge of anxiety for his companion and explained. Inosuke is accustomed to fighting alone, but with a bit of guidance he can learn to cooperate well with others. Yuzui remained unfazed. Let us hope so. Meanwhile, Shinobu Kocho's focus lay elsewhere. A headless demon? This is quite troublesome. Her wrist lacked the strength to sever even a demon's neck, let alone make a diagonal cut through its body. Moreover, given its towering stature, any poison would require an increased potency and dosage. Inosuke's impulsiveness soon got him ensnared in spider threads, but thankfully, Tanjiro rescued him. Inosuke, Tanjiro shouted. Let us collaborate. Together, we can devise a way to eliminate this demon. As he spoke, he bent down. Step on me. Inosuke placed a foot on the box and leapt high into the air. Seizing the opportunity, Tanjiro aimed for the puppet's leg while shouting, use the Kasumi slash. In midair, Inosuke thought, I'm actually going to follow this kid's instructions. Under Tanjiro's guidance, the puppet was successfully slain. A perfect collaboration. Kaijiro Rengoku excitedly clapped his fists together. He turned to Tanjiro. Kamadu boy, you truly possess a knack for leadership. Given time, you will surpass us as a swordsman. Taken aback by Rengoku's unreserved praise, Tanjiro felt a flush of embarrassment. Ju succinctly added, you will become a Hashira. With the compliments from both men lifting his spirits, Tanjiro silently resolved to never betray their expectations. Yuzui casually adjusted the ornaments adorning him. Well, that boar-headed boy may be impulsive, but his strength is commendable. Kaneo Tsuyuri chimed in with a somber tone. At least he is not an empty-headed fool. Some individuals, regardless of their cooperation, only cause chaos. Chapter 16. Focused and reaching new heights. In a bid to prove himself, Inosuke threw Tanjiro with all his might. As Tanjiro descended from the sky, the spider mother panicked. Her most powerful puppet had been vanquished. What could she do next? Think of a way out. Never mind. She extended her hands toward Tanjiro. If you die, you will find liberation. Tanjiro paused. Water breathing, fifth form, blessed rain after the drought. This technique fell like gentle raindrops, inflicting no pain at all. A fleeting glimpse of the spider mother's memories illuminated the moment. She had long endured oppression within her family, yearning for this very release. Ji's eyes widened slightly. Someone truly used the fifth form against a demon. This technique could only be executed when the demon had relinquished its resistance. Such a stringent condition meant that few water-breathing swordsmen had ever employed it. What a rare sword technique, Shinobu remarked. She held no affection for the malevolent demon, but found herself mesmerized by the tenderness of the move. The original water-breathing swordsman who developed this form must have been a gentle soul, much like Tanjiro. What kind of demon did he encounter to inspire such a technique? Or perhaps he, like Tanjiro and his sister, believed that some demons retain their humanity. Before dissipating, the spider mother cautioned. There are 12 Kazuki here. Be exceedingly careful. Tanjiro gasped, rushing to find Inosuke, only to discover that he was gravely injured. Inosuke, you must descend the mountain. He urged. Why should I? Inosuke protested, indignant. Just then, the spider sister burst from the woods, calling out, Daddy! Accompanying her cry, a multi-eyed spider monster descended from the sky. One after another. This is never-ending. Sanemi Shinazugawa exclaimed in frustration. How many demons are lurking in this mountain? That boar-headed brat was severely injured, and Tanjiro had exhausted considerable energy. How would they contend with the lower fifth? How had they even managed to survive? Could it be that Ju and Shinobu arrived just in time to rescue them? Kaijiro Rengoku suddenly interjected. A communal demon. It is indeed a rarity. Sanemi's words reminded Rengoku that in the Demon Slayer core records, the vast majority of demons acted alone. This was undoubtedly advantageous for humanity. Even the weakest demon possessed strength superior to that of humans. If they banded together, even the Hashira could be worn down to the point of death. Yurichi Tsujikuni's gaze flickered slightly. Such a simple truth would not elude Kibutsuji Muzan, who had lived for over 1,000 years. The emergence of the 12 Kazuki indicated that he had contemplated how to enhance the overall strength of demons. The most plausible explanation was that Muzan deliberately prevented demons from congregating. Is it fear of their conspicuousness? Or does he simply wish for them not to act in such a manner? On the other side, Zenitsu trembled as he navigated through the woods, having accidentally been stung. He gazed towards the rustling sound, and a ghastly sight met his eyes, a humanoid spider. Terrified, Zenitsu fled, only to halt before a vast web adorned with human figures. A spider demon spoke to him. Fleeing is futile. You have already succumbed to the venom that will transform you into a spider. Trembling, Zenitsu glanced at his hand, which had swollen and turned a ghastly shade of purple. In a panic, he clutched at his hair, only to find it beginning to fall out, which sent him into a faint. In the kaleidoscope of Zenitsu's mind, others witnessed moments of his interactions with the swordsman, Sanemi Shinazugawa. To Zenitsu, who resembled a beloved grandson, Sanemi was both fond yet frustrated by his perceived lack of ambition. Mitsuri Kenroji fiddled with her braids, so Zenitsu was once a black-haired lad. In truth, she also used to have black hair, but after indulging excessively in Sakuramachi, her hair had gradually transformed to its current hue. This reason was one she found hard to confess, as it seemed trivial to have one's hair change color due to gluttony. However, with her wide, sparkling eyes, she wondered aloud. Is it true that being struck by lightning can turn one's hair golden? I've never heard of such a thing, Shinobu Kocho interjected. But it is indeed perilous. One misstep could lead to death. Tengen Yuzui stroked his chin thoughtfully. So he not only survived the lightning strike, but his hair also transformed into a magnificent hue. He truly seems destined for the breathing of thunder. Indeed. Kaijuro Rengoku nodded in agreement, just as Sanemi-san said. Zenitsu possesses remarkable talent, yet his fear holds him back. Zenitsu had never been able to confront his own abilities, which rendered him incapable of slaying demons in a conscious state, relegating the combat to his subconscious. In his dazed state, Zenitsu unleashed a thunderclap and flash against the spider demon. The demon, wielding its venom, repelled him and summoned smaller spiders to assail Zenitsu. Observing his repetitive technique, the spider demon chuckled. This kid relies solely on the same move, haha. Yet who claimed that the number of techniques correlates with strength? Concentrate and reach the pinnacle. I do not wish to disappoint my master. Thunder breathing first form, thunderclap and flash, sixfold. Zenitsu, with a complex expression, heard Tanjiro's voice. You have done remarkably well. So cease doubting yourself and trust in your abilities. Suddenly, an idea struck him. How wonderful it would be if Zenitsu could see this too. Mitsuri's eyes widened. So this fellow only knows that one move? Upon witnessing the sixfold thunderclap and flash, he was momentarily astonished. It can be utilized in such a manner? The nature of thunder breathing is akin to wind breathing, relying on speed and explosive power. Thus, Zenitsu's focus on a singular technique is indeed feasible. If he maximizes his speed and explosive potential, the distinction between techniques becomes negligible. However, the thunderclap and flash is still rather simplistic. Once quantitative change reaches qualitative change, perhaps he could develop new techniques. Meanwhile, the spider father bellowed, "Do not approach my family." His strength was immense, his body solid as he effortlessly snapped a large tree. He swung the tree, launching Tanjiro through the air. As he soared, Tanjiro shouted, "Inosuke, you mustn't die. Hold on until I return." Even though they were already privy to the outcome of the battle, a tightness gripped their hearts. Inosuke, gravely injured and bleeding profusely. How could he possibly conquer this formidable demon? Tanjiro clenched his fists. You must endure, Inosuke. Chapter 17, Family. In a haze, Zenitsu pondered how he could not simply perish. Sanemi Tanjiro, I do not wish to disappoint you. Under the moonlight, he vaguely perceived a butterfly fluttering down beside him. Moshi Moshi, are you alright? Sanemi sighed with relief. Fortunately, the butterfly arrived just in time. One must admit that this lad is truly fortunate. As he neared unconsciousness from the poisoning, it was none other than Shinobu Kocho, adept in toxins and antidotes, who came to his aid. With a gentle smile she remarked, I utilized my utmost speed. She turned to Tomioka. Where are you, Mr. Tomioka? After they arrived at Spider Mountain, they had split up. Meanwhile, Tanjiro was engaged in a battle against the formidable demon and the upper moon, while his elder brother had vanished. Ju's back stiffened. I am searching for their locations. His tone laced with a barely perceptible hint of grievance. Fortunately, Tanjiro caught this subtle emotion and quickly reassured him. Mr. Tomioka arrived just in time. Without him, I would have been slain by Lower Moon 5. Moreover, when Miss Kocho attempted to harm Nezuko, it was Mr. Tomioka who intervened, urging us to flee. This filled Tanjiro with immense gratitude. Shinobu remained silent, smiling knowingly. In truth, it was Zenitsu's sparrow that guided her path to save its master. However, this detail would be kept from Mr. Tomioka. Confronting Spider Father alone, Inosuke struggled to evade amidst the trees. Under the moonlight, the demon shed a layer of skin, evolving into a being not only larger but also adorned with sharp spikes. Inosuke gazed up at this monstrosity. I am going to be killed. Suddenly, the faces of Tanjiro and Granny Fujin appeared in his mind, one pleading for him to survive, the other wishing him good fortune in battle. Inosuke raised his dual blades. I am a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, Inosuke Hashira. Come at me with all you've got. Indeed, that was it. Get back up, Inosuke. Tanjiro raised his fist, cheering for Inosuke on the screen. Nezuko mimicked her brother, waving her tiny fists. The evolving demon. Michiro Takito murmured. Its offensive power is already nearing that of Lower Moon. If one were to pinpoint the difference between it and the 12 Kazuki, it might be its lack of intelligence. Yoshiya Kenroji fell into deep thought. The overall strength of Spider Mountain has surpassed any Lower Moon we have encountered previously. What special individuals or items could have prompted Mugen to make an exception? With a single punch, Spider Father sent Inosuke flying, his back crashing heavily against a tree trunk. Inosuke attempted to use his fangs to bite, but the demon's neck was too tough, resulting in both of his blades shattering. Gripped by the demon's hand around his neck, he refused to accept death so easily. Clenching the broken blades, he lunged toward the demon's weakest point, underneath its chin. Just as the vertebrae threatened to snap, a kaleidoscope of memories flickered before Inosuke's eyes. Upon witnessing the blurred image of a woman in Inosuke's memory, Tanjiro murmured, "Is she Inosuke's mother?" While no further information was provided, Tanjiro instinctively felt that she must be a maternal figure. She cradled an infant Inosuke, tears streaming down her face as she apologized. Her voice laden with sorrow and regret, causing Tanjiro's eyes to moisten from across the screen. Kaneo Tsuyuri's eyes glistened with tears. Umitba, this woman, along with the swaddling cloth, is stained with blood. She must have suffered grievous injuries. Sanemi gritted his teeth. Did she encounter a demon? Mitsuri's voice fell to a somber tone. So, Inosuke was not abandoned by his parents. Rather, his mother has passed away. Tanjiro thought to himself. It seems Inosuke is unaware of this, not even understanding why a woman appears in his memories. When he next meets Inosuke, he must share this with him. Though he may appear indifferent, it is indeed a sorrowful fate to be oblivious to one's own origins. At the critical moment, the arm that had grasped Inosuke's neck was severed. The newcomer, clad in a half-split coat, wielded a deep blue blade inscribed with the words Demon Slayer. It was the water Hashira Jutomioka, who had arrived. With a single strike of the fourth form, he cleaved the demon's formidable body into pieces. Incredible. This is the prowess of a Hashira, exclaimed Tanjiro, his eyes wide with awe. Although both Rengoku and Ju had praised his talent, witnessing the Hashira's might made Tanjiro acutely aware of the disparity. The demon that he and Inosuke had to exert every ounce of their strength to confront was dispatched by Ju with the ease of slicing through tofu. If only he could reach such a level, perhaps he could stand a chance against Mugen. Ha ha ha, the timing is impeccable, Ju chuckled Yuzui Tengen. With that timely strike, even the boisterous Inosuke was rendered speechless, his surroundings glowing with admiration. Ju hesitated to speak. Could he claim it was unintentional? After all, he had been making every effort to arrive swiftly. Meanwhile, Tanjiro encountered Rue, whose face was smeared with his sister's blood. You don't know the meaning of bonds. They're merely a facade for your play acting. Rue's eyes glinted with cold malice. What did you say? Repeat it. I speak only the truth. It is you who are mistaken. Just as Tanjiro prepared to unleash his water surface slash, his Nichiren blade was severed by Rue's threads. What to do, what to do? Kenroji Mitsuri exclaimed, her anxiety palpable. Tanjiro's sword is broken. She had been so engrossed that she overlooked Tanjiro standing beside her. Tanjiro weakly raised a hand. It's all right, Miss Mitsuri. Oh right, Mitsuri flushed. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, she quickly changed the subject. Tanjiro, how have you managed to hold on until Ju arrived? Tanjiro affectionately ruffled his sister's hair. Thanks to Nezuko. Kochu Shinobu observed Tanjiro's wounds thoughtfully. No wait, he must have fought the demon for an extended period afterward. In fact, one could say that most of the battle against Lower Moon 5 was fought by Tanjiro. Rue's threads were tougher than steel. Any contact with them would result in profuse bleeding. As the threads closed in from all directions, a figure stood protectively before Tanjiro. Nezuko. He gasped in surprise and urgency. Seeing Tanjiro apologizing while holding his sister, Rue trembled as he extended his hand. Are you siblings? So what if you are? Rue exclaimed, covering his mouth in excitement. Siblings turned into demons, yet you still stand together, fighting to protect your brother. Now that is a true bond. How I long for it. Ha. Iguro Abanai laughed in disbelief. Having become a demon, you still dare to yearn for such things? Indeed, they are greedy beings. They have destroyed countless families. If they could still live in a blissful reunion, it would be the greatest irony for themselves and those who have suffered similarly. The true bonds have long been severed. So let them all descend into hell, consumed by their insatiable desires. So this mountain is merely a child's play for him? Iguro commented sharply. It appears he wishes for Nezuko to become part of his family, Kochu noted. Upon hearing Nezuko's hum, Tanjiro quickly reassured her. I will never hand you over to anyone. Nezuko grasped her brother's hand and shook her head, signaling their unbreakable bond. Just hand your sister over to me, and I shall spare your lives, Rue declared ominously. Tanjiro seethed with anger. What a ridiculous proposition. Seeing his offer rejected, Rue scoffed. Very well, then I shall kill you first and take her afterward. With that, he ensnared Nezuko with his threads, constricting her and leaving her covered in wounds. Tanjiro urged himself to remain calm and executed the 10th form, flowing through, severing the threads before him. Rengoku Kyujuru asserted with conviction. It is unacceptable to take away another's family. Bonds are called bonds precisely because they cannot be easily severed. Even if he forces others to become his family, it is merely submission to tyranny, not genuine acceptance. Noticing Tanjiro employing the 10th form, Ju subtly nodded. This decision was astutely made. Had he chosen another technique, a mere broken Nichiren blade would not have sufficed to counter the thread's assault. Yet, despite achieving this level, the disadvantage remained glaring. What method could allow Tanjiro to triumph over the 12 Kizuki? Rue leisurely activated his blood demon art, Thread Prison. This technique was one that Tanjiro could neither evade nor defend against. Sensing death's imminent approach, Tanjiro's mind raced for a solution. Yet, what he saw was the figure of his father. Tanjiro, steady your breath, become the god of fire. Seeing his father's familiar face after so long made Tanjiro's eyes moisten. As the eldest son, he had always strived to be a pillar of support for his family. Yet deep within, he too yearned for the comfort of others. Nezuko gazed at the screen, her eyes unblinking. Even stripped of her memories, her soul recognized him as her beloved family. Takuto Michiru's gaze flitted between the screen and Tanjiro. Was this truly Tanjiro's father? He bore a striking resemblance, though he appeared frail. The gentle aura of an elder stirred a sense of familiarity within Michiru. As if his own father ought to have possessed such qualities. Steady your breath? Mitsuri tilted her head. Tanjiro, does your father also practice breathing techniques? No. Tanjiro instinctively replied. That is not a breathing technique, but rather our family's traditional kagura, the dance of the fire god, meant to ward off calamities. Though he spoke those words, Tanjiro couldn't help but wonder. Did the dance of the fire god truly have no connection to the breathing techniques? In his childhood, Tanjiro was cradled in his mother's arms, watching his father perform the kagura dance in the snow. Despite his frail health, his father danced throughout the night in the snow. The secret lay in the breathing method. Once mastered, one could engage in vigorous activity without succumbing to fatigue. Tanjiro, promise your father that you will pass down the kagura dance and these earrings for generations to come. The memory flickered in an instant, and Tanjiro swiftly regained his focus, executing the technique etched in his memory. Dance of the Fire God Circular. Rengoku Kyujuru's expression turned serious. Kamadu boy, I can assure you that your family's Dance of the Fire God is, in fact, a form of breathing technique. Enhancing one's physical capabilities through breathing is the essence of breathing techniques. Tanjiro was taken aback, hastily inquiring, Rengoku-san, are you suggesting that the Dance of the Fire God is related to your flame breathing? While there were similarities, he felt they were distinct. Rengoku pondered, this unique technique. I have never encountered it throughout my life. A cough from the leader drew everyone's attention. Based on the information I possess regarding the Demon Slayer Corps, Ubuyashiki Kagaya spoke softly, it is indeed unprecedented. Even the leader was unaware, which astonished Kochu Shinobu. That was all the information gathered since the founding of the Demon Slayer Corps. If even he was unaware, it was as if it had never existed at all. However, the Lord continued, all things have their origins. Nothing arises from nothing. Tanjiro, your father urged you to pass on the Kagura dance and the earrings. And there must be a reason behind this. Indeed, Tanjiro replied earnestly, they must hold immense significance. Why then? Is there no record of such important artifacts in the Demon Slayer Corps? Musen Kibutsuji's connection was swiftly inferred by Yoshia Kenroji. It is undoubtedly related to Musen. Tanjiro's body trembled. The Kagura dance, passed down through generations in his family, was linked to Musen Kibutsuji, the very demon who slaughtered his entire clan. Could there be a connection? Kaijuro Rengoku spoke solemnly, my lord, once the content of the light curtain concludes, I shall return to investigate my family's records. The Rengoku lineage has long served the Demon Slayer Corps. Perhaps previous flame Hashira left behind some clues. Tanjiro entered a peculiar state, knowing he could not afford to cease. The forced shift in his breathing technique was beginning to recoil upon him. Should he halt, his body would be rendered immobile, even if it meant his demise. He could not relent, for he must protect Nezuko. High above, Nezuko heard her mother's call. Nezuko awakened quickly. She opened her eyes and upon seeing her brother in peril, awakened her blood demon art, igniting the threads connecting them with her blood. Tanjiro gripped Nezuko's hand in shock. Was it a mere illusion conjured by Nezuko? Or had their mother been watching over him all along? What of Takeo, Hanako, Shigeru, and Rokuta? And their father? Sanemi Shinazugawa's gaze turned vacant. Does a soul truly exist? While it could be argued that the cases of Konatsu and Makomo were exceptions, witnessing Tanjiro's family stirred a glimmer of hope within him. Where were his mother and younger siblings now? Mitsuri Kanroji exclaimed. Nezuko used her blood demon art. A demon awakening their blood demon art to protect humanity is unprecedented throughout history. At this juncture, even the most obstinate Hashira could not deny the significance and purpose of Nezuko's existence. Nezuko's blood splattered upon Tanjiro's blade. With the enhancement of her blood demon art and the fire god Kagura, Tanjiro successfully severed Rue's neck. Well done. Tenjin Yuzui cheered, raising his fist in excitement. You have slain the Lower Moon 5. There exists a rule within the Demon Slayer Corps. Upon attaining the strength of a Hashira, or slaying a member of the 12 Kazuki alone, one becomes eligible to become a Hashira. Tanjiro replied earnestly, it was thanks to Nezuko's assistance that I could achieve this. He glanced toward Tomioka's direction, adding moreover, it was Mr. Tomioka who delivered the fatal blow. It was his oversight not to notice Rue's neck was compromised. Yet he had already exhausted his strength. Shinobu Kocho's eyes flickered. A demon sister fighting alongside humans. Perhaps this was what you sought, wasn't it? Chapter 19. Memories within the gaps of time. The spider sister dashed through the forest, desperate to escape, unwilling to partake in their perilous game of house. Encountering a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, she swiftly unleashed her threads, ensnaring him. Just as she reveled in her success, a gentle voice whispered in her ear. How impressive the moonlight tonight is, truly beautiful. I assent it. Shocked, she lashed out with her threads, only to have them deftly avoided by Shinobu. To the heartfelt cries of this demon, the others merely shook their heads in familiarity. This was the nature of demons. Most were opportunistic, preying on the weak. The truly arrogant demons either became members of the 12 Kazuki, or met a swift demise. She could not overcome Rue, the Lower Moon 5, and regarded her fellow spider demon with disdain. Becoming a demon merely magnified her inherent flaws. Sanemi Shinazugawa disapproved of such protracted combat. Shinobu, why toy with her? Just send her to hell with a single strike. That won't do, Shinobu replied with a smile, shaking her finger. We must first attempt to coexist. As for execution, that shall wait until after judgment. The spider sister, sensing the formidable strength of her opponent, instantly altered her demeanor. Wait. I was forced into this. Please save me. How pitiful, Shinobu remarked wistfully. But may I ask, dear lady, how many have you killed? The spider sister, tears streaming down her face, exclaimed 5. But they were all forced. Shinobu chuckled. You can't deceive me with that move. You must have claimed at least 80 lives, right? I came from the west. And there alone, 14 had perished in cocoons. She explained that her inquiries were to determine the appropriate punishment for her sins. How despicable. With tears in his eyes, Kaneo Tsuyuri lamented, to speak lies so casually, feigning innocence. As a devout monk, he had never understood how some could lie without a trace of remorse. He once believed they had been tainted by the world, but after that incident, he realized, lying is an innate human instinct, with children often more adept at it than adults. Witnessing Shinobu's radiant smile as she recounted dreadful punishments made Tanjiro shiver. Miss Shinobu seems quite angry. In reality, Shinobu covered her mouth with her hand. Did I frighten you, Tanjiro? Not that Tanjiro was unaware. She was enraged for the sake of the victims. That's good. Shinobu's smile deepened. I am quite fair and would never unjustly slay any demon. However, aside from Nezuko, I've yet to encounter an innocent demon. The spider sister, provoked, revealed her true nature. What a joke. Yet, as if a swarm of butterflies had passed, several wounds appeared upon her body in an instant. Breath of insects. Dance of the butterfly. As the poison coursed through her, she collapsed to the ground. Tenjin Yuzui clapped gently. What a magnificent technique, Shinobu. Even as colleagues, they rarely had the chance to witness each other's skills outside of training, for the Hashira were a scarce resource, and missions requiring more than 2 Hashira were rare. Sitting idly and enjoying the displays of their companions was indeed a rare experience. Mitsuri Kenroji's cheeks flushed. Shinobu's techniques are so elegant and composed. I truly admire them. Compared to her, did her own skills seem too straightforward? In response to Mitsuri's praise, Shinobu offered a sincere smile. I also admire your breathing techniques. She genuinely envied Mitsuri's strength, capable of effortlessly severing a demon's neck. Mitsuri, the creator of love breathing, was a talent favored by fate. Tanjiro, utterly exhausted, collapsed to the ground but persisted in inching toward Nezuko. Yet the headless corpse of Rue slowly rose. Unable to continue the fight, Tanjiro helplessly watched as Rue unleashed his blood demon art, Killbind. Fortunately, a figure dashed toward him under the moonlight. Water-breathing 11th form calm. Ju Tomioka neutralized Rue's attack entirely. Thank you, Mr. Tomioka. Tanjiro's eyes sparkled. That was an incredibly impressive original technique. This technique, much like the composed Ju, was understated. Ju, taken aback by his junior's admiration, stiffly replied, I was merely fulfilling my duty. Thus, there is no need for you to express gratitude towards me. The veins on Shinobu Kocho's forehead throbbed as she remarked, Mr. Tomioka, such words may lead to a lack of friends. Ju Tomioka glanced at the ever-grateful and admiring Tanjiro, affirming that he was not disliked, and replied, how could that be? Upon hearing this response, the expressions of those present toward Ju subtly shifted. At the brink of death, Rue finally reclaimed the memories that had been concealed within the crevices of time. He was born with a frail body, where even walking like an ordinary person was a luxury. It was only due to Mugen Kibutsuji's appearance that he became healthy and strong. Yet, why did his parents wish to end his life? Only upon recalling their apologies before their demise did he realize. The true bonds had long been shattered by his own hands. After death he reverted back to humanity, finally awaiting the family that genuinely belonged to him. It was then that Tanjiro comprehended why such profound sorrow emanated from that petite form. Rue's parents' love for him was genuine. They were not only willing to endure suffering alongside him, but also prepared to die together. It was Mugen who had stolen all of this away, causing Rue to overlook his parents' affection, struggling in confusion and yearning for over a century. Mugen seemed to hold a particular interest in him. A spark of thought flickered in Yoya Shinjo's mind. Given Rue's inherently poor physical constitution, why would Mugen continuously encourage him to grow stronger? This did not align with Mugen's philosophy of value. This led the Lord to recall a rumor circulating within the clan. In his human years, Mugen was also frail and ailing. Reflecting on his previous displays of a desire for health and a fear of death, Yoya became increasingly convinced. Ju Tomioka advised Tanjiro against sympathizing with demons, only to be met with the boy's rebuttal. It was only when he approached closer that he recognized the identities of the siblings. A figure lunged towards them, but Ju intercepted the attack. Why do you stop me, Mr. Tomioka? Tanjiro silently mused, realizing that during their earlier debate, Ju had not recognized him at all. Furthermore, it seemed that it was Nezuko's bamboo tube that had reminded him of their identities. This incited a peculiar feeling within him. Could it be that Mr. Tomioka's nature was so innocent? Chapter 20 Time returned to the present. The crowd observed a confrontation between Shinobu Kocho and Ju Tomioka. When Ju solemnly declared that he was not disliked, the atmosphere became somewhat peculiar. In truth, they had also discerned that their perception of Ju Tomioka appeared to be skewed. Rather than being intentionally off-putting, it seemed he simply lacked the ability to read the room. When the crow Tsujikuni arrived bearing the Lord's orders, a collective sigh of relief swept through the assembly. What further revelations awaited them? Upon witnessing the scene on the screen, Sanemi Shinazugawa's eyes widened. Was it truly the present? The scene Tanjiro beheld upon opening his eyes mirrored the moment before the screen materialized, where he was encircled by the Hashira. However, unlike the interrupted reality, the Sanemi within the screen genuinely plunged his blade into the box. Nezuko! Tanjiro cried out uncontrollably. The spectacle within the screen felt so tangible, as if it had indeed transpired. It seemed that one of my hypotheses had been validated. Upon hearing the Lord's voice, everyone's attention shifted. Yoya Shinjo elucidated. The screen displays events that have genuinely occurred. What precedes it is the past, while what follows is likely the future. Sanemi scratched his head. But I did not thrust my blade into the box? What if the screen had not appeared? The Lord's inquiry plunged them into contemplation. Thus, the screen portrayed a future unaltered by its own emergence. Ju Tomioka's tone remained as calm as still waters. Yoya nodded in affirmation. Indeed. I see. Shinobu smiled brightly. Without the screen, we would have proceeded to judge Tanjiro and Nezuko in a systematic manner. However, having witnessed the screen, we shall no longer do so. Mitsuri Kenroji murmured. The future has been altered. This was a gift from the future. Yoya's eyes sparkled with fervor. Through trial and error from our future selves, we shall seek the path to success. Kagaya Ubuyashiki clasped his hands together. To foresee the future, what a precious opportunity this is. Now, my dear swordsman. Yoya's gaze swept across their faces, nearly visualizing their expressions. I need you all to memorize as much of the content being displayed as possible. Yes. They responded in unison. Mitsuri timidly raised her hand. Should we call more people to watch together? The more eyes upon it, the greater the wealth of gathered information. Yoya smiled and nodded. This is of great significance. I shall consider additional candidates. The screen continued to play. Tanjiro excitedly charged forward, delivering a headbutt that sent Sanemi reeling with a nosebleed. Pfft! Both Mitsuri Kenroji within and outside the screen laughed in unison. This time, it was not solely her. Even the Lord could not suppress a grin. While several Hashira cast teasing glances at Tanjiro and Sanemi, Tanjiro maintained a stern expression, unwilling to apologize on behalf of his screen self to the wind Hashira. For the latter's actions were indeed excessive. Sanemi awkwardly scratched his head, having previously commented on how hard-headed this boy was. Never anticipating that he would find himself in such a predicament. The wheel of fortune turns, sparing no one. Once the Lord made his appearance, the assembly debated how to handle Nezuko. Even with the presentation of Master Urokadaki's letter, and the information regarding Tanjiro's encounter with Mugen, they still found it difficult to trust Nezuko. Sanemi pointed his blade at his own arm. My lord, allow me to demonstrate the ugliness of demons. Tanjiro's heart raced. He dared not ascertain how Nezuko, gravely injured, would respond to the temptation of fresh blood. The remaining Hashira were equally concerned about the outcome of this test. Having accepted Tanjiro and Nezuko, they found it challenging to act against her, given their camaraderie. Yet, who among them was not curious to discover the extent of Nezuko's capabilities? In an unexpected yet unsurprising turn, Nezuko turned her head away. Sanemi stood frozen. It was the first time his own blood had been rejected by a demon. Tanjiro let out a sigh of relief, embracing his sister. You did wonderfully, Nezuko. Having passed this test, the Hashira found no further reason to doubt her. Sensing her brother's joy, Nezuko began to dance with delight. As they were ushered before the courtyard, Tanjiro continued to exclaim his desire to deliver a headbutt to the wind Hashira. Upon arriving at the butterfly mansion, he heard that familiar cacophony and spotted Inosuke sulking on the bed. Sanemi's complexion fluctuated between red and pale, but who could blame him? Yet, it must be said that when Tanjiro declared his intent to deliver a headbutt, Sanemi felt a phantom pain in his own head. Tanjiro exclaimed joyfully, Zenitsu. Inosuke. Seeing the two safe and sound, he felt utterly reassured. Before long, the three began their rehabilitation training. The most astonishing performer was Zenitsu. Disregarding his bodily pain, he yearned to frolic with the lovely girls. With a crisp snap, Shinobu Kocho broke the branch in her hand. Her smile radiant, she declared upon returning. I must ensure to properly guide my team members. As a patient, one must harbor respect for the girls of the butterfly mansion. Harboring vile thoughts is simply unacceptable. Tanjiro shuddered, silently praying for Zenitsu in anticipation of the forthcoming events. After regaining his strength, Tanjiro commenced practicing total concentration breathing. Through his unwavering perseverance, there came a day when he successfully burst the gourd, and even snatched a teacup from Kanoho. Inspired by Tanjiro, both Zenitsu and Inosuke exceeded their tasks as well. Upon seeing the large gourd, beads of sweat formed on Tanjiro's forehead. Could he truly break this object? Yet he clenched his fists. If his future self could achieve it, there was no reason he could not. Kanoho is my adopted child, Butterfly Shinobu suddenly remarked. Tanjiro looked quizzically at the screen. She was the girl from the time of the Fujisaki Mountain. Butterfly Shinobu continued, I have high hopes for her. In my view, her strength is not inferior to mine. Tanjiro pondered. How remarkable that a girl of such close strength to the Hashira could be. Consequently, Butterfly Shinobu cast him a complex glance before breaking into a smile. Tanjiro, do your best. It is natural for peers to compare. Tanjiro's astonishing rate of growth caused her, as a mentor, to feel a sense of anxiety for Kanoho. However, as a Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, she also felt a deep sense of gratification witnessing the influx of fresh blood. The future truly holds great promise. This is the vigor of youth, exclaimed Kyojuro Rengoku. Tanjiro not only ignited his own conviction, but also sparked the fighting spirit of the golden-haired youth and the boar-headed boy. It is indeed time for the younger members to interact more. It will foster camaraderie and enhance teamwork, smiled Kagaya Ubuyashiki. Chapter 21. The Layoff Meeting. The screen went dark. and an eerie sound of a pipa resonated. The space was vast, yet devoid of direction, with doors looming from all sides. Lower Moon 6 looked up at the high figure of Nakaim. Where is this? Is there any information on demons? Yuzui Tengen rallied his spirit. Mitsuri Kenroji gripped the hilt of her sword tightly. Another Lower Moon demon has arrived. Ju Tomioka fixed his gaze on Nakaim strumming the pipa. With her movements, the entire space began to alter. Is this yet another spatial manipulation ability? This time it seemed different, broader in scope and more intricate than before. One by one, the 5 Lower Moon demons appeared, each wearing a perplexed expression, seemingly unaware of their purpose for being there. A flamboyant woman in a black kimono stood before them. Her crimson lips parting slightly. All of you kneel and pay your respects. Mitsuri's pupils dilated. 5 Lower Moon demons. Aside from the one recently slain, the rest were present. Upon seeing Mugen in female attire, Mitsuri's first reaction was, "What a chilling aura, it makes one uneasy." Yuzui Tengen instinctively assessed. Her attire is indeed splendid, likely costly. Her financial condition must be quite favorable. Until they heard the woman's voice. Mugen Kibutsuji. Mitsuri exclaimed. Mitsuri Kenroji tilted her head. What kind of strange game is this? Why transform in front of subordinates? Kyajuro Rengoku scrutinized her closely. Curled black hair, plum-red vertical pupils. It seems that no matter how Mugen changes, certain traits remain constant. I must remember this. Lower Moon 4, Rokuro, apologized for not recognizing Lord Mugen, yet was reprimanded for speaking out of turn. Mugen's forehead throbbed with veins, clearly indicating his displeasure. You were killed, Lower Moon 5. Today. I have but one question. Why are the Lower Moon demons so weak? For a century, the upper moons have remained unchanged, while the lower moons have seen countless replacements. Seeing Mugen's rage was indeed satisfying. Mitsuri Kenroji sneered. If you have the capability, don't let those fellows hide. Whether upper or lower, I'll slay them all. Kagaya Ubuyashiki spoke in a calm tone. It seems the matter of Tanjiro and Ju slaying Lower Moon 5 has greatly impacted Mugen. Can't he sit still any longer? Let him grow more impatient. Only then will he reveal more vulnerabilities. The terrifying pressure emanating even through the screen made Nezuko's eyes glint with ferocity. Tanjiro, while patting his sister's head to soothe her, contemplated Mugen's actions. What could be his purpose in gathering everyone together? Could it be that he intends to rally the lower moons for a counterattack? The thought sent a chill through Tanjiro's heart. As long as a demon stands before Mugen, he can intuit their thoughts. Even out of sight, while he cannot fully discern their intentions, he can ascertain their locations. Logically, when Nezuko was taken to the Ubuyashiki estate, Mugen should have known. However, what he failed to realize is that, like Tamayo, Nezuko had already broken free from his curse. Seeing that the headquarters location might have been exposed, the Hashira immediately rose, prepared for action. Tanjiro, enduring his muscle aches, also stood. If Nezuko truly exposed their position, he would bear the responsibility of ensuring her escape. Only Kagaya Ubuyashiki remained steadfast, gently patting his wife's hand twice for reassurance. It was not until the screen revealed the reason that everyone's focus shifted to another matter. Nezuko has broken free from Mugen's control, exclaimed Mitsuri Kenroji with excitement. This means she is one step closer to becoming human again. Mitsuri Kenroji scanned the courtyard, leaving no stone unturned. Is it no longer necessary to remain vigilant? Kagaya Ubuyashiki smiled and waved his hand. Please all of you sit down. Even if a battle were to erupt, your primary task should not be to protect me. Ju Tomioka immediately protested. That cannot be allowed. Ahem. The master regarded them with a compassionate gaze. You have more important matters to attend to. Do not forget the original purpose of joining the Demon Slayer Corps. Amitba. Himejima Jyomiai deeply bowed to the master, expressing his recognition and admiration for his will. As the eldest Hashira, if sacrifice were necessary, he would willingly accompany the master. Lower Moon 6 was devoured by Mugen's tendrils for daring to speak back. Following that, Lower Moon 4 was executed for exposing his thoughts. Sensing the impending doom, Lower Moon 3 attempted to flee, only to have his head seized by Mugen in an instant. Lower Moon 2, having bargained with Mugen, fell victim to his wrath and was swiftly annihilated. Only Lower Moon 1, Enmu, with his twisted nature, pleased Mugen and received more blood. As the lower moons were disbanded, Mitsuri Kenroji blinked. Is this a layoff meeting? Ha ha ha. Yuzui Tengen chuckled. I never imagined that the one to eliminate the most 12 Kazuki would be Mugen himself. Tanjiro leaned slightly forward. In that case, does it not imply that the overall strength of the demons has been weakened? Theoretically, it does appear so, Butterfly Shinobu observed gravely. But clearly, Mugen has become more vigilant. The remaining demons may prove to be even more troublesome. It is indeed a pity that the disbanding of the lower moons did not extend to the upper moons as well, especially that upper moon 2 who killed her sister. Even just glimpsing his face would yield some clues. Butterfly Shinobu tightened her grip on her knees, reminding herself to remain patient. Regardless, Mitsuri Kenroji tugged at her collar. The deaths of the lower moon demons are a boon for us. Indeed. Ihei Kobain pointed at the screen with his finger. It is because we have slain the lower moon that he would act this way. The rhythm is in our hands. Chapter 22, The Butterfly Mansion Meeting. As Tanjiro prepared to return to his mission, he bid farewell to each person in the Butterfly Mansion. When it was Kane's turn, she maintained her formulaic smile, and decided whether to respond by tossing a coin. Why not make the decision herself? Is it because her inner voice lacks strength? The young man tossed the coin high into the air. If it lands heads up, from now on, you shall live according to your heart's voice. Kane watched him scramble to find the coin that had fallen to the ground, and when she saw it was heads, the boy leaped up in excitement. After he departed, Kane held the coin tightly in her palm. Shinobu closed her eyes, a faint expression of relief gracing her features. I ought to thank you, Tanjiro. Ha. Tanjiro waved his hands dismissively. I merely spoke a few words from my heart. Tossing a coin is nothing significant. With the atmosphere being just right, Shinobu also shared her thoughts. Kane has always been this way, and my sister and I are at a loss as to how to handle it. No matter what we say to her, she merely complies without expressing her inner feelings. Tanjiro, your sincerity and straightforwardness easily influence those around you. Perhaps Kane should spend more time with young individuals like you. Ever since her sister's death, Shinobu has felt increasingly helpless regarding Kane. After all, engulfed in the flames of vengeance, she feared transmitting her negative emotions to that child. Observing Tanjiro and his companions playfully bickering, Shinobu sometimes wished that Kane could be as lively as they were. Rest assured, Miss Shinobu. Tanjiro's gaze was earnest. I will seek more opportunities to communicate with Kane. And Zenitsu will as well. I can tell that she yearns to speak, so one day she will. The three healed individuals embarked on the steam locomotive named Infinity Train. It was the first time the three country boys had encountered such a colossal machine, and Inosuke even mistook it for some kind of monster. On the train, they encountered Kaijuro Rengoku, who was enjoying a bento box. Rengoku perked up. Is it my turn to make an entrance? Ju Tomioka calculated based on Tanjiro's recovery training time. It's been over a month, perhaps even longer. We need to mobilize Rengoku for the mission. Tengen Yuzui crossed his arms. This will not be simple. However, just as everyone was gearing up to record the mission's information, the screen began to fade to black. Michiro Takito looked bewildered. What is happening? At that moment, several fiery red characters gradually appeared, adorned with flaming borders. Infinity Train arc below were smaller letters. 10 days later. The group surrounded the screen, studying it for some time, but it remained unresponsive. Ihei Kobain spoke solemnly. It seems we must wait until 10 days later to see it. Mitsuri Kenroji struck the ground with her hand. Damn it. Why is it stuck here? Let us remain calm. Yoya Shinjiro raised his hands to calm the group. After all, we do not know how much content it has to present. We cannot neglect our current duties for a distant future. He smiled at Tanjiro. You need to have your wounds treated, do you not? And do you not wish to see your friend's conditions with your own eyes? Tanjiro nodded. That is indeed the case. And do you remember why you all came here today? Mitsuri Kenroji realized. The Hashira meeting. The overwhelming amount of information from the screen nearly made him forget the initial purpose. What about the Infinity Train? Mitsuri hesitated to ask. Yoya Shinjiro pondered for a moment. We have not received any abnormal reports about it. I will send a few swordsmen to investigate cautiously, avoiding unnecessary alarm. There is still time before a month passes. Humans do not hold an advantage against demons, so it is better to proceed with caution. Thus, the display of the screen came to an end. The Hashira proceeded with their planned meeting, while Tanjiro was taken to the Butterfly Mansion for treatment. Upon arriving in the hospital room, Tanjiro immediately heard Zenitsu's wailing. This medicine is so bitter, and I have to drink it for 3 months. Will my hands and feet really return to normal? Hearing the familiar voice of his companion, Tanjiro cheerfully waved. Zenitsu. The blonde boy abruptly looked up, and upon seeing Tanjiro, he rushed to embrace him, lamenting. Wah, Tanjiro, you have no idea, I was attacked by a spider. I already know, Tanjiro gently replied. Ha. Zenitsu raised his head in confusion, his face smeared with tears and snot. Inosuke. Tanjiro turned to see the withdrawn boar. You did wonderfully. Inosuke weakly responded. I'm sorry, I'm too weak. Tanjiro approached his bedside, attempting to ignite his friend's fighting spirit. You kept our promise. It is truly wonderful that Inosuke survived. Zenitsu, frozen in place, blinked. Why does it seem like you know everything, Tanjiro? Well, it's a long story. Tanjiro scratched his face. Today. However, Aoi Kanzaki entered from outside. Kamado Tanjiro, your wounds need to be examined. Before being taken away for treatment, Tanjiro clutched the doorframe and called out. I'll tell you all about it when I come back. That night, the three and a demon sat around a candle, listening to Tanjiro recount the day's events. You mean you met the Hashira? Zenitsu exclaimed in surprise, his eyes wide. What was it like? Was their aura so powerful that they could scare off demons with just a glance? The Hashira he encountered was indeed beautiful and goddess-like in her treatment. Yet her personality was truly terrifying. Tanjiro recalled the various Hashira he had met, contemplating. Well, they were quite different from what I expected, each possessing distinct personalities. And then what happened? Hurry and tell me, Tanjiro. Inosuke eagerly awaited the next part. Tanjiro gestured with his hands. A massive screen appeared, and it began displaying events that occurred within the Demon Slayer core. His eyes sparkled as he looked at Zenitsu. Did you know? The demons from the Demon House and the Spider Mountain were all defeated by you. Your thunderclap is truly impressive. Me? Zenitsu shook his head in astonishment. You must be mistaken. It was the young man Yurichi who saved me, and it was thanks to Miss Shinobu at the Spider Mountain. No, Zenitsu, do you really not remember anything at all? Meeting Tanjiro's clear gaze, Zenitsu's exaggerated expression gradually faded, and his eyes turned serious. Tanjiro would never deceive him. His voice confirmed he was not lying. Chapter 23, Rehabilitation Training. Tanjiro gently coaxed him to recall. Is the young man Yurichi truly capable of slaying demons? He didn't even have a Nichiren blade. And when you encountered Miss Shinobu, wasn't that poison-wielding demon already dead? Zenitsu, you are truly remarkable. You simply do not believe in yourself. As Tanjiro spoke, Zenitsu's subconscious memories began to awaken. The thunderclap, the six-fold lightning flash. Was it really him who had done that? Seeing him lower his head, Tanjiro, concerned about the sudden revelation's impact, placed both hands on his shoulders. Zenitsu, you must believe. Heh. Contrary to Tanjiro's expectations, when Zenitsu lifted his head, he wore a silly grin. I never imagined I was this amazing. That's wonderful. Nezuko, I will now have the ability to protect you. He leaned in closely to Nezuko, a wave of exhilaration washing over him as a vivid scene unfolded in his mind. Himself, gallantly rescuing Nezuko from the clutches of a demon, only to be met with her adoring gaze. Sweat beaded on Tanjiro's forehead. All that mattered was that Zenitsu was safe. Nezuko, oblivious to Zenitsu's incessant chatter, clapped her small hands in encouragement. Bolstered by her support, Zenitsu grew even more animated, fantasizing about a time when he could retire from his duties and live a peaceful life with Nezuko. At that moment, the door to the infirmary swung open, and Shinobu Butterfly entered with a warm smile. Do you know what time it is? The patient next door is trying to rest. Also, you three have sustained serious injuries. Could you possibly save your chatter for the daylight hours? As her smile took on an increasingly ominous quality, the trio promptly returned to their beds, pulling the covers over themselves obediently. Nezuko nestled close to Tanjiro, settling into silence. Very well, rest well, she said. With the flicker of a candle extinguished, the weary trio soon succumbed to slumber. Tanjiro was indeed putting forth tremendous effort. Zenitsu, drenched in medicinal concoctions from Kanao, wearily watched as Tanjiro completed his rehabilitation training, before rushing off to practice his flute. How infuriating. How does that girl manage to do it? Inosuke, too, bore the brunt of Kanao's medicinal splashes. While the other aspects of rehabilitation were bearable, stretching was painful. Yet, Zenitsu found a strange joy in the intimate contact with the girls. Determined not to be outdone, Inosuke gritted his teeth and persevered. However, during the cup-snatching exercise, both were repeatedly drenched in medicine, and the relentless setbacks left them disheartened. In truth, Tanjiro also faced similar splashes, but he appeared unfazed, even exchanging a few words with Kanao. Today's breakfast is rice balls. Do you enjoy them? Would you care for a cup of tea? Whenever Kanao contemplated tossing a coin, Tanjiro would intervene. It doesn't matter how you answer, it won't affect you. Just listen to the voice within. Listen to the voice within. Thanks to Tanjiro's efforts, Kanao had grown more decisive, no longer needing to rely on coin tosses for simple choices. Liking something meant liking it, and disliking something meant disliking it. For instance, her body would instinctively reject foods she did not favor, while she felt a subconscious urge to be close to those she liked. Master. Upon seeing Shinobu return, Kanao hurried toward her. Oh dear, Shinobu smiled, gently ruffling her hair. Did you miss me? After a moment's hesitation, Kanao nodded ever so slightly. Shinobu paused her movements, embracing her softly. It's wonderful that you can express yourself. Feeling enveloped in warmth, Kanao's eyes widened in surprise. Zenitsu and Inosuke, initially disheartened and seeking distraction, gradually became inspired by Tanjiro's will. With the ability to foresee the future, Tanjiro's enthusiasm surpassed that of the original timeline. He understood he could master total concentration breathing, thus, when faced with obstacles, he did not succumb to self-doubt. Furthermore, he wished to confront the known future without being hindered by inadequate strength. Tanjiro relayed his visions to Zenitsu and Inosuke, and after a brief moment of despondency, their fighting spirit rekindled, leading to a friendly rivalry. I will master it in half the time. Damn it, Zenitsu, I will surpass your speed. Thus, on the 9th day, all three had mastered total concentration breathing. Inosuke proudly flexed his arm muscles, exclaiming, I feel invigorated. What's the mission? I'm ready to undertake it now. Tanjiro sighed. Inosuke, don't forget that your Nichiren blade isn't finished yet. Nichiren blade? Upon this reminder, Inosuke's excitement faded. For a creature born of freedom, being filled with energy yet confined indoors was a tremendous torment. After a brief moment of gloom, he swiftly devised a solution. The only way is for me to go get 2 blades myself. Wait, Inosuke. Tanjiro's heart raced as he hurried to stop him. He had learned from the vision that Inosuke's initial blades were taken from other members. Zenitsu rested his chin on his hand, sighing, who goes out looking for trouble voluntarily? Following an initial bout of self-satisfaction, Zenitsu's attitude gradually stabilized. Although aware of his own prowess, the thought of facing a demon still sent shivers down his spine. Tanjiro reasoned with Inosuke, ultimately dissuading him from his reckless pursuit of blades. Disheartened by his dashed hopes, Inosuke sat down in the corridor. Tanjiro breathed a sigh of relief. Zenitsu, lost in thought for a moment, suddenly recalled, speaking of blades, Tanjiro, have you considered how to confront your swordsmith? Tanjiro's body jolted, as if struck by lightning, cold sweat trickling down his cheek. Mr. Haganazuka is going to kill me. I truly didn't mean to break the blade. Facing a member of the 12 Kazuki was beyond my control. The mere thought of explaining himself to the furious Haganazuka plunged Tanjiro into despair. Sighing, the 3 young men collectively lamented in the corridor of the Butterfly Mansion. Young men, how can you be so despondent? A robust and resonant male voice broke through the gloom. Tanjiro shot up. Mr. Rengoku, what brings you here? Rengoku Kaijuro beamed. Tomorrow is the day for viewing the content. I came to remind you. I see. Thank you for making the trip. Tanjiro instinctively nodded, then blinked in confusion. Us? Indeed. Rengoku looked down upon the 3 with a commanding presence, his fiery figure reminiscent of the sun. Kamadu, the golden-haired boy, and the boar-headed lad. The master invites you to witness the future content together. Chapter 24, Mugen Train. Gulp. Surrounded by 9 individuals, each exuding a distinct aura and expression, Zenitsu nervously swallowed. Until Tanjiro had introduced each of them, Zenitsu remained in a daze. These were the Hashira, the most formidable swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps, the very pillars that upheld their organization. How could Zenitsu not feel anxious in their presence? Inosuke, undeterred, declared, in any case, they're the strongest, I understand. He recognized the black-haired man in the half-sleeved coat, the one who had defeated that hulking demon, which had made Inosuke acutely aware of his own frailty. He had also encountered Shinobu several times. His animal instincts rendered him cautious in her presence. After observing them, Inosuke poked the seemingly frail black-haired man beside him. And who are you? Kanao Tsuyuri instantly leaped up. Do not speak disrespectfully to the master. Master? Inosuke pondered the meaning of this word he had learned. Is he your leader? Sensing the unfavorable glances from the other Hashira, Tanjiro hurriedly intervened to quell Inosuke's next move. He is our master. All the missions we undertake are assigned by him, and the Fujikage house is also under his care. Upon mentioning the Fujikage house, Inosuke recalled the old woman and her delectable tempura. Ubuyashikiyoya chuckled. Inosuke, Zenitsu, we have already formed a one-sided acquaintance through this vision. Tanjiro had already explained the existence of the vision, and at the mere mention of it, Inosuke's attention was instantly captivated. Eihei Kobain raised his fingers like serpents, pointing menacingly at Zenitsu and his companion, threateningly stating, you two better behave and pay attention to the screen. If you cause too much noise and disturb us, I shall expel you both. After being intimidated by the serpent Hashira, Zenitsu appeared obedient, while Inosuke also settled down. Without making the others wait long, the screen soon illuminated. Regarding the juniors encountered on the train, Kaijuro Rengoku displayed immense enthusiasm. He admitted he had never heard of the fire god Kagura, and even proposed that Tanjiro become his adoptive son. Even though Tanjiro did not agree, Rengoku took it upon himself to oversee Tanjiro's training. Tanjiro mused, he is someone who truly enjoys caring for others. Concerning the fire god Kagura, Rengoku remarked, I reviewed the notes of previous Flame Hashira upon returning, but I found some contents damaged, and could not locate any information regarding the Kagura. I apologize. It is quite alright, Mr. Rengoku. Thank you very much. Tanjiro shook his head. I've come to understand that the fire god Kagura is something I must carry on. Regardless of its origins, I will diligently practice. That is splendid, Kamadu boy, Rengoku said, patting his shoulder with satisfaction. Ju Tomioka silently glanced at them. Rengoku wishes to adopt Tanjiro? But Tanjiro practices water breathing, he is my junior. Should I not fulfill my responsibilities as an older brother? Contemplating this, he stated, I will find time to encourage your practice, Tanjiro. Tanjiro blinked in confusion. Did Mr. Tomioka also think he needed to enhance his training? According to Rengoku, over 40 individuals have gone missing on this train, and all the swordsmen dispatched have lost contact. Hence I, as the Flame Hashira, have come. At this moment, a worn-out ticket inspector approached. Rengoku suddenly shielded him, facing a distant demon, declaring, I will not allow you to harm anyone. I shall eliminate you. With a single strike of his unknowing fire, he concluded the battle, and the three of them gazed at him with admiration, pleading for him to take them as disciples. Surrounded by his younger companions, Kyojuro Rengoku laughed heartily. I shall protect you all. Shinobu Kocho remarked, the swordsmen previously investigating the Infinity Train have returned and found no abnormalities. Madame Ammonai added, it must be due to our early discovery. The train has not yet encountered any issues. It is a stroke of good fortune that the team returned safely. Mitsuri Kanroji, with a hint of excitement, stated, this time, we have seized the initiative. We shall not allow that demon to wreak havoc any longer. Upon witnessing Rengoku's decisive blow against the demon, Kanroji was momentarily bewildered. Is that it? Surely, this train cannot be so simple? Zenitsu trembled, clutching himself. Why do I find this Tanjiro so peculiar? It seems somewhat eerie. He outright rejected becoming Mr. Rengoku's adoptive son, yet now he seeks to be his disciple? And what of Inosuke and me? While that unknowing fire technique was indeed impressive, did my reaction not seem overly enthusiastic? The four on the screen appeared jovial and lively, creating a stark contrast to the earlier atmosphere. The scene shifts, and the four have fallen asleep on the train. The demon, Yamai, on the train's roof, sighed. What a blissful thing it is to die in a dream. It was merely a dream, Tenjin Yuzui realized. It seems to be Mr. Rengoku's dream, Kanroji whispered. It truly aligns with his character. Someone as warm-hearted and helpful as Mr. Rengoku naturally wishes to earn the trust and reliance of others. Ju Tomioka, with keen eyes, recognized the demon on the roof. Is that one of the lower moons? A member of the 12 Kazuki? Ihei Kobain replied solemnly. The strength of a lower moon should not be underestimated, especially since he has consumed more of Musen's blood. Even as a Hashira, I shall not regard any demon lightly. Given that his strength is not considerable, he must observe the enemy like a serpent, determining the opportune moment before striking. Ihei murmured, a rare blood demon art. I wonder if Rengoku can handle it. He must not falter, he must awaken soon. Shinobu Kocho, composed, noted, a blood demon art that ensnares individuals in dreams. Akin to an illusion? Indeed, it is troublesome. The brain is the most intricate organ in humanity. Even if one enhances their physical prowess through breathing techniques, the mind remains vulnerable. No one can guarantee their immunity to illusions, especially considering our lack of experience in this regard. How does he activate his blood demon art? Shinobu pondered, there must be a range or medium, otherwise this ability is far too terrifying. At this moment, Yamai stood at the front of the train, distance from Rengoku and the others. If he could activate it from such a range, the distance would be quite unreasonable. With such skill, he would have long since ascended to Upper Moon. Thus, it is most likely activated through a medium. Chapter 25, Dreams and Reality. The weary ticket inspector wept. I have lulled them to sleep with the ticket inspection. Let me meet my wife and daughter who have passed away. A demon's hand echoed, as you wish. Several children awaited orders beside it, preparing to tie the demon slayers and shatter their spiritual cores. Tanjiro's eyes trembled. These people are human. Why do they assist the demons? Mitsuri Kanroji scoffed. Surely this demon has promised them something. To see their deceased loved ones in dreams? Or perhaps they desire wealth and a life of indulgence. Mea trivial excuses. Despicable demons, selfish individuals. What has he not witnessed over the years? For the sake of fleeting illusions, They would aid in harming real people. Tanjiro longed for lost family and a happy life, but he would never seek to achieve it through dreams. Contemplating the demons still wreaking havoc in the world made Mitsuri feel nauseous. Even if he were to endure hell, he would first eliminate those demons. Gazing at the inspector's haggard face, Tanjiro thought, he must deeply miss his family. Yet, achieving one's goals through dreams is futile. Dreams are merely projections of the heart, satisfying only one's desires. While he dreams, his true family is forgotten, with no one to honor or clean for them. Their shared memories replaced by new ones. Does this not constitute a desecration? Even if it means waking up in pain, Tanjiro must live for 6 lives. Ju Tomioka solemnly stated. This demon's abilities have been revealed. As long as we do not touch the tickets, we should be fine. However, I wonder if there are any other means. Destroying the spiritual core. Kenroji urged nervously, please awaken quickly. This state is exceedingly perilous. We are utterly vulnerable. Zenitsu's dream featured him frolicking with the adorable Nezuko. Meanwhile, Inosuke's dream involved him exploring a cave with 3 small animals transformed into creatures. It was a grand spectacle of social embarrassment. Zenitsu bashfully covered his face. Although he cherished Nezuko, it was mortifying to have his dream so brazenly displayed before their leader and the 9 Hashira. Tanjiro's expression was complex. Zenitsu, you. Ah. Inosuke laughed heartily, hands on his hips. No doubt this is my dream. Kaneo Waku, let us venture into the cave together. Aha. Shinobu Kocho stifled a laugh, covering her mouth. The other Hashira exhibited no extraordinary reactions, merely drifting through a stream of consciousness, akin to the fanciful imaginings of youth, to be chuckled at and dismissed. However, it was precisely these dreams that diluted the previously tense atmosphere. Kyojuro Rengoku's dream transformed into a vivid recollection. A despondent and indifferent father, a lonely and pitiable Senjuro, and a mother who passed away far too soon. Despite the harshness of reality, Kyojuro ignited his fervent passion, becoming a beacon of inspiration and support for his younger brother. While the others had heard whispers of such tales, witnessing them firsthand elicited a profound astonishment. Could such a resolute and charismatic individual also grapple with feelings of despair and disillusionment? Tanjiro was perplexed. In Rengoku's memories, his father had once been a man ablaze with enthusiasm. Yet, at some point, he had grown apathetic towards everything around him, abandoning the Demon Slayer core, and neglecting his son. What could have caused such a drastic transformation? What had transpired? The scene shifted to Tanjiro's own memories. The tranquil, snow-covered forest evoked a familiar sense of comfort. The sole sign of life was a wooden cabin where 2 children played in the yard. Brother, you're back. Did you sell the charcoal? Tanjiro was momentarily taken aback, rushing forward to embrace Hanako and Shigeru, weeping as he apologized. Zenitsu cautiously glanced at his companions. Though he sat quietly, he could hear the cries of their hearts. What could have transpired to make their inner sorrow swell like an ocean, threatening to engulf them? The group watched the unfolding scenes on the screen, feeling Tanjiro's sudden surge of grief and guilt. The events had unfolded so abruptly that there hadn't even been a chance for farewells before they departed this world. Tanjiro clenched his teeth, shouldering Nezuko as he pressed onward. To fortify his resolve, he dared not dwell too long on the past, fearful that the emotions might overwhelm him and drag him into despair. Yet, when his living siblings appeared before him, the room filled with dusty memories was ignited like a wildfire. In this familiar and reassuring environment, Tanjiro's emotions quickly stabilized and he lowered his guard. His mother tenderly cared for him, while his brother and sister frolicked joyfully. Everything felt so vivid, as if all prior experiences had merely been a haunting nightmare. The demon on the roof crooned a strange lullaby. Within the carriage, the 4 were bound by ropes. Ju Tomioka's expression shifted dramatically as he remarked, "What a terrifying ability." Tanjiro trembled, gritting his teeth. "I will not allow them to exploit my memories and my family." Nezuko stared blankly at the scene on the screen, tears streaming down her cheeks. Kaneo Tsuyuri narrowed her peculiar eyes, suggesting, the optimal solution is to avoid getting ensnared from the outset, thus eradicating the source of the problem. Indeed, Tengen Yuzui crossed his arms, asserting, "We are powerless in the realm of the mind. We cannot engage the enemy with our weaknesses." A girl infiltrated Rengoku's dream, entering the realm of the unconscious. Flames burned all around, as if capable of incinerating all sins. Just as she prepared to destroy the core of the psyche, in reality, Rengoku immediately grasped her throat. Mitsuri Kenroji breathed a sigh of relief. It seems he is not entirely defenseless. Fortunately, Rengoku is battle-hardened and well-trained. His muscle memory has instilled a combat instinct. When danger arises, his body will automatically defend itself. Mitsuri claimed she was no less capable than Rengoku, believing she could achieve the same. So Rengoku-sensei's unconscious world is entirely aflame, Kaneo mused, her thoughts wandering. What might my own unconscious world resemble? The problem remained unresolved. As Himejima Gyomii clasped his hands, stating, continuing in this stalemate is not a solution. Someone must awaken them. Chapter 26, A Difficult Decision. In the dream, Tanjiro casually inquired, "Where's Nezuko?" "She went out to gather mountain vegetables." Tanjiro was startled, exclaiming, "But it's daytime. Is that a problem?" Tanjiro felt a moment of disorientation. Indeed. Why should it be a problem? He stepped outside only to spot a familiar wooden box. When he reached the riverbank to draw water, his reflection in the surface revealed himself clad in Demon Slayer attire, urgently urging him to awaken. In an instant he was back home, still dreaming. How could he wake up? It appeared that Nezuko was the key to Tanjiro's awakening. Shinobu Kocho pondered, recognizing that his concern for Nezuko in reality prevented him from becoming lost in the dream. Without Nezuko, Tanjiro might truly remain trapped in slumber. Kyojuro Rengoku's expression grew more serious. This dream is proving to be more troublesome than anticipated. Though Tanjiro has recognized he is dreaming, he cannot even control his own dream or awaken voluntarily. Mitsuri Kanroji expressed her worry. It's as if his soul and body have separated. The soul wanders in the realm of dreams while the empty body is left in reality. With a soft click, Nezuko pushed open the box and emerged. She gazed in confusion at Rengoku, who was gripping the girl's throat, and at Tanjiro, whose face was drenched in cold sweat, as if trapped in a nightmare. Nezuko nudged her brother, hoping he would pet her head as usual, but he ignored her. Frustrated, she bumped her forehead against Tanjiro's, causing it to bleed. The crimson liquid streaming down her face. Unable to bear the injustice, Nezuko let out a loud cry, and her blood ignited. Silence enveloped the courtyard of the Ubuyashiki family. Mitsuri Kanroji hesitated. How many times has it been? Regardless of who it is, anyone who meets Tanjiro's forehead is destined to lose. Tengen Yuzui remarked, half joking and half serious. I wonder if using this kid's head against Mugen would be effective? Tanjiro weakly interjected. That seems unlikely. Ha 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 ha, let me try using a sword against your head. Inosuke, recalling how dizzy he felt after colliding with Tanjiro's head, wanted to test whether a blade could achieve the same effect. Ah, Tanjiro and Nezuko are on fire. Zenitsu shouted in alarm, unaware that it was Nezuko's blood demon art. Although Tanjiro had briefed him on the previous scenes, he had only highlighted the key points and outcomes. Tanjiro quickly reassured him, that's Nezuko's blood demon art. I'll be fine. So noisy. Kaneo glared at Zenitsu with her cold, serpentine eyes. Naturally sensitive to sounds due to his poor eyesight, he could not endure such a ruckus. Zenitsu fell silent, startled to the point of hiccuping. Is it Nezuko's blood? Is she injured? I must awaken immediately. Ignoring the calls of his brother and sister, Tanjiro dashed outside. Just as he prepared to leave, he heard Nezuko call out, "Brother, where are you going?" Is this what Nezuko looked like in the past? Zenitsu whispered. Nezuko was so gentle as a human. Her voice is also lovely. Of course. The current Nezuko was adorable too, producing even cuter sounds with her throat and nose. Zenitsu buried his face in his hands, squirming in his seat, as if he might tie himself in knots. Witnessing Nezuko's appearance in the dream, Shinobu felt a tremor in her heart. Tanjiro persevered in waking up due to his concern for his sister. Compared to reality, with the more perfect Nezuko before him, could he remain steadfast? It is a healthy Nezuko. I truly wish to remain here and live happily with my family forever. Yet having already lost them, returning to the past is a futile hope. He dashed forward and behind him, Rokuta cried out, "Brother, don't leave us." In that instant, Tanjiro's tears flowed freely, but his steps did not falter. Upon hearing Rokuta's desperate call, tears streamed down Tanjiro's face. It was his fault as an elder brother. If he had rushed home that night, they would not have had to face Mugen Kibutsuji alone. Now he was forced to abandon them once again. Although it was a mere dream, the anguish was akin to a separation of life and death. Rokuta's heartfelt plea of brother sent a shiver through Mitsuri Kanroji's body. If he were the one trapped in the dream, could he truly harden his heart to forsake his younger siblings? No one better understood Tanjiro's emotions at that moment than Mitsuri. Watching the tear-streaked face of the young boy, he wrestled with the desire to say something comforting. Ultimately, his lack of eloquence led him to utter, "Do not let it affect you too deeply. It is merely an illusion created by a demon using your memories. Your true family is watching over you in reality." Tanjiro wiped his face and took a moment to compose himself. "You are right. I cannot let them worry." At this point, he had come to believe in the existence of souls. Moreover, his family was indeed watching over him, and had even aided him in times of crisis. A youth delved into Tanjiro's unconsciousness, but found only a vast expanse of blue sky and white clouds, instantly feeling enlightened. Mitsuri exclaimed in awe. What a beautiful sight. Just like Tanjiro's heart, broad-minded and optimistic, filled with the simplicity of someone raised in the mountains. A girl ventured into Inosuke's unconsciousness, only to become lost in the narrow, rugged tunnel, pursued by a wild boar. Ju Tomioka observed with intrigue. Is Inosuke's unconsciousness really this complex? He doesn't seem like the type to have such convoluted thoughts. Conscious thought and the unconscious are indeed different realms. Shinobu Kocho understood the underlying meaning of Ju's words. In her perspective, Inosuke's consciousness retained many animalistic impulses, rendering his world perplexing to humans. Although she could not comprehend it, Inosuke laughed heartily. In any case, you're just praising me. In Zenitsu's unconsciousness, the darkness was thick and viscous, akin to ink mixed with glue. The young man struggled to carry out his destructive mission when suddenly, Zenitsu appeared behind him like a specter. Why is there a man here? You filthy pest. This is sacred ground only Nezuko's sister can tread upon. I will slay you. Certain individuals with strong self-awareness manifest within their own unconscious worlds. Ju pointed to the screen and asked Shinobu, how do we explain this? With a smile, Shinobu snapped a twig in her hand. I have no idea. After all, my knowledge is limited. If you are interested, Mr. Tomioka, you may research it yourself. How could she know why Zenitsu's unconscious world was so dark? Upon learning that Zenitsu indiscriminately hunted any male intruding upon his mental realm, Shinobu fell silent. Was he merely harboring a twisted jealousy towards every man? Chapter 27. A Painful Awakening. Tanjiro ran frantically through the woods, unable to find an exit. Just as he became frantic, a steady and powerful voice resonated. Tanjiro, pick up your sword. What you must cut is right here. In truth, Tanjiro had already begun to grasp the answer. His father's guidance only reinforced his resolve. What he truly needed to cut was himself. Tanjiro shouted, clutching his neck, gasping for breath, as he awoke. Tanjiro. The others were taken aback when they saw him slash at himself with the Nichiren blade. Fortunately, Tanjiro had succeeded and returned to reality. His first reaction upon awakening was to clutch his neck, which caused Mitsuri to feel a pang of sympathy. For Tanjiro, he had truly died once, and the pain lingered in his memory. Nezuko anxiously examined her brother's neck, and Tanjiro tilted his head slightly to show her. Nezuko, I am fine. Once assured that Tanjiro's neck was unharmed, Nezuko embraced him tightly. Zenitsu spoke softly. That must have hurt, right, Tanjiro? No, such a trivial matter is nothing. Tanjiro gently shook his head, adding, in fact, if escaping the dream were this simple, it is a good thing. Zenitsu's gaze remained doubtful. Is it truly a good thing? Tanjiro noticed burn marks on the ropes binding his wrists. Was it Nezuko's blood demon art? Seeing that the other three remained trapped in the dream, Tanjiro pleaded. Please, Nezuko. Burn these ropes. Tanjiro's judgment was astute. Had he attempted to sever the ropes with his sword, the children's consciousness would never return. Yoyakamadu remarked. It seems Nezuko's blood demon art is more unique than I anticipated. Michiro Takedo tilted his head. Are you suggesting that? The Lord's voice flowed smoothly. Previously, she severed the threads, and I believed her flames operated through high temperatures. However, when she used her flames on Tanjiro, he was unharmed. Burning the ropes also allows the children's consciousness to return to their bodies. Her flames are gentler than I had expected and specifically target blood demon arts. I suspect her ability is akin to purifying demons. Anything that is a demon or a product of blood demon art can be eradicated by her. In other words, Tanjiro exclaimed, Nezuko's ability is unlikely to harm humans, yet it possesses great lethality against demons. Yoyakamadu nodded. It certainly appears that way. Tanjiro exhaled in relief. It is wonderful that Nezuko can awaken this ability. It ensures her safety, and can also be used in battle. Shinobu suddenly recalled something. Speaking of the products of blood demon arts, at the Butterfly Mansion, some patients have been poisoned by the spider's venom from Natagumo Mountain. If that venom can be classified as a product of blood demon art, perhaps Nezuko can assist them in detoxification. She smiled at Nezuko. It may require you to shed a bit of blood. I wonder if you would be willing to cooperate with my treatment experiment? Nezuko blinked and slowly nodded. Before the three swordsmen awakened, the children roused first. Upon seeing them still intent on attacking, Tanjiro was astonished. Are they actually assisting the demons? As for the youth who had infiltrated Tanjiro's heart, he was already in tears. Afflicted by a serious illness, he had succumbed to the demon's manipulation to escape his suffering. Meanwhile, Tanjiro's inner world was remarkably serene, warm and refreshing. To aid him, several glowing figures led him directly to the core of his spirit. Bathed in the radiant light of the spiritual core, the darkness in the boy's heart dissipated, and he began to weep. This is possible? Tenjin Yuzui marveled. Tanjiro's subconscious actively assisted his would-be killer in locating the spiritual core, and that boy was swayed by his compassion. Gyomei Himejima was moved to tears by the story of the ailing youth, stating, "The unconscious is the deepest realm of the heart. Delving into it is akin to direct contact with another soul." Tanjiro's soul sensed that the opposing soul was not malevolent, even influencing it with his own energy. This leads to the notion that infiltration can indeed be a perilous endeavor. A moment's carelessness could result in being swayed by the other party. Kenroji Mitsuri remarked. No wonder that demon did not take action personally, but instead enlisted the aid of several children. Lady Amain interjected. Thus, it is only natural that those children would fail in the realm of dreams. Rengoku Kaijuro, my husband, and Suzumi Kanata are all individuals with strong self-awareness and unwavering natures. In terms of spiritual fortitude, those children simply cannot compare. Receiving praise from such a stunning beauty, Zenitsu felt a blush creeping onto his cheeks as he scratched his head. It was the first time in his life someone had complimented his character. Due to his keen sense of hearing, he had often been perceived unfavorably by others, with his senior, Kaigaku, branding him as a whimpering, cowardly nuisance. Yet unexpectedly, the lady of the mansion commended his steadfast nature. Reflecting on his past, he realized he had not changed much at all. Perhaps there were certain inner convictions that he himself had not fully recognized. Tanjiro leaned out of the carriage. Detecting the foul stench wafting from the front of the train, he swiftly vaulted onto the roof, only to encounter a figure standing ahead. The dream demon greeted him. Good morning, have you awakened? It's perfectly fine to indulge in a little more slumber. Noticing Tanjiro's silence, the demon continued. How ungrateful. I could allow you to dream of your family being slaughtered, you know. Perhaps next time, I shall resurrect your father as well. Tanjiro's eyes widened, rage surging through him. The dream demon relished the thrill of leading people into sweet dreams, only to plunge them into nightmares immediately afterward. The sensation of falling from paradise into hell was an irresistible temptation for him. Upon hearing the demon speak of his family in a mocking, toy-like manner, Tanjiro's anger flared, veins bulging on his forehead. The very notion of resurrecting his father struck him as a profound insult, as if the most precious aspect of his heart had become fodder for someone else's amusement. Following his father's death, everyone had mourned deeply for an extended period, gradually learning to cope. Yet, in the demon's words, it was trivialized to a mere jest. Taketu Michiro calmly assessed. This demon is truly despicable. Shinazugawa Sanemi grinned, a chilling smile gracing his lips. He merely has the ability to induce dreams. He is less formidable than a mere pillow during one slumber. As for me, I shall show him what a true nightmare entails. His murderous intent sent a shiver down Zenitsu's spine, while Inosuke's fur bristled in alarm. Chapter 28. The Monster in Flight. Tanjiro unsheathed his blade. I will not let you escape. He unleashed the most powerful technique, the 10th form, continuous flux. The dream demon extended a hand with a mouth, saying, Now, time to sleep. Tanjiro's body faltered, on the verge of collapsing. However, he immediately opened his eyes once more. The demon sensed something amiss and attempted several more times, yet he could not impede Tanjiro's advance. Why was he not succumbing to slumber? This was the shared curiosity of those present. Rengoku Kaijuro pondered. Could it be that the Kamadu boy has discovered a means to evade the dream realm? Tenjin Yuzui expressed confusion, but there were no prior indications of such a tactic. Zenitsu murmured. Tanjiro doesn't know how to avoid entering dreams. He only understands how to escape from them. His intuition had always been sharp, and he was convinced that Tanjiro would act accordingly. Could it be that Kenroji Mitsuri gasped, covering her mouth? Tanjiro has been doing this all along. By repeatedly ending his own life within the dream, he managed to maintain his consciousness. Iguro Abanai widened his heterochromatic eyes. But if this is the case, even within a dream, would constantly repeating this process not affect Tanjiro in reality? The dream demon soon discerned Tanjiro's method, and opted to ensnare him in a nightmare. Inside the dream, his family chastised him for his failures, questioning why he had not come to their rescue, only concerned for his own survival, and why he had the audacity to continue living. Tanjiro did not succumb to despair. Instead, his anger peaked. How could my family ever utter such words? You shall not insult my family. He unleashed the 10th form, severing the demon's neck. Just as depicted on the screen, the real Tanjiro clenched his fists, veins throbbing on his forehead, his teeth grinding in fury. How could his family ever say such things? This demon was tarnishing the most beautiful image in his heart. Nezuko revealed her sharp eyes. glaring fiercely at the demon on the screen, a low growl emanating from her throat. Though she could not comprehend, she understood that this demon was engaging in actions she found utterly repugnant. Well done, Sanemi shouted. He had long been intolerant of this demon. In terms of combat prowess, it was not the strongest he had encountered, but in terms of its abilities, it was undoubtedly the most loathsome in his view. Kaneo Tsuyuri leaned slightly forward. Is that how it is resolved? It doesn't seem so simple. Unexpectedly, the dream demon did not perish. Rather, its neck fused with the train. Witnessing Tanjiro's shocked expression, it reveled in delight and explained. The truth is quite simple. What you severed was not my true form, but merely a manifestation of flesh I created. While you were lost in the dream realm, I merged completely with this train. Tanjiro gasped in shock. The passengers on the train. Tengen Yuzui solemnly responded. They have all become its hostages. Zenitsu covered his face in despair. Are we not inside the belly of the demon? Inosuke burst into laughter. I told you this big guy was a monster. With only 4 of them remaining, Taketsu Machiro frowned. Even with Rengoku here, can they manage? Rengoku Kaijuro declared loudly. I will strive with all my might. What we must do is prevent the situation from escalating to this point. Iguro Abanai stated gravely. The demon will only complete its fusion once Tanjiro and the others succumb to the dream. We merely need to eliminate it beforehand. Kaneo Tsuyuri nodded slightly. Abanai is right. Time was of the essence, and Tanjiro realized he needed to seek assistance. He shouted, Rengoku-san. Inosuke. Zenitsu. This is no time for sleep. Awaken at once. A figure burst through the roof of the train, and Tanjiro exclaimed in joy. Inosuke. It turned out that burning the ropes would only return the children to their bodies. Only by incinerating the tickets could the 3 fully awaken. Kenroji Mitsuri excitedly embraced Nezuko. Thanks to you, Nezuko. Kaneo smiled and nodded. Nezuko's abilities are irreplaceable. Without her, Rengoku-san and the others would be in dire peril. Indeed. Rengoku Kaijuro heartily acknowledged. As a Hashira, to have fallen into a demon's trap is truly humiliating. I wish I could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Zenitsu looked at him oddly. Why does his tone not match his words? He seems anything but humiliated. Tanjiro vigorously ruffled his sister's hair. Such a good girl, Nezuko has done a great deed. Tanjiro shouted, Inosuke. The entire train has transformed into a demon. Inosuke solemnly replied. I was right about this monster. You all should refer to me as your leader. Inside the train, tentacles sprouted, seeking to engulf and digest all human beings, only to be severed by Inosuke's relentless strikes. Meanwhile, Nezuko valiantly endeavored to rescue as many as she could. Yet she was inadvertently ensnared by the tendrils. Reluctantly, Yuzui Tengen cast a glance at a certain boar-headed figure. It appears that this young lad was indeed correct in his assertions. Initially, he had presumed that the wild child was merely a mountain dweller unfamiliar with the world, mistaking the train for a monster. Little did he anticipate that such a notion would prove true. Inosuke, brimming with pride, declared, Now call me your boss. Tengen's forehead twitched with irritation. Do not overstep your bounds, you insufferable brat. And that boar head of yours, I've long wished to critique it. It lacks any elegance whatsoever. Inosuke, eager for a confrontation with the sound Hashira, was restrained by Tanjiro, who firmly grasped his waist. Nezuko. Zenitsu's frantic exclamation drew everyone's attention. Seizing the opportunity, Tanjiro pushed Inosuke back, redirecting his focus to the screen. To their dismay, it was Nezuko who had been ensnared by the demon. What could they possibly do? A flash of golden light darted across. Thunder breathing first form. Thunderclap and flash sixfold. In rapid succession, the tentacles within the compartment were severed. Nezuko, dear sister. I shall protect you. Zenitsu exclaimed, his excitement palpable. His entrance was undeniably heroic. Not only had he rescued Nezuko in a dazzling manner, but he had also uttered words of great significance. Grasping Tanjiro's arm, he animatedly remarked, Did you see that? Zenitsu, did you see? Before Tanjiro could respond, Zenitsu continued to babble excitedly. Michiro Takedo, exasperated, plugged his ears with his fingers. Given Zenitsu's previous lack of confidence, he decided to allow him this moment of exuberance. In Chapter 29, titled Searching for the Neck, Rengoku Kyujuru remarked, I never anticipated that while I was dozing off, the situation would deteriorate to this extent. As he took action, even Tanjiro felt the violent tremors reverberating through the front of the train. Rengoku addressed Tanjiro. To be succinct, there are 8 compartments in total. I shall protect the last 5, while the first 3 will be entrusted to the blonde youth and Nezuko. As for you and the boar-headed boy, while safeguarding the front 3 compartments, seek out the demon's neck. Tanjiro was puzzled. With the demon in such a state, did it even possess a neck? Rengoku assured him. Every demon has its vital point. Tanjiro widened his eyes in awe. Rengoku's explosive power could shake the entire train. Inosuke, brimming with enthusiasm, challenged. Hey, Goldfish Eyes, let us have a duel. To his surprise, Rengoku genuinely agreed. Would you like me to instruct you in swordsmanship? No problem, boar-headed boy. He then chuckled heartily. However, we must first await the conclusion of the display on the screen. Upon hearing Rengoku's response, Inosuke surprisingly fell silent, occasionally glancing in Rengoku's direction. How peculiar that he had expressed a desire for Rengoku to teach him swordsmanship. Was it merely his own misunderstanding? Nevertheless, although Rengoku's overly caring nature might seem odd, it was the first time someone had proactively offered to teach him, which he found somewhat acceptable. Kaneo Tsuyuri pointed at Inosuke. As the flame Hashira, Rengoku has taken the initiative to offer you guidance. You should sincerely express your gratitude, young man. Even among the Hashira, Rengoku Kyujuru was among the most formidable. Not all Hashira adhered to a strength-based approach. Warriors like him and Takedo, who were agile swordsmen, could inflict more precise damage. Yet they ultimately faced disadvantages in direct confrontations. Tanjiro called out to the train roof. Inosuke, I already know. Inosuke shouted as he dashed toward the front. I found the demon's weak point. Tanjiro's expression sharpened. Is it indeed in the front compartment? The speed of the wind, coupled with the foul stench permeating the train, made it difficult for him to pinpoint the exact location. Kenroji Mitsuri commented. Speaking of which, my first instinct was also that the demon's vital point lies at the front. Shinobu Kocho nodded. If we consider the train as a living creature, then the first compartment should be its head, while the neck might be where the compartments connect. Ju Tomioka pondered. No wonder Rengoku instructed them to head to the front compartment. One must not be complacent. The demon is a cunning creature, Himejima Jyomi warned solemnly. It may exploit our cognitive weaknesses. Indeed, Yuzui Tengen crossed his arms. What if it acts contrary to our expectations, deliberately concealing its vital point in an unforeseen location? Rengoku's directive for the Kamadu siblings to approach the front was derived from his careful observation of the situation. Tanjiro rubbed his nose. This was the second time his sense of smell had failed him, the first being during the battle on Mount Spider with Inosuke. It seemed he needed to prepare for the possibility of his sense of smell failing him again in battle, while also utilizing it effectively. Upon seeing Inosuke rush in, the train conductor panicked. Who are you? Get out! Ignoring him, Inosuke was suddenly besieged by countless demon hands, leaving him flustered. Fortunately, Tanjiro arrived just in time to rescue Inosuke. The strongest scent is beneath our feet, Inosuke. The demon's neck is right below. Upon hearing this, Inosuke executed a fierce strike, cleaving through the train's floor to reveal a massive spine underneath. Zenitsu screamed in horror. This train is utterly revolting. The tentacles and demon hands were already enough to make one's skin crawl, but now there's a spine. Only upon the spine's revelation did he truly grasp that the train was a living entity. Tanjiro gasped in astonishment. What a massive vertebra! For an ordinary demon, even severing its neck was a daunting task. This demon's neck was colossal and fused with the train. Its hardness must be astonishing. Yuzui Tengen furrowed his brow. If only we could swap Rengoku in. This is the choice Kyujuru made after careful consideration, Kenroji Mitsuri remarked softly. It would indeed be simpler for him to sever the demon's neck, but the process of locating it would consume valuable time. Thus, he prefers to use his time to protect the passengers. Moreover, with only Tanjiro and Inosuke, they could not adequately safeguard all 5 compartments. The master coughed. Continuing, I have underestimated the difficulty of this task. At this juncture, we must place our faith in Tanjiro and Inosuke to accomplish it. In truth, the master understood that his future self had not underestimated the task. Otherwise, he would not have dispatched Rengoku Kyujuru. The real issue lay in the insufficient number of Demon Slayer Corps swordsmen, each one overloaded with responsibilities, leading to this predicament. Please do not say such things. Rengoku Kyujuru responded. As one who is unable to complete the task, I should be the one feeling ashamed. No, Kyujuru, the master smiled, you have performed admirably. Others may not surpass your efforts. A warrior rushing to the front lines declaring their own inadequacy would only deepen the master's sense of shame. Tanjiro swung his blade toward the spine, yet was thwarted by the outpouring demon hands. Even a moment's delay allowed the cleaved ground to swiftly mend itself. Despite their utmost efforts, they could merely expose the vertebra for a fleeting instant. His mind raced. Inosuke, let us coordinate a series of attacks. One of us will strike the ground while the other targets the vertebra. Inosuke replied. You're commanding me again, aren't you? Tanjiro smiled naturally. Because we are comrades. If you devise a brilliant plan, I shall support you wholeheartedly. The youth's promise, devoid of artifice, lifted Inosuke's spirits. Ha ha ha, there's no helping it then. Allow me to conceive a breathtakingly ingenious idea that will compel you all to address me as your leader. No problem, Inosuke. The peculiar expression on Iguro Abanai's face revealed his skepticism as he listened to the boys' banter. Are we really going to let Tanjiro lead? Is he truly the strategist type? He mused. Inosuke, with his singularly wild demeanor, was merely expected to follow orders. Yuzui Tengen stroked his chin in contemplation. Size, hardness, even regenerative abilities, all astonishing. Just how much blood did Mugen Kibutsuji bestow upon it? Nevertheless, Kyojuro Rengoku's choice to protect the passengers was indeed commendable. Should he gain more energy, he would only become increasingly formidable. As a seasoned ninja, accustomed to slaughter, Yuzui's perspective on life was decidedly pragmatic. If it meant safeguarding more lives, he was willing to sacrifice a fraction. Rengoku, in turn, was buying time for his juniors to fight back, a display of courage that earned Yuzui's admiration. Chapter 30. Slaying the Lower Rank. As Tanjiro prepared to act, a multitude of enormous eyes suddenly appeared before him. He swiftly broke free from the dream induced by the blood demon art, only to find himself ensnared once more. Next time, I must awaken with my eyes closed. But that proves exceedingly difficult. After countless futile attempts, Tanjiro remained trapped within the cycle of the dream, until he aimed his blade at his own throat. Inosuke yanked him back, exclaiming, "This isn't a dream, it's reality." Such a disgusting ability, Mitsuri Kenroji remarked. It's as if he's been utterly controlled. Inosuke, feeling increasingly frantic, shouted, isn't this a loop? I want a grand, chaotic battle." As Tanjiro pointed his blade at his neck, the others gasped in alarm. Zenitsu cried out, "Tanjiro, what are you doing?" Abanai's voice was laden with darkness. "Have you lost all distinction between dream and reality?" Mitsuri felt a wave of anxiety for him. At such a rapid pace, it's hard not to confuse the two. "Tanjiro, please realize it quickly." Fortunately, thanks to Inosuke's intervention, Tanjiro was spared from disaster. He exhaled in relief. "Thank you, Inosuke." Inosuke mumbled, "It's nothing. After all, I'm your leader." Yuzui observed Inosuke curiously. This kid seems entirely unaffected by the blood demon art. Does he possess some unique trait? Inosuke laughed triumphantly. "Perhaps it's because I'm draped in the skin of the Mountain King. Those eyeballs fear to meet my gaze, ha ha." Tanjiro's mind sparked with realization. Exactly. The demons cannot perceive Inosuke's line of sight. Suddenly, he noticed the conductor aiming a spike at Inosuke while shouting, "Do not disrupt our beautiful dream." Tanjiro rushed forward to intervene, only to have the spike pierce his abdomen. That damn fool, causing chaos at such a critical moment. Mitsuri exclaimed angrily. As Inosuke entered the front of the train, the conductor's frantic attempts to expel him struck Mitsuri as odd. Clearly, the conductor was aware of something hidden within. Shinobu's expression turned cold. Why engage in such actions? To protect your deluded dream. You would harm those who protect you? Himejima Jyomiai reflected on the painful memories that haunted him. Humans who aid demons in betraying their comrades? Such individuals are undoubtedly mere puppets. If demons are guilty of sins, they too share the blame. Tanjiro shouted, "I'm fine." Quickly, sever the demon's neck. Inosuke, no longer hesitating, executed a bone-crushing blade technique, exposing the spine beneath. Tanjiro silently prayed, "Father, please bless me. May I sever the demon's spine with a single strike?" Dance of the fire god, clear blue skies. With a single stroke, the spine was utterly severed. Well done, Tanjiro and Inosuke. Kyojuro Rengoku fervently clapped the shoulders of both. Entrusting this to you was indeed the right decision. Tanjiro scratched his head bashfully. "Oh, it's nothing." "Certainly, Mr. Rengoku, your task is far more burdensome." Their primary objective was merely to sever the demon's neck. Aside from the complications posed by the blood demon art, other aspects were manageable. Meanwhile, Rengoku and Zenitsu had the daunting responsibility of safeguarding over 200 passengers in the 8th car, a demand on their stamina and energy that was evident. Zenitsu, curious, asked, "Tanjiro, is this the breathing technique you mentioned that has been passed down in your family?" Tanjiro nodded. "Yes, it is the fire god dance that my father taught me." Zenitsu's eyes widened in awe. "What overwhelming power! You even severed the front of the train. It's entirely different from water breathing." Jutomioka turned to his junior. "How many forms does this dance encompass?" 12 forms, Tanjiro replied. "Every winter, my father would rotate through them all, performing for an entire night." Yahaba's thoughtful expression suggested, "So? There are 12 techniques, Tanjiro. Do you possess mastery over them all?" Tanjiro considered. I have indeed memorized them, but to wield them with proficiency requires further practice. Then make sure to train diligently, the master advised. I sense that the fire god dance holds significant importance. It may prove pivotal at some point. I certainly will. The train emitted a mournful wail, and with a violent shudder, the front section detached and soon toppled over. Tanjiro, wishing to rush forth and save others, collapsed to the ground due to the wound on his abdomen. The dissipating dream of Yum was filled with regret. Over 200 people. If I could devour even a fraction, my strength would ascend tremendously. All because of that guy. I was deprived of my meal. Such was the might of the Hashira. The upper moons, unchanged for nearly a century, must possess terrifying power. Upon learning that no passengers had been harmed, relief washed over the group, their faces alight with smiles. Mitsuri exclaimed with excitement, "Mr. Rengoku is truly remarkable. And you too, Zenitsu and Nezuko, you all did wonderfully." Flushed with embarrassment from the praise of a beautiful woman, Zenitsu scratched his head, only to be shot a glare by Abanai. Kyojuro Rengoku nodded, "I did not fail my duty." Shinobu smiled, "Nezuko has achieved great merit. Saving so many passengers, even the most ardent demon hater must reconsider." Jyomiai recited a few sutras before stating, "Through good deeds, one accumulates immeasurable merit." As Yum's recollections summoned the silhouettes of the upper moons, the atmosphere within the courtyard shifted palpably. Ju scrutinized the figures for an extended period. "I can discern no distinguishing features. They are all gray, both male and female, and beyond that I know nothing." Mitsuri, agitated, remarked, "Why are they not as clear as the lanterns of other demons?" After a moment of contemplation, Yahaba suggested, "Perhaps it doesn't even know what the upper moons look like." From its words, it is clear. It lacks understanding of the upper moons, only aware of their formidable prowess, which is on an entirely different level. Tanjiro's expression turned grave. There are at least 6 demons whose strength far surpasses Yum. And this is merely the 12 Kazuki. How formidable must Mugen Kibutsuji, the progenitor of demons, be? Yet, regardless of their thoughts, in that moment, no one within the courtyard exhibited even a flicker of doubt. Tanjiro reclined, gazing at the sky. When a golden-haired head leaned in closer, Kyojuro Rengoku instructed, "Focus your mind, control your breathing, and engage your nerves to staunch the bleeding from your wounds." Under his guidance, Tanjiro mastered the art of controlling his injuries through breathing techniques. He flashed a radiant smile at Tanjiro, exclaiming, "Everyone is safe. Though many are injured, none are in critical danger." Tanjiro marveled how astonishing. The breathing technique has such remarkable effects. Zenitsu nodded in agreement. "In the past, I would never have believed that merely relying on breathing could staunch bleeding." Inosuke succinctly declared, "I want to learn too." Chapter 31. Become a Demon. Just as the two of them sighed in relief, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Amidst the stirred dust, a man with a body covered in intricate tattoos and pink hair landed before them, causing the ground to crack beneath him. As he slowly raised his head, a pair of eerie eyes revealed the rank of Upper Moon 3. Under the oppressive aura that emanated from him, the swordsmen present instinctively tightened their grips on their blades. Zenitsu's eyes widened in terror, his complexion paling. The chilling voice he heard was 1,000 times more horrifying than any he had encountered before. As if a demon were about to invade his ears and extract his very soul from his mind. Shinjiro Agatsuma leaned forward sharply, but the sudden movement strained his lungs. He fought against the urge to cough, nearly tearing the fabric of his knee-length clothing. Upper Moon 3. Even among the Upper Moons, he was among the most formidable. It was known that this rank had remained unchanged since the time of his great-great-grandfather, claiming the lives of countless swordsmen in the interim. Kaneo Tsuyuri quickly regained her composure from the oppressive presence of the Upper Moon, her heart sinking at the thought. Such a powerful adversary would be a daunting challenge, even for the valiant Kyojuro Rengoku and Tanjiro Kamado in their prime. Moreover, one was severely exhausted, and the other could hardly move due to his injuries. Were they truly destined to perish here tonight? Tengen Yuzui's mind raced. Engaging in battle was undoubtedly futile, and escape was even less feasible. Setting aside the duty and honor of a Hashira, who would dare turn their back on such a powerful demon? If Rengoku dared to turn away, death would surely await him. The only viable strategy was to stall, delay until the crow summoned reinforcements, though it would likely be futile. Alternatively, they could hold out until dawn, which was indeed a possibility. In the open terrain, even Mugen would have to evade the sun. But their only reliance now was how long Rengoku's stamina could endure. With a thunderous sound echoing like distant thunder, Akaza charged forward, reaching for Tanjiro's head. Rengoku's gaze sharpened, and he swung his blazing sword towards Akaza's arm, successfully blocking the strike. Akaza raised his arm to reveal a shallow cut where the flame Hashira had struck, a mere trickle of blood remaining. He extended his tongue to lick the blood from his hand, grinning wickedly. Not a bad blade. In the clash of skilled combatants, a single move could reveal the depth of their prowess. Rengoku spoke gravely, the terrifying pressure and remarkable regenerative ability. It is clear this will be a fierce battle. Muichiro Takedo noted with unusual seriousness, his movements bear the marks of training. While most demons rely on brute strength, their combat skills are generally crude, relying on their regenerative limbs to strike indiscriminately. To expand their attack range, they often alter their form during battle, increasing the number of tentacles, arms, or eyes, or simply enlarging their size and weight to intimidate. For agile swordsmen like Takedo, such tactics appeared clumsy and unwieldy. Yet Upper Moon 3 exhibited a distinctly different combat style. His movements were remarkably refined, clearly honed through countless battles. Shinobu Kocho observed another peculiar detail. Why was he ignoring the clearly formidable Rengoku to attack the injured Tanjiro? Could it be due to Muzen's orders? Had he noticed Tanjiro's earring? While stalling for time, Rengoku probed, "Why attack an injured fighter?" Akaza, perpetually wearing a joyful grin, replied, "Because he may disrupt our conversation. I find weak humans utterly repugnant." Rengoku's demeanor remained indifferent. "Is that so? It appears our values are entirely at odds." Ju Tomioka attempted to analyze. "It seems he is someone who despises the weak and yearns for strength. Perhaps that is why he became a demon." This posed a significant challenge, as a singularly focused master could only be overcome by absolute power. External distractions would prove ineffective. Rengoku's expression hardened. "I find his words loathsome. I cannot relate to him." To the flame Hashira, every individual possesses intrinsic talent, and he merely excelled in combat. Talent exists to foster happiness for oneself and others. His strength should be used to protect the weak, not to scorn them. Pure strength holds no significance, leading only to confusion in its pursuit. Remembering his father, who had given up on himself due to a perceived lack of talent, and his brother, who lacked combat abilities, a fierce resolve ignited within Rengoku's eyes. "Is that so? I have a splendid suggestion. Why not become a demon yourself?" Akaza's smile widened, as if he eagerly anticipated Rengoku's transformation into a demon. Such a delusion! Mitsuri Kenroji shouted angrily, her fists smashing into the ground, creating fissures. Thankfully, she was seated at the corridor's edge, facing the courtyard's earth, sparing the floor of her lord's residence from damage. Mitsuri despised nothing more than seeing those around her transformed into demons. Watching humanity turn into demons only to harm their loved ones. Mugen found amusement in that, didn't he? Such a ludicrous proposition would never be accepted by any member of the Demon Slayer Corps. Rengoku's response was direct and unequivocal. "Impossible." Akaza exchanged names with Rengoku, perceiving, "Your fighting spirit is nearly at its peak, yet still one step away. Allow me to enlighten you. Because you are human, you will age and die. By becoming a demon, you could have more time to hone your skills. 100 years, 200 years, it would not be an issue." Rengoku slowly replied, "Aging and dying are beautiful aspects of the fragile human condition, which is what makes humanity admirable and noble. This boy is not weak. I will not allow you to insult him. No matter how many reasons you present, I will never become a demon." "Indeed," Rengoku exclaimed loudly, "this is my heartfelt conviction." He gazed at Tanjiro. "Strength is not limited to the physical. In my eyes, you are truly strong for overcoming countless adversities for your sister, for exhausting all your energy to protect humanity. That resolve will carry you forward." Tanjiro looked on, touched. "Mr. Rengoku." With a steely gaze, Rengoku declared, "I will die as a human." All eyes converged upon the figure clad in crimson and gold, each face reflecting the same unwavering resolve. As humans, this was their pride. Those who would become monsters, fearing the sun and clinging desperately to life, were the truly cowardly and wretched beings. Chapter 32, Unyielding. Akaza narrowed his eyes. "Is that so?" He assumed a stance, a snowflake pattern formation appearing beneath his feet. "Destructive kill. Roaring needle. Since you refuse to become a demon, I shall eliminate you." In a swift clash of combat, even the distant passengers felt the tremors of their battle. Akaza tirelessly implored, "Why can't you comprehend my earnest intentions? It pains me to witness those with remarkable talents wasting away in such an unseemly manner." Inosuke grumbled, "This guy is always talking to himself. Clearly, Rengoku has already rejected him." The stoic Ikaku Shinobu murmured, "At least we can buy some time. It's likely already well past midnight. This demon seeks to study Rengoku's techniques. If it were to unleash its lethal moves right away, the consequences would be dire." Yuzui Tengen remarked, "Its obsession with eternal power has reached a pathological level. The decline of others holds no significance for it." Shinobu's expression grew serious. her smile vanishing. It is imposing its beliefs upon Mr. Rengoku. Akaza was evidently a demon skilled in close combat. Yet Rengoku did not retreat to avoid the confrontation. Rather, he boldly advanced towards his opponent. To sever his neck, one must engage in close quarters. He could not evade. This was a moment to summon all his courage and life. Fifth form Flame Tiger. Destructive killing dance. A cataclysmic wave of flames collided with overwhelming fighting spirit, filling the battleground with billowing smoke, obscuring Tanjiro's view of the conflict. Zenitsu murmured, "Is this the might of a Hashira, such an overwhelming force?" Yet, the opponent appears equally formidable, perhaps even gaining the upper hand. Mitsuri Kenroji clenched her fists. "Come on, Mr. Rengoku." Mitsuri's resolve was palpable. Inosuke gritted his teeth. "Rengoku." Tanjiro's eyes widened. Who emerged victorious? Rengoku Kaijuro observed the battle unfolding on the screen, his expression grave, remaining silent. Unbeknownst to the others, Rengoku had already discerned the outcome of this fight, simply awaiting the revelation of the truth. Some matters are understood only by those directly involved. As the smoke dissipated, Akaza stood resolute while Rengoku bent over, exhausted. Akaza whispered, "Don't die, Kaijuro." The scene shifted to reveal Rengoku Kaijuro gasping for breath. Blood splattered across his face, his left eye unable to open. "Kaijuro, the wounds you inflicted have completely healed. But what of you? Your left eye is lost, ribs shattered, and internal organs damaged, irreparable injuries. To a demon, such matters are trivial. No matter how fiercely humanity struggles, it is destined to succumb to demons." "Rengoku, Mr. Rengoku, Kaijuro." The calls echoed in the courtyard. Witnessing Mr. Rengoku's injuries, while the demon continued its incessant taunts, Tanjiro's eyes widened in disbelief. This battle was inherently unfair, yet the demon reveled in the unjust outcome. The night, the vast battlefield, and the previous confrontation on the train, all advantages lay with Akaza. What right did it have to disdain Mr. Rengoku? Overwhelmed with emotion, Tanjiro felt tears welling in his eyes when a warm hand rested on his shoulder. He looked up, meeting the unwavering crimson gaze of Rengoku Kaijuro. With a faint smile, Rengoku simply patted his shoulder. Tears streamed down Tanjiro's face, for he understood. The look in Rengoku's eyes conveyed, "The future is in your hands." Despite his grievous injuries, Rengoku raised his sword, proclaiming, "I shall fulfill my duty as a Hashira. You shall not take the lives of anyone present." Witnessing such formidable fighting spirit, Akaza could no longer contain its elation. "Indeed, you should become a demon, Kaijuro." Destructive killing dance. Ninth form, Rengoku. In an instant, Akaza's hand pierced through Rengoku's chest. "You will die. Quickly, confess your desire to become a demon." Zenitsu gasped in disbelief. How could this be? Rengoku Kaijuro remained calm. "It seems this is my death." Shinobu Kochu wept profusely, reciting a sutra under her breath. Inosuke, unable to accept this outcome, protested. How could Rengoku lose to him? It's not over. He must have a backup plan. The others remained silent, fully aware that Rengoku, with a pierced chest, had no chance of survival, and the likelihood of him agreeing to become a demon was zero. Yet, they clung to a sliver of hope, grasping at the last threads of possibility. What if a miracle were to occur? On the screen, Rengoku was enveloped in a montage of memories. In his recollections, he was a child, receiving strict yet loving guidance from his frail mother. She imparted, "You were born strong to aid the weak." This is a divine blessing, not to be used for selfish desires. Young Kaijuro exclaimed, "I will remember." His mother's stern demeanor softened as she embraced him tenderly, tears streaming down her face. "I am so happy to be your mother. I entrust your future to you." In his near-death state, Rengoku summoned every ounce of strength to strike at Akaza's neck. Blood gushed from Akaza in shock. "Even in this state, you dare to retaliate." Its arm remained embedded in Rengoku's chest, while the other was firmly grasped by him. Their necks locked in a fierce struggle against the Nichiren blade. "Why am I trapped here? Dawn is approaching. I must retreat into the shadows." Ikaku Shinobu intently observed the confrontation, his eyes gleaming with determination. Rengoku was beyond saving, but if he could ensure the demon's demise, it would not be in vain. Even if he were to cross into the afterlife, he would have no regrets. Inosuke clenched his fists, the sound of his bones cracking echoing as blood seeped from his palms. His expression twisted in rage, as if channeling Rengoku's strength through his own. "We must seize it. We cannot let it escape." Chapter 33, Sunrise. Previously, Tanjiro could not intervene in the battle, for it would disrupt Mr. Rengoku. Seeing them in a stalemate, Tanjiro swiftly picked up his sword and dashed towards them. Both Rengoku and Akaza roared simultaneously, exerting their utmost strength. However, as the sun began to rise, Akaza severed its own arm, freeing itself from Rengoku's grasp. Damn it. Tanjiro lamented, so close. If only he could have acted a fraction faster. Ina seethed with rage. What is this demon made of? It snapped the Nichiren blade with just its neck. Mitsuri Kanroji's expression turned sorrowful, but Mr. Rengoku has already. He risked his life, controlling the demon's movements despite the fatal wound to his chest. The sun was about to rise. Why did it have to be at this moment? Shinobu sighed deeply, acknowledging that leaving the life of Upper Moon 3 was no longer feasible. Unexpectedly, in a fit of rage, Tanjiro hurled his Nichiren blade, piercing through Akaza's chest. He shouted, "Coward! You shall not escape. We have always fought in the favor of the night. I am a being of flesh and blood. My wounds do not heal rapidly, and severed limbs cannot regrow. Do not flee, you scoundrel. Coward. Mr. Rengoku is far mightier than you. He has safeguarded everyone, ensuring none fell to your blade. The victor is Mr. Rengoku." The anguished cry of the youth reverberated throughout the forest. Tanjiro's lament articulated the collective sentiment of countless demon slayers over the millennia. Every creature possesses vulnerabilities. Demons are not paragons of perfection, which is precisely why they conceal themselves during daylight. This compels the swordsman to engage in battle on the adversary's turf, all while contending with a disadvantage. The enemy shrouded in darkness while we remain in the light. If one were to speak of fairness, this relationship has never been equitable. The demons have reaped all the advantages. Upon hearing the latter words, Yuzui Tengen suddenly declared, "Indeed, Rengoku did not succumb. You claimed that you would not allow a single soul to perish, and you fulfilled that promise." "Indeed." Tanjiro gazed earnestly at Rengoku. "No one has died. You have triumphed." As he absorbed their words, Rengoku's eyes widened slightly, followed by a serene smile. Rengoku smiled and beckoned Tanjiro closer. He mentioned that he possessed notes left by previous Flame Hashira, which might contain information about the dance of the fire god. In addition to his final words to his brother and father, he expressed his endorsement of Nezuko. Ultimately, he urged Tanjiro, "Stand tall and live on. Kamadu boy, boar-headed boy, golden-haired boy, you shall one day become the pillars supporting the Demon Slayer Corps. I have faith in you." Just like on the screen, the three youths in reality were rendered speechless with tears streaming down their faces. The same could be said for Mitsuri Kanroji, who was weeping profusely. Being Rengoku Kyujiro's disciple, their bond transcended that of master and pupil. Witnessing her mentor's passing, she too burst into tears. Ubuyashiki Yoya bowed his head slightly, trembling as he clutched at his chest. "Kyujiro, you have always been one of my most outstanding children. Your deeds and indomitable spirit will forever be etched in our hearts. Trust these children. They will not let you down in the future." After imparting all his final words, Rengoku Kyujiro beheld the figure of his mother. "Mother, did I do well enough? Have I fulfilled my duties?" Ruka smiled gently. "You have done exceptionally well. I am proud of you." With his mother's affirmation, Kyujiro wore a childlike grin of contentment. "Mother." In reality, Rengoku Kyujiro also smiled faintly. "Have you been watching over me all this time? I have never forgotten your teachings. To see you once more, I have no regrets." Rengoku Manor. Sanjuro accidentally dropped the broom he was holding, clutching his chest. "My heart races as if something I dread is on the verge of occurring." Inside the house, Rengoku Shinjiro's drink spilled across the floor. He murmured, "Ruka." Reflecting on Mr. Rengoku's actions, the three youths wept bitterly. The news spread throughout the upper echelons of the Demon Slayer Corps, eliciting varied reactions. "Kyujiro did brilliantly," the leader remarked, supported by his wife. "He will not be lonely, for my time is drawing to a close. I believe that soon we shall reunite in the heavens." "My lord." Before the others could recover from Rengoku's sacrifice, they were struck anew by the revelation. "Kibutsuji Miyazen, what is wrong with your health?" They were aware of their leader's frail condition, but they had not anticipated its severity. Ubuyashiki Yoya smiled. "My life is of little consequence. Even in death, the Demon Slayer Corps shall endure. Moreover, my condition is not as dire as it appears on the screen." Kocho Shinobu inquired, puzzled. "What do you mean?" "Regardless, please allow me to check your physical condition," Ubuyashiki Yoya explained. "Ever since the curtain appeared in the courtyard, the deterioration of my body has significantly slowed. It seems the curse has been suppressed." Seeing the concern etched on their faces, he continued to reassure them. "I will not perish easily. The thought of witnessing Kibutsuji Miyazen's demise drives me to hold on to life." As fate would have it, a familiar noble figure appeared on the screen. He was the adopted son of this pharmaceutical magnate, though he suffered from a skin condition that prevented him from venturing out during the day. Kibutsuji Miyazen. This fiend has assumed yet another identity. Having just witnessed the previous events, Their fury towards the demon was at its zenith. And they longed to leap through the screen and seize Mugen. Akaza burst through the window. Lord Mugen, I report to you. I am incompetent. I have failed to locate the blue spider lily. Upon hearing his report, Mugen erupted in anger, berating Akaza for his ineptitude. Especially since he had failed to eliminate those 3 demon hunters. Akaza's eyes and mouth bled. After enduring Mugen's wrath, he recalled Tanjiro's scornful words, coward, and gritted his teeth. I will remember you. Iguro Abanai scoffed. Mugen, that fellow rarely takes action. Instead he hides among others, berating his subordinates for their incompetence. Yet, I must concede, his antics do manage to subtly diffuse their anger. Did you not see how he previously dismissed the lower moons? As Akaza departed the room, Yuzui Tengen expressed his displeasure. I thought he might kill Upper Moon 3 in a fit of rage. Takito Mwichuru replied nonchalantly, after all, replacements for Upper Moons are hard to come by. He cannot bear to lose them. Zenitsu blinked. What is the blue spider lily? Why would its absence provoke such fury in Mugen? Kenroji Mitsuri struck her fist into her palm. If Mugen desires it, then we must ensure he does not obtain it. Tanjiro furrowed his brows in contemplation. The name Blue Spider Lily is unfamiliar, yet it evokes a sense of familiarity within him. Chapter 34, Rengoku Manor. In the Butterfly Mansion. Zenitsu clutched a bun as he searched for Tanjiro. Even Tanjiro has moments of despondency. Inosuke, too, was wailing loudly, undoubtedly filled with regret. Ultimately, one must muster the strength to rise from the depths of despair. Upon reaching the door of a room, Zenitsu forced a smile. Tanjiro is missing. The girls of the Butterfly Mansion cried out in alarm. Mr. Tanjiro has begun training before his wounds have healed. Master Shinobu is furious. Zenitsu panicked as well. Isn't his abdominal injury severe? How can he be running about in such a state? Despite maintaining a smile, the veins on Kocho Shinobu's forehead betrayed her true feelings. Tanjiro. I am sorry, Miss Shinobu. Before Shinobu could express her anger, Tanjiro preemptively apologized. I should not have caused trouble for everyone at the Butterfly Mansion. The youth clasped his hands together above his head, genuinely remorseful. Upon witnessing his earnest demeanor, Shinobu's anger dissipated. Her expression grew more serious. I understand your reluctance to accept Mr. Rengoku as fate, which makes it difficult for you to rest and recover. However, the road ahead is long. What if your injuries do not heal properly and leave you with lasting effects? Sometimes, patience is crucial, whether facing formidable foes or contending with one's own wounds. Haste is not the answer. Shinobu's words resonated. Rengoku Kyujuru placed a reassuring hand on Tanjiro's shoulder. Young one, take it one step at a time. I eagerly anticipate your future. Tanjiro's gaze quivered. Mr. Rengoku. It is truly delightful to hear his encouragement firsthand. Fortunately, none of that has transpired yet. Tanjiro walked along the path, beads of sweat adorning his forehead. Guided by the crow of the flame Hashira. Upon arriving at the doorstep of the Rengoku residence, he beheld a young boy, weary in countenance, sweeping the ground. The golden red hair, reminiscent of Rengoku-san, made the boy's identity immediately recognizable. Are you Sanjuro? Mr. Kyojuro entrusted you and your father with his final words. Yet your expression is grave. Are you truly all right? Sanjuro's demeanor stiffened. My brother's last words? Observing Sanjuro's state, Rengoku Kyojuro's expression grew somber. It seems that the impact on Sanjuro was indeed considerable. However, as the flame Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, he had resolved himself to the possibility of sacrifice at any moment. Even in his absence, he must ensure that Sanjuro stands tall and perseveres. Tanjiro's heart was heavy. So this is Rengoku-san's brother? He bears a striking resemblance. One can tell that their brotherly bond must have been profound. If anything were to happen to me, Nezuko would surely be heartbroken as well. Upon hearing that Tanjiro had brought final words, the occupants of the house bellowed gruffly. I refuse to listen. It's bound to be nothing but trivial drivel. Rengoku Shinjuro emerged, holding a sake bottle. With so little talent, he insists on becoming a swordsman, leading to his untimely demise. Kyojuro was merely a foolish child seeking his own amusement. Why would you say such a thing? Kenroji Mitsuri exclaimed, her face a mask of disbelief. As a father, how could he utter such cold, unfeeling words about his recently deceased son? The others were witnessing the former Flame Hashira's character for the first time. Tanjiro was especially incensed. Rengoku-san was so formidable. He safeguarded everyone on the train. How could that be deemed a foolish demise? Had it not been for Rengoku-san's feelings, he would have confronted this man with fervor. Rengoku Shinjuro expounded his theory at length. A person's abilities are predetermined from birth. True geniuses are but a rare few, while the rest are nothing but worthless dregs, devoid of any value. Tanjiro is one of them. He possesses little talent, and thus, it was inevitable that he would lose his life. Tanjiro, the funeral has concluded. How long will you wear that mournful expression? Shinazugawa Sanemi could no longer contain himself. He leaped up, pointing at the screen. What is this guy babbling about? He doesn't care that Tanjiro is present. It seems he is the one who is afraid of losing his own life while hunting demons, leading him to abandon the responsibilities of the flame Hashira. Rengoku Tanjiro responded solemnly. Sanemi, my father was exceptionally dutiful during his tenure as the flame Hashira. Tanjiro is right. Ubuyashiki Yoya added. I am unaware of what has transpired with Shinjiro, leading him to think this way, but he was once an outstanding swordsman. Tanjiro in the screen was equally furious. Are you being a bit excessive? Please, pay heed to your words. Being chastised by a junior. Shinjiro pointed at him. Who do you think you are? Just a child. Suddenly he noticed the Hanafuda card on Tanjiro's ear, causing him to drop the sake bottle in shock. You are a user of the sun breathing, aren't you? Hey, Iguro Abanai's gaze shifted to Tanjiro, fixating on him. Your father seems to know something, Rengoku. Rengoku Tanjiro replied earnestly. When I returned home to investigate the Hinakami Kagura, my father claimed he had never heard of such a dance, and urged me not to bother him. His expression grew grave. There is something I initially thought was related to Mugen, but it appears I was mistaken. Upon hearing the name of the Demon King, Takedo Machiro immediately inquired. What matter is this? Tanjiro recounted his previous discoveries. It pertains to the notes of past flame Hashira, many parts of which are damaged. I initially believed it was due to improper preservation, or that Mugen had destroyed any unfavorable clues. It now seems that it may be related to my father. Such a pivotal item as the Hinakami Hanafuda, even the master has never heard of it. Yet my father is aware. The most probable source of information is that ancient tome. But why would my father wish to destroy it? At this moment, Ubuyashiki Yoya interjected. It seems we have fallen into a misunderstanding. The Hinakami Kagura, while it appears unrelated to breathing techniques, could it be possible that it was originally named something else, perhaps after a certain breathing technique? Like the sun breathing mentioned by Shinjiro? Takedo Machiro's expression was one of confusion. I do not believe I have heard of the sun breathing. The previous leader of the Demon Slayer Corps once left behind a saying. Ubuyashiki Yoya continued slowly. The so-called origin breathing, or initial breathing, seems to have been named after the sun breathing. Chapter 35. Sun breathing. Sun breathing. The group pondered this name as the origin of all breathing techniques. It could not be more fitting, for essentially, they all harness the energy of the sun to slay demons. The sun is the nemesis of demons and thus, sun breathing must be the most powerful technique. Kochu Shinobu gazed at Tanjiro with hopeful anticipation. Regarding the Kagura passed down in your family, do you truly have no further information? Tanjiro shook his head in bewilderment. Alright. Rengoku Tanjiro's sudden exclamation startled everyone. After the viewing concludes, I shall return home and interrogate my father. Regardless, I will ascertain the truth of this matter. Shinjiro excitedly pinned Tanjiro to the ground. Shinjiro, standing beside them, urged, Father, please stop. Look at his pallor. He is in a dire state. Shinjiro impatiently tossed his son aside. Be quiet. You're being a nuisance. Witnessing this scene, Tanjiro erupted in frustration, struggling to deliver a blow to Shinjiro. Enough already, you drunkard. Have you come here to mock my family? Shinjiro's face was cold. It is only because you are the heir of the sun breathing. Hearing Shinjiro speak of the sun breathing, everyone listened intently. Indeed, it was the earliest of breathing techniques, from which all others were derived. Were all breathing techniques merely subservient to sun breathing? Even water, flame, and wind were but clumsy imitations of it? Even if it were true, it was an unsettling reality. Kanroji Mitsuri placed a hand on her chest. I can now somewhat understand why Rengoku-san's father became like this. He should have been immensely proud of the breathing technique passed down in his family. Yet, to realize that there are those beyond him, and that he would never reach the heights of sun breathing, must have driven him to despair. Upon learning the truth of his father's decline, Rengoku Tanjiro clenched his fists. His expression resolute. I do not endorse my father's views. Regardless of the breathing technique employed, it does not preclude one from becoming an exceptional swordsman. Mitsuri Iguro Yuzui, Shinobu, and even the boar-headed boy. In my eyes, you all possess the talent to create your own unique breathing techniques. A gift I can only admire from afar. My achievements today are built upon the shoulders of the previous flame Hashira. That swordsman who created the origin breathing was undoubtedly a prodigy. Yet, did he not create breathing techniques to slay demons? Observing the plethora of breathing styles flourishing within the Demon Slayer Corps today, he should feel a sense of satisfaction. You speak the truth, Rengoku-san. Tanjiro exclaimed passionately. Even if I practice the sun breathing, I am still exceedingly weak and have no grounds for arrogance. Tanjiro charged furiously toward Shinjuro. If such an extraordinary breathing technique truly exists, why did he fail to save Mr. Rengoku back then? Shinjuro exclaimed, it's dangerous. Father was also a Hashira. Tanjiro endured several blows, ultimately succumbing to a surge of grief and anger, and struck Makijuro with a powerful headbutt, rendering him unconscious. Here it comes again. Whenever Tanjiro unleashed his headbutt, the atmosphere would turn oddly peculiar. To alleviate Tanjiro's embarrassment, Rengoku Kyujuro burst into hearty laughter. Haha! It seems father can enjoy a moment of peace now. The expressions of those present grew even more perplexed. There was an inexplicable sense of Rengoku being both light-hearted and dark. As a former Hashira, one should never lay hands on the younger generation, murmured Iguro Abanai in a low tone. Zenitsu timidly added, and isn't that against the Squad's regulations? Tanjiro scratched his head. But the Demon Slayer Corps rule is to prohibit drawing blades against comrades, and Mr. Rengoku didn't use a sword. He recalled how Inosuke had previously insisted on a bare-handed duel. Shouldn't this rule be amended to prohibit personal duels instead? Tanjiro slumped despondently in the room. I'm in trouble. Shinjuro reassured him. Father is fine. He went out to buy sake after waking up. He even thanked you for your righteous defense. Especially since he wouldn't dare retort, even when his brother was spoken of that way. Shinobu Kocho mumbled, he is unconscious yet still goes out for sake. Truly. The former Flame Hashira has resilient health. Even Nezuko's head was injured and bleeding, yet he could still run off to buy liquor. Upon learning of Tanjiro's intentions, Shinjuro retrieved the book of the Flame Hashira, only to discover that many pages had been torn out. However, Tanjiro was undeterred, expressing his determination to diligently practice the dance of the fire god. Before his departure, Shinjuro gifted Tanjiro his brother's tsuba. In a moment of solitude, Makijuro wept bitterly upon hearing his son's last words. Rengoku Kyujuro lowered his head slightly. Had it not been for the screen's appearance, I would never have known my father had such a side. Witnessing his father weep for his demise left Kyujuro with mixed emotions. It was neither joy nor sorrow, yet a sense of relief flickered within him. No matter how unwavering one's resolve may be, a child inevitably faces cold indifference from their parents. Over time, self-doubt is unavoidable. Now, witnessing his father's genuine emotions rekindled Kyujuro's desire to connect with him. After leaving the Rengoku residence, Tanjiro once again faced the relentless pursuit of the swordsmith, Kanamori. Unlike the previous incident with his broken sword, this time he threw his entire blade away. Consequently, he was pursued by the swordsmith for an entire afternoon. Outside the screen, Tanjiro felt as if struck by lightning. Although he hadn't thrown his sword yet, the memory of the previous incident still lingered. It took about half a month for the swordsmith to forge a new sword, so Tanjiro still hadn't received his replacement. The thought of having to explain to Mr. Kanamori left him utterly dejected. As Tanjiro was chased, the screen gradually dimmed. Infinite Train arc concluded. Entertainment District arc would commence in a month. Entertainment District? Zenitsu stammered. Inosuke inquired, what is that, Warnie? My name is Zenitsu. Zenitsu tirelessly corrected him for mispronouncing his name, yet refused to explain the meaning of the Entertainment District. Yuzui Tengen shot him a sidelong glance, a smirk playing on his lips. You seem to know quite a bit, don't you? Zenitsu's face flushed instantly. According to the naming conventions of the Infinite Train, it should be the location of the next incident. Do you have any clues? Said Ubuyashiki Yoya, directing his gaze toward Yuzui Tengen, as Yoshiwara fell within his jurisdiction. Yuzui Tengen replied earnestly, my lord, the Entertainment District is a chaotic place, rife with all sorts of people, where day and night are inverted. I have long suspected the presence of demons there, and even considered sending my wives to investigate. Zenitsu gasped in shock. You actually sent your wives to such a place? And you have multiple wives? Yuzui Tengen flicked his hair ornament. My wives are all exceptional kunoichi. Do not view them through the lens of ordinary people. Moreover, I have 3 wives. 3 wives. Zenitsu's astonished exclamation echoed throughout the courtyard. Chapter 36. The Nightmare of the Dream. The gaze of Takedo Machiro shot over sharply. Before the lord. Refrain from causing a ruckus. Maintain silence. Zenitsu promptly covered his mouth. Ubuyashiki Yoya continued. It seems the next incident will likely involve them. Tengen, for safety's sake, let us postpone the plan for now. Understood, my lord, Yuzui Tengen replied. Sharing the sentiment. Although he claimed his wives were kunoichi, no one cared more for their safety than he did. They were not tools to be discarded at will. They deserved to live for themselves. The Infinite Train arc had made Yuzui Tengen realize the gravity of the content revealed on the screen. Unimportant tasks were skipped over, while anything presented in chapter format was undoubtedly a significant event. With Lower Moon Demons and Upper Moon 3 already making appearances, could the upcoming Entertainment District arc also involve an Upper Moon? If his wives were in peril, he would not stand idly by. Previously, it had been Rengoku's sacrifice. Would he be next? He shook his head, dismissing such chaotic thoughts. Even if sacrifice were to come, the manner of Tengen's demise would undoubtedly be the most splendid. The viewing concluded, and Tanjiro and the others returned to the Butterfly Mansion to continue their training. The Infinite Train remained a looming shadow over their hearts. Until it was resolved, they could not find peace. However, the Lord stated that the timing was not yet ripe, as no passengers had gone missing on the train. The Demon Slayer Corps was covertly monitoring and protecting the passengers aboard while ensuring not to raise any alarms, as this information had come at the cost of Mr. Rengoku's life. Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inosuke dared not rush. Instead, they focused all their energy on honing their skills. They had each experienced that sense of helplessness on the screen, and once was enough. During the Hashira meeting, Rengoku Kyujiro firmly stated to the Lord, "I must be entrusted with the mission of the Infinite Train. Should Akaza appear, my experience is unparalleled." Having learned much from his battle with Akaza, Kyujiro felt prepared. Ubuyashiki Yoya nodded in agreement. "Very well, Kyujiro, but I shall assign additional personnel to assist you." Kenroji Mitsuri tentatively asked, "My lord, who will be dispatched for this mission?" The selection of personnel was crucial, as it was uncertain when an incident might occur, making it impractical to have all Hashira on standby. Moreover, whether Akaza would appear was still a question. At that time, the train had conveniently derailed right there, and Akaza had just happened to be nearby. Everything felt too coincidental. Kocho Shinobu half joked, half complained, if only all the Hashira could go together. That would likely raise the enemy's alertness, Iguro Abanai countered. Let us not forget that Biwa woman possesses spatial abilities. If our presence is too conspicuous, what if she calls for reinforcements? Takedo Machiro scoffed. If she can summon Upper Moon demons, even if I perish, I'll take a few with me. The Lord shook his head disapprovingly. Machiro, do not always think in terms of mutual destruction. Remember, only by living can you contribute more. Takedo Machiro paused. Yes, my lord. Ubuyashiki Yoya continued, regarding the task arrangements. I have an idea you may want to consider. Tanjiro and his companions were on their way to the Infinite Train. Upon learning that the Lord still intended to send them on this mission, the three felt a mixture of tension and excitement, especially Inosuke. He was utterly impatient to engage in a duel with that iron monstrosity. Tanjiro tightly gripped the newly acquired blade, resolute in his determination to alter the course of fate. Sensing the arrival of three unusual passengers aboard the train, Enmu licked his lips, surprised that he had stumbled upon such a fortunate opportunity so soon after boarding. He dispatched a ticket inspector, utilizing the pretext of ticket checks to plunge all passengers, including the demon slayers, into slumber. The thought of merging with the train and the immense power that would bestow upon him sent a thrilling rush through Enmu's veins. However, he was taken aback as flames suddenly erupted, incinerating the tickets he had tampered with and awakening the three demon slayers. This was impossible. How could my blood demon art fail? Upon seeing the source of the flames, Enmu's eyes widened in shock. Was that a demon? Why was a demon mingling with demon slayers? Before he could ponder further, the three demon slayers had already located him. Without a moment's hesitation, Tanjiro raised his Nichiren blade and aimed for Enmu's neck. Unlike the original timeline, Enmu had not yet merged with the train. Nevertheless, he was still one of the lower moons and had received Muzen's blood. Thus, Enmu swiftly conjured tendrils to block Tanjiro's attack, while simultaneously casting an illusion. Tanjiro's body halted momentarily, and in the next instant, he awoke from the dream. Enmu was incredulous. How could he escape the dreamscape so swiftly? It was as if he had foreseen it. In his moment of distraction, the other two demon slayers launched their assault from his flanks. Inosuke shouted, "Don't underestimate our presence." Enmu, besieged from all sides, felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort, although their strength was not particularly formidable, and paled in comparison to the Hashira. Their relentless assault left him feeling suffocated. Having acquired Muzen's blood, he should have felt triumphant. Yet he was thwarted by these insignificant pests. As yet another tendril was severed by the golden-haired youth, Enmu's frustration boiled over. "You wretches! How dare you ruin my enjoyment!" Enmu's body grotesquely contorted, expanding to several times its original size, sending the 3 demon slayers flying and extending countless tendrils toward the train windows. He needed to replenish his energy. If he could consume a portion of the passengers, then these demon slayers would be rendered powerless. Flame-breathing first form unknowing fire, accompanied by a blinding flash of light. Enmu's tendrils reaching for the passengers were severed. His eyes bulged with rage. How could there be more demon slayers? And one with the power of a Hashira. Enmu, unwilling to concede, directed his tendrils in the opposite direction. No matter how fast this Hashira was, there would always be a point he could not guard against. Water-breathing. 11th form calm. The tendrils on the other side were also cut down. Enmu nearly spat blood. How could another water Hashira appear? Yet, reality allowed him no time for contemplation. Tanjiro charged toward him once more, raising his Nichiren blade. Dance of the fire god, clear skies. In his final moments, Enmu glimpsed the Hanafuda on the boy's ear. He was the one that Muzan had spoken of. The dance of the fire god, combined with the Hanafuda and that Nichiren blade, evoked a deep-seated familiarity, triggering the memories of Muzan's cells within Enmu's body. Everything occurring here must surely be a nightmare. Waking from it would suffice. With that thought, Enmu's form disintegrated into a cloud of ash. Chapter 37. Do not die. The mission to slay one of the lower moons had concluded. With the blood demon art dispelled, the passengers on the train gradually regained consciousness. Upon witnessing the chaos and shattered glass around them, some let out screams. After a discussion among the train staff, it was decided that the train could not stop in the wilderness, so it continued toward the next station. Tanjiro and the others were tense, fearing the sudden appearance of Akaza at any moment. Meanwhile, Kyojuro Rengoku sat with his arms crossed, resting with his eyes closed. Tomioka gazed quietly out the window at the hazy night, lost in thought. Until dawn, Akaza did not appear, and the group finally disembarked at the station. It made sense. They had not only moved their operation date forward, but they had also concluded the battle shortly after the train's departure. The timing and location did not align, and there had been no catastrophic derailment, making Akaza's absence entirely reasonable. The earlier encounter with the Upper Moon 3 had indeed been unexpected. As they walked toward the return train, Jis suddenly asked, "Are you disappointed?" Although Christmas Eve was typically a time of joy, the expressions of the group were anything but cheerful. Instead, they were filled with a hollow sense of uncertainty. Tanjiro replied, "No, I am relieved that Rengoku-san is safe. I just feel uneasy that we couldn't slay Akaza here like we did with Enmu. What if Rengoku-san encounters Akaza again in the future? Just like in the original timeline, exhausted and gravely injured, lacking support. Once they altered the timeline, the assistance that prophecies could provide would diminish." Kyojuro Rengoku chuckled brightly. "No matter how much we see, in the end, we must rely on our own hands to realize our goals. Kamadu, do not be ensnared by an uncertain future. As long as we live without regrets in the present, that is enough." Hearing this, Tanjiro's spirits lifted. Indeed, they had not been injured tonight, and Rengoku-san had survived. That was a blessing in itself, and there was no need to fret over the future. In fact, their avoidance of conflict with Akaza tonight was indeed fortunate. They had not faced the battles in the entertainment district or the swordsmith village, had not undergone training, had not awakened their markings, nor attained the clarity of the world. Even if a few Hashira joined, they would still be unable to defeat Akaza. His combat awareness was too formidable, rendering him impervious to ambushes. Coupled with his incredible regenerative abilities, even the Hashira could not sustain a prolonged fight against him, unless they could drag it out until dawn. But that would require Rengoku Kyojuro to risk his life to restrain him. Upon receiving the report from the crow, Yorichi Tsujikuni smiled and said, "Is that so?" Tanjiro and the others performed admirably. Slaying a lower moon is a significant achievement, and the Mugen Train can now operate normally. As for the Upper Moon 3, I believe that with the presence of the light curtain, there will be future opportunities to slay him. Tanjiro followed Kyojuro Rengoku to his family home, the Rengoku estate. Their visit was to gather information regarding the breath of the sun. At the entrance, a youthful boy with a bright demeanor spotted Kyojuro and exclaimed with joy, "Brother, you're back." Kyojuro paused, then affectionately ruffled Sanjuro's hair. In the original timeline, Tanjiro had also encountered Sanjuro at the door, but the boy had appeared haggard and pale. A stark contrast to his current elation. It seemed he needed to spend as much time as possible with Sanjuro. In the courtyard, Shinjuro was sitting on the porch drinking, and upon noticing his eldest son had brought someone home, he glanced over before losing interest. Kyojuro approached him earnestly stating, "Father, I have returned." Shinjuro responded nonchalantly, "You've returned. So what?" Kyojuro continued, "Father, do you not wish to know about my mission?" Shinjuro paused mid-motion with the sake jug, his gaze sweeping over his son. Seeing that he appeared uninjured, he asked impatiently, "What happened on this mission?" As the flame Hashira. "Do not tell me you. I was supposed to encounter the Upper Moon 3 last night." Shinjiro's hand trembled, spilling sake all over his face. He disregarded his drenched and disheveled appearance and pressed on. "What did you say? Upper Moon 3? As the heir to the flame Hashira lineage, none understood the weight of the upper moons better than he. Hashira can single-handedly slay lower moons, while the upper moons are capable of effortlessly dispatching Hashira. Moreover, Rengoku Kaijuro was confronted with Upper Moon 3. Kaijuro stated, "Originally, I would have engaged him until dawn after encountering the upper moon, ultimately perishing as the sun rises. And at that moment, you and Sanjuro would receive news of my demise." With a loud crash, Sanjuro dropped the broom he was holding at the entrance, his body trembling and his face pale. Shinjiro's lips quivered, yet he still struggled to comprehend. "Then what are you saying now?" Kaijuro replied in a grave tone. "Because our Lord's estate possesses the ability to foresee the future. The future has been altered." Upon hearing his son's words, Shinjiro fell into a heavy silence. For indeed, he had glimpsed Kaijuro's death at a certain moment. After sharing his thoughts, Kaijuro pushed Tanjiro forward, saying, "Father, I would like to introduce you to this young man." When Shinjiro looked up and saw the Hanafuda earrings adorning Tanjiro's ears, he abruptly stood up. Grasping Tanjiro's shoulders, he inquired, "Are you the heir of the sun breathing?" Unsettled by Shinjiro's attitude toward his son in the original timeline, Tanjiro stiffened and declared loudly, "I am Kamado Tanjiro. I am the heir of the fire god Kagura." Shinjiro frowned as he scrutinized Tanjiro. "So the sun breathing has been renamed to this?" Kaijuro clarified, "Father, we have inquiries regarding the sun breathing." After listening to their exposition, Shinjiro remained lost in thought for a while. It turned out he was merely an ordinary charcoal boy. The earrings were a family heirloom, and the fire god Kagura was a dance to ward off evil. Witnessing the previously unattainable breathing techniques reduced to this state, Shinjiro felt a whirlwind of emotions. He slowly recounted how, according to the dialogue of the first flame Hashira, the original sun-breathing swordsman had once defeated Mugen Kibutsuji. At this revelation, Tanjiro, kneeling, tightened his grip on the fabric of his knees. Could he truly defeat Mugen Kibutsuji? Shinjiro continued, "On another note, there are a total of 13 forms of sun-breathing, but I am uncertain of the specifics." Tanjiro's eyes widened. Kaijuro, puzzled, asked, "What is it?" Tanjiro murmured, "The fire god Kagura only has 12 forms. If it is indeed sun-breathing, that means one form is missing." "I am not sure about that," Shinjiro replied, taking another sip of alcohol. Kaijuro pondered aloud. "In any case, young Kamado, let us first master these 12 forms. Not everyone must possess the complete breathing technique. For instance, Zenitsu only masters the first form of thunder breathing." After clarifying matters, Kaijuro prepared to return to the Demon Slayer Corps with Tanjiro to report to their lord. Before departing, he offered many encouraging words to his brother Sanjuro, leaving him teary-eyed. Finally, he bowed to his father, expressing, "Please take care of your health." As he closed the sliding paper door, Kaijuro heard his father say, "Don't die." He paused momentarily and shouted back, "I want tea." Chapter 38. Sound Hashira, Yuzui Tengen. After leaving the Rengoku residence, Tanjiro returned to his task-oriented state. Having faced 2 battles with lower moons, he would describe his experience with one word: metamorphosis. No longer the naive novice, he had transformed into a capable swordsman who could stand on his own. Occasionally he would encounter Zenitsu and Inosuke at the Butterfly Mansion, and after brief interactions, they would part ways hastily. Throughout this period, he had not encountered particularly formidable demons, primarily spending his time on the road and in search of missions. Thus, a month slipped by unnoticed. Within the estate of the Kamado family, their lord regarded the gathered individuals with a gentle smile. "It has been a while, my beloved swordsman. I am overjoyed to see everyone gathered here, safe and sound." Kanroji Mitsuri thought to herself, "It seems the lord's condition has not worsened. How wonderful." Yuzui Tengen laughed heartily. "Ever since the shimmering screen appeared, our gatherings have certainly become more frequent." Tengen's statement was corrected with utmost seriousness by Tomioka Ju. "It is not a gathering, but a meeting. We are here to acquire intelligence about the future." Iguro Abanai scoffed, "Long time no see, Ju. You remain the same as ever." Ju looked perplexed, not comprehending what Abanai meant by the same. Upon seeing Tanjiro, Zenitsu rushed over, teary-eyed, "Tanjiro, did you know? During my last mission, he began to elaborate extensively on the revolting demons he had encountered." Inosuke joined in, "Kamado, let us have a duel." Tanjiro helplessly listened to the clamor of their dialogue. At that moment, Takedo Machiro suddenly stated, "It has begun." All eyes turned toward the screen. It has been 4 months since Mr. Rengoku's demise. During this time, Tanjiro has either been on missions or training. On one occasion, upon returning from a mission, he heard a cry from Kaneo, "Put me down." Approaching, he found Yuzui Tengen grasping a girl from the butterfly mansion in each hand, while Kaneo stood nearby, drenched in sweat, unsure of how to react. Mr. Yuzui, the smile on Shinobu's face shattered. She had not anticipated such a blood pressure-raising scene to begin the viewing. "May I inquire what you are doing with our butterfly mansion girls?" Facing Shinobu's inquiry, Tengen averted his gaze, feeling guilty. "I am uncertain of future events. But I trust myself. It must be for a good reason." Shinobu gritted her teeth. "You better be." Kaneo was speechless, merely clinging to Tengen, refusing to let go. Tengen remarked, "Do not cling to me like an insignificant being. You heard the orders, did you not?" Seeing the girls remain silent while grasping him, Tengen grew impatient. "You insignificant bunch, say something." Tanjiro rushed in. "Do not bully the girls. Let them go." Zenitsu shot Tengen a disdainful look. How unrefined of a Hashira to bully a few young girls. Tengen erupted. "What qualifications do you have to speak? You who clings to a girl without letting go." Shinobu patted Tanjiro's shoulder with appreciation. "You are quite reliable." Ju appeared bewildered. Is no one concerned about what Tengen refers to as a mission? Rengoku Kaijuro declared with righteous fervor, "Even if it is for a mission, one cannot force others to do what they do not wish to." In a moment of desperation, Tanjiro attempted to headbutt Tengen, but missed entirely. Turning around, he discovered Tengen standing high above. "I am the illustrious Yuzui Tengen, once a ninja renowned throughout the shinobi world for my elegance. Do you think you can strike me with that pitiful headbutt of yours?" Tanjiro blinked. "Did I miss?" Shinobu sighed softly. "I had a hunch it would miss, yet I am still a bit disappointed." Kenroji Mitsuri's cheeks flushed slightly. "I am a bit curious about how Tengen would react if he were struck by Tanjiro's headbutt." Inosuke laughed heartily. "That guy has shiny stones all over his forehead. I wonder if Kamado can knock him out." Tengen Yuzui, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "That is a diamond. You who have grown up in the mountains are utterly ignorant." With a flick of his wrist, he adjusted the diamond chain adorning his head and added, "I am a flamboyant ninja. Do you wish to see me struck by a headbutt? Perhaps in your next life." Tanjiro expressed his astonishment. "I never imagined that ninjas still existed in this era. I had thought they were merely a profession of the past." When accused of being a trafficker by a group of small demons, Tengen Yuzui retorted vehemently, "I am a Hashira. I am your commander." Tanjiro, puffing up in frustration, declared, "I refuse to acknowledge you as a Hashira." Tengen clarified, "I require female squad members for a mission, hence I am here to escort them. Aside from my adopted daughter, I can requisition others without obtaining the butterfly's permission." Tanjiro shouted, "I volunteer to accompany you on the mission in place of Aoi." Before he could finish, Zenitsu and Inosuke landed beside Tengen Yuzui, adopting defensive stances. Tengen pondered for a moment. "Is that so? Then let us proceed." "Wait, you actually agreed?" Zenitsu's eyes widened in disbelief. "You were just acting ruthlessly for the sake of the mission." Tengen Yuzui crossed his arms and turned away with a huff. "I am not an unsympathetic person. If someone is willing to assist me in completing a task, why would I refuse?" Kaneo, with clenched fists, interjected. "So you are aware that I would not consent and deliberately chose to requisition female members in my absence? Otherwise, why did you not take Kanao along for the mission?" It suddenly dawned on her that the content of this viewing was titled the Entertainment District Arc. The thought of her girls being taken to such a place caused Kaneo's fists to tremble with rage. Mitsuri Kenroji inquired, "Isn't it female squad members that Mr. Yuzui requires? How will Tanjiro and the others accomplish the mission?" Tengen Yuzui smirked enigmatically. "Do not underestimate a ninja. Stealth, disguise, assassination. Nothing is beyond our means to complete a mission. Mere gender is inconsequential." The trio followed Tengen Yuzui, wondering where they would be executing their task. Tengen replied slowly, "In the opulent realm of Yoshiwara, where beauty and desire are most deeply entrenched, a demon lurks." Zenitsu's face flushed crimson. "Are we really going there?" Tanjiro scratched his head. "By the way, I was curious. What exactly is an entertainment district?" Zenitsu's temperature was rising rapidly, twisting his fingers. "Just watch and you'll understand. In any case, we are going to fulfill a mission." With a snap, Kaneo crushed the item in her hand. "Mr. Yuzui, are you seriously taking my people to such a place?" Tengen Yuzui shifted his gaze. "I reconsidered my earlier decision, and will take Tanjiro and the others instead." Under Kaneo's disdainful glare, Tengen snapped, "I do not desire this either. It is not my fault that the female members of the Demon Slayer Corps are scarce. I nearly dispatched my wife as well. What could I do?" Tomioka suddenly pondered. Had the screen not appeared, you might have indeed sent your wife. Indeed, Tenjin Yuzui replied solemnly. The women within the screen may already be in peril. Chapter 39. Successful Infiltration. Tenjin Yuzui proclaimed with commanding presence, listen closely, I am a deity. You must keep my orders in your hearts at all times, bowing and serving me wholeheartedly. To reiterate, I am a god. Zenitsu thought to himself. This man must be unhinged. Tanjiro asked earnestly, may I inquire which domain you preside over as a deity? Excellent question. You, my young friend, have boundless potential. Tenjin Yuzui replied with pride. I am the god of splendid festivities. Inosuke added, I am the king of the mountains and the god of festivities. I look forward to your guidance. Zenitsu gasped, you two are equally foolish. Michiro Takedo, distracted while watching the screen, mused, that blonde seems to have become the comic relief. Tenjin Yuzui scrutinized Zenitsu from a lofty position. You appear to doubt my words. Zenitsu mumbled, who would believe in a god of festivities? Surprisingly, Tenjin Yuzui did not show anger but wore an expression that suggested, you mortals cannot comprehend the divine. He stated, you will understand once you witness it. His unwavering confidence made Zenitsu question himself. Could he truly possess something extraordinary? Shinobu Kocho chuckled inwardly. Tenjin remains as he has always been. The four arrived at a house owned by the Fujiwara family, where Tenjin instructed the owner to fetch something. He then explained the mission to the trio. Once we infiltrate the entertainment district, your first task is to locate my wife. Zenitsu protested, what is this? Commanding squad members to search for a wife. This is clearly a misuse of authority. The two began to bicker, with Zenitsu even doubting Tengin's wife existed. Tenjin tossed a stack of correspondence at him, and Tanjiro remarked, that is quite a substantial amount. Tenjin shrugged nonchalantly, after all, I have 3 wives. Zenitsu grit his teeth. No, I will not concede that this man has 3 wives. Tenjin shot him a glance. You are merely envious. At this point, Tenjin Yuzui understood everything. Mitsuri Kanroji, uninterested in their childish quarrels, found their bickering bothersome. With so much information returned, it seemed the demons within the entertainment district were of significant importance. Yoya Shinjuro nodded. Preliminary estimations suggest they may be part of the 12 Kazuki. The atmosphere grew solemn. With the lower moons having been dismissed by Musen, it implied that an upper moon might be lurking in the entertainment district. Mitsuri voiced her concerns. I hope Tanjiro and the others will be safe. And as for Mr. Yuzui, a Hashira accompanied by 3 novices feels all too familiar. Reminiscent of Rengoku's sacrifice in the Mugen Train arc, Tenjin Yuzui remained silent. Regardless, he would not shy away from his responsibilities. He could only wonder about Suma, Mitsuri, and Hinetsuru. To facilitate their infiltration, Tanjiro and the others needed to disguise themselves. The scene shifted to the bustling, vibrant Yoshiwara Entertainment District. Zenitsu, Tanjiro, and Inosuke, now adorned with bright red makeup and eyelashes that rivaled matchsticks, were a sight to behold. Laughter erupted in the courtyard. The lord of the manor wore a smile, and even Shinobu Kocho could not suppress her twitching eyelids. Rengoku Kyojuro exclaimed. So this is the art of ninja disguise. Truly remarkable. One cannot discern their original appearances. His sincere tone only elicited more laughter from those present. Tomioka remarked. Disguises are not merely for concealing appearances, but for facilitating their infiltration into the entertainment district. Kaneo's expression shifted unpredictably. I doubt any establishment would be willing to accept such makeup skills. The proprietor of the establishment initially intended to refuse, but was captivated by Tengin's visage, agreeing to take on one of the children. Let us choose the one who appears the most innocent. Zenitsu could no longer contain himself. You turn us into this grotesque sight while you look so dashing. Tenjin Yuzui crossed his arms. This is simply my natural appearance. Zenitsu's inner voice lamented. Being this handsome and marrying 3 wives, what a life. How infuriating. Kaneo blinked and smiled. I never expected the first to be purchased would be Tanjiro. I thought it would be the most beautiful, Inosuke. However, considering Tengin's makeup skills, the difference was indiscernible. It was wiser to choose someone dependable for work. Tanjiro clenched his fists. Regardless, what matters is that we successfully infiltrated. Yuzui, leading Zenitsu and Inosuke, fortuitously stumbled upon the Oiran's path of the Kayashika. Amidst the chaos of the crowd, the proprietor of the Ajimoto establishment took a keen interest in Inosuke, and Yuzui deftly sent him away, leaving only himself and Zenitsu to exchange bewildered glances. My dear Zenitsu felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Was he truly left all alone? Did this not cast him in a most unfavorable light? Especially under the disdainful gaze of Yuzui Tenjin, which pierced his pride deeply. Tanjiro, filled with concern, inquired Zenitsu. Are you alright? I'm fine, you first one bought-off fellow. Do not concern yourself with me. Zenitsu retorted. Kenroji Mitsuri's eyes sparkled with excitement. The proprietor of Ajinomoto has remarkably good taste. He saw through Inosuke's heavy makeup to his inherent beauty. At the Kayagaku establishment, Zenitsu was fiercely strumming the shamisen. The proprietor mused, she is destined for greatness. I can sense she possesses the audacity to make her former suitors take notice. In the proprietor's recollection, Yuzui Tengen had implored, please have mercy and take this child. You need not even charge a single coin. As Zenitsu continued to play the shamisen, he silently vowed, I shall become the most sought-after oiran in Yoshiwara, and make that scoundrel take notice. Laughter erupted once more. The process of infiltration had proven to be exceedingly theatrical, compounded by Zenitsu's humorous inner monologue. Takedo Machiro tilted his head. If one were to become an oiran, would they resign from the Demon Slayer Corps? Zenitsu covered his face. That is absolutely not the case. Tengen solemnly remarked, it is commendable to devote oneself wholeheartedly to one's duties. Butterfly Shinobu added with a playful jab. As long as you do not forget the purpose of your infiltration. Inosuke chimed in, Zenitsu. I shall surely surpass you. I will become that oiran before you. Zenitsu, fuming, retorted, there's no need to compete over such matters. Tanjiro seamlessly integrated into the current establishment, owing to his great strength and diligence, never refusing a request for help. As he passed by the entrance of Kayashika, he overheard two maids whispering. I heard the proprietress of Kayagaku fell to her death. Many sisters have gone missing lately. It's truly terrifying. Iguro Abanai furrowed his brow. The proprietress of Kayagaku? Such information does not surface without reason. Could it be that a demon lurks within Kayagaku? Kenroji Mitsuri expressed her concern. Isn't that the establishment where Zenitsu is? Zenitsu's expression turned to one of shock, goosebumps prickling his skin. Had he indeed drawn the attention of an upper moon demon? Tanjiro approached to inquire, and the maid explained that missing referred to the courtesans escaping. Kenroji Mitsuri, with a serious demeanor, added, what they call missing may very well mean they have been devoured by demons. Yuzui Tengen elucidated, the pleasure district is a chaotic place, disease deaths, and the occasional escape or demise of courtesans are commonplace, and no one pays heed. Chapter 40, The Fern Princess. One of the maids recalled, for instance, the previous Samire oiran. Tanjiro's spirit sharpened. Samire, one of Mr. Yuzui's wives. The voice of Kayashika oiran rang out, please, do not speak of such rumors. She stepped forward and said to Tanjiro, thank you for helping me with my belongings. Kayashika not only offered Tanjiro snacks, but also sweetly admonished him to eat discreetly. Observing this, the two girls also began to cling to Kayashika, seeking her affection. Yuzui Tengen's expression grew more serious. It appears Samire has indeed gone missing. She left with a mission. It is inconceivable that she would elope, so she must have encountered danger. To render a female ninja helpless signifies, she has likely encountered a demon. This Kayashika oiran is so gentle, Kenroji Mitsuri observed. Initially, I suspected her of having a hand in Samire's disappearance, but it seems she is not the culprit. Zenitsu remarked, listening to her voice. This Kayashika oiran truly is a kind person. Even the maids depend on her, which speaks volumes of her character. Tanjiro inquired, excuse me, has Samire oiran also escaped? Kayashika's brow furrowed slightly. Why do you ask? Tanjiro's mind was in turmoil. He could not reveal his identity, yet needed to extract information about Samire. Ultimately, he grimaced and said, Samire oiran is my sister. Iguro Abanai found it curious. Is it really such a hard lie to tell? For the sake of Samire's life and the safety of the pleasure district, a little deception is all that is required. Tanjiro replied, I apologize. It is truly difficult for me. Butterfly Shinobu smiled. Tanjiro is indeed a good child. Kenroji Mitsuri remarked. Having a sense of guilt over lies is a rare and admirable quality. Yuzui Tengen waved his hand dismissively. If you save Samire's life, it would not be unreasonable for her to acknowledge you as her brother. Tanjiro sighed in exasperation. Mr. Yuzui, the term family holds significant meaning for me. Even in jest, I cannot so easily accept others as kin. Kayashika oiran remarked, I see, so you sisters were sold as well? Truthfully, I have never quite believed in Samire's situation. She is a remarkably composed and good girl. However, after Samire's disappearance, the establishment found entries in her diary indicating plans to escape. Meanwhile, at the Ajinomoto establishment, Inosuke overheard the courtesans gossiping. Matsuki is hiding in her room and refuses to come out. Yet the closed structure and tightly secured clothing obstructed Inosuke's senses, leaving him uncomfortable and unable to pinpoint her exact location. Tomioka-ju analyzed. Is hiding in a room and refusing to come out a sign of being controlled by a demon? Rengoku Kyojuro nodded, compared to the inexplicable disappearance of Miss Sumire. Miss Matsuki's situation is somewhat better. At least there is a direction for investigation. Shinazugawa Sanemi scrutinized Inosuke. So this kid's weakness is that he cannot wear clothes? Inosuke scowled. I've grown up this way. Having fur on my body makes me uncomfortable. Yuzui Tengen facepalmed in exasperation. You and that hard-headed lad are alike. Your sensory abilities are quite remarkable, yet you tend to falter at critical moments. In a room, Matsuki was tightly bound by numerous sashes. A woman's voice interrogated her. Reveal your correspondences. Matsuki gritted her teeth. I must report the situation here to the Hashira. Just then a voice interrupted, and the demon grew visibly impatient. The door was suddenly yanked open by Inosuke, only to find the room empty, save for the deep scratches etched across the walls. It appeared that the sashes were the demon's blood demon art. Iguro Abanai remarked, this female demon sounds quite young. Likely a courtesan from the pleasure district. Butterfly Shinobu mused. Given the marks scattered throughout the room, the attack range is extensive. Could it be that the sashes extend outward? Just a hair's breadth away. Inosuke had nearly brushed past the demon. Kenroji Mitsuri, feeling anxious, warned, but isn't it a bit rash? Directly confronting an upper moon demon could be quite perilous. Yuzui Tengen's expression darkened. Anyone would feel distressed upon seeing their wife being interrogated. Had the curtain of light appeared just a moment later, he would have already dispatched his wives to the pleasure district. At the Kyagaku establishment, Zenitsu was attentively listening to the surrounding sounds. Amidst the chaotic chatter, he heard the sobbing of a girl. Following the sound, he discovered a small girl with a wounded face, quietly crying. Just as Zenitsu was about to comfort her, a voice from behind sent a chill down his spine. The beautiful Oiran impatiently exclaimed, "What are you doing in someone else's room?" The voice of the ghost, so eerily tranquil, rendered it all the more terrifying. Zenitsu, in a fit of despair, exclaimed, "I told you I hit the jackpot. Why is my luck always so abysmal?" Mitsuri Kenroji, perplexed, replied, "You saved the time of searching. Isn't that a stroke of good fortune?" Zenitsu's expression twisted in anguish. "It's because I lack the strength of a Hashira that I have no common ground with a prodigy like you." Upon learning that the mist Hashira, Michiro Takito, appeared as he was at the tender age of 14, Zenitsu's heart shattered. How can there be such a genius? It's utterly disheartening, don't you realize? He heard tales of how he had become a Hashira merely 2 months after wielding a blade, which only deepened Zenitsu's despondency. Shinazugawa Sanemi, brimming with excitement, grasped the hilt of his sword. The courtesan of Kyagakuya, is it? She won't escape this time. Having missed the chance to confront Akaza, Sanemi had been brooding over it. With the enemy lurking in shadows and demons living for centuries, if they concealed themselves, one might spend a lifetime in vain pursuit. Now, with a demon whose position was clearly defined, perhaps even an upper moon, how could he not feel exhilarated? The courtesan Warabiheim possessed a temper so foul that it left her attendants trembling. In a moment of urgency, Zenitsu cried out, "I apologize for intruding into your chamber. I saw the chaos here, and the child is weeping terribly." Warabiheim scrutinized his face and frowned. "How unsightly. Just looking at you is repugnant. And your golden hair is quite peculiar." Zenitsu, internally weeping, pondered, "Is it because I'm reviled by demons for my appearance?" Kyojuro Rengoku placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Young man, it is fortunate that Yuzui's makeup distracted this demon." Zenitsu nodded vigorously. "It must be because Mr. Yuzui's makeup is so dreadful. That's undoubtedly the reason." Shinobu Kocho narrowed her eyes. "This demon seems to care deeply about appearances." Iguro Abanai remarked solemnly. Taking the risk of exposure to flaunt herself as a courtesan indicates she revels in the attention. In Chapter 41, the courtesan of rumor, Warabiheim yanked the girl's ear, causing her to cry out in pain. "Be quiet. Hurry and tidy this room." Just as the girl pleaded for mercy, Zenitsu seized Warabiheim's hand. "Release her." "Not bad, kiddo." Yuzui Tengen regarded Zenitsu with surprise. "You have quite the courage at a critical moment, daring to grasp that demon's wrist bare-handed." Initially worried about the girl's plight, Zenitsu, upon Yuzui's reminder, recalled his lack of weapons, and an involuntary shiver ran down his spine. Shinobu smiled. Zenitsu becomes impassioned whenever he sees a girl being bullied. Though he is rather loud and timid at times, he has never faltered in crucial moments. A visual interlude displayed a tale of Warabiheim. The proprietress of Kyagakuya mustered her courage to urge Warabiheim to temper her behavior. It turned out that many of the injuries or deaths of the girls in the establishment were linked to Warabiheim. They argued over the matter until the proprietress suddenly recalled. I once heard from my grandmother about a courtesan, beautiful beyond compare yet malevolent in nature, who was often named with the character Heim. I encountered her both in my childhood and adulthood. When she was displeased, she would tilt her head and glare at others, just as you are now. Who exactly are you? Michiro Takedo whispered. The proprietress is nearing her end. This was evident to all. The proprietress had not only uncovered the demoness' secret, but had also spoken it aloud, sealing her fate. As they witnessed Warabiheim reveal her true form and cast the proprietress from the building, Shinazugawa Sanemi remarked, "Is this the truth behind the proprietress of Kayagakuya's demise?" Amida Buddha. Ju Tomioka pondered. This demon, despite changing names and identities, remains anchored in Yoshiwara. Is it confidence in her own strength? Or perhaps a stubbornness that binds her to a place she refuses to abandon? Kayajuro Rengoku stroked his chin. This reminds me of Mugen Kibutsuji, who despises change. He disbanded the lower moons due to their constant turnover. Yuzui Tengen recalled. And that Akaza, who speaks of eternal flesh and power. They share a certain resemblance in this regard. The more powerful the demon, the more they seek eternity in some form, be it eternal life, power, or beauty. Returning to Warabiheim in her chamber, she found an unexpected presence. Lord Musen. The cries erupted in unison. Were it not for the barrier, they would have rushed in to confront Musen. The barrier was indeed a limitation, forcing them to witness these demons dance before them while remaining unreachable in reality. Yet, it was not entirely without gain, as one lower moon had been dealt with in advance due to their surveillance. Musen delivered an array of words, urging Tamayo to slay the Hashira. You are more beautiful than anyone, and you have personally extinguished 7 Hashira. You could become even more powerful and ruthless. A truly exceptional demon. Upon hearing that Tamayo held the souls of at least 7 Hashira, the group gritted their teeth in anger. Iguro Abanai, with a grim countenance, stated, "It seems she is undoubtedly an upper moon. Only an upper moon possesses the capability to slay so many Hashira." Shinobu Kocho remarked with a hint of sarcasm. It's my first time hearing Musen speak so gently. It seems he too encourages his employees as a boss. Reflecting on the lower moons who had been mercilessly discarded by Musen, and the one who suffered grievous punishment, Akaza, his seemingly gentle demeanor became all the more ironic. Sanemi scoffed. I believe he feels a sense of crisis, having no capable subordinates left to utilize, hence resorting to flattery to coerce his employees into servitude. Indeed, Sanemi had hit the mark. The dread within Musen intensified as he recalled Akaza's memories of Tanjiro Kamadu. For despite dispatching numerous demons to eliminate the boy with the earrings, they all returned defeated. Not only had he lost Rue and Inmu, but even Akaza had failed. This fear prompted Musen to personally encourage his devoted Tamayo. The narrative returned to the present, where Tamayo forcefully hurled Zenitsu aside. You insolent child. The proprietress of Kayagakuya knelt, pleading for Zenitsu's case. Seeing other courtesans gather, Tamayo frowned, recalling Musen's orders, and not wishing to escalate the situation, chose to de-escalate. As she departed, Tamayo mused. That golden-haired one managed to evade me. She is no ordinary person. Surely a member of the Demon Slayer Corps? Kenroji Mitsuri instinctively covered her mouth. Zenitsu's identity has been revealed. Zenitsu anxiously wiped the sweat from his brow. Thank goodness that the proprietor pleaded on my behalf. Tanjiro attentively observed. That proprietor must be the husband of the proprietress who fell to her death. He appears terrified of Tamayo and likely knows something. Perhaps fearing Zenitsu would meet a similar fate, he was anxious to advocate for him. Contemplating this, Tanjiro's gaze turned somber. That proprietor is so unfortunate. After the loss of his wife, he must endure both sorrow and hatred while bearing the burden of Tamayo's threats to protect the girls in the establishment. From that moment onward, Zenitsu vanished. Atop the building, Tanjiro, Inosuke, and Yuzui Tengen exchanged the intelligence they had gathered. Yuzui Tengen's expression was grave. Zenitsu will not be returning. I am sorry for you all. In my desperation to save my wife, I misjudged the situation. The demons here possess the strength of upper moons. You cannot contend with them. Withdraw immediately. I shall proceed alone from here. Have I truly gone missing? Zenitsu exclaimed in terror. Could it be that I have been devoured by this Daki? Tanjiro's expression was one of shock as he responded, Zenitsu. Suddenly, Kayajuro Rengoku interjected. Calm down, young ones. Until we ascertain the truth, we must not relinquish hope. His words were like a soothing balm. Tanjiro clenched his fists, affirming indeed. Before we receive any grim tidings, whether it be Yuzu's wives or Zenitsu, there remains a glimmer of survival. Moreover, has this calamity not yet transpired? Inosuke, astonished, pointed at Tengen Yuzui. I never expected you to apologize to us. Tenjin shot him a glare. What image do you hold of me? I am a Hashira. With the authority of a Hashira comes the responsibility to uphold it. Tanjiro's expression was conflicted, but retreating like this feels so unsatisfying. Are we truly to leave Yuzu alone to continue the investigation? Mitsuri Kanroji tilted her head. I have a feeling you all will choose to stay. After all, it is quite difficult to make you give up something. Just as Mitsuri suggested, Tanjiro and the others did not withdraw but chose to accompany Tenjin in action. Tanjiro speculated. The demons have been active here for so long without being detected. There must be hidden spaces like tunnels within the brothel. Perhaps Zenitsu and Yuzu's wives are trapped inside. Tunnels? Shinobu Kocho pondered, however, such a large space would surely be discovered over time. Jutomioka furrowed his brow. Then how does she manage the blood and corpses? Unlike solitary demons, the brothel is densely populated. Any action would be noticed, leaving no time or space to conceal anything. Mitsuri suddenly recalled something she had seen before. Could it be a blood demon art involving space? The demon from Tanjiro's first mission, the one that preys on young girls, had a blood demon art related to a space. Zenitsu blinked. Isn't that demon's blood demon art her belt? Suddenly realization struck. The belt. Chapter 42. Preparing for action. Yes. Daki's belt is so long and plentiful. How does she conceal it? There must be another space hidden within. In the room. Kiriya was applying makeup before the mirror when she caught sight of a figure in the reflection. Tanjiro, clad in his uniform, knelt behind her, a serious expression adorning his face. I apologize for the sudden intrusion. Could you kindly relay the accommodation fee for this period to the owner? Shinobu remarked. As expected of Tanjiro, he never takes advantage of others, no matter the circumstance. I still remember the old bamboo basket Nezuko had. When others offered to gift it to him, he insisted on paying. It seems that such pure and kind-hearted souls are becoming increasingly rare. Ju questioned. But shouldn't the owner be the one to pay Tanjiro for his work? Shinobu's expression stiffened as she recalled. Tanjiro has practically done all the labor in the entire building. With that thought, she playfully ruffled Tanjiro's hair. Haha, you don't have to be so honest. Tanjiro looked puzzled, seeing her brother getting patted on the head. Nezuko took Tanjiro's hand and placed it on her own head. After a moment's thought, she then placed her hand on Zenitsu's head, causing his face to flush red. Mitsuri laughed. Now we're all connected in a chain. Kiriya the courtesan expressed surprise. Little Tanjiro, your outfit is quite something. Tanjiro explained sincerely. It was out of necessity that I had to disguise myself as a girl. I see. It's quite obvious. Even your voice gives it away. Kiriya's words left Tanjiro with wide, round eyes. Zenitsu scratched his head in frustration. I told you this disguise wouldn't work. It's easily seen through. Do you have a problem with my makeup skills? Tenjin shot him a sidelong glance. Clearly, it is you all who failed to disguise yourselves adequately. Just look at Inosuke. If I don't let him speak, no one would ever guess his gender. Zenitsu grumbled to himself. That's only because Inosuke has a face that resembles a girl. Kayajiro suddenly had an epiphany, but that demon didn't see through Zenitsu's disguise. She even called him that girl. Ju analyzed. Perhaps demons are insensitive to gender. After all, their appearances vary greatly. It seems that we can employ gender disguise in future missions. Hey, Mitsuri immediately interjected, halting that dangerous line of thought. Surely we can just fight directly. Who wants to cross-dress? Kaneo's expression was complex as she glanced at the two, unable to suppress the images of them in women's clothing that flooded her mind. Quick, erase that. Kiriya remarked. It seems you have a secret burden. But you genuinely wish to save Suma, correct? Tanjiro replied earnestly. I will find a way to bring back those who are missing. Kiriya fell silent. Then I can rest easy. She is about to redeem herself, which is why she is concerned for everyone's safety in the building. Mitsuri reflected. How wonderful it is, as a courtesan, to encounter someone willing to redeem her and marry her. She would finally escape her suffering. The life of a courtesan may appear glamorous and elevated, but in truth, they are merely tools for the owner to profit, and the hardships they endure are known only to them. Kiriya, such a gentle and kind person. I truly hope she finds happiness in the future. No matter when, such delicate emotions and happiness are what most touch Mitsuri's heart. What kind of person will she meet next, and how will they spend their lives together? As these thoughts crossed her mind, her gaze subtly flickered to the side before quickly retreating. This fleeting action did not escape the watchful eyes of Kaneo. After Tanjiro departed, the door was opened once more. Kiriya turned to inquire, did you forget something? To her astonishment, it was Daki standing before her. Indeed, I must seize the moment to devour you before I forget. After all, You are about to redeem yourself, right, Kariya? Kariya. In a fit of rage, Tanjiro tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, nearly rushing towards the screen. Just when Kariya was on the cusp of attaining happiness, why did a demon appear to ruin everything? Such occurrences only strengthened Tanjiro's resolve. Demons should not exist in this world. Zenitsu muttered, why? Kariya poses no threat to her, and she is about to leave. Why must she be devoured before she can be forgotten? Kaneo spoke solemnly. I suspect it is out of jealousy. Growing up in a household of demons, no one understands their nature better than I. For instance, the serpent demon my family worshipped, in a bid to resemble her, sliced open its own mouth. It claimed this was a gift, but I understand. This is jealousy, jealousy of his completeness as a human. Daki feels the same towards Kariya. Envious of her beauty, envious of her popularity. She simply will not allow any human to surpass her. Tanjiro's nose twitched. Is that the scent of a demon? It's nearby. In the room. Inosuke waited impatiently for Tanjiro's return, growing restless as night fell without his appearance. He called out to Shinobu, demanding his sword. While Zenitsu marveled. There are mice with such incredible strength, even muscular ones. Tanjiro nodded. Moreover, they can follow commands. Their headpieces even resemble Tengen's. Truly they are Tengen's mice. Since joining the Demon Slayer Corps he has gained considerable insight. Talking crows, muscular mice, and the ever-present Tamaki perched upon Mr. Ihei's shoulder. Some animals seem to possess intelligence surpassing that of humans. Yuzui Tengen confidently flicked his chain. Naturally, the shinobi mice I raise are the most magnificent. Butterfly Shinobu, with a perplexed expression, inquired. How does one cultivate a muscular mouse? Could this be some form of ninjutsu? Inside the Kyagaku establishment, the proprietor silently cradled the garments of his deceased wife. Suddenly, a kunai was pressed against his neck. Where are Yoshiko and Hinetsuru? To cut a long story short, a single counter-question will cost you your head. The proprietor, drenched in sweat, stammered. Yoshiko has gone missing, and Hinetsuru was taken to the corner of the street after falling ill. Yuzui Tengen pressed on. Name every suspicious individual you can think of. The proprietor's heart raced. Recalling his late wife's visage, he set aside his fear of Daki and said, It is the courtesan named Warabiheim. She resides in the room on the north side. Kenroji Mitsuri's eyes sparkled. Splendid. Miss Hinetsuru is safe. Since she was merely sent away due to illness, she must still be alive. If she had disappeared or perished, the proprietor would surely know. He is not an accomplice of Daki and has no need to lie. Tanjiro was taken aback by Yuzui Tengen's actions. Mr. Yuzui. Yuzui Tengen replied nonchalantly. Are you unable to accept my methods? Despite his usual flamboyance, the coldness inherent to a ninja had become ingrained in his very bones. After a moment's contemplation, Tanjiro shook his head. While I would not employ such tactics, I trust you, Mr. Yuzui. You are a person of principles and boundaries. Upon learning of Zenitsu's disappearance, Yuzui's initial reaction was to apologize to them before deciding to undertake the mission alone. Is that so? Yuzui Tengen's eyes widened slightly. To him, Tanjiro seemed slightly too morally fastidious. He had not anticipated Tanjiro would recognize his stance. Reflecting on the words once spoken to him by his lord, he was no longer a ruthless ninja who snatched away lives, but rather, the sound Hashira, Yuzui Tengen. Chapter 43. Confronting the upper ranks. When the proprietor turned back, he found that Yuzui Tengen had already departed. Meanwhile, having caught a whiff of the demon's scent, Tanjiro returned to the room of the courtesan Kayaharu, and unexpectedly collided with Daki. Daki revealed the eyes of upper six, sneering. You indeed came. How many of you are there? That repulsive blonde-haired brat is one of yours, isn't he? Where are your Hashira? After all, your strength pales in comparison. Ihei's heart sank. Upper six. Tengen, you stated solemnly. Even the lowest-ranked upper six should not be underestimated. Daki's demeanor suggested she held Hashira in utter disdain. Sanemi Shinazugawa's sword slightly unsheathed. Whether she is skilled or not, we shall determine through combat. Butterfly Shinobu furrowed her brow. Daki has evidently anticipated the arrival of demon slayers from the very beginning. She is well prepared and still possesses hostages. It seems we have no choice but to confront her directly. Another fierce battle awaits. Zenitsu, feeling disheartened, exclaimed, Why do they always say I'm ugly? Am I really that hard to look at? In response, Tanjiro firmly grasped his shoulder. The crux of the matter is that you were captured by a demon. The enemy's opinion of your appearance is inconsequential. Zenitsu quietly drew circles in the dirt. No, I still think it's quite important. Anyone would find it hard not to care after being called ugly repeatedly. The scene shifted, revealing Daki's belt tightly coiled around Kayaharu's head. Her body now vanished. Daki remarked, I do not consume the likes of you, who are not even Hashira. Filthy old men and ugly creatures are beyond my touch. Tanjiro was horrified. The absence of blood signified that Kayaharu's body had indeed disappeared. Release her at once, Rengoku Kyujuru proclaimed. Indeed, her belt connects to another space, Taketu Muchuru noted. It seems she is quite particular. Those who have gone missing are likely confined within her belt, Kenroji Mitsuri remarked. How should I put it? She seems rather spoiled, willful, arrogant. She searched her mind for suitable adjectives. She won't eat this, nor will she touch that. She is indeed a spoiled princess. Shinazugawa Sanemi paused, noticing the incongruity. How did a picky demon ascend to the upper ranks? A demon's strength is directly proportional to the quantity of prey consumed. It is not that upper ranks cannot be selective. Rather, Daki's environment fails to provide sufficient food that meets her criteria. Daki's beauty standards are exceedingly high. Even within the pleasure district, there are few handsome men and beautiful women who fit her desires. If those individuals had gone missing like Kayaharu, the situation would have escalated long ago. How could Daki have lived so comfortably for over a century? Perhaps Daki was lying. She might not be as picky as she claims. Yet, this contradicts her haughty nature. Regardless, judging by the Lord's keen insight, Daki's words and actions do not resemble those of an upper-ranked demon. Daki felt provoked by Tanjiro's words and retorted angrily. Do you know who you are speaking to? Before she could finish, countless belts surged forward. By the time Tanjiro regained his senses, he had been flung outside the room. At that moment he struggled to breathe, his vision blurred, and his limbs felt weak. Do not panic. Tanjiro steadied himself, suppressing the fear within. Daki leaped down from the upper floor, and Tanjiro unleashed Tidal Wave, severing the belts that lunged toward him. Toguro-e watched in awe. The boy who once knelt and begged for mercy for his sister had unknowingly grown to a level capable of engaging an upper rank. Kenroji Mitsuri shared the sentiment. Tanjiro's rate of growth is truly astonishing. If someone had told us a year ago that a rookie who joined half a year ago could contend with an upper rank, we would have never believed it. Except for Taketu, of course. After all, his talent defies all common sense. Yuzui Tengen observed intently, absorbing all the combat information displayed on the screen into his mind. First, observe the opponent, then wait for the right moment to act. This has become his professional instinct. After a while Yuzui Tengen frowned. This demon seems a bit weak. Zenitsu was utterly perplexed. You call this weak? Yuzui shot him an exasperated glance. Of course, in comparison to the upper ranks. Just compare her to Akaza and you'll understand. The mere thought of Akaza's terrifying aura made Zenitsu shudder. In that case, it indeed seemed she was significantly weaker. The battle between Tanjiro and Daki lacked the tension of Rengoku and Akaza's confrontation. The scene shifted again, as Yuzui Tengen found Hinetsuru in a corner. It turned out that upon realizing Warabiheim's true identity, she had poisoned herself, using illness as an excuse to temporarily escape Warabiheim's grasp. Yuzui administered an antidote and urged her to leave immediately. He then hurried toward the battlefield, having heard the sounds of combat. Seeing that Hinetsuru was unharmed, Yuzui Tengen sighed in relief. Thankfully, it was the most composed and reliable Hinetsuru who ventured to Kayagaku. She was able to escape Daki's watchful gaze. Had it been Sumi or Mitsuri, the consequences would have been unthinkable. Observing Yuzui tenderly holding Hinetsuru, Kenroji Mitsuri thought, Mr. Yuzui is truly a dependable man. I'm so relieved that Miss Hinetsuru is safe. Meanwhile, Zenitsu felt a pang of jealousy, crouching in a corner like a large golden mushroom. What a wretched life that winner is living. It is not surprising that he frequently quarrels with the sound Hashira. Indeed, Yuzui Tengen is rather despised by many. Yuzui lowered his ear to the ground, perceiving a cavern deep below. He unsheathed his twin blades and executed the unadorned first form, creating a resounding shockwave. With a single strike, the very earth trembled, felt even by the distant Daki and Tanjiro. Tanjiro's eyes widened in astonishment. Such formidable explosive power. Truly, he is a Hashira. The sensation of his strike is distinctly different. Inosuke, filled with excitement, remarked, This guy like me also wields two swords, and his blades bear chips. This displeased Yuzui. Do you think I like you use stones to damage my swords? These are the most exquisite ninja blades. Unlike your battered and broken ones. Unlike the long and straight Nikarin swords of others, Yuzui's blades are short and broad, their curved edges resembling cleavers, and the crescent-shaped notches enhance his combat techniques. These swords were custom-crafted by a smith to suit Yuzui's fighting style, blending both strength and agility. Daki pointed at Tanjiro. Yet after only a few exchanges, your sword has already sustained significant damage, indicating that the person who forged it for you is not particularly skilled. No, Tanjiro retorted. He is a remarkably talented craftsman. And I won't allow you to disparage him. It is solely due to his limitations that he has allowed the weapon to become so damaged. Tanjiro felt a twinge of melancholy. Is my sword going to break again? I wonder how Mr. Kanroji will feel. Although he fears the wrath of Mr. Kanroji, the frequency with which his sword breaks fills Tanjiro with guilt. It is all because of his repeated mishandling of Mr. Kanroji's painstaking efforts that he is so incensed. Tanjiro-kun. Kanroji Mitsuri hesitantly began. Because my blade is rather unique, I have had considerable communication with the swordsmiths. Mr. Kanroji truly cherishes his swords, which is why he often gets angry with you. Tanjiro nodded. I understand. Mitsuri continued. However, a person who values their blades so dearly would not continue to forge for you if they truly did not recognize your potential. It is precisely because he acknowledges you that he hopes his sword can shine in your hands. Do you remember? You almost severed the neck of the Lower Moon 5 with a broken sword. Tanjiro gasped, his eyes wide, momentarily at a loss for words. Does Mr. Kanroji truly recognize him? Chapter 44, Scorching Body Temperature. Tanjiro mused. Perhaps he is not suited for water breathing at all? Thus, he can never wield the power of Mr. Urokodaki and Mr. Tomioka. Ju Tomioka pondered in confusion. Was it a mistake to introduce Tanjiro to Urokodaki-sensei? Learning water breathing may have delayed Tanjiro's growth. Even if he were to learn flame breathing now, certain aspects cannot be undone. Tanjiro, if you had met Kyojuro back then, and learned flame breathing from him, no. Tanjiro immediately countered. Only you, Mr. Tomioka, were willing to assist me at that time. Having understood the personalities of these Hashira, Tanjiro felt profoundly fortunate to have encountered Mr. Tomioka. He not only believed in his sister's transformation into a demon, but also introduced him to Urokodaki-sensei. The risks involved are known only to those directly involved. A slight misstep, and Mr. Tomioka would have had to commit seppuku. Rengoku Kyojuro nodded. Indeed, only Tomioka would have acted differently. Given his resolute character, he would have certainly executed Nezuko. Tanjiro continued. Thanks to Mr. Tomioka's introduction, I was able to meet Urokodaki-sensei, who has truly helped both me and Nezuko immensely, like a benevolent elder. And then there is Sabito and Makomo. In summary, I do not regret having the opportunity to learn water breathing, to be your disciple and junior. Even if I were to relive it all, I would still wish to go to the Misty Mountain. Ju Tomioka's expression softened. Tanjiro. For Tanjiro, the dance of the fire god can unleash even greater power. Yet this also means that his body cannot endure its continuous use. But times have changed. He must emerge victorious. Burn, burn, recalling what Mr. Rengoku said. Ignite your heart. The dance of the fire god, blazing sun. Witnessing the memory of Rengoku, Kanroji Mitsuri felt a pang of sadness. The Rengoku of her world still lives, but the one on screen has already sacrificed himself. Nevertheless, his words continue to inspire the next generation, flickering like an undying flame. Kochi Shinobu remarked. Tanjiro, you have already mastered the dance of the fire god. Haven to you? It's just that your physical limitations prevent you from executing it. Tanjiro ruffled his hair. Miss Shinobu. Shinobu smiled. Rather than recklessly battling demons, you should focus on strengthening your body, and refrain from running around before your injuries have healed. Tanjiro sheepishly replied. I will remember. Daki immediately noticed his transformation. His swordsmanship had suddenly sharpened, and his breathing became quite irksome. Tanjiro severed the belt that hindered him and charged before Daki, unleashing an inferno dance. Daki evadit. And Tanjiro's figure vanished from sight. This time it was the Mirage Rainbow, a high-speed, swirling evasion. Even with a demon's vision, one could only perceive countless afterimages. Zenitsu watched in awe. It's as if he has become a different person. Is this the power of continuously using the dance of the fire god? Inosuke, brimming with enthusiasm, said, Hey Tanjiro, let us spar. I want to test out those moves of yours. Tanjiro shook his head. Have you forgotten? I will not direct my blade at my comrades. Observing the battle between Tanjiro and Daki, Shinazugawa Sanemi muttered. This kid has some semblance of skill. If previously the odds of Tanjiro defeating Daki were 2, now they might be around 30. Although still low, most demon slayers barely reach 0.01, lacking even the qualifications to engage in combat. Ubuyashikiyoya smiled. It is time to reassess Tanjiro and the others' ranks. A lowly Q-level swordsman engaging with upper moons would astonish anyone. Now the moment of weakness. Dance of the fire god Flame Train. Tanjiro swung the flaming wheel towards Daki. However, Daki scoffed. Too slow, you're putting me to sleep. Tanjiro suddenly realized. The moment of weakness has vanished. In the next instant, his body was sent flying. Yuzui Tengen nodded. Yes, now he finally resembles an upper moon. As for Tanjiro, he has performed admirably. So where am I? Why haven't I arrived yet? Being late now would lack grandeur. Iguro Abanai sneered. What a joke, if this is all the strength you possess, Tengen could handle it alone. I fail to understand why this female demon is so arrogant. Could it be that she has been spoiled by Musen's favoritism? As for Tanjiro, he dared not speak. Each time Mr. Iguro and Mr. Shinazugawa spoke, he felt the disparity of the world. He had been sent flying after repeatedly using the dance of the fire god, yet still could not contend with Daki. Tanjiro lay on the ground, struggling to breathe. The aftereffects had begun to manifest, the soreness flooding his muscles. He knew, an attack was imminent, and he must rise quickly. Tanjiro gripped his sword tightly, flipping over to strike at Daki once more. Higher, raise the temperature even higher. Shinobu Kochi gasped. Tanjiro, what are you doing? The intuition inherent to the healer alerted her. Tanjiro was in a precarious condition. Tanjiro weakly remarked, it's nothing. I merely feel that I perform better when my body temperature is elevated. Naturally, he possessed a vigorous warmth, and even amidst the frigid winter, his hands and feet remained warm enough to comfort his mother. Thus, he saw no fault in having a slightly higher temperature. Butterfly Shinobu's expression turned serious. What is your usual body temperature? Tanjiro hesitated, but before he could respond, the light curtain revealed his memories. It showed a moment when Shoko measured his temperature, and discovered that for several days, it had remained persistently at 38 degrees Celsius. Shoko was so worried she was on the verge of tears, but Tanjiro reassured her that he was fine and urged her not to inform Miss Shinobu. Noticing Butterfly Shinobu's silence, Tanjiro quickly added, I'm sorry, Miss Shinobu. I truly feel quite well. Faced with this reckless youth who neglected his own health, Butterfly Shinobu found herself at a loss. Do you understand what a persistent fever signifies? What if it leaves you foolish? Tanjiro repeatedly assured her he would no longer conceal his condition, which finally led Butterfly Shinobu to relent. Rengoku Kyujiro continued to ponder Tanjiro's words. Does a higher temperature indeed enhance one's condition? I have never experienced it, but I trust Tanjiro's conclusion. Yet what could be the underlying principle? Surely, one cannot ignite their heart merely by burning themselves to generate energy? Chapter 45. The Underground Cavern. Meanwhile, Inosuke, following the trail of a belt, discovered a narrow opening. Most would have found it impossible to squeeze through, but Inosuke, with his unique ability to dislocate his joints, twisted himself into a slender form and wriggled into the cavern. Wow! Kenroji Mitsuri exclaimed, Inosuke's flexibility is astounding. Takito Muichiro observed with a peculiar expression. It's somewhat unsettling, yet this ability proves quite useful. Witnessing a living being contort was indeed quite impactful. Iguro Abanai had a sudden thought. Underground? Previously, Yuzui also mentioned hearing of a cavern below. Could it be that they have stumbled upon the same location? Inside the cavern, numerous belts hung densely, each adorned with lifelike figures. Inosuke mused. It feels as though those captured are still alive here. He also spotted Zenitsu, bubbles rising from his nose, and thought, what is that fool doing? Yuzui Tengen caught sight of his wife's face among the belts. It appeared that Suma and Makio were unharmed. Tanjiro remarked, I see. Her belts can conceal people, but storing so many belts requires space, hence the excavation of this cavern. Concealing belts is far simpler than hiding living beings, which explains the small entrance to the cavern. Kenroji Mitsuri exclaimed, this is excellent news. If we create a diversion, we can rescue the hostages within the cavern. Observing Zenitsu with bubbles from his nose, Iguro Mitsuri was left speechless. To say this kid is timid is an understatement. Sometimes he possesses tremendous courage. Yet he remains oblivious during intense battles. Butterfly Shinobu chuckled. Zenitsu always seems to be asleep or unconscious. Perhaps it's a self-preservation mechanism. After all, only in an unconscious state can he maximize his abilities. Zenitsu dared not speak. In truth, with the accumulation of experience, he had already managed to fight while awake. However, when faced with formidable foes, he would still occasionally faint. By the time he regained consciousness, the battle had concluded. Zenitsu sometimes felt a lack of reality. Were those demons truly slain by him? What transpired during his unconsciousness? He longed to fight while fully awake, and his current goal was to minimize the frequency of his fainting spells until he could gain complete control over his body. A belt with a long mouth. Upon seeing Inosuke intrude, shrieked, How dare you trespass in another's granary? You filthy foul worm. Inosuke likened it to an earthworm, swiftly severing the belts that ensnared the captives. When he attempted to strike the sentient belt, it cleverly adhered to the blade, neutralizing its force. Inosuke was exceedingly displeased. I despise such worm-like creatures. Relying on their agility to scuttle about, they are slippery and impossible to cut. Engaging them is utterly unsatisfying. Tanjiro shook his head. Inosuke. It is likely a product of Daki's blood demon art. Severing it is futile. Our priority is to rescue the trapped hostages. Inosuke froze, realizing, why am I even fighting it? Isn't it better to save the people first, and then join Zenitsu to confront the female demon? His quick reflexes made the task of accompanying him feel considerably easier. He merely had to act. The belt attempted to seize the opportunity to engulf the hostages once more when a kunai flew by to thwart it. Makio laughed boisterously, addressing Inosuke. You called this fellow a worm? Quite astute indeed. Suma, tearful, also wielding a kunai, chimed in, this creature is so disgusting. I'll tell Lord Tengen. As for Yuzui's 3 wives, the Hashira were not very familiar with them, having only just encountered their personalities today. Kenroji Mitsuri thought to herself. These 3 truly have distinct personalities. Hinetsuru is clever and composed, Makio is bold and impulsive, while Suma is timid yet somewhat airhead. This combination seems oddly familiar. Inosuke poked Yuzui Tengen. Hey big guy, can your wives handle this demon? Yuzui scoffed, they are like me, glorious ninjas. Just a mere belt. Suma shouted, I am Yuzui's wife. Although I possess no particular skills, please do not hold high expectations of me. Immediately, she was scolded by Makio. Suma, do not speak such disheartening words. Suma cried out, but I'm just cannon fodder. I was the first to be captured. As they bickered while slicing through the belts attacking them, the situation, though inappropriate, bore an inexplicable humor. Makio shouted while fighting, urging Suma to muster some spirit. While Suma, amidst her actions, lamented her inadequacy, Ju remarked suddenly to Yuzui, do you not find their personalities reminiscent of 2 others? Yuzui, bewildered, queried, reminiscent of whom? Butterfly Shinobu also noticed. Ms. Suma bears a resemblance to Inosuke, while her tearful disposition mirrors Zenitsu. Ms. Makio resembles Zenitsu, yet her bold character is somewhat akin to Inosuke. Kenroji Mitsuri suddenly clapped her hands. Indeed, Ms. Hinetsuru resembles Tanjiro, even sharing a gentle and composed demeanor. Tanjiro and the others exchanged glances. Upon reflection, it did seem somewhat true. Yuzui Tengen appeared as though struck by lightning, seemingly drained of all strength. Please, do not continue. How was he to face his wives after this? The thought of Tanjiro and the others enough. Fortunately, the slumbering Zenitsu intervened, severing the belts from all directions. Inosuke remarked, I think you're far more useful while asleep. Zenitsu tearfully grasped Inosuke's shoulder. Wah, that is so hurtful. After all, he had been striving to make an impact while awake. Inosuke felt a shiver down his spine. I'm merely speaking the truth. As for you, you're still slightly more useful than on screen. Yuzui Tengen helplessly facepalmed. With everyone's reminders, seeing Zenitsu and Inosuke argue instantly brings to mind the dynamic between Suma and Makio. Just as the 4 engaged in battle, a thunderous roar echoed from above. The entire entrance collapsed in an instant, revealing a towering figure amidst the dust and debris. With a swift motion of his blade, the surrounding belts snapped in response. Sanemi Yuzui, he exclaimed, I apologize for my tardiness. Now let us engage in a splendid uproar. Each time he witnessed this spectacle, Zenitsu couldn't help but marvel. This fellow truly knows how to put on a show. Did he not notice how his 2 wives gazed at him with starry eyes? If only he could also bask in such admiration from Nezuko, his life would be complete. The incident on the Mugen Train indeed left an impression. Yet it was merely the version of himself portrayed on screen. In reality, they had directly confronted Enmu, neglecting to rescue Nezuko from the clutches of the tendrils. Wait a moment, that is not right. Zenitsu suddenly pointed at Tengen Yuzui, exclaiming, Tanjiro is facing off against the Lower Moon 6 all on his own. What significance does your battle with the belt hold? At his outcry, disapproving glances were cast towards the sound Hashira. Yuzui, feeling somewhat sheepish, rubbed his nose. He hadn't anticipated that Tanjiro would progress so swiftly, while his own screen counterpart was still occupied with the rescue mission. Chapter 46. A Shared Fury. Sanemi mused. They were not always like this. As ninjas, they had prepared themselves for sacrifice at any moment. Yet Lord Tengen stated, when on a mission, one should focus solely on surviving. He had already prioritized lives. First theirs, then those of the innocents, and lastly his own. The others did not contest Yuzui's words. The Demon Slayer Corps never demanded that its members sacrifice themselves for ordinary people. They merely asked that they protect them to the best of their abilities. As for individuals like Rengoku, that was a matter of personal choice. From Sanemi's brief recollection, one could glean how distorted their training had been. Their lives held no value. They were merely tools to accomplish missions. If one were to regard the work of the Demon Slayer Corps as a task, they might well sacrifice themselves for the populace. However, such sacrifice is not noble. It is merely the breaking of a tool. Yuzui took a deep breath and declared, I am not opposed to their sacrifice. But I absolutely refuse to accept their senseless demise. One must love oneself first. The protection of others hinges upon one's own will to survive. Even we Hashira, when facing death, think of living alongside everyone else, rather than sacrificing ourselves for a swift end. The scene shifted as Yuzui playfully patted Sanemi on the head and lavishly praised them. Inosuke shouted in frustration, God of festivals. Those worm belts have fled. To which Yuzui retorted, be quiet. I shall pursue them now. Follow me. Ju Tomioka sighed with relief. The belts were surely returning to their master. And Tengen would finally be able to reunite with Tanjiro. He was genuinely concerned about Tanjiro's condition. Not only was his temperature elevated, but his breathing was also peculiar. Resembling someone on the verge of gasping for air. Was the consumption of the breath of the sun so taxing on the body? Tanjiro watched in awe. Mr. Yuzui's speed is astonishing. It's as if he is flying across rooftops, leaving Inosuke and the others far behind. Naturally, Yuzui chuckled confidently, just wait for my splendid support. Having reclaimed the belts, Daki's strength surged to new heights. The dangerous aura emanating from her made Tanjiro's throat feel parched. Their battle stirred the nearby populace, and Daki, finding their commotion bothersome, decided to silence them forever, which only further enraged Tanjiro. Panting, Tanjiro exclaimed, every time I witness such a blatant disregard for life, I feel an intense fury. Why do they believe it is their right to plunder life so callously, devoid of empathy? If it were for survival, though I would not condone it, at least I could halt their actions with respect. Yet the majority of demons I have encountered trample on life without hesitation, making it hard to fathom that they were once human. Yoshiyuki Kenroji softly remarked, this is Mugen's standard. He selects only the strong and cruel demons to serve him, discarding those who do not meet his criteria. If one were to pinpoint the root of the demon's evil, it would likely lead back to this demon king. What they oppose is not the existence of demons, but the destruction of life perpetrated by Mugen and his ilk. Amidst the high-pressure battle, Tanjiro recalled the letter written to him by Shinjuro. In it, he apologized for his actions, elaborated on his despair, and expressed gratitude for Tanjiro's correspondence, which had helped Kanjuro escape darkness. Seeing his father's condition improve, Kyojuro Rengoku wore a faint smile. His ability to face death with such calmness stemmed from his belief that those left behind would live well. Life is remarkably resilient, even amidst sorrow and pain. Time ultimately smooths over the edges. His mother's passing had led his father into despair, while his own death had paradoxically awakened him, for he had passed the flame to the young boy at the furnace door. In the letter, Shinjuro stated, users of the breath of the sun are chosen ones, marked from birth with a red scar upon their heads. Thus you must be a child of destiny. Yet Tanjiro did not share this sentiment. His scar was not a birthmark, but a burn acquired while protecting his brother from the hearth. If one were to speak of a chosen one, it was his father who bore the scar from birth. Tanjiro, with a complex expression, stated, indeed, I am aware that many harbor expectations of me, yet I do not perceive my strength as particularly formidable. Each time, I fight with every ounce of my being. Upon learning that Tanjiro's scar was a mark of protection for his brother, Kaneo was taken aback. So that is how it is. The remarkable journey of this young man led them to gradually believe in his status as a chosen one. Yet they overlooked the sacrifices he had made along the way. Even if he were truly favored by the heavens, the path laid before him was fraught with peril. In the end, Shinobu Kocho was startled. Tanjiro's father was indeed born with a scar? Tanjiro nodded. If you had witnessed his Kagura dance, you would understand. He is the one who has mastered the fire god dance to perfection. No frail body could restrain him, unlike me, who would be left sore after just a few repetitions. Yoshiyuki Kenroji sighed. It is a regret that we could not meet Mr. Tanjiro Kamadu. Even if he did not join the Demon Slayer Corps, a mere exchange with him would have been immensely beneficial for the swordsman. With an overwhelming fury, Tanjiro's eyes streamed with blood, and he charged at Daki with murderous intent. Daki was taken aback by his sudden transformation. Why plunder? Why trample on life? De qui plonderait? This sentiment feels oddly familiar. I recall a man once questioning, where is happiness? Where is the joy? What do you consider life to be? Could it be Mugen's memories? The demeanor of this initial swordsman was much clearer than before. Mitsuri Kenroji observed with great seriousness. The scarred Nicaran flower earrings are indeed identical to those described. Tanjiro thought, what a familiar feeling. Seeing him evokes a sense of kinship. Kagaya Ubuyashiki remarked. For Mugen to remember him so vividly after centuries must indicate that this swordsman made a profound impression on him. Shinazugawa Mitsuri smirked. Perhaps he was nearly defeated by this swordsman and fled in disgrace? That would explain why Mugen hastily dispatched his subordinates to hunt Tanjiro down. Shinobu contemplated. What that gentleman spoke of is precisely what I wish to ask. What do you consider life to be? After several centuries, humanity has once again conceived a similar notion. This is solely due to the unchanging nature of demons, which repeatedly ignite similar indignation. Chapter 47. The Fire That Consumes All. Tanjiro queried. Weren't you once a human as well? This statement enraged Daki, who suddenly struck the roof with a forceful blow. You're so annoying. I am a demon now. Your incessant prattle has nothing to do with me. Demons do not toil to sustain themselves. A little girl curled up in the drafty house, declaring, I want to fall ill. I want to die. A woman, coughing up blood, overturned the items in her grasp, exclaiming, I want to lose anything. A pale hand tightly clasped a scarred one. Ju Tomioka was taken aback. Those images are. The light screen would not display random images. The scenes that accompanied Daki's words seemed to have genuinely transpired. Shinobu Kocho pondered for a moment and remarked. Her assertion that demons are unaffected by such things highlights precisely what she fears and despises the most. Poverty, disease, death, exploitation. If Daki is a girl raised in the pleasure district, those experiences must resonate with her own. Yoya Shinjiro spoke solemnly. Many people in this world are mired in despair. As long as they can attain liberation, they care not whether the one on the other end of the rope is human or demon. It is not wrong to struggle for survival. The error lies in Mugen amplifying their desires, in their relentless imposition of atrocities upon others. Upon hearing this, Tanjiro's gaze hardened. I may understand Daki's perspective, but precisely because of that, I must prevent her from further transgressions. Michiro Takedo paid little mind to their discourse. It was all too convoluted to remember, and he merely focused on executing his mission. Yet, the image of those tightly clasped hands was indelibly etched in his mind. The pale hand belonged to the female demon, but whose was the scarred one? They held on so tightly, as if they would never let go. Where had the owner of that hand gone? This evoked familiar memories, compelling Michiro to desperately grasp at the recollection of having once held another's hand tightly. Blood demon art. Eightfold waistband slash. Daki, in her quest to dominate the entire flower district, split her body. When they rejoined, her combat prowess would significantly increase. Tanjiro tightened his grip on his blade. Dance of the fire god. Burning bone sunlight. He launched an attack with a blade that felt devoid of sensation, disregarding pain. Daki felt the searing pain from her wounds and realized she could not regenerate, her fear causing her fingertips to tremble. Mitsuri Kenroji observed intently. It seems Tanjiro has entered a profound state. He forgot his surroundings, forgot himself, with singular focus on the enemy before him. Mitsuri Shimizu reflected. This boy's rate of growth is truly terrifying. Who could have foreseen this scene during the Hashira meeting? Zenitsu unconsciously tightened his grip. Is it just my imagination, or do Tanjiro's eyes seem to be growing redder? This revelation startled Shinobu. Indeed. It appears Tanjiro's eyes are still bleeding. Tengen Yuzui suddenly inquired. How long has he gone without breathing? The surrounding clamor was too distracting for him to take it to heart. However, when he shifted his focus to Tanjiro, he noticed that it appeared he hadn't inhaled at all. Shinobu quickly exclaimed, it's due to lack of oxygen. If he doesn't breathe soon, Tanjiro will be in grave danger. The group was in a frenzy, wishing they could rush into the screen to alert Tanjiro. Tanjiro severed the waistbands and dashed toward Daki. Just as he was about to deliver a decisive blow, his sister Hanako's voice echoed in his mind. Please brother, breathe. Shocked, Tanjiro covered his mouth and began to cough violently. The pain was excruciating, and darkness enveloped him. All he could hear was the frantic beating of his heart. Mitsuri let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness for Hanako's reminder. Tanjiro gazed tenderly and sorrowfully at Hanako's face. His family had once again saved his life. Shinobu Kocho stated somberly. It seems that state has its limits. Extending even a second requires a sacrifice of life. Kaneo Tsuyuri, sensing something, remarked. Because we possess such fragile bodies, if we could achieve anything solely through fervor, demons would have long since vanished. Nezuko anxiously grasped her brother's hand, and Tanjiro reassured her. I'm sorry, Nezuko. I will be more careful in the future. Daki paused in surprise at his transformation and then remarked. How pitiable you humans are. This is all you are capable of, how truly lamentable. Tanjiro could muster no retort, desperately attempting to grasp his blade to no avail. Suddenly, a leg kicked toward Daki's neck, rescuing the perilously positioned Tanjiro. It was Nezuko. And the high concentration of Musen's blood within Daki incited Nezuko's fury. Yoya Shinjiro stated. The flames of anger ignite not only within humans but also within demons like Ms. Tamayo and Nezuko, unbound by the limitations of human flesh. This is a consequence of Musen's own making. Our family, too, was cursed by Musen's sins, leading to the formation of the Demon Slayer Corps. Musen finds the relentless emergence of adversaries as bothersome as insects. Yet each foe is a creation of his own hand. Zenitsu murmured. Nezuko is amazing. With just a single kick, she demolished half of Daki's head. Tanjiro gently stroked his sister's long hair, helping to soothe her emotions. Daki's blood was too potent, likely reminding Nezuko of deeply troubling memories. At this juncture, he could only quietly accompany his sister, reminding her, "Brother is still here." Dakiscreimem. It's you. It's you. Lord Musen, please rest assured, I will fulfill your wish. I will erase this traitor who resembles Tamayo, even without her full form. Nezuko fought fearlessly against Daki. Tanjiro recalled Bamboo, who once said, brother and sister are quite alike. They are gentle, yet when angered, they are terrifying. Once, an adult knocked down a child without apologizing, and his sister had erupted in a furious rage. Daki was astonished. Even in this state, she continues to fight? She appears to have eaten nothing. Mitsuri Kenroji felt a pang of sympathy. Nezuko's legs must have broken countless times. Although she can regenerate infinitely, the pain is very real. This was their first encounter with an enraged demon. Compared to Nezuko's fury, Daki and her ilk were merely children throwing tantrums. If human anger is akin to burning wood, ultimately reducing oneself to ashes, then the anger of demons is the hellfire that consumes wicked souls, extinguishing only when their sins have been entirely burned away. Sanemi Shinazugawa scoffed. Musen has failed to capture Tamayo for over a century, and now he seeks to seize Nezuko? This is truly self-sabotage. Transforming Tamayo and Nezuko into demons is undoubtedly among his most regrettable actions. Chapter 48. Uncontrolled Frenzy. Amid Daki's taunts, Nezuko trembled as she emerged from the ruins. Daki's expression was one of confusion. They all regenerated? Their speed rivals that of the upper moons. In the heat of battle, the bamboo tube in Nezuko's mouth had fallen. She glared fiercely at Daki, a horn sprouting from her right brow, her body adorned with a pattern resembling leaves. Tanjiro was utterly astonished. Nezuko, what has happened to you? You've sustained such grave injuries. Is your body truly unharmed? Beside him, Nezuko tilted her head in confusion upon hearing her brother call her name. Ju Tomioka's expression turned grave. Has the shackles been unbound? The falling bamboo tube seemed to signify the loosening of some restraint, revealing unmistakable signs of demon transformation in Nezuko. If one were unfamiliar with the backstory, they would undoubtedly mistake her for an upper moon demon. Mitsuri Kenroji spoke with concern. This is perilous. It was not that he harbored prejudice against Nezuko, rather, it was because the Wind Hashira acknowledged her that he wished to prevent her from committing irrevocable acts. Once transformed into a demon completely, could she ever return to her former self? Time seemed to revert to that fateful night when he lost his younger siblings, the scent of blood still lingering in his nostrils. In an instant, Nezuko lunged at Daki, regenerating from her injuries in the next heartbeat. She executed a high kick, forcefully slamming Daki to the ground, creating a gaping wound in her back. Daki's expression turned frantic. Her regenerative ability has surpassed my own. Gazing at Daki sprawled on the ground, Nezuko wore a gleeful and unrestrained smile. No matter how unwilling one might be to accept it, Nezuko's expression spoke volumes. Her demonic nature had fully awakened. At this moment, she fought not to protect humanity nor out of rage, but for the sheer pleasure derived from brutal combat. She reveled in the experience, whether it was her own body shattering and regenerating or creating wounds upon Daki. All of it heightened her senses. Mitsuri's worried expression deepened. What should we do? The issue at hand was no longer Daki, for she was no match for Nezuko. Her concern was whether Nezuko might become an even more dangerous demon than Daki. Would Tanjiro have to confront his own sister? That would be excruciatingly cruel, especially since they had only just reached this point. Tanjiro, watching the unfamiliar visage of his sister on the screen, gritted his teeth. Nezuko, please awaken. Is there any method to calm her? If all else fails, perhaps putting her to sleep would suffice. Just like during those 2 years in the Misty Mountains. They could think of a solution later. Takeo urgently roused Tanjiro from the ground. Brother, wake up. Sister is becoming someone she is not. Daki, pinned to the ground, shouted, Get lost, you little brat. Her waistband suddenly burst forth, tearing Nezuko's body apart. Zenitsu yelped in terror. Nezuko. If it weren't for the fact that their Nezuko was sitting there unscathed, he might have fainted. With her head severed, would Nezuko truly be unharmed? Inosuke exhibited little reaction. His beastly instincts sharpening once more. Something was amiss. Tanjiro reassured himself. As long as it's not with the Nichiren sword, Nezuko will be fine. A thought flashed through his mind, recalling how Rue had once used threads to sever his own neck. Daki found it odd. Is she using her severed limbs to obstruct my vision? No, that is not right. Blood-drenched Daki, and with the activation of her blood demon art, she was suddenly engulfed in flames. It's burning. Memories from her human life flooded her mind. And Daki let out a chilling scream. Nezuko's body instantly restored itself, and she ferociously kicked Daki away. Mitsuri watched in amazement. Regardless of anything else, this tactic is undeniably impressive. By voluntarily splitting her body, she not only dissipated Daki's attack, but also facilitated the activation of her blood demon art. Nezuko had received no combat training. This was purely instinct. Shinobu Kocho keenly noted the fleeting memories that passed through Daki. Could it be that Daki, as a human, was burned alive, and then rescued by a demon? The mere thought sent chills down Shinobu's spine. Regardless of Daki's current state, the notion of a girl being burned alive is enough to elicit dread. Daki's body crashed through a wall, revealing trembling women within. Nezuko approached. Noticing a woman clutching her bleeding wound, and an overwhelming hunger surged within her, prompting her to charge forward. In a split second, Tanjiro swiftly restrained Nezuko's mouth with his blade. Nezuko. No. Hold on. Please hold on. Jo's heart raced almost out of his chest, grateful for Tanjiro's timely intervention. Tanjiro bowed his head, gripping his blade tightly. I promised Nezuko it was my responsibility, and no matter what, even if it costs me my life, I will stop her. I'm sorry, Nezuko. You must be in so much pain. Yozo Kanamori sighed. Nezuko has exhausted herself. She had been dormant for 2 years in the Misty Mountains to maintain a state of not consuming anything, not to mention the battles prior. Just this confrontation with Daki. How many times has she been gravely injured and healed? That she has lasted this long is already a miracle. Michiro Takito looked perplexed. What should we do? The situation is so dire that merely sleeping won't resolve the problem. Tanjiro cried out helplessly, desperately restraining Nezuko's body. Sore. Brother has forced you into battle again. There's blood all around you. You must be gravely wounded. I know you're in pain. Sore. It's all right now, please sleep. Return to your original form. Yet, Nezuko had succumbed to her frenzy, taking Tanjiro with her as she burst through the ceiling and ascended to the second floor. The shared experience of this sibling duo tugged at Mitsuri's heartstrings. It was rare to witness Tanjiro in such a state of despair and helplessness. The last time was on the day of his family's tragedy. Jyomiai Himejima clasped his hands in prayer, hoping for Nezuko to awaken. He had once taught Genya the Diamond Sutra. Had Nezuko not been muzzled, perhaps he could have taught her to recite it, calming her in desperate moments. Kyajuro Rengoku asked solemnly, is there truly no way to put her to sleep? Given her current state, even knocking her unconscious may be futile. Nezuko must willingly fall into a deep slumber, just as she did in the Misty Mountains. In a daze, Tanjiro searched his mind for solutions. He had experienced something similar, but those were merely methods to soothe a child. Would they truly be effective? Chapter 49 Lullaby. Just as Tanjiro felt utterly helpless, Daki slowly approached. Half her face was scorched, resembling a malevolent spirit risen from hell. Her blood demon art only burns demons, and the wounds are slow to heal. How formidable. As Daki seemed on the verge of going berserk, a familiar face appeared before Tanjiro. Was that not Nezuko Kamadu? How elegantly she had transformed into a demon. Seeing Tanjiro struggling, clutching his out-of-control sister, the menacing adversary closing in, Mitsuri anxiously grasped her clothing. Fortunately, Tengen Yuzui arrived just in time, alleviating the tense atmosphere. The sound Hashira possessed a certain charisma. His confidence had a way of uplifting those around him. Upon his arrival, a sense of reassurance washed over the crowd. Tengen flicked his chain. I did say I would arrive in a grand fashion, didn't I? Zenitsu couldn't help but retort. You're just barely on time. You really know how to keep people on edge with your theatrics. Tengen raised his voice in response to the golden-haired youth's antics. Huh? Yet deep down, Zenitsu understood that Tengen had not deliberately arrived late. He had employed his utmost speed. It was just that this man was so flamboyant that Zenitsu refrained from praising him, fearing it would only inflate his ego further. Yuzui lamented. In front of our esteemed lord, I boasted, only to find myself in this dire predicament. Beside him, Daki remarked, did you come here willingly? Well, that saves me the trouble. It's noisy, I'm not even talking to you, Yuzui retorted dismissively. With an air of disdain he continued. How could someone as pathetically weak as you possibly be an upper moon? Before he could finish, Daki's head had already rolled to the ground. Tanjiro's eyes widened in astonishment. Incredible. After struggling for so long with Nezuko, it was merely a single strike for Mr. Yuzui, leaving not even a shadow behind. Butterfly Shinobu chuckled. It's just a matter of putting on a show. Daki was already significantly weakened by you and burned nearly to death by Nezuko. If Yuzui couldn't handle her, that would truly be absurd. Tanjiro blinked. I see. Yuzui Tengen with a vacant gaze interjected. Hey Shinobu, don't casually expose others. Maintaining elegance is akin to magic. It requires skill and finesse, and if you unveil it, the atmosphere dissipates. Shinobu shot him a sidelong glance, reminding him she still remembered the grudge against Aoi and Kaneo. Yet, one thing Yuzui stated was indeed correct. After a prolonged observation, Ihei Kabane commented, this demon is undeniably weak, lacking the caliber of an upper moon. The battle between Nezuko and Daki was replete with oddities. Even if Nezuko is extraordinary, she cannot conjure energy from thin air. Why is Daki's regenerative ability inferior to Nezuko's? Especially after witnessing the prowess of Upper Moon 3. It becomes apparent that this Upper Moon 6 is unworthy of their rank. Could it be that Mugen merely recruited her as a filler? It seems unlikely, as he appears to hold Daki in high regard, frequently coming to encourage her. Tanjiro exclaimed, wait, has she been decapitated already? Amazing. Yuzui Tengen reminded him. The battle isn't over yet. Think of a way to manage your sister. We don't need a troublesome little demon on the battlefield. Just sing her an inconspicuous lullaby. As Daki leapt out of the window to flee, Yuzui chased after her, leaving the siblings alone in the room. Tanjiro scratched his head for a long time and said, it seems I have no other option left. Yuzui responded, surprised. You can't be serious about singing a lullaby, right? I was just joking. The suggestion to have Tanjiro sing a lullaby was a hyperbolic way of urging him to resolve the situation quickly, akin to hastily returning home to find their mother. Tanjiro's gaze lowered slightly. I can't think of any other way. I suppose the me on screen feels the same. As for the lullaby their mother sang, it might be effective. Who knows if my rendition would suffice? Hanako and Takeo had already assisted him once. Perhaps if their mother were present, Nezuko would. Tanjiro recalled his mother. Thus, he began to sing with an unmelodious voice. Why do the little rabbits on the mountain have such long ears? It is because when Rabbit Mama was pregnant, she ate long leaves from the trees. Nezuko's eyes widened, lost in the embrace of her mother. Why do the little rabbits on the mountain have such red eyes? It is because when Rabbit Mama was pregnant, she ate red berries. The overlapping voices of Tanjiro's song and their mothers brought Nezuko to tears. The group fell silent, listening intently to the gentle melody emanating from the screen. Zenitsu thought, Nezuko must be longing for her mother. In a moment of profound pain, she was undoubtedly vulnerable, yearning to return to her mother's embrace and weep freely. The intertwining of song and sobbing revealed that both Tanjiro and Nezuko were crying. They were not the only ones missing their mother. Yet, they could never return to the past. Such a gentle and familiar song would only be heard in dreams from now on. Nezuko's form shrank to that of a child, curling up and falling asleep with tears in her eyes. Tanjiro sighed in relief, nearly breaking into tears himself. Mother, she has fallen asleep. Nezuko has fallen asleep. Butterfly Shinobu pondered. It is said that a curled sleeping position signifies a lack of security. Nezuko must be in such a state. Restoring to a child's form seemed to allow her to return to a carefree childhood, peacefully sleeping beside her mother. Yurichi Tsujikuni expressed a mix of sorrow and comfort, saying, Tanjiro, you have done well. He had fulfilled his promise through his actions. With her head cradled in her hands, Daki called out to Yuzui Tengen, stop. This isn't over. Yuzui Tengen, perplexed, replied, you still have the energy to shout? Daki, in frustration, exclaimed, you say I am not an Upper Moon demon? I am indeed Upper Moon 6. Regardless of Yuzui's assertions, Daki repeatedly emphasized her identity. Ultimately, she became so agitated that she broke into tears. I am not lying. I truly am Upper Moon 6. Because I am formidable. Is that so? Ihei Kabane teased, Yuzui, you have managed to make a demon cry. Yuzui Tengen was equally astonished. I didn't say anything. Why is she suddenly wailing? Mitsuri Kenroji, not deceived by Daki's facade, remained vigilant. Could it be she wishes to distract you? Then seized the chance to attack? Rengoku Kyojuro attempted to analyze. It seems she may not be lying after all. Just like a child desperately trying to prove themselves to an adult. Chapter 50 Brother. Daki cried out, pounding the ground. Die, brother. Along with her cries, a gaunt man, resembling a skeleton, emerged from Daki's body. Yuzui Tengen's eyes widened. His alertness heightened as he swiftly swung his sword. Is it true? A demon can split apart? Tomioka-ju gasped in shock. Mitsuri Kenroji was equally taken aback. Is she calling for her brother because she cannot win? What is this principle? Shinobu Kocho stated solemnly. Yuzui has fallen into a misconception. He believes that another upper moon exists. However, this demon before us is indeed upper moon 6, only they come in pairs. Daki's brother was evidently different from her, exuding a chilling and bloody aura that explained Yuzui's immediate wariness. He was present. The sensation would undoubtedly be even more intense. Rengoku Kaijuro's expression turned grave. It's not just the issue of an additional demon. Daki's head remained detached for so long without dying, likely linked to her brother. This sibling pair is quite unique. Jotaro swiftly teleported beside his sister, assisting her in reattaching her head. Stop crying, you silly girl. If your head falls off, you should put it back on yourself. Yuzui Tengen was stunned. What incredible speed. Jotaro gently caressed his sister's face. Such a beautiful girl, you must cherish that. With his touch, Daki's burns instantly healed. Zenitsu stared vacantly. We're doomed. Such terrifying speed, and this regenerative ability. This is the true upper moon. It seems the previous battle was merely an appetizer. Yuzui crossed his arms, huffing. I knew it wouldn't be this simple. It was as if everything unfolded according to his expectations, yet only Yuzui understood. This time, things would likely not end well. Would he meet the same fate as Rengoku? No, his death must be the most glorious. He must take both demons down with him. Sensing Yuzui's attack, Jotaro tilted his head slightly. With a mere flick of his wrist, Yuzui's diamond headpiece shattered, and multiple wounds appeared on his body. Jotaro gripped his scythe. Your skills are quite impressive. Tanjiro anxiously called out, Mr. Yuzui. Blood streamed down half of Yuzui's face, marring his once splendid visage. Had he not reacted swiftly, that strike could have cost him his life. Yuzui Tengen casually patted him. Make sure to watch closely. This might very well be the most splendid battle of his life. And having someone to witness it felt rather satisfying. Takutum Witcher's focus drifted. This demon is rather grotesque. Are they truly siblings? His sister was indeed a striking beauty. But the brother's visage? Kenroji Mitsuri lightly tapped his head. Does appearance truly matter? The pressing concern is that Yuzui is in danger. He watched the scene on the screen. His anxiety mounting, wishing he could swiftly reach his comrade in need of support. The term prostitute refers to those who handle the monetary transactions. In such a disreputable profession, it seems only the likes of Kyogai is involved. He cast a sinister gaze at Yuzui. How fortunate you are, possessing such a handsome face, devoid of wrinkles or scars. Your physique is robust and towering. You must surely be the object of many women's affections. Truly, it is envy-inducing. Could you not hasten your demise? Yuzui Tengen replied nonchalantly. Even if you flatter me, I shall not go easy on him. He understood the implication behind the words. Yet the provocation still slipped from his lips. Kenroji Mitsuri remarked. His jealousy towards Mr. Yuzui stems from the very traits he lacks, does it not? An ugly visage, a frail body, bones nearly breaking through the skin, as if he could perish at any moment. Can he truly fight in such a state? Yet, how is it that his aura is so menacing? Kochu Shinobu mused. My earlier assumptions were correct. This pair of siblings indeed grew up in the red light district. The brother is a prostitute, and the sister a courtesan. Is he ill? Such congenital ailments must lead to such a condition. Remarkably, he has lived this long and become a henchman. Daki added melodramatically, brother. It's not just him, but also that fire-wielding fellow. They are all bullying me. I am but one person. Despite my earnest efforts, they conspire against me with their numbers. Jotaro gritted his teeth. I understand, brother. My sister is not the brightest. And despite her efforts, you wretched lot will pay for bullying her. The siblings' exchange left Tengen Uekairu bewildered. Are they not merely shifting blame? Who is truly bullying whom? Kenroji Mitsuri clenched his fists. These shameless fiends. Do demons truly speak of fairness with humans? How laughable. Have demons ever treated humans fairly? All we seek is a means of survival. What is wrong with uniting? Zenitsu timidly observed. This brother incessantly claims his sister is dim-witted. Yet since his arrival, Daki seems to have truly become foolish. Though she was never particularly clever, at least she acted on her own volition. Since her brother appeared, she has only cried, relying on him for support, rendering her inactive. Daki is excessively dependent on her brother to a pathological extent. Rengoku Kyujuru pondered. Perhaps this is the norm of their sibling dynamic. Jotaro flung his bone sickle, shattering the wall and soaring outside. Tanjiro, witnessing this, prepared to assist. Just as Inosuke, dragging a sleeping Zenitsu, arrived. The gathering of the trio lightened the atmosphere somewhat. Regardless of their ability to assist, at least Yuzui was no longer alone. Moreover, from previous skirmishes, Inosuke and Zenitsu had proven quite useful, yielding unexpectedly effective results. Taketo Muichiru's expression turned peculiar. How was he able to run so far while sleeping? Kochu Shinobu was also intrigued, asking Zenitsu, "Do you truly possess no awareness?" Zenitsu fervently shook his head, nearly transforming it into a pendulum. Tengen Uekairu exhaled deeply. 2 demons for individuals. I wonder how they will allocate their combat. If he surmised correctly, defeating both demons simultaneously was imperative. Chapter 51. United as one. Inside the room, Jotaro continued to spew forth words of jealousy. How splendid it is to protect humans. They must be exceedingly grateful to you, yes? Yuzui Tengen remained unfazed, adding fuel to the fire. Of course. After all, I am charming, stylish, and lead a life of grandeur, with 3 wives. Jotaro erupted in fury. What nonsense. You have 3 wives? I shall not let you go unpunished. Zenitsu quipped. At a time like this, perhaps you should refrain from inciting hatred. Working alongside this sound Hashira must be quite reassuring, as all enemy attacks are directed at him. Yuzui Tengen shrugged nonchalantly. He has been praising me, why should I deny it? Rather than diminish my own prestige, I might as well embrace the flamboyance. Kochu Shinobu maintained her smile. You have said so much, yet what others are most concerned about is your 3 wives. Yuzui Tengen raised an eyebrow. What can I say? My charm is undeniable. It was a jest meant to alleviate the tension. Though he frequently boasted of his 3 wives, Yuzui understood that their relationship transcended conventional marriage. All 4 shared profound importance to one another. Blood demon art. Flying blood sickles. In a fit of rage, Jotaro unleashed a flurry of blood sickles, which Yuzui deftly dodged, only for the sickles to return from behind. It became apparent that the direction could be controlled. Unless the main body was struck, the sickles would not cease. Was that sister's form merely a facade? Would he need to sever his head to vanquish him? Tanjiro's expression grew grave. This brother's ability is perilous. A wide-ranging, long-range attack that can be directed. One misstep could cost a life. He saw Inosuke and Zenitsu hiding behind the house, yet could not find the opportunity to approach. Ikaku Shinobu said, Jotaro is indeed the main body, hiding within his sister. Thus he can never perish. There seems to be a contradiction. If everything revolves around Jotaro, he need not expose himself, for Daki cannot die. Is it because he is a brother who cherishes his sister that he cannot stand idly by while she is attacked? No, they aim to fight together. To test the waters, Yuzui threw a few thunderballs into the room where only demons remained. Upon closer inspection, he found the explosions thwarted by Daki's obi. There she sat upon her brother's shoulder. We siblings are of one heart and mind. Tengen Uekairu's expression turned serious. This complicates matters. It is not merely a matter of a main body and a substitute, but rather 2 main bodies. One cannot defeat Daki and Jotaro separately, both must be vanquished simultaneously. Although Yuzui has repeatedly claimed Daki is weak, she is merely a troublesome demon. And now there is Jotaro to contend with. Tanjiro clenched his fists. I must hurry to assist Mr. Yuzui. On the screen, he saw himself tending to the sleeping Nezuko. When Nezuko awakens, she often fights alongside him. The bond between the upper 6 siblings seems strong. Even after becoming demons, they have never parted ways. Jotaro remarked. You must be the one chosen by heaven since birth. Ha! I truly wish for your swift demise. Yet those words struck a chord with Yuzui. What? In your eyes I am a genius? Even at my level? To be so elevated by you, your lives must be incredibly fortunate. Spending centuries in this little wretched place, anyone would become a frog at the bottom of a well. On the screen, Yuzui angrily laid bare his thoughts. In his eyes, he found himself lacking when compared to the likes of Rengoku in strength, Kaijuro in talent, and even the well-roundedness of Akaza. He had often chastised himself for not being vigilant enough in his protective duties. Kanroji Mitsuri gasped in surprise, covering her mouth. Mr. Yuzui. Was it possible that the typically proud and confident man had ever felt so powerless? Noticing the astonished expressions of those around him, Yuzui awkwardly remarked, Is it not entirely normal to have such thoughts? I merely speak the truth. Rengoku Kaijuro insisted earnestly. Yuzui, you are already remarkable. There is no need for self-reproach. We must simply do our utmost. Tengen's sentiment was echoed by Tomioka Ju, who nodded in agreement. If we are to speak of inadequacy, it is I who should bear that title. Kanroji Mitsuri smiled, adding, They are indeed like frogs at the bottom of a well. Only aware of the pillar's prowess while neglecting the talents of Tanjiro and Nezuko, which ultimately led to Daki's injuries. Furthermore, Zenitsu and Inosuke are both exceptional swordsmen. Their future achievements will rival those of the pillars. The master felt fortunate. His swordsmen were the finest cohort in the Demon Slayer Corps, second only to the first generation. It was no wonder that Jotaro was astonished by Yuzui's capabilities. It was as if centuries of accumulated prowess had manifested in their generation, heralding the potential end of Mugen's reign in their era. Jotaro clenched his teeth. But you are still alive. My blood sickle contains potent poison. How do you explain that? Yuzui Tengen countered. That is because I hail from a lineage of ninjas, naturally endowed with resistance to toxins. Zenitsu, filled with anxiety, exclaimed. That wide-ranging blood sickle is already troublesome enough. And it is poison too? Even someone as agile as Yuzui cannot completely evade it. Wouldn't anyone else lose their life? Yuzui Tengen exhaled deeply. It seems they chose the right person for this task. Tamayo questioned him with curiosity. Can ninjas really disregard toxins? Yuzui Tengen, crossing his arms, replied. That is certainly not the case. If there were indeed a way to be immune to all poisons, ninjas would not have gradually declined. It is impossible to be entirely immune to toxins, smiled Kochi Shinobu. Some antidotes themselves possess strong toxicity. To achieve complete immunity, one would first have to transform into a being of poison. Upon reaching that stage, the body would hardly withstand it. Fortunately, the highly toxic wisteria is only mildly toxic to humans. Daki scoffed in disbelief. Lies. Ninjas have been extinct since the Edo period. Yuzui thought to himself. I am not lying. Among my 9 siblings, only 2 remained by the time I turned 15. My father, obsessed, trained us relentlessly, and as time passed, my brother began to mirror my father's nature. To him, both wife and children were merely tools. I refused to become like them. Tanjiro was taken aback. How could such a father exist? My own family has many children, yet we share an unbreakable bond. We know our existence stems from love. Anyone who bears children solely to turn them into tools destined for death does not deserve to be called a father. Yuzui Tengen spoke casually. Having come to terms with his past, the decline of ninjas is an inevitable trend. It is precisely because of my father, an antiquated relic, that we all perished. Refusing to reform and clinging to an archaic and brutal system, it is no wonder they ended up in the annals of history. Tanjiro blinked his large eyes. Has he suddenly become so sharp-tongued? Yet, one can discern the undertone of Yuzui's grievances. Chapter 52. Entering the battlefield. Altering deeply ingrained beliefs instilled from a young age is a challenging endeavor. Fortunately, Yuzui Tengen possesses a resolute nature, and the master is a person of great understanding. He comprehends Yuzui's struggles and affirms their courageous actions. Yuzui Tengen mused. Thus, I must wager everything to excel. After all, I was raised in such an environment. No matter how many times they witnessed it, the Hashira felt profoundly fortunate. To encounter such a wise and tolerant master guiding their path allowed them to escape confusion and embrace a new life. Despite the master's youth, he seemed to embody the wisdom of an elder. At that moment, Zenitsu, trembling, pointed at the screen. The poison is taking effect. Indeed, as Yuzui Tengen recalled his past, the telltale purple of poison had begun to crawl up his cheek. What should be done? Would he perish here? Although Yuzui Tengen had garnered some enmity, he did not deserve to die. What are you thinking, kid? Yuzui Tengen playfully smacked Zenitsu on the head. I am the god of festivals. My grand move has not yet been unleashed. I must make my exit as glamorous as possible. In a state of poisoning, Yuzui Tengen instead entered a frenzied state. He swung his dual blades, severing Daki's waistband, and delivered a powerful kick to her abdomen. Enraged, Jotaro attempted to strike him down, but was blasted aside by Yuzui's lightning sphere. Yuzui's twin swords danced with ferocity, their blades connected by an iron chain. As long as the sound Hashira grasped one blade's tip, the other blade's attack range could be extended tremendously. The dazzling display of skill left Tanjiro and the others in awe. With each spin of the blade and each lightning strike, the visual spectacle resembled a mesmerizing acrobatic performance. Inosuke's eyes sparkled with admiration. Truly worthy of the god of festivals. Zenitsu murmured, is this the agility of a ninja? Tanjiro expressed his admiration. Controlling one blade by grasping the tip of another requires immense finger strength, doesn't he it? Yuzui Tengen could not help but feel pride. At least you possess discerning eyes. Kamroji Mitsuri clenched her fists. Even while afflicted by potent poison, facing 2 upper moons without faltering, Mr. Yuzui is indeed exceptional. If such a remarkable individual believes himself inadequate, then I must strive even harder. Jotaro blocked Yuzui's assault with his sickle. Yuzui Tengen scoffed. I didn't expect to falter here. Meanwhile, Daki's head was severed once more. The kiss creme in frustration. While Jotaro's heart tightened. You haven't realized, have you? Iguro Abanai remarked. Yuzui intends to behead both of these siblings simultaneously. Daki is manageable. But facing Jotaro alone is still challenging. Kenroji Mitsuri expressed concern. As the poison progresses, the challenges will only intensify. Thus, it was time for Yuzui Tengen to inquire. He glanced toward Zenitsu. Where are my reinforcements? Earlier, when Tanjiro faced Daki alone, Zenitsu had complained about the delay. Now, he echoed that sentiment. Why haven't Zenitsu and Inosuke arrived yet? Under Yuzui's piercing gaze, Zenitsu instantly flared up. We arrived long ago. It's just that we couldn't find the right moment to intervene. Yuzui Tengen waved dismissively. Alright, I know you can't be of help. Let's wait for Tanjiro instead. Ugh, Tanjiro, this person is being unreasonable. Hearing Zenitsu's complaint, Tanjiro, seated in the middle, wore a helpless expression. Just as the moment arrived, Inosuke, dragging a sleeping Zenitsu, burst onto the scene. In the next instant, Tanjiro, having secured his sister, leapt down from above. Inosuke, hands on his hips, laughed heartily. Haha. I have arrived just in time. Looking at the two little tufts atop his head, Zenitsu nearly sputtered blood. Why is this demon hairstyle still here? Oh right. I fell asleep. Relying on Inosuke to fix my hair is nothing short of a fantasy. It was supposed to be a dashing rescue by 3 individuals. Yet here I stood, appearing rather foolish. Gazing at the additional demon, Tanjiro felt a tightening in his throat, and his hands quivered slightly. Taking advantage of this moment, Daki shouted, the strongest Hashira among you has already been poisoned. Noticing Tanjiro's wavering resolve, Yuzui laughed heartily. Victory is within your grasp. A mere poison is nothing to fear. These 3 are my exceptional adoptive sons. Tanjiro's eyes widened in realization. Mr. Yuzui. Back then, Rengoku had also referred to them as his sons. Unbeknownst to him, these Hashira had already accepted him. Zenitsu, feeling somewhat bashful, remarked, though I find you rather annoying, I'll let it slide since your strength is passable. What are you thinking? Yuzui replied, feigning nonchalance, I praised you to boost morale. Otherwise, you'd all be quaking in fear. Zenitsu clenched his fists, realizing he simply did not get along with this man. After teasing Zenitsu, Yuzui turned his gaze to the 3 young men, a faint smile gracing his lips. Perhaps having a few adoptive sons wasn't such a bad idea after all. He had always been a lone wolf, aside from his wives, and had never nurtured anyone else. It seemed he had a peculiar affinity for the number 3, considering the number of his wives as well. Suddenly, Yuzui forcibly pushed aside certain thoughts. The resemblance of their appearances and personalities to his wives was merely coincidental. Nonsense. Inosuke shouted, leave the worm lady to me and dreaming Maru. You can handle the mantis. Upon seeing Zenitsu, Daki exclaimed, you are the one from the establishment. I have something to say to you. Zenitsu, eyes closed and expression serious, replied. You must apologize to the girl whose ear you yanked. Takito Machiro murmured, although the boar-headed boy can never remember names. His nicknames are remarkably apartment. Zenitsu was dreaming Maru. Daki was the worm lady, and Kibutsuji was the mantis. Tanjiro hesitated, but you seem to forget names as well? Noticing Zenitsu's determination to seek justice for the girl, Mitsuri remarked, Zenitsu-kun, how gentle you are. Zenitsu blushed slightly, I just couldn't stand it. Butterfly Shinobu gazed at Zenitsu with curiosity. To converse with a demon in your dreams. Are you certain you weren't awake? Zenitsu's expression stiffened. I truly have no memories of being asleep. Chapter 53. Poisoned. Tanjiro held his breath, focusing intently, yet Kibutsuji's scythe was already aimed at his neck. It was only thanks to Yuzui's intervention that he narrowly evaded the blow. Kibutsuji chuckled darkly. They are not your adoptive sons. There's no coordination whatsoever. On the rooftop, an additional eye opened on Daki's forehead. Ha ha ha, this is my true power. For my brother has awakened. Zenitsu and Inosuke braced themselves. Filled with guilt, Tanjiro lamented, I have burdened Mr. Yuzui. It was my predicament that disrupted his fighting rhythm. Yuzui, displaying indifference, waved his hand dismissively. You still serve a purpose. If you were a liability, I would have ordered you off the battlefield. He offered no comforting words. Yet his casual demeanor lifted Tanjiro's spirits considerably. Indeed, Mr. Yuzui's tacit approval for Tanjiro to remain and confront Kibutsuji indicated he believed Tanjiro was capable of this role. He merely needed to cooperate fully. Doubting his own abilities equated to questioning Yuzui's judgment. Takito Machiro murmured, that female demon has opened another eye. Rengoku Kyujiru's expression turned grave. Although I cannot fathom the reason for this change, it is evident that her strength has significantly increased. Ubuyashiki Yoichi fell into contemplation. It seems many demons possess powers related to their eyes, such as the eye in Kyogai's palm, and the eyes on Hakuji's body. Furthermore, the mark of the 12 Kazuki is inscribed in their eyes. In the near future, when the master encounters other upper moons, this will become even clearer. Almost every upper moon has a unique trait associated with their eyes. Due to the battle on the rooftop, the entire building was on the verge of collapse, with falling debris obstructing Yuzui's line of sight. Kibutsuji advanced with his bone scythe while controlling blood scythes to attack from behind. Yuzui felt a tightening in his chest. There was no escaping this. In a moment of desperation, Tanjiro positioned himself to block the blood scythe aimed at Yuzui. Kenroji Mitsuri let out a relieved sigh. Thank goodness Tanjiro-kun reacted in time. Iguro Abanai remarked, that kid can be considered reliable. If I had to choose one among them to guard my back, it would be Tanjiro. He's steady and dependable. Although the other two were also competent, they often instilled a sense of anxiety and unpredictability. Could it be that the impressions left by the boar-headed boy in their dreamlike battles were simply too profound? Shinazugawa Sanemi clicked his tongue. That mantis demon is incredibly swift. Even with a ninja's reflexes, one must remain entirely focused. An ordinary swordsman would scarcely comprehend how they met their demise. Yet, an ordinary swordsman would never be able to lure Kibutsuji out in the first place. Tanjiro strained against the blood scythe's assault, feeling as though his blade might shatter. He could not confront it head-on. He had to divert its force. Yuzui, countering the attacks, mused. This kid can still move, how astonishing. His shoulder injuries are severe. The only reason he can grip the sword is that he has bound his hand to the hilt with cloth. The camera zoomed in on Tanjiro, revealing the extent of his injuries. Zenitsu murmured, I couldn't tell before. Witnessing Tanjiro's all-out effort in battle, who could have guessed he was enduring such grave pain? Tomioka Ju remained silent for a moment before speaking. It appears that in every battle depicted by the light curtain, Tanjiro has been injured. These injuries are not mere trifles. Tanjiro always charges to the front, sustaining the most severe wounds. Butterfly Shinobu gently caressed the fabric on her arm, as if she could sense her sister's presence through the garment. The Kamadu siblings were both gentle and resilient. Tanjiro remarked that Nezuko was always enduring. Yet he too was no different. It was precisely because of individuals like them that his fury towards demons only intensified. As the battle reached a stalemate, the condition of Yuzui and Tanjiro deteriorated further. At that moment Hina, not far from the rooftop, raised a box of hidden weapons, launching countless shuriken. Kibutsuji immediately went on the defensive, and Yuzui seized the opportunity to charge forward. However, as the shuriken continued to rain down, several embedded themselves in Yuzui's face and arms. Oh no! Zenitsu exclaimed in terror, you've fallen victim to your wife's attack. Silence, you fool, Yuzui retorted. That was Hina's attempt to create an opening for me. An opportunity one cannot let slip away. But you've been disfigured. Zenitsu protested. Aren't you the one who values elegance above all? Yuzui chuckled. A mere appearance. Even if my face is obscured, I, the god of festivals, shall remain the most splendid of all. Rengoku Kyujuru noted the issue. The shuriken's power is minimal. It can be disregarded by a demon. Is it possible that Miss Hina merely sought to afford you a chance to attack? Yuzui bore more shuriken than Kibutsuji, making this opportunity seem less significant. As expected of Rengoku, you've caught on, Yuzui smiled. We ninjas are resistant to poison, and we certainly know how to wield it. Butterfly Shinobu's eyes brightened. Could it be a highly potent wisteria poison, sufficient to incapacitate a lower moon and even affect an upper moon? Having been struck by the shuriken, Kibutsuji succumbed to the poison, giving Yuzui the chance to sever his leg. In a fleeting moment, Tanjiro seized the opportunity to strike at the neck of Jutaro, yet his attempt was deftly evaded. Enraged, Jutaro unleashed his blood sickle, vanishing from Yuzui's sight. Could it be that Hinetsuru? Upon witnessing Jutaro racing towards Hinetsuru, Yuzui Tengen felt his breath catch. Although she was a ninja, in the presence of upper moons, she was merely an ordinary person. After all those years of companionship, was the day of separation truly upon them? Mitsuri Kenroji clenched her collar in anxiety. What should we do? Miss Hinetsuru. Noticing the agreement among Hinetsuru and her companions, Mitsuri's attention was drawn. After a brief silence, Sanemi Shinazugawa's voice was somber. Yuzui, did you always intend to withdraw? Yuzui Tengen, feeling dismal yet compelled to respond, remarked. Whether it be killing or slaying demons, as long as I wield a blade, I cannot completely escape the shadows of my ninja past. As their lord had previously stated, despite a past steeped in cruelty, he still chose to take up arms to protect humanity, a decision that commanded respect. However, such a life must eventually reach its conclusion, after atoning for their past sins. They yearned for a semblance of normalcy. Yuzui had delineated the endpoint of his journey as the annihilation of the upper moons. After hearing Yuzui's explanation, their lord spoke. Tengen's abilities are well suited for confronting Upper Moon 6. Once the viewing concludes, I shall send someone to accompany you to the red light district, and you shall achieve your desires. Yuzui knelt on one knee. I am grateful for your understanding, my lord. The news of the sound Hashira's impending withdrawal left Zenitsu momentarily stunned. So sudden. Mitsuri's gaze sharpened as she fixed her eyes on Yuzui. What if I said we need your strength? With the emergence of more information regarding demons post the appearance of the light curtain, it was indeed a critical moment. Do you take me for a quitter? Yuzui chuckled lightly. I am not one to abandon my post midway. If I am to withdraw, it will be only after the matter reaches a conclusion. Should the slaying of Upper Moon 6 yield no further disturbances, Yuzui would gradually step back. Yet if other Upper Moons emerged, how could he remain passive? That would be far too undignified. Desperately, Tanjiro commanded his body. Faster, even faster. Drawing upon his dwindling strength, he severed one of Jitaro's hands, positioning himself protectively before Hinetsuru. Tanjiro's hands trembled as he temporarily augmented the intensity of water breathing by blending it with the fire goddess dance, reducing the burden compared to solely relying on the latter. I may not be able to master water breathing to the pinnacle like Ju, but I possess my own strengths. That's splendid. Tanjiro! Zenitsu exclaimed in delight. Yuzui sighed in relief. I knew you would come through. Tanjiro scratched his head. It is what I must do. Since Mr. Yuzui is bearing the brunt of the offense, it falls upon me to safeguard Miss Hinetsuru. Ju remarked earnestly. You have grasped the essence of the fluidity of water breathing. My technique pales in comparison. Due to his own lack of intellect and insight, he had to relentlessly practice the 11 forms, which rendered him inferior to Tanjiro, who could seamlessly integrate two breathing styles. Tanjiro blinked, pondering if it was merely his illusion that Ju's perception of his abilities diverged from the truth. Sanemi wore a perplexed expression. That is one of the 5 fundamental breathing styles. Ju was currently the most proficient user of water breathing. How could he deduce that his technique was insignificant? Seizing the moment, Yuzui lunged forward, aiming his blade at Jitaro's neck. Thank you, Kamado Tanjiro. Inosuke observed Yuzui's action. Oh, we must strike simultaneously. Zenitsu cautioned, do not rush. We need to keep them in a state of dismemberment without pause, launching our assaults continuously. Inosuke critically assessed. You certainly are more formidable while asleep. The awake Zenitsu rarely maintains such composure in analyzing the battlefield. Zenitsu retorted, unwilling to concede. Even in my sleep. That is still me. He longed to be as impressive while awake as he was in slumber, yet there always seemed to be a barrier between the two states. Shinobu Kocho reassured. Take your time, be patient. Your inability to merge the two states stems from not recognizing him as part of yourself. Zenitsu often belittled his own abilities, subconsciously believing that the powerful and composed individual was not him. How then could he integrate the two? Nevertheless, he was gradually learning to acknowledge himself. Surely, one day, he would become his true, complete self. Tanjiro's blade and Yuzui's sword aligned on either side of Jitaro's neck. Jitaro clamped down on one of Yuzui's blades. Yuzui sensed impending danger. Is he about to use that technique again? In a swift motion, Jitaro spun, taking Yuzui with him. Sanemi, frustrated, exclaimed, curse it. With 2 blades aimed at his neck, we still couldn't sever his head. Kyajuro Rengoku's expression was grave. Upper moons are indeed formidable. No, it is Jitaro who is tenacious. Iguro Abanai remarked with a distant gaze. Had he not divided his strength with his sister, he might have nearly rivaled Akaza. Mitsuri fretted. What now? If even Mr. Yuzui and Tanjiro cannot handle Jitaro, and Inosuke and Zenitsu are unable to confront Daki, we require a powerful ally to support us, but reinforcements cannot simply materialize. No. Those battles were not for naught, Yuzui asserted solemnly. As long as I can discern their combat patterns, the score will soon be settled. At that point, the tide can be turned. For now, we must endure. Inosuke shouted. Tanjiro, change of plans. We can't approach that worm woman. Let's leave the mantis demon to that festival elder. Although concerned for Yuzui, Tanjiro understood that a stalemate was futile. They must first resolve one side. With Tanjiro and Zenitsu providing cover, Inosuke charged towards Daki. Indeed, the sudden increase in numbers had an immediate effect, as Inosuke severed Daki's neck. What joy! Kenroji exclaimed. In situations where there is a disparity in strength between the two sides, the allocation of personnel is crucial. No matter how the 4 of us are combined, We cannot simultaneously confront two upper moons. Thus, we must concentrate our efforts and deal with Daki first. Tanjiro wore a worried expression. But then, all the pressure will fall on Mr. Yuzui. Yuzui lightly tapped Tanjiro's head. Worry about yourself first. Completing the task is paramount. Yoya Shinjuro analyzed the information. At this juncture, the capabilities of the upper six siblings have been largely revealed. The battle unfolding on the screen occurred with startling suddenness, and the arrival of reinforcements would require precious time. However, we have now pinpointed the location of Daki. With adequate preparation and the deployment of sufficient forces, I firmly believe that the day of slaying the upper moon is within our grasp. At this juncture, even the usually composed leader could not suppress the surge of excitement within. After all, we are dealing with an upper moon demon. For centuries, countless illustrious Hashira have fallen to their hands. Yet now, we have glimpsed the dawn of victory against the upper moons. Chapter 55, Desperation. In a bid to prevent Daki's body from regenerating, Inosuke hastily scooped up her head and fled. You all should assist the festival uncle. Along the way, Daki's head incessantly hurled insults. To delay her recovery, Inosuke relentlessly struck the head with additional blows. Suddenly, a sickle pierced through Inosuke's chest from behind. It was Kyogai, who had rushed in to save his sister. Witnessing Inosuke flee with Daki's head in his arms, everyone had to concede. This fellow indeed possesses a modicum of quick wit. If Tanjiro and Zenitsu could aid Yuzui, then what about Kyogai? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he saw Inosuke's chest punctured. Tanjiro gasped in horror. Inosuke. Why? Why did this happen so suddenly? Inosuke, infuriated, snorted hotly. That bastard, the mantis demon. Zenitsu, desperate to shake him by the shoulders, exclaimed, Forget the enemy. Your chest has been pierced. Amidst the bewildered gazes of those around, Inosuke erupted into laughter. I was raised amidst the wilderness and beasts. I can even shift my organs to evade attacks. This minor wound means nothing. Upon hearing Inosuke's explanation, Tanjiro and Zenitsu felt somewhat reassured. However, Shinobu was intrigued by Inosuke's extraordinary physique. Shinjuro, contemplating something, spoke with a grave tone. What of Yuzui? If Kyogai has come to attack Inosuke, where has Yuzui Tengen gone? The atmosphere in the courtyard tightened at this reminder. Tanjiro also realized this, abruptly turning around to see Yuzui Tengen lying motionless on the ground. His pupils dilated, and a wave of despair washed over him. Tanjiro, watch out. The enemy's attack soon followed, and Zenitsu was pinned beneath the rubble in a bid to save him. I'm sorry everyone. I'm sorry Zenitsu. Empathizing with his own desperate self on the screen, Tanjiro murmured. How could this happen? It's all because of me. If only I could have assisted. We would have already beheaded Kyogai alongside Mr. Yuzui. If only I could have helped, I wouldn't he have had to watch Inosuke get stabbed. If only I could have helped, Zenitsu wouldn't he be in peril because of saving me. Hey, Tanjiro. Tanjiro. He snapped back to reality from the overwhelming emotions, only to find everyone looking at him with concern. Yuzui Tengen furrowed his brow. You're not overthinking again, are you? Being overly burdened is not a good thing. Kenroji Mitsuri, with a worried expression, added. Tanjiro, you seem to keep saying you're sorry. Taketu Muichiro spoke earnestly. You need not apologize, after all. You have always been at the forefront, haven to you? A pair of warm hands rested on his shoulders, and Tanjiro's gaze met the golden red eyes. His nose tinged with emotion, Mr. Rengoku. The presence of Mr. Rengoku felt overwhelmingly reliable. Whenever Tanjiro faced difficulties, he would ponder what Mr. Rengoku would do. Unbeknownst to him, the flame Hashira had become his beacon of hope. If it were Mr. Rengoku, he would undoubtedly say, Ignite your heart. The voices in his mind and reality intertwined. In the depths of unconsciousness, Tanjiro thought of Nezuko. Why does my brother always apologize? Is poverty destined to bring misfortune? Is lacking cute clothes truly pitiable? Always attributing various matters to himself. Even the passing of father feels like his fault. Even after giving his utmost effort, what does it matter? After all, we are merely ordinary humans. Please do not apologize. What truly matters is changing the future. I believe my brother can do it. Hearing his sister's words, Tanjiro embraced Nezuko beside him. Thank you. Feeling her brother's emotions, Nezuko returned the embrace. Only after the sibling's emotions had calmed did the leader gently speak. Tanjiro, your family is truly remarkable. In this battle against the entertainment district, it has always been your family that has risen to alter the tide at critical moments. Hanako urged him to breathe. Takeo called out to awaken him to stop Nezuko, and always soothed the demonized daughter to sleep. And while the fates of the other three remain uncertain, It was once again Nezuko who helped Tanjiro regain his resolve. Tanjiro wiped his eyes. Indeed. They are all my pride. Tanjiro opened his eyes, only to see Kyogai standing before him. You're quite the lucky one. However, apart from luck, you are utterly worthless. How pathetic. The others have already met their demise. The person in the box is your sister, isn't she? Kyogai chuckled maliciously. You can't even protect your sister. What kind of brother are you? Ha. Speak up. Aunt. Dimwit. Fool. Coward. Ha ha ha. By the way, for your sister's sake, why not become a demon yourself? As Kyogai clutched Tanjiro's hair, Mitsuri shouted angrily. Let go of my brother Tanjiro. Does this demon have a few screws loose? Takatu Michiru's expression darkened. Why is he saying all this to Tanjiro? It seemed he was particularly fixated on Tanjiro, having kept him around to say so much without taking action. Akaza glared with his heterochromatic eyes. What is wrong with these demons? Why do they always want to turn their opponents into demons? Could it be that Muzan has instructed them to recruit new demons? Tanjiro pondered. It seems like he has been holding these words in for a long time. It doesn't feel like he is speaking to me. Today being his first encounter with Kyogai, how could he have prepared so much to say? If you can't protect your sister, then become a demon. Shinobu suddenly recognized where the familiarity stemmed from. These two pairs of siblings share many similarities. This means that the words Kyogai has been formulating may have been directed at himself. Faced with Kyogai's derision, Tanjiro slowly raised his head. Yes. When a person is in sorrow, they will tilt their head back to prevent tears from falling. Yet contrary to his thoughts, Tanjiro wore an expression of steadfast determination. In the next moment, with a powerful headbutt, he sent Kyogai crashing to the ground. Silence. Stillness. Dead silence. Inosuke, oblivious to the atmosphere, shouted. Here it comes. The Ironhead's ultimate technique. Yuzui Tengen, hand to his forehead, remarked. Tanjiro, I believe the current breathing techniques are hindering you. Instead of learning water breathing or Kagura, you might as well develop your own technique. Head breathing. Tanjiro sheepishly replied. The concept of head breathing sounds a bit strange. I can't have him using his head in place of the Nichiren blade. Shinobu smiled wickedly. I look forward to the day you use a headbutt to knock out Kibutsuji Muzan. Oh, and if you encounter Upper Moon too? You could give him a taste of that as well. Chapter 56 Stripes. How is this possible? A mere human's headbutt could never bring me down. Kyogai looked down and found himself pierced by a kunai. It was that woman from earlier. He reached for the charm pouch. Was it to mask the kunai's scent? He watched as Tanjiro grasped the Nichiren blade with his contorted fingers, raising it high. Why do you still refuse to give up? Yuzui Tengen suddenly realized. At that moment, it seemed Hina had passed him something. It turned out to be a kunai. The kunai was small, and the poison upon it was limited. It could not assist Tanjiro significantly. Yet, regardless of how perilous or despairing the situation became, Tanjiro never relinquished his resolve, relentlessly seeking ways to retaliate. Observing the curvature of Tanjiro's fingers, the others instinctively gasped. Those fingers had been bent by Kazuki Jitaro's curses. A cruel reminder of the pain that echoed through his bones. Despite the agony, Tanjiro did not utter a sound. If one were not attentive, they might overlook his suffering. A small hand grasped Tanjiro's calloused and scarred hand. He looked down to see Nezuko, tenderly checking for his injuries. He smiled gently. It's all right, see? I'm fine. Tanjiro pressed the blade down upon Jitaro, their faces momentarily overlapping. Tanjiro pondered. How remarkably similar are our fates as siblings. Had circumstances been different, I too might have become a demon, and others would come to sever my head. Gazing at the overlap of his face with Jitaro's, Tanjiro felt a disorienting sensation. As if one day he might indeed turn into a demon, and his former companions would come to take his life. Iguro Abanai coldly advised him. Do not let the demons affect you too deeply. You are you and others are others. Given Tanjiro's indomitable will, it is highly likely that, should he become a demon, he would choose to take his own life rather than harm others. Shinazugawa Sanemi also spoke up. Consider it a warning. You do not wish to end up like Jitaro, do you? Then strive onward, carrying your sister with you. Tanjiro sensed the encouragement in his words. Did Mr. Iguro and Mr. Shinazugawa truly recognize him? Dekiekle Medin shook. Hey. No way, he cannot behead someone like this waste. Just as she was about to rescue her brother, a flash of lightning appeared, blocking her path. Zenitsu Agatsuma had somehow extricated himself from the rubble. Upon seeing his stance, Daki remarked. You've used that move so many times. I already know its speed. With a flash of thunder, unexpectedly, Zenitsu's speed increased, and the Nichiren blade struck towards Daki's neck. Rengoku Kaijuro cheered. Go for it, blonde boy. As long as Tanjiro and Zenitsu strike simultaneously, victory is ours. Yuzui Tengen regarded Zenitsu thoughtfully. This kid is indeed remarkable. He once believed that using the same technique repeatedly would render it ineffective. The essence of a ninja lies in not allowing the opponent to predict their next move. Tengen had considered Zenitsu, who only mastered the first form, to possess potential, albeit with limitations. Yet to his surprise, Zenitsu had transcended his own boundaries by perfecting the first form. Tanjiro looked at Zenitsu with joy. Godspeed? Is this your new technique? Zenitsu pointed to his fingers. Yes. But I still cannot control it well. It puts a heavy strain on my legs, and I can only use it twice a day. Witnessing his friend bravely fighting demons, he was unwilling to be left behind. Since the Mugen Train incident, Zenitsu had been striving to develop new techniques. Jotaro retaliated fiercely, launching his blood sickles and sending Tanjiro flying. In a critical moment, the ashen-faced Yuzui Tengen reappeared, blocking Jotaro's bone sickle. He laughed heartily. The score has been settled. Victory is ours. Tanjiro, do not stop. Jump. Yuzui Tengen laughed aloud. Haha, splendid. It is finally complete. Tomioka Ju exhaled deeply. That technique took an eternity to prepare. Inosuke was perplexed. What on earth is this score? Yuzui chuckled with pride. Expecting your brain to grasp this is a tall order. Just follow the rhythm and attack. Tanjiro attempted to comprehend. Analyzing the enemy's attack patterns and rhythms, formulating a response manifested in musicality. Zenitsu scratched his head. So it's like a universal template? No need for thought, just attack in rhythm to achieve the most perfect outcome. Tanjiro summoned every ounce of strength from his toes to the crown of his head. At this juncture in battle, his body had reached its limits. Accompanied by his roar, the scar on his forehead transformed into a flame-like pattern. Kaneo Tsuyuri suddenly sat upright. Is that a mark? Madame Tamayo similarly expressed disbelief. After centuries since the Warring States period, a Hashira with a mark has emerged in the Demon Slayer Corps. Several Hashira exchanged glances, and Kenroji Mitsuri respectfully inquired. Might I ask, what exactly is a mark? Kaneo Tsuyuri cleared his throat and explained. It is said that the original swordsmen who utilized the breathing techniques bore marks upon their bodies, enhancing their power exponentially. Shinazugawa Sanemi's eyes brightened, pressing for more. How can we awaken these marks, my lord? If we could enhance the Hashira's strength, they would have greater confidence facing the upper moons. The lord shook his head. One cannot force it. To prevent the frustration of swordsmen, who cannot awaken marks. Records of them have faded over time. The only written account states, whenever a swordsman with a mark appears, those around them resonate and may also develop marks. Hearing this, the crowd was stirred, their fervent gazes fixed upon Tanjiro. If a mark were to manifest, Tanjiro was the most likely candidate. Under their intense scrutiny, Tanjiro swallowed hard. I will do my best. Tanjiro and Zenitsu exerted every ounce of their strength. In a pivotal moment, the miraculous Inosuke returned to the battlefield, aiding Zenitsu in severing Daki's neck. With their united cries, the heads of the upper six siblings flew from their bodies. Cheers of joy echoed throughout the courtyard. Rengoku Kaijuro's eyes blazed. The upper six has finally fallen. This marks the greatest victory for the Demon Slayer Corps in a century. Zenitsu nearly wept. Wow, this is wonderful. Tanjiro, we finally did it. The tension he felt was akin to that on screen. He feared failure at the last moment. His spirit more taut than that of the characters depicted. Yuzui Tengen clenched his fists, his gaze fixed intently on the screen. Is it over? Chapter 57. The final words. Tanjiro struggled to breathe, desperately suppressing the toxins within. In a daze, he seemed to hear Mr. Yuzui shouting something. Run away. With a deafening crash, countless blood sickles erupted from Jotaro's body, transforming the surroundings into ruins. Kenroji Mitsuri was utterly shocked. Oh my! Is this the final retaliation of an upper moon demon? What has happened to everyone? Tanjiro leaned forward, attempting to discern the positions of his comrades amidst the chaos on the screen. Mr. Yuzui, Zenitsu, Inosuke, they had sustained such grave injuries and were poisoned. What about Miss Hina? What had become of them? Tanjiro. Zenitsu tightly grasped Tanjiro's wrist. Despite being the closest to Jotaro, he was still worried about others. Such a violent impact had even caused nearby buildings to crumble. Could Tanjiro possibly survive? Tanjiro slowly opened his eyes, trembling. Nezuko. Was it you who saved me? In the next moment, he surveyed his surroundings. Where is everyone? He took a few steps forward, perplexed, despite having been poisoned severely. Why was he still alive? Ju Tomioka exhaled with relief, stating, it seems Nezuko's blood demon art has taken effect. Shinobu Kocho's eyes brightened. Since Nezuko has regained her consciousness, there may still be hope for Yuzui and the others. She had been weighed down with anxiety, fearing that Yuzui and his comrades would succumb to poisoning before receiving medical attention. Having conducted some research on Nezuko's blood demon art, she had successfully used it to detoxify those afflicted by spider venom, proving its efficacy. Currently, all encountered demon poisons can be cured. In the distance, Zenitsu's wailing could be heard. I woke up and everything hurts. Both my legs are inexplicably broken. Who did this to me? Though somewhat ill-timed, a few could not help but chuckle. Zenitsu's plight was both tragic and humorous. He was blissfully unaware that his injuries were self-inflicted. Yuzui Tengen plugged his ears with his fingers. This kid has quite the lungs. One can tell he's bouncing back just from his voice. Fractures and muscle strains are not life-threatening. With proper care, he would recover. Surviving the battle against the upper moons was already a miraculous feat. Zenitsu had not forgotten about his comrades. Inosuke's heartbeat is growing fainter. Tanjiro hurriedly tugged his sister along, and upon arrival, saw Nezuko extending her small hand, unleashing her blood demon art. Inosuke's decaying skin gradually began to mend. Inosuke instantly perked up. I'm hungry. Hurry, bring me something to eat. Kyojuro Rengoku exclaimed heartily. Oh, the boar-headed youth is recovering swiftly. What a vibrant young man. Seeing them safe, he too felt the desire to celebrate with a meal. Mitsuri Kenroji clasped her hands together, exclaiming, Praise be. Thanks to Nezuko. Tanjiro, your decision to fight alongside your sister was indeed the right one. In this battle, everyone played a crucial role. Without any one of us, we could not have succeeded. And Nezuko, she is the guarantee of our survival. Tanjiro, still uneasy, searched the screen with his gaze. What about Mr. Yuzui? Mr. Yuzui crossed his arms, grinning with confidence. Just keep watching, and you shall see. He was utterly assured of his survival, provided he remembered to be detoxified. Amidst the ruins, Yuzui's 3 wives were weeping for him, particularly the air-headed Suma, who cried most lamentably. Should outsiders overhear, they might think their husband had already passed on. Yuzui struggled to speak. In my final moments, I wish to say. Before he could finish, the 3 began to cry and argue once more. Yuzui Tengen's eyes glazed over. No way? Am I not going to leave behind even my last words? This time, Yuzui felt the embarrassment wash over him. It was one thing to bicker at home, but having his wife's quirky antics displayed on the screen for his comrades and superiors to witness was a bit much, even for someone as thick-skinned as he. Thankfully, he was unscathed. It would be rather unfortunate to die without saying a word due to such a reason. Yoshiyuki Kanamori wore a serene expression, though a slight smile betrayed his emotions. His reaction stemmed from knowing that Yuzui's injuries were not life-threatening, with the most severe issue being the poisoning. The survival of the entire Demon Slayer Corps in this battle was a cause for great joy for their leader. A small hand reached out, and in the next moment, flames engulfed Yuzui. He was not dead yet. Surely it was too hasty to consider cremation. Suma's words finally elicited laughter from the crowd. Amidst the mirth, they felt, with such a lively spirit in the family, the atmosphere in the Sound Pillar's household must be quite delightful. Or rather, it must be quite raucous. Seeing that Yuzui was unharmed, Tanjiro went to check on the situation with the upper 6, also gathering blood samples along the way. From a distance, he heard the 2 heads arguing. Daki complained about her brother not coming to save her on time, while Jotaro retorted that his sister had only been watching the show. Their quarrel escalated, even leading them to sever ties, insisting that the other was not their true sibling. Observing Jotaro's increasingly hurtful words, Tanjiro covered his mouth. Kaneo Tsuyuri maintained a cold demeanor, with a hint of schadenfreude. It's rather rare to witness demons quarrel. This pair of siblings knew each other well, adept at finding the most painful words to stab each other with. Kaneo was uninterested in their bickering, rather, she focused on their words. It turned out that Jotaro had been manipulating their battles, which explained why Daki's combat prowess had improved significantly upon his arrival. Tanjiro felt a wave of sadness wash over him. Despite their closeness, why must they argue at the end of their lives? Won't that leave them with regrets? The thought that he too had been unable to properly bid farewell to his family twisted his heart. Shinobu smiled gently. Do not let them affect you, Tanjiro. Perhaps these are their true feelings? They can share joy but not sorrow. Perhaps their sibling bond is not as strong as it seems? Tanjiro shook his head. If that were the case, why wouldn't he empathize with them at all? Interrupted by Tanjiro, Daki cried out. I won't accept this. I won't accept this. Brother, I don't want to die. Watching his sister turn to ashes, Jotaro cried out in despair. Kume. That was my sister's name. Not some nonsense, Daki. However, Kume was not without her flaws. as her name was derived from the illness that led to their mother's demise. Mitsuri's gaze flickered. Kume? That name is far more endearing than Daki. It doesn't evoke the image of a demon. It gives the impression that they returned to humanity after death. Shinobu felt a heaviness in her heart. Kume, the illness that killed their mother, the brothel. I see, that is the fate of countless lowly courtesans. She felt a sense of discomfort. If these siblings were inherently wicked, it would be easier to understand, but if they could not survive as humans, who would be held accountable? This is not to excuse their malevolence, but to highlight a reality that feels utterly despairing. It feels as if there is no escape other than becoming a demon. Chapter 58. No matter how many times one is reincarnated. Before he was born, he nearly faced miscarriage numerous times, and after his birth, he was almost beaten to death by his mother. Yet despite it all, he survived with his frail body. Hated by countless individuals, deemed unworthy of existence in this world, everything changed with Kume's birth. With such a perfect sister, his life was no longer devoid of meaning. As Jitaro's innermost thoughts resonated, the emotions of those present inevitably grew heavy, until Kume's radiant face appeared on the screen, illuminating the shabby, narrow, and filthy environment. They began to share Jitaro's sentiments. Such a life was truly despairing. Only Kume provided a glimmer of hope for the future. Ju Tomioka remained silent for a moment before speaking. His inclination towards violence led him to become a debt collector. The thrill of collecting debts brought him satisfaction. Did this twisted nature exist even in his human days? Mitsuri replied solemnly. Due to having nothing, he developed a penchant for plundering others. Although this mindset is flawed, it is difficult to cast judgment upon them. Previous demons had their malice and desires amplified by Mugen, but Jitaro is not the same. Mitsuri Kenroji softly added. Kume is very beautiful. She possesses a vibrant, life-affirming beauty. Xiaomei resembled a flower poised to bloom, while Daji was akin to a fully blossomed flower, preserved as a specimen. Thus, who plucked this flower from its stem? It was not until Xiaomei reached the age of 13 that she, in a moment of desperation, blinded a samurai guest with a hairpin. In retaliation, he bound her and set her ablaze, leaving her to perish in agony. When Jifutaro returned, he could only hold the charred remains of his sister, weeping in despair. Tanjiro's eyes widened in horror, his hand clasped tightly over his mouth. Xiaomei was burned alive? No wonder Nezuko reacted explosively at that time. Her response was entirely justified. Butterfly Shinobu's expression hardened. This wretch. Those who abuse their power are more loathsome than demons. They not only commit evil openly, but also extend their malevolence far and wide. While demons lurk in the shadows, these individuals can brazenly stand in the light, basking in adulation and offerings, with others ready to justify and cover for their misdeeds. And that old brothel keeper too. Xiaomei was not a courtesan, her brother, as a debt collector, would never force her into something she despised. It was that ghoul, driven by greed, who sold Xiaomei to that guest. Jifutaro's words upon slaying the samurai echoed those he had spoken to Yuzu. Thereafter, he walked barefoot through the snow-laden streets, cradling his sister's lifeless body until her warmth faded away. Mitsuri Kenroji whispered softly, "They are destined to become demons. To survive, they must transform." Jifutaro pondered why. Given the misfortunes of their lives, they had not yet experienced a reversal of fortune. Perhaps becoming demons was their only stroke of luck. Iguro Abanai narrowed his eyes. Could it be Mugen Kibutsuji? Current records suggest that all demons originate from him. Ah, what has happened? How pitiful. A carefree male voice chimed in. While he spoke of pity, the iridescent hue of his eyes betrayed no warmth. The man sported white oak-colored hair, yet his scalp appeared as if splattered with blood. Life is indeed precious and must be cherished. I am a great benefactor. Allow me to assist you. Iguro Abanai furrowed his brow. He dares to call himself a great benefactor. To hear a demon speak of life's value could well earn a spot in the compilation of the most ironic jokes of the year. Upon seeing the demon's eyes, Ju Tomioka articulated slowly, "Upper 6. Was he the former Upper 6? Shinazugawa Sanemi interjected. Did this position fall to them only after death, or is he Upper 2? Kenroji's words captured the attention of others. She trembled, seemingly suppressing something profound. He did not die, he ascended, becoming the current Upper 2. The carefree demon, with his kaleidoscopic eyes and blood-spattered white oak hair. Indeed, it is he, the demon that took her sister's life. Kenroji clenched her teeth, yet a smile graced her face. She was elated. How could she not be? After such a long search, she finally had a lead. Tanjiro murmured, "Miss Shinobu." From her petite frame emanated a scent akin to an underwater volcano erupting. The seething, molten anger intertwined with the icy sorrow of the sea. From Kenroji's reaction, the other Hashira comprehended. That was the demon responsible for the death of the flower Hashira, Kane Kocho. Jifutaro was consumed by guilt. Had circumstances been slightly different, Xiaomei could have led a life of happiness. She was too easily influenced. It was his fault that she learned to strike first. Brother, where are we? Let us go together. Jifutaro turned his back to her. Do not follow me. Yet Xiaomei wept. She had never held disdain for her brother. Her stubbornness was merely the result of her unyielding nature. As her brother prepared to walk alone into the darkness, she leaped onto his back. No matter how many times we are reborn, I will always be your sister. We shall never part. As Tanjiro watched his brother carry his sister into the flames, a tear rolled down his cheek. They were perhaps the embodiment of an alternate path for himself and Nezuko. If either of them faltered, they too would seek redemption together, never to be separated. Side by side, they would endure and share the burden. Nezuko embraced Tanjiro from behind, mirroring the bond between Xiaomei and Jifutaro. Yorichi Tsujikuni sighed softly. The experiences of this brother and sister are too convoluted to be encapsulated in mere words. We are neither judges nor executioners. The deeds they committed must be left to hell for judgment. Zenitsu's voice was somber. In the next life, may they never become demons again. After atoning for their sins, may they be reborn into a mundane and happy family. Once the upper six siblings vanished completely, dawn broke, and the serpent Hashira arrived to provide assistance. His sardonic demeanor irked Suma, who complained about his tardiness. Allow me to clarify on Abanai's behalf, the master coughed. His jurisdiction is somewhat distant from Yoshiwara. For him to arrive at this hour, he must have rushed upon receiving the news. With the master's words, Abanai felt compelled to remain silent, bowing his head. Yuzu Tenjin mused. Abanai's temperament is even more difficult than Ji's. He truly refuses to utter a kind word. It seems he is always pushing those around him away. Except for Mitsuri. Chapter 59. The Upper Moon Conference. Upon learning that Yuzu Tenjin intended to step back from the front lines, Abanai expressed his discontent. Following Rengoku's sacrifice, the vacancy among the 9 Hashira is critical for recruitment. You are mistaken, Yuzu Tenjin replied with a slight smile. Newcomers are indeed flourishing. Rengoku Kyojuro nodded. It appears my absence has caused some trouble for everyone. What are you saying? Shinazugawa disagreed. It's not as if you chose to sacrifice yourself. And besides, you have done an admirable job. Newcomers are indeed growing, Ju stated earnestly. Thus, we must secure more time for them to prevent their premature demise. Understood. Yuzu Tenjin raised his hands. My eyes and hands are perfectly fine. Even if I step back, I will not remain idle, will I? What he despised was the endless cycle of slaughter. The death of Upper Six left him with the impression that the end of the conflict between humans and demons might soon be at hand. The scene shifted. As the master, despite his frail condition, struggled to rise from his bed. Did we truly succeed in defeating Upper Moon? Well done, Tenjin, Tanjiro, Nezuko, Zenitsu, Inosuke. His excitement was overwhelming, causing him to cough up blood. Mugen Kibutsuji. In our generation, we will eradicate the only blemish of your clan. The state of the master on screen was alarming, yet fortunately his real-life condition had not deteriorated. Hearing the master recite each swordsman's name who fought against Upper Moon, Tanjiro reflected. The master truly remembers every swordsman's name, even Nezuko, who is a demon. The final revelation from the master astonished everyone. Kenroji's eyes widened. The only blemish of the clan? Seeing the collective gaze upon him, Yorichi Tsujikuni bowed deeply. This matter was a significant stain on the clan. Thus it was not publicly disclosed. A millennium ago, Mugen Kibutsuji hailed from the Tsujikuni clan. Consequently, the bloodline of the Tsujikuni family has been cursed, resulting in short lifespans. In a bid to entirely atone for the sins of our clan, we established the Demon Slayer Corps, vowing to eradicate malevolent demons for generations to come. Indeed, it is surprising to learn of the intricate connection between the Demon Slayer Corps and Mugen Kibutsuji, remarked Shinobu Kocho, her astonishment evident. The Hashira, seasoned by the trials of life, did not harbor any negative sentiments towards the Tsujikuni clan. Mugen is Mugen, and the Tsujikuni are the Tsujikuni. One man's transgressions have burdened an entire lineage, and even after a millennium, the Tsujikuni still bear the repercussions, casting an even darker shadow on Mugen's malevolence. Conversely, a few discerning individuals expressed their concerns. The Lord's illness is the result of a curse, which has rendered it intractable. Had the barrier not manifested, it is likely that the Lord would have been incapacitated by now. Might the barrier's ability to suppress the curse stem from its guidance to slay demons? By following the prophecies of the barrier and vanquishing the malevolent spirits, could the curse upon the Lord be resolved? The familiar sounds of a pipa drew everyone's attention back to the screen. Akaza stood in the Infinity Castle, realizing that his presence was due to the demise of an upper moon. Mitsuri Kanroji's brow furrowed as she observed, after the death of a lower moon, Mugen has been here to eliminate the remaining lower moons. Now that an upper moon has fallen, what could he possibly intend? It would be splendid if he could replicate the previous dismissal meeting. Yet it is regrettable that Mugen would likely not act in such a manner. Upon witnessing Akaza's appearance, Kyojuro Rengoku's expression grew solemn. Meanwhile, Tanjiro's face was etched with anxiety. The sight of Akaza invariably reminded him of the valiant sacrifice made by Rengoku-sensei. Regardless of their efforts in reality, the Rengoku-sensei on the screen was forever lost. The Pipa's melody echoed as several demons gradually appeared within Infinity Castle. Tamayo was the first to extend greetings. Is that not Lord Akaza? It seems we have not crossed paths in nearly 90 years. Zenitsu trembled as he read the annotation aloud. Upper Moon 5? How unsightly. Observing its peculiar form, Michiro Takedo frowned. That vessel is also quite unappealing. And it seems asymmetrical. The notion that a demon emerged from a pot was reminiscent of a story he had read, where the being that emerged from a lamp was capable of granting wishes, unlike the greedy demon before them. In the distance stood a quaking old man, appearing quite timid. He was indeed Upper Moon 4 Hantengu. Mitsuri Kanroji raised an eyebrow. This fellow is an Upper Moon? He seems rather weak. Encountering him during a mission would likely be resolved with a single strike. Do not underestimate him, Mitsuri, Kyojuro Rengoku admonished seriously. The ranking of the Upper Moons is not without merit. He will undoubtedly prove more troublesome than the brother and sister Daki and Jotaro, second only to Akaza. They had not witnessed Mugen and the top two Upper Moons in action, but Akaza served as a sufficient reference. Tenjin Yuzui analyzed. From their dialogue, it appears the Upper Moons have not met in nearly a century. They only gather here when a change in the Upper Moons occurs. Ju Tomioka spoke gravely. It seems Mugen is indeed wary of close relationships among the Upper Moons, even going so far as to prohibit their private interactions. Akaza inquired about Neikime. Is Mugen-sama present along with one of the Upper Moons? Deliberately ignoring Upper Moon 2. Oh dear, do not be so hasty, Lord Akaza. To your dismay, someone you would prefer not to see has come forward and placed a hand on your shoulder. Kaneo. Shinobu Kocho uttered his name through gritted teeth. Despite her fury upon seeing him, she forced herself to watch intently, absorbing every potentially useful detail. Michiro Takedo's focus shifted. Their relationship seems rather strained. Or perhaps it was Akaza who harbored a strong dislike for Doma, as he stiffened when Doma placed a hand on his shoulder. Shinobu Kocho scoffed. That type of individual likely has poor relationships with those around him. He probably is unaware of how much he is disliked. Doma enthusiastically engaged in conversation with Tamayo about his pot, even mentioning that he had turned the vessel he gifted into a decorative piece. Throughout, Doma kept his hand on Akaza, until Akaza could no longer endure it, and delivered a punch to his chin. Ha! Tenjin Yuzui crossed his arms, commenting. What is this? A demon's internal strife? If only they would truly turn on each other, Mitsuri Kocho remarked with a hint of melancholy. Sadly, Mugen would never permit such occurrences. The speed at which he recuperates is beyond the naked eye, lamented Kaneo Tsuyuri, her tone heavy. The others felt a weight in their hearts. Initially, they had perceived the requirement to behead both Daki and Jotaro simultaneously as exceedingly demanding, but after witnessing the Entertainment District arc, they felt reassured. However, the ability to regenerate even a severed head left them at a loss for how to proceed. Shinobu Kocho clenched her sleeves. It appears I must enact that plan. When facing Upper Moon 2, only that method can ensure absolute certainty. Chapter 60, Mugen's Orders. To prevent Doma from continuing, Akaza prepared to confront him, but Neikime interjected. Upper Moon 1 has arrived. Behind the curtain, a man adorned with a long blade sat. He exuded an imposing demeanor, dressed in an ancient kimono, with his long hair elegantly tied up. Mugen-sama has graced us with his presence. Mitsuri Kocho's pupils constricted. Upper Moon 1. Second only to Mugen, the sight of his entrance was somewhat unexpected. In her mind, a formidable demon should be twisted, flamboyant, adorned with numerous hands or tentacles, and sporting horns akin to the shape of Tamayo. Yet, Mugen and the top three Upper Moons appeared almost indistinguishable from humans. Ju Tomioka's expression was nuanced. Could it be that he was once a samurai, given his blade? Surely not a Nichiren blade? It is difficult to see clearly through the curtain. Mitsubashino's gaze was resolute. A demon wielding a blade? This is my first encounter with such. Mitsuri Kocho furrowed her brow. That silhouette feels oddly familiar. A kimono and a high ponytail are not unusual attire, yet he evokes a sense of having been seen before. Upon hearing his voice, the familiarity intensified. Michiro Takito tilted his head. Is he unaccustomed to speaking? Why does he enunciate so slowly, almost as if stuttering? The scene shifted to Mugen appearing on the screen. He donned a shirt and jacket, standing before a laboratory table, holding a dropper and test tube. Kibutsuji Mugen had taken the life of the former lower moon, and an upper moon vacancy had emerged. Observing Mugen's ever-changing appearances, the group's emotions were complex. First, he was a wealthy man's husband, then a kimono-clad female demon, followed by a wealthy heir. This individual was relentless in his efforts to conceal his identity. Shinobu Kocho clenched her fists with a smile. So this time he masquerades as a research technician? He must be conducting drug-related research. The former identity he held was that of a pharmaceutical heir, lamented Kaneo Tsuyuri. By the time we located that family, he had already fled. Inosuke Hashibara snorted with determination. This guy is exceedingly swift. Drugs, pondered Tanjiro, lost in thought. If he were not mistaken, it likely pertained to the blue spider lily previously mentioned. What sort of substances could he be researching? For Mugen, the focus of his treatment would likely be his aversion to sunlight, would it not? Is that true? My subordinates are utterly at fault. Doma, oblivious to the situation, interjected. After all, as the one who introduced Kibutsuji Mugen, do I require my subordinates to offer their eyes as atonement? What use do I have for your eyes? Although it was anticipated that Jotaro might falter, he indeed was impeded by Daki. Mugen contemplated. Had Jotaro been dispatched at the outset, allowing the demon slayers to succumb to poison, he could have awaited their exhaustion, ensuring a decisive victory. Yuzui Tengen remarked. They incessantly refer to Jotaro. It appears that in their eyes, Daki scarcely qualifies as the sixth upper moon. Iguro Abanai scoffed. After all, that demon is pathetically weak. The subsequent battles were entirely orchestrated by her brother. Kochu Shinobu smiled. She had previously exhibited considerable regard for Daki, even personally encouraging her, yet in an instant, her demeanor shifted entirely. Kenroji Mitsuri stated, while Mugen believes Jotaro to be the true upper six, he has afforded the majority of opportunities for action to his sister. The bond between these siblings and the brother's indulgence towards his sister are perceived as burdensome by Mugen, yet advantageous for the Demon Slayer Corps. To Mugen, an ideal subordinate requires no emotional attachments, merely an unwavering commitment to executing his commands. But how could this be possible? Demons were once human, and as humans, they possess vulnerabilities. The tale of the upper six siblings further solidified the master's conviction. The upper moons are not invulnerable. There must be a chink in their armor. Mugen's tone grew irritable, expressing that he would no longer harbor expectations for them. Doma interjected. Why do you utter such sorrowful words? Have your subordinates ever disappointed your expectations? Mugen, unable to contain his frustration, retorted. For hundreds of years, the Kenroji clan has made no progress with the blue spider lily. What is the purpose of your existence? I had intended to mention this earlier, Takito Mwichuru commented. Doma incessantly interrupts Mugen. Does Mugen pay him no heed? Kochu Shinobu's tone turned frosty. Because Mugen is acutely aware of the nature of his subordinates, who consistently adopt a carefree demeanor. It seems he feels no emotion at all. Lacking awareness of Mugen's rage and devoid of fear, he audaciously interjects. Indeed, during the lower moon meeting, Mugen even eliminated demons who dared to disrespect him in thought. If it were Doma, he would have offended Mugen countless times, and Mugen couldn't even be bothered to scold him. Is this the privilege of the upper moons? What formidable strength Doma must possess for Mugen to deem it a loss to dispose of him? Upon hearing Mugen demand the elimination of the Kenroji clan, the atmosphere in the chamber grew tense. The master smiled. I do not fear him, nor shall I present myself willingly. Should he indeed dare to approach, I have a grand gift in store for him. With this broken body, to perish alongside Mugen would not be in vain. Yamori hastily declared. Lord Mugen, I have obtained crucial intelligence. The next moment, his head fell into Mugen's hands. What I detest most is change. Circumstances, bodies, emotions. Change signifies deterioration. Only by remaining constant can one achieve perfection. Tanjiro disagreed. The world is subject to change and we must strive to grow. Should we remain stagnant, we would inevitably be cast aside by time. Ubuyashiki Yorichi nodded. Mugen, too, is compelled to adapt to circumstances, such as forming the 12 Kazuki. In truth, he desires a world in stasis, where no one emerges to challenge him. Kenroji Mitsuri voiced her concern. What vital intelligence did that jarred demon possess? Surely no confidential information has been disclosed? The master pondered for a moment before shaking his head. The screen displayed events of the future. and he was uncertain to what extent the enemy's intelligence was gathered. Yamori, once verified, should proceed with Hantengu. After Musen's departure, Doma approached. What is this intelligence? Count me in too. Rengoku Kyujiro's expression grew solemn. Deploying 2 upper moons for a mission signifies the intelligence's paramount importance. Could it be the master's courtyard's location? If so, Musen would likely choose to intervene personally. Locations like the Fujikawa household or the swordsmith village are not worthy of dispatching 2 upper moons. Zenitsu trembled. While we are unaware of their intentions, we must ensure that upper moon 2 does not accompany them. The 3 upper moons acting in concert would necessitate the entirety of the Hashira to defend against them, wouldn't it? Chapter 61. A Peculiar Dream. In an unforeseen moment, Akaza once again severed Doma's head. Did Lord Musen command you? Disappear at once. Yet his actions were similarly obstructed by Upper Moon 1. Do not transgress against the hierarchy. If dissatisfied, one may request a position exchange battle. Upon witnessing Doma's defeat at Akaza's hands, Kochu Shinobu had to concede. There was a certain satisfaction in her heart. Iguro Abanai mocked. This fellow always prances upon others' lines, utterly oblivious to his unpopularity. Ubuyashiki Yurichi nodded in agreement. Upon seeing Kakushibu act, effortlessly severing Akaza's hand, the crowd was momentarily stunned. Such swiftness. The trajectory of the blade was entirely imperceptible. Yuzui Tengen clenched his teeth. Akaza's strength is already considerable. If he cannot react in time, how formidable must Kakushibu be? Ubuyashiki Yurichi contemplated. Indeed, the rankings of the 12 Kazuki are not arbitrary. They are a result of brutal combat. Thus, their rankings are likely a true reflection of their strength. Doma's subsequent words confirmed this notion. Kakushibu addressed Akaza. Even if you were to request a position exchange battle, you would not stand a chance against us. After all, I became a demon after you. Yet I now surpass you. Harbor any grievances and seek understanding. Kakushibu's voice was grave. There is an order to hierarchy, Akaza. Do you comprehend my meaning? Of course. The focus shifted to Kakushibu's visage, greatly surprising those present. Zenitsu was taken aback by his 6 eyes. Due to Kakushibu's normal silhouette, he had assumed his appearance would also be that of an ordinary human, hence the sudden shock. Kenroji Mitsuri exclaimed. Is that a pattern upon his face? Takito Muichiro added. It resembles that of the initial swordsman. Within the entertainment district, Tanjiro bore a similar pattern on his face. Yuzui Tengen scorned. Incessantly droning on about hierarchy. What an antiquated relic of an era. It is truly astonishing, Rengoku Kyujiro remarked solemnly. One of the upper moons was once a member of the Demon Slayer Corps? The markings and the blade are undeniable. One cannot deceive oneself any longer. Kochu Shinobu respectfully inquired. Master, might there be any records pertaining to this in the archives of the Demon Slayer Corps? Ubuyashiki Yurichi slightly shook his head. I have not encountered any. The records of those initial swordsmen have largely faded into obscurity. Tanjiro pondered aloud. His face seemed somewhat familiar, akin to that swordsman who wielded the sun-breathing. Musen's recollections included a visage of the sun-breathing swordsman. Though not distinctly clear, he could not forget that facial contour. Zenitsu vigorously shook his head. This is impossible. Musen feared that swordsman to the core. How could he possibly recruit him as a subordinate? If Musen had been able to enlist the sun-breathing swordsman, his fears would have been dispelled long ago. Furthermore, Musen places such importance on Tanjiro, who bears the same flower card. If the original were nearby, he would hardly be concerned with Tanjiro's existence. Zenitsu's reasoning was sound. Lady Tamayo nodded slightly. She contemplated another possibility. Such a striking resemblance. Could it be that Kakushibu is of blood relation to the sun-breathing swordsman? Just as the Takedo twins are descendants of the sun-breathing swordsman? After the admonition, Kokushibo departed from Infinity Castle. Before Doma could utter a word, Akaza vanished at lightning speed. Doma glanced at the jade jar, which was attempting to slip away unnoticed, but to his surprise, Neikime completely disregarded him and promptly sent him back. Frankly speaking, Doma's series of misfortunes was rather comical. Yuzui Tengen found himself at a loss for words. This fellow was truly beyond description. Kenroji Mitsuri breathed a sigh of relief. It was splendid that Doma would not be collaborating with the Jade Jar and Hantengu. The schemes concocted by the Upper Moons were undoubtedly detrimental to the Demon Slayer Corps. If 3 Upper Moons were dispatched, it would be an insurmountable challenge. In a lavish and elegant room adorned with inscriptions of paradise, Doma reclined on a vast cushion. Lord Master, the followers have arrived. Is that so? Doma cheerfully donned a crown. Let them in. Butterfly Shinobu's pupils constricted. Where is this place? She had always been vigilant regarding information about Doma. Kanamori Yuki, with hands clasped together, remarked. From the decor it resembles a site of some religious ritual, and the individual just now even addressed him as master. Inosuke scrutinized the characters hanging from the curtains. Paradise? Odd, why does this place feel so familiar? Ubuyashiki Yoya stated earnestly. I shall dispatch someone to investigate the Church of Paradise. Amidst the serene mountains and fragrant blooms, a man sat on the porch cradling an infant. The person inside emerged, holding tea and rice balls. I'm terribly sorry to impose upon our guest to watch the child. Tanjiro stood dumbfounded. This place feels like my home? Although the structure of the house was slightly different and the surrounding woods varied, how could Tanjiro, who had lived there for over a decade, not recognize it? Tomioka-ju pondered. What caused this sudden transition? The images projected from the light curtain bore a connection. Yet this scene felt as disjointed as a dream. Upon seeing the man's face, Mitsuri exclaimed. This person resembles Tanjiro's brother. Huh? Like me? Tanjiro was further perplexed. With both his home and a doppelganger present, it was utterly bewildering. Zenitsu speculated wildly. Could this be a grown-up Tanjiro? He even has a child. The thought of his companion becoming a life winner stirred a peculiar pang of envy within Zenitsu. The man stated he would depart once he finished his tea. The host attempted to retain him, expressing that he was their couple's savior. He wished to do something for this benefactor, be it passing on his deeds or imparting his skills. No need for that, Tanjiro. The man turned his head. I'm merely a man who failed to fulfill his responsibilities, utterly worthless. Tanjiro murmured. Tanjiro Kamadu, this man seems to be my ancestor? The light curtain revealed events from the past. The Lord expressed joy upon seeing the face of Yorichi Tsujikuni, along with his markings and earring, and the sword he bore. He could almost ascertain. This man was the legendary sun breather, the origin of all breathing techniques. Though the dialogue was brief, the information conveyed sufficed for everyone to grasp this profound connection. The original swordsman had rescued Tanjiro's ancestor, and in return, they had continued the legacy of the sun breathing, and the Hanafuda earrings for the swordsman who had no heirs. Tanjiro, in disbelief, touched his sword. The dance of the fire god is truly the legendary sun breathing? This is simply incredible, such a serendipitous fate. It felt akin to suddenly being informed. Your ancestors once saved the life of a feudal lord. Hidden within the warehouse is a treasure map. The lord solemnly stated. Tanjiro, on behalf of the previous heads of the Demon Slayer Corps, I must thank your family. Were it not for you, the sun breathing would have been lost forever. Tanjiro shook his head in confusion. He was more concerned about the swordsman's state. Why did such an exceptional individual exude an aura of weariness and despair? Why did he deem himself worthless? Hearing him belittle himself made Tanjiro feel profoundly saddened. Chapter 62. Journey to the Swordsmith Village. Tanjiro awoke in tears from his dream. Lying on a hospital bed, his body enveloped in bandages. Kanaho, astonished, shattered the vase in her hands. It's wonderful. You've been unconscious for a full 2 months. Kenroji Mitsuri realized. So this is where time has progressed. Lady Amain expressed her sentiments. These children have truly endured much. Surviving the battle with Upper Six is a blessing. Butterfly Shinobu observed Kanaho's condition. Although she still appeared somewhat dazed, her expressions were significantly more coherent. In reality, Kanaho had improved considerably. Thanks to the relentless efforts of Tanjiro and the others, she now seemed like a typical girl, albeit with occasional bouts of awkwardness. Tanjiro's awakening enlivened the Butterfly Mansion. Following Kanaho's vase incident, an Asakusa member knocked over a honey cake, and the trio of Kaneo, Katsuyumi, and Naoko rushed in, tearfully eager to feed the newly awakened Tanjiro some red bean paste buns. Zenitsu bit his handkerchief. Why is Tanjiro so popular with the girls? The 3 girls clung to his bed crying. How infuriating, he felt a twinge of envy. Butterfly Shinobu smiled. First, clear your mind and learn to interact with girls without any ulterior motives. Tanjiro bashfully scratched his head. I can't believe I've been unconscious for 2 months. Worrying everyone. And Nezuko, I'm sure you've been worried too? Nezuko nodded vigorously. During Tanjiro's coma, his Nichiren blade had been sent for repairs. After his recovery, he also received a letter from Haganezuka. It was filled with a dense array of curse words. One might mistake it for a manifestation of grievances turned into a curse spirit. Since he was unwilling to send the sword, Tanjiro would have to personally visit the swordsmith village. Tomioka-ju, with a complex expression, remarked. Tanjiro's swordsmith has quite a unique personality. It's inevitable for the Nichiren blade to incur damage during battles. One cannot simply keep it in reserve. Tanjiro, feeling guilty, replied, It was my lack of skill that damaged someone else's hard work. Fortunately, I didn't throw the sword away after encountering Akaza, Mr. Haganazuka shouldn't be too angry with me, right? The screen gradually faded to black, signaling the conclusion of the Entertainment District arc. New text appeared on the screen. Swordsmith Village arc 2 months later. The Lord sighed. It appears the next battle will take place in the Swordsmith Village. As their most crucial logistical support, the location of the Swordsmith Village had always been of paramount importance, yet it had been discovered by demons. Moreover, 2 upper moons had been dispatched. Kanroji Mitsuri voiced her concerns. Lord, what should we do? Ubuyashiki Yoya contemplated briefly. There are still a few months before the demons' assault. We should gradually relocate to an alternate village, ensuring minimal commotion to avoid drawing the enemy's attention. Our immediate priority is to deal with Upper 6. Yuzui Tengen declared confidently. With my own mistakes in the theater of battle, I am determined to make Jotaro suffer this time. Scars may be badges of honor. Yet I have lost an eye and an arm. I must avenge this grievance. Tanjiro earnestly stated. Please allow Nezuko and me to participate. My dance of the fire god can be of assistance, and Nezuko's blood demon art can counter Jotaro's poison. Inosuke chimed in eagerly. I want to go too. Seeing his companions volunteer, Zenitsu gritted his teeth. Count me in. This is a battle against the upper moons, my friends. I believe it is best left to us. The Hashira, murmured Iguro Abanai solemnly. Rengoku Kyojuro shook his head in disapproval. Do not underestimate these young ones. The Lord smiled with an air of indulgence. I understand your sentiments. At Kayagaku House, the proprietress, Mitsu, silently arranged the garments in her hands. These belonged to a courtesan named Idako. 3 days prior, Idako had vanished. The residents of the establishment speculated wildly, assuming she had eloped with a man. However, Mitsu knew better. Idako was typically reticent and timid. How could she possibly have fled? The only clue that lingered was the incident days earlier when Idako accidentally stepped on the hem of the courtesan Warabiheim's kimono, provoking her ire. Each time Mitsu witnessed Warabiheim's fury, she felt a shiver run down her spine, involuntarily recalling the rumors. Were all the courtesans who had gone missing from her establishment victims of Warabiheim? With such a dangerous presence nearby, what was she to do? And what of the others at Kayagaku House? Ah, proprietress, a male voice suddenly interrupted, startling Mitsu. She turned to find a man clad in extravagant attire, wielding 2 large swords. Trembling, she inquired, Who are you? My identity is inconsequential, Yuzui Tengen replied, inching closer, his imposing stature exuding an aura of pressure. You fear the courtesan Warabiheim, do you not? Now swiftly evacuate the establishment. I shall handle her. Mitsu was taken aback, momentarily grasping the implication of his words. Despite her suspicions regarding this man, her fear of Warabiheim eclipsed all else. Without a word, she hurriedly exited the room to comply. Yuzui stood in the vacant chamber, listening to the commotion outside. He was confident in the arrangement for the day. Vanquishing the upper 6 siblings would pose no challenge. The fate of ordinary lives would depend on the outcome of their current mission. Meanwhile, the hidden ones had infiltrated the pleasure district, assisting in the evacuation of those near Kayagaku House. Elsewhere, guided by Inosuke, Rengoku Kyojuro discovered the entrance to the underground lair. Flame-breathing, first form unknowing fire. With a single strike he widened the tunnel entrance and he and Inosuke leaped inside. The cavern was filled with belts, imprisoning the reserves of the demon Daki. Upon their entrance the guard shouted, Hashira, how did you find this place? Oh, we are here to rescue people, Rengoku replied tersely. Inosuke, get to work. Haha. Beast breathing. Third form Fang's tear. Flame breathing fifth form Flame Tiger. The duo swiftly liberated all the captives from the belts. Realizing the dire situation, the guard hastily prepared to flee and alert its master. I will not permit your escape. With a surge of flames, the guard was reduced to ashes. Chapter 63. Slaying the upper 6 siblings. Daki sensed the disturbance outside and leaped to the rooftop to assess the situation. Water breathing, fourth form, striking tide. A boy carrying a wooden box charged at her, only to be met by Daki's belt. She narrowed her beautiful eyes. The demon slayer core dares to come here? But since it is you, a mere child, I shall not hold back. The scars on his face were an eyesore, extinguishing her appetite. She unleashed a flurry of belts, believing it would be a breeze to eliminate Tanjiro. To her surprise, the boy vanished from her sight. Hinakami Kagura, setting sun turn. Months of training bore fruit as Tanjiro's attack emerged from behind her, barely evading a direct hit. Simultaneously, as lightning flashed, Zenitsu intercepted her belts. Daki fumed at the irritating blonde boy, while marveling at how Tanjiro had appeared behind her. She deflected Tanjiro's onslaught, and noticed the Hanafuda earring adorning his ear. It's you. You are the one Lord Mugen spoke of. Tanjiro ignored her, wholly focused on wielding his Nichiren blade. He needed to exert himself further. Only by exhausting Daki's energy could Yuzui and the others increase their chances against Jotaro. The two boys flanked Daki, causing her considerable discomfort. Despite their inferior strength compared to the Hashira, they exhibited an elusive tenacity. She attempted to summon back the guards of the grain store, but they remained unresponsive. Determined, Daki's belt surged forth, violently sending Zenitsu crashing away. In the nick of time, her claws lunged at Tanjiro's face. Suddenly, a box behind Tanjiro burst open, releasing a torrent of flames towards Daki. Ah! She screamed, struggling to extinguish the flames engulfing her. Spotting Nezuko, she shrieked, "You are the traitor who betrayed Lord Mugen." Just as Daki was about to lose her composure, Yuzui Tengen arrived, swiftly severing her head with a single blow. Tanjiro urgently asked Mr. Yuzui, "How is the evacuation progressing?" Nearly complete," Yuzui replied solemnly, casting a serious glance at Daki. She could not reclaim her summoned belts. Her power has significantly diminished. Yet, what truly demanded their vigilance was the anguished cry, "Ah, brother!" Daki wept uncontrollably, unaccustomed to such humiliation. Even Mugen had treated her with gentleness and comforting words. Today, she was ensnared by two nameless demon hunters, and had her head severed by a Hashira, inciting her fury and desperation. "Foolish child, do not cry," Jotaro emerged slowly, reattaching her head. He then turned to face Yuzui Tengen. "Is it you who bullies my sister with sheer numbers?" The sound Hashira, Yuzui Tengen. Yuzui raised his blade towards him. "Let us engage." They had gleaned all they needed to know, and now it was merely a matter of defeating the opponent. What a strikingly elegant posture. "Surely many admire you," Jotaro retorted with disdain. "You privileged ones who have everything handed to you." Blood demon art. Flying blood sickle. Countless blood sickles hurtled towards the three at high speed, prompting Yuzui to shout, "Be careful, do not let them touch you." Tanjiro, aware of their toxicity, gripped his sword with unwavering focus, fending off the blood sickles from all directions. Jotaro could manipulate their movements. Unless he was defeated, evasion was futile. Zenitsu, having returned to the fray, shielded Yuzui from the oncoming blood sickles. "Ah, why are there so many?" he cried, recognizing their poisonous nature. "Do not lose focus, Zenitsu," Tanjiro urged. "Concentrate. Even if poisoned, Nezuko can counteract it." "You are aware of the toxicity of my blood sickles," Jotaro scoffed, "but what does that matter? Just a few insignificant brats." Yuzui Tengen remained silent, skillfully defending against Jotaro's bone sickles, while simultaneously contending with attacks from all sides. Unable to spare a moment to strike at Jotaro's head. Serpent breathing, second form, narrowed head venomous fang. Just as Jotaro reveled in his superiority, a blade suddenly pierced his neck. He barely evaded, allowing the strike to land on his shoulder, leaving a wound deep enough to glimpse bone. "TSK, such tough bones." Iguro Abanai muttered, "Rengoku and the others are taking too long. How much longer must we fight?" Yuzui Tengen cautioned him, "Do not let your guard down." As Daki encountered yet another Hashira, she swiftly joined the fray to alleviate her brother's burden. "Do not underestimate the bond between us siblings. We are as one." Iguro Abanai expressed his disdain, remarking that he had no desire to hear demons speak of family. The duo entered their battle state, and under the command of Kyogai, Daki's assaults became significantly more ferocious. Tanjiro, Nezuko, and Zenitsu were tasked with confronting Daki, while the poison-resistant Yuzui Tengen faced off against Kyogai head-on. Despite the relentless onslaught of blood sickles, Yuzui sustained only superficial wounds, and thankfully, the poison was not too severe. Meanwhile, Iguro feigned attacks from the sidelines. Though his physique was somewhat fragile, his sudden offensives consistently caught Kyogai off guard, leaving him with injuries of his own. Observing the dire situation on his sister's side, Kyogai prepared to unleash his spinning attack, intending to sweep the two Hashira away. Second form, blazing flames. Suddenly, Kyojuro Rengoku and Inosuke arrived, interrupting Kyogai's move. Inosuke, laughing heartily, charged toward Daki, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, forehead-tailed Kyogai. I'm here to help you." Kyogai's heart sank. Another Hashira. How infuriating. The Demon Slayer Corps had come fully prepared this time. He ceased holding back, directly commanding himself and his sister to unleash their most potent attacks. "Be careful," Rengoku shouted. In an instant, an innumerable array of belts and blood sickles swirled within a radius of several tens of meters, causing even the buildings beneath them to tremble and threaten to collapse. The three Hashira, along with Nezuko, unleashed their own techniques, bracing against the onslaught from all directions amidst the quaking ground. Zenitsu called out, "Tanjiro, leave the belts to us, hurry and sever Daki's neck." On the other side, Rengoku's voice rang out, "Boys, prepare to decapitate. We cannot fall behind." Iguro gritted his teeth. "I understand." Under the cover of their comrades, Yuzui charged towards Kyogai. Dance of the Fire God, Fire Train. Sound breathing, fourth form, resonance slash. Accompanied by their battle cries, the heads of Daki and Kyogai flew off, landing together. "We lost." "Ugh, brother, I am unwilling." With hearts filled with confusion and regret, the two transformed into ashes. When had the Demon Slayer Corps discovered them? Why had there been no warning whatsoever? However, these concerns were for Mugen to ponder, no longer their burden to bear. "Brother Kum, until death he remained by my side. With our ashes mingled together. Surely, we shall never be apart again." Chapter 64, A New Viewing. Ga. Successful in slaying Upper Six. Successful in slaying Upper Six. The crow conveyed the news of victory back to headquarters. Though the outcome had been anticipated, the leader was nonetheless elated. "Well done, Tengen, Tanjiro, Kaijiro, Iguro, Nezuko, Zenitsu, Inosuke." Thanks to the evacuation efforts of Yuzui and the others, there were no casualties at the scene, though many surrounding buildings had collapsed. Rengoku even rescued several individuals from the debris, who sustained only minor injuries. This operation was undoubtedly a resounding success. Meanwhile, Mugen crushed the test tube in his hand, the months of research rendered instantly null. Yet he was too preoccupied to dwell on such matters. Upper moons had been lost. The worthless Kyogai and Daki. Nakheim. Gather all upper moons. I wish to convene a meeting. In the Butterfly Mansion, Zenitsu gazed speechlessly at the man beside him. Miss Shinobu, observing their relatively minor injuries, casually assigned them a room to tend to their wounds, making space for other patients. Yuzui was covered in cuts from the flying blood sickles, but Nezuko had already detoxified him. Zenitsu had accidentally fractured a bone after being struck by Daki and required stabilization. As for the others, they had long since tended to their own needs, and set out on their next missions without pause. At this moment, Yuzui was wrapped in bandages, surrounded by his 3 wives. "Lord Tengen, how could you sustain such grave injuries? Whoa, you're going to confront the upper moons and didn't he even inform us? What if something were to happen?" "Foolish Tsuyuri, do not speak such ominous words," Yuzui replied, his eyes unfocused. "I sustained only light wounds. After all, I personally severed the head of an upper moon, so Tsuyuri Kenroji, cease your bickering." Zenitsu quietly observed the lively scene of the 4 of them, silently biting his handkerchief. "Woe is me, Nezuko, Tanjiro, where have you gone? Why must I be left here to endure this threefold dog food?" On the other side, Tanjiro sneezed. After slaying the upper moon, his daily life had not changed significantly. There remained countless demons harming humanity, and he could not stand idly by. His reason for joining the Demon Slayer Corps was to prevent others from experiencing the same tragedies he had endured. Following the events of the entertainment district, Tanjiro had gained new insights and his strength had notably increased. Only by facing powerful foes could one unlock greater potential. Contemplating this, Tanjiro touched the scar on his forehead. At the moment he severed Daki's head, his scar had transformed into a pattern. Lady Kenroji had said that those who awaken the pattern usually do not live long. Yet Tanjiro paid it no mind. The enemies he would face were formidable, and it was uncertain whether he could live to an old age. The emergence of the pattern increased his chances of survival, a net benefit. Thanks to this, Mr. Hashira frequently sought him out. He said nothing, and they merely exchanged glances. Tanjiro understood. He too wished to awaken the pattern, having heard that this phenomenon tended to spread contagiously, hence his desire for interaction. In response, Tanjiro thoughtfully offered him some delicious rice cakes. After several encounters, Hashira began to feel somewhat embarrassed and brought small gifts for Tanjiro and Nezuko. Unsure of what to buy, he chose items based on the siblings' preferences. Incidentally, he also brought a gift for Genya, leaving it at the Butterfly Mansion. It was said that Genya was quite astonished upon receiving the gift. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye, until the moment that Haku appeared before him. Ready to carry him to headquarters, Tanjiro remembered. It was time for the viewing again. This time, he encountered an unexpected individual, Kanao Tsuyuri. "Master said I could watch too. It would be beneficial for my condition," and the leader agreed. Tanjiro nodded, somewhat understanding. On the other side, at the ruins of the Swordsmith village, the swordsmiths were engaged in their final packing, just 2 more moves, and the relocation would be complete. When Genya arrived, this was the scene he witnessed. At that moment, a boy wearing a mask rushed over, panting. "Are you a swordsman? Something strange has appeared in the village chief's room. Come quickly." Filled with curiosity, Genya followed the boy named Kotetsu to the room of the village chief, Kanemoto. Aside from the chief, several other swordsmiths were present, deep in discussion. Chief, this thing is too suspicious. We should keep our distance. Upon seeing Genya, the old chief pointed at the glowing screen in the center of the room, saying, Swordsman, come see what this is. Gazing at the luminous screen, Genya scratched his head. I don't know. Suddenly, the screen illuminated. Under Haku's burden, Tanjiro arrived at the swordsmith village. What a magnificent house! And the scent of hot springs. The village chief, perplexed, remarked, Isn't this our village? Upon seeing Tanjiro's face, Genya was taken aback. It's him? The boy who hindered him at Fujisaki Mountain. In the Butterfly Mansion, he had taken the initiative to greet him. He had heard that his elder brother would visit him when he had time. Hearing Kanroji's exclamation, the village chief inquired, Hikari, do you know him? Do not call me Hikari. The voice beneath the fire mask was muffled. I am responsible for forging his sword. I see, nodded the village chief. This pertains to the matter of this swordsman. Tanjiro respectfully greeted the village chief, who graciously offered him some Hanamitsu sweets. The village chief said, You are looking for Hikari, aren't you? We are also searching for him, so please wait a moment. Hikari? Indeed, Kanroji Hikari, isn't it a lovely name? I personally chose it. At headquarters, Tanjiro realized, so Mr. Kanatetsu's name is Hikari. What a delicate name. However, he refrained from expressing this in Mr. Kanatetsu's presence, as the village chief had warned him that praising his name would lead to reproach. In the swordsmith village, Kanatetsu expressed his displeasure. Do not casually share my name with others. The village chief chuckled. Ho ho ho, what does it matter? The young fire boy, puzzled, remarked, but Mr. Tanjiro has never even visited the village, has he? The village chief replied, Miss Kanroji mentioned to me that there is a screen capable of predicting the future. That must be it. Genya, with a furrowed brow, exclaimed, Why didn't you say so earlier? You hurriedly called him over, and I thought something significant had occurred. The screen that displays the future has nothing to do with him. The village chief sheepishly chuckled, I forgot. Chapter 65. Uekuru Zero Style. The village chief lamented. That child has been disappearing since childhood. I am truly sorry. Tanjiro hurriedly replied, No, it is because I damaged the blade. That is incorrect. The village chief asserted solemnly, the fault lies with that child for crafting a fragile weapon. At headquarters, Tanjiro found himself at a loss for words. He did not believe Mr. Kanatetsu was at fault, yet the village chief's serious tone left him reluctant to argue. In the swordsmith village, Kanatetsu was nearly driven to leave the room in anger upon hearing the village chief's words. However, he was also unwilling to admit that his swords were not sturdy. Hikari, you ought to be more respectful towards your swordsman. The village chief observed. It is evident that that child is meticulous and cautious. For someone with Tanjiro's temperament to have so thoroughly utilized his sword to the point of breaking, it is clear how arduous his battles have been. You should have a bit of understanding for the swordsman who protects us. After hearing the village chief's words, Kanatetsu fell silent. After meeting with the village chief, Tanjiro proceeded to a hot spring rumored to possess healing properties. By chance, Kanroji Mitsuri was also present, and upon seeing him, she exclaimed, Tanjiro, dear brother. She lamented. I greeted Genya earlier, but he completely ignored me. Tanjiro, seizing the moment, suggested, I heard dinner is almost ready. It's matsutake rice. Upon hearing of the delicacy, Mitsuri's spirits lifted instantly. Mitsuri bashfully covered her face. I am so embarrassed that everyone discovered I am a foodie. Inside, Shinobu thought. Shouldn't it be more embarrassing to wear such revealing attire? However, Mitsuri seemed unconcerned about such matters, dressing quite liberally. Whether it be the neckline or the length of her skirt, she would never be able to wear such clothing. She would have to switch her cheerleader outfit to a pants style. Observing the interaction between the two on the screen, Iguro Abanai pondered, when did they become so familiar? Were it not for that boy's innocent gaze, devoid of any ulterior motives, I might have felt compelled to confront him. Alone at the hot spring, Tanjiro was struck on the forehead by a loose tooth. Looking over, he found that it was the hot-headed Genya. Ignoring the latter's irritable demeanor, Tanjiro cheerfully greeted. Long time no see. You share the same surname as the wind Hashira. Do not speak to me casually. Trying to foster a good relationship is truly challenging. Tanjiro mused. He turned to the wind Hashira, Mr. Shinazugawa. Do you know how to bridge the gap with Genya? The stubborn Genya was at a loss. He too did not know how to interact with his brother. He admired Tanjiro's ability to connect with anyone so effortlessly. In the swordsmith village, Genya shouted, What is up with this guy? Are we that familiar? Little Iron disagreed. Even if he is a stranger, basic etiquette should still be observed. Under the boy's reproachful gaze, Genya flared up. Who wants to converse with a stranger? Formalities are such a hassle. Wouldn't it be better to slay more demons and become a Hashira sooner? Growing impatient, he attempted to leave, but the village chief called out to him. There may be information regarding demons inside. At this, Genya reluctantly stayed. That evening, while eating dinner, Tanjiro conversed with Mitsuri. She revealed that her family had many children, and the siblings shared a close bond. While playfully interacting with Nezuko, she expressed her concern for the Shinazugawa brothers. In reality, Mitsuri embraced Nezuko, exclaiming, "Oh, how adorable!" She had longed to do this. And upon seeing her actions mirrored on the screen, she could no longer contain herself. Nezuko showed no signs of rejection, happily snuggling up to her. Observing others express concern for his brotherly bond, Genya awkwardly stated, Kenroji Tanjiro, thank you. Due to the screen, their gatherings became more frequent, and they grew more familiar with one another. In the past, he had no interest in understanding others' thoughts and was unaware that they cared for him. Tanjiro gently shook his head. It's nothing. He had also learned by chance that Mr. Shinazugawa once had many younger siblings, all of whom were tragically slain by demons, leaving only Genya. Hearing of this shared misfortune, Tanjiro felt an immediate empathy. Before parting ways, Mitsuri quietly advised Tanjiro. It is said that there is a secret weapon in the village that can make one stronger. Do seek it out. Ju Tomioka questioned. Does the swordsmith village possess such a thing? I have never heard of it. Mitsuri shyly fiddled with her fingers. Because my sword is rather special. I often need to communicate with the village chief. Over time, I have come to learn of this rumor. A secret weapon? Zenitsu's eyes sparkled with longing. If it's Tanjiro, perhaps he can find it. In the swordsmith village, Little Iron widened his eyes in astonishment at their words. Could it be that? No. He absolutely would not let anyone have the Uikuru Zero style. That was the culmination of their ancestors' craftsmanship. The next day, Tanjiro ventured into the woods in search of it, only to stumble upon two individuals in a heated argument. Upon witnessing Muichiro bullying a child, Tanjiro immediately stepped in to stop him. Muichiro knocked Tanjiro to the ground and snatched the key from the young fire boy's hands. Little Iron, disheartened, exclaimed, how could this happen? If used again, the Uikuru Zero style will be ruined. He couldn't even protect his ancestors' treasure. At headquarters, Muichiro caught Tanjiro's gaze. What is it? Tanjiro retorted. Even if the Hashira's time is precious, proper communication with the item's owner is essential. Without the Nichiren swords they forged, we cannot accomplish anything. A swordsman without a Nichiren sword is no different from an ordinary person when facing demons. Muichiro's eyes widened as he murmured, nothing can be accomplished. Who once said that nothing can be accomplished? When Tanjiro awoke, he beheld Muichiro engaged in combat with the Yurichi Type 0. The young Kotaro elucidated. This is a training automaton crafted by my ancestors, though unfortunately, its components are aging and on the brink of disrepair. Zenitsu marveled. Its movements are so swift that they are nearly imperceptible. The speed displayed by both the Mist Hashira and the Yurichi Type 0 is astonishing. Lady Tamayo gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. This is the first time I have encountered such a figure. The Hanafuda on its ears is identical to Tanjiro's. Realization dawned upon Tanjiro. He is the person from my dreams. Is Yurichi truly his name? The others gazed at him with admiration. A swordsman who employs the original breathing technique. To replicate his movements would require 6 arms, indicating his prowess far exceeds human limitations. Chapter 66, Training on the Brink of Death. Kotaro explained. This automaton hails from the Sengoku era, and the skill to forge it is nearly lost to time. The weight of reviving our lineage rests upon his shoulders. Yet he possesses neither the talent for forging blades nor for repairing automatons. Kanamori sighed, I see. Such a young boy should not bear such a heavy burden. Rengoku Kyujuru remarked. The decline of an entire family should not rest upon the shoulders of a mere child. He thought of his brother Sanjuro. After his passing, the position of Flame Hashira within the Rengoku family would likely fade into obscurity. Yet this was not Sanjuro's fault. He ought not to be shackled by the responsibilities of the Flame Hashira, but rather have the freedom to choose his own path. Tanjiro reflected on Muichiro's innate talent. He is scarcely older than I. The crow, Tsujikuni's messenger, spoke. This is only natural. He is a descendant of a user of the sun-breathing technique. It held its master in high esteem. That child is a genius of a different dimension compared to you all. Am I truly a descendant of the esteemed Yurichi? Muichiro inquired, bewildered. The master nodded. According to records, that should indeed be the case. However, I do not wield the sun-breathing technique. Nor do I feel a familiarity with the esteemed Yurichi. Muichiro continued, if we speak of relations, Tanjiro is far more closely connected to him. The master smiled. Talent is not solely inherited through blood, much like that young Kotaro. Our purpose in finding you was merely to look after the descendants of the previous swordsman. You are Michiro, and you have already proven yourself to be an exceptional swordsman. Even if you are not a direct descendant of Yorichi, that fact remains unchanged. On another front, the automaton finally succumbed to wear and tear. Kotaro ran into the forest in sorrow, and Tanjiro immediately pursued him. He encouraged Kotaro. Even if you cannot succeed now, you can pass it on to future generations. There will always be someone capable of achieving it. Kotaro wiped his eyes. Indeed. As long as our family continues to pass down the legacy, there will always be hope. Tanjiro's warmth enveloped him, akin to the comfort of gathering around a hearth on a winter's day. At that moment, the village chief spoke. Kotaro, have you considered seeking out inheritors from the village? Kotaro fell into contemplation. Being so young, he only understood that it was his family's craft, unsure of how to respond. Inheritors need not share blood ties. Much like the Hashira's adoptive children, the chief mused. You could take on a few apprentices. Who knows, you might even elevate the technique to new heights. But you are still young. Take your time to ponder it. Kotaro hesitantly nodded. He truly wished to restore the Yorichi Type 0. Michiro finally concluded his battle. His blade shattered, and he took away one of the automaton's arms. After a brief moment of sadness, Kotaro reignited his fighting spirit. Tanjiro, please use it to train. Use it to defeat that little demon. Tanjiro, indignant, retorted, this is too much. That automaton embodies Kotaro's longing for his ancestors. How could you break it and simply walk away? Michiro responded with a perplexed huh? He could not comprehend why Tanjiro was so upset, feeling an urge to say something. Although the two were not well acquainted on screen, they had met many times in reality, and Michiro wished to avoid Tanjiro's anger. The master sighed gently. Michiro, this is unacceptable. This automaton is one of a kind. What will Kotaro do now that you have damaged it? I apologize, Tanjiro. And to you as well, master. Michiro readily offered his apology. The master shook his head in exasperation. He understood that Michiro did not harbor ill intentions, yet imparting understanding to him proved challenging. Tanjiro also thought of Michiro's circumstances. The events on the screen were yet to unfold for Michiro. If given the opportunity to meet Kotaro, perhaps he could offer some assistance. Inspired by Michiro, Kotaro reverted to his sharp-tongued nature. His analytical skills were remarkable, resembling the most rigorous of instructors as he chastised Tanjiro mercilessly. However, he was not a professional sword instructor, and did not grasp the limits of training. Under his stringent discipline, Tanjiro trained for 3 days and nights without sustenance, surviving solely on the rain from the heavens. Butterfly Shinobu pondered. This boy possesses a natural talent for being a swordsmanship instructor. His analytical prowess and strict demeanor make him well suited to oversee those who might be prone to slacking off. When confronting demons, one cannot afford to be careless. A single misstep could lead to death. Kanaho expressed concern. Isn't he being a bit too harsh? An instructor must possess a modicum of common sense. I hope Tanjiro does not come to harm. The others offered no commentary. Were they not aware of Tanjiro's tenacity? They had faith in him. He would undoubtedly succeed in Kotaro's training. Days of merciless training passed, and Tanjiro found himself in a daze at the Sanzu River. This was the fabled crossing between the realms of the living and the dead. Overwhelmed by hunger, he plunged headlong into the river. Zenitsu gasped, nearly adopting the expression of Edvard Munch's famous painting, The Scream. Tanjiro has crossed over to the Sanzu River. Kanamori exclaimed in shock. Are those the souls of the deceased beside him? They were witnessing the Sanzu River with their own eyes. Inosuke shouted, did Totaro perish? Mitsuri clutched her chest in distress. Even the souls of the departed can succumb to dizziness from hunger. How rigorous must Kotaro's training have been? Unexpectedly, the river's waters felt warm, reminiscent of the amniotic fluid from the dawn of life. There, he discovered a peculiar, luminescent stone. Upon awakening, the world appeared transformed before his eyes. Every movement of the automaton revealed flaws. Butterfly Shinobu sighed in relief. It must be merely Tanjiro's illusion. When the body reaches its limits, one can indeed see strange visions. Ikaku's expression was complex. Why do I feel as though he truly traversed the Sanzu River? Witnessing Tanjiro's newfound ability astonished everyone. The original flaw detection line had been impressive, and this was akin to a supercharged upgrade. Rengoku Kyujiro mused, It seems as though every movement has become transparent in the eyes of the boy from the Kamadu family. Inosuke, excited, seized Tanjiro's shoulders. Totaro, are you going to learn this? It will undoubtedly come in handy. Tanjiro, dizzy from the shaking, thought to himself, I wish to learn it, but how? Should I seek out Kotaro? Ju Tomioka interjected. It may require you to push your body to its limits. He privately hoped Tanjiro would refrain from such actions. as it could pose a threat to his life. However, he was acutely aware of the burdens that Tanjiro bore, which could not hinder his relentless pursuit. Tanjiro inhaled deeply and declared, "To challenge my limits? I understand now. Brother Ju, fret not. I shall take care of myself. For I must assist Nezuko in regaining her humanity." The master nodded in agreement. "In that case, let us find someone to supervise you, ensuring prompt treatment in case of any mishaps." Madame Amain added, "The young Kodai would be a suitable choice, provided he undergoes proper training first." Chapter 67, Rusty Blade. At last, Tanjiro struck the doll, granted permission by Kodai to dine. Subsequently, he began to examine the effects of his newfound ability, anticipating his opponent's movements through scent. For someone with yet unrefined physical prowess and reaction time, this was indeed a fortuitous boon. All present were well versed in the matter, and understood the immense utility of Tanjiro's new skill. Iguro Abanai remarked, "Foreknowledge, such a rare talent." While the Hashira could somewhat predict their adversaries' next moves, this relied heavily on extensive combat experience. For a newcomer, this ability could propel Tanjiro far beyond his peers. With unwavering resolve, Tanjiro proclaimed, "I need this ability." He had made up his mind. Regardless of the effort required, he would hone it to perfection. In the swordsmith village, Genya expressed his astonishment. "Isn't he a novice? I recall we were both officially appointed members at the same time." He remembered his singular focus on becoming stronger, scarcely acknowledging those around him. With this reflection, Genya clenched his fists. If even a newcomer could exhibit such prowess, he had a long way to go to reach the level of the Hashira. After a brief respite, Tanjiro re-engaged in battle. He had now grasped the rhythm and could strike the doll. Yet he hesitated. Kodai urged, "Go ahead. It's fine. I will repair it without fail." "Ha." Kanatetsu looked at Kodai in confusion. "Isn't that doll precious to you? Why permit Tanjiro to strike it now? Were it him, he would certainly be furious if someone dared to touch his unrefurbished creations." Kodai paused for a moment before responding. "My ancestor did not create the doll merely for display. He wished to preserve the swordsmanship of the great Yorichi, offering assistance to future generations. Each use diminishes a doll's lifespan, making it of little value to the Hashira. It is individuals like Tanjiro who truly require it. I can see he is a gentle and kind-hearted soul, which is why I wish for him to survive. Should he perish at my hands, I would willingly accept the burden." Upon hearing Kodai's words, Kanatetsu fell silent. Tanjiro Kamado's demeanor seemed genuinely sincere. Thus, despite his anger, he had been striving to forge sturdier blades to prevent them from shattering in battle. To have a swordsman perish due to a faulty blade would reflect poorly on him as a blacksmith. With a decisive swing, Tanjiro severed the doll's neck. The doll's body shattered, revealing the blade within. Tanjiro and Kodai embraced in exhilaration. This was an ancient sword from 3 centuries past. Ju Tomioka was astounded. This sword dates back to the Warring States period, belonging to the illustrious Nichiren swordsman. Mitsuri Kenroji's eyes gleamed with excitement. "Oh, how I long to behold it in person." With the decline of blacksmithing skills, such blades had become exceedingly rare. In the swordsmith village, Kanatetsu shook Kodai's shoulders with fervor. "Quickly, hand me that sword." Kodai replied with difficulty, "But it is still inside the doll." "Then disassemble the doll." No. It will break." Thanks to the village chief's intervention, Kodai narrowly avoided disaster, leaving Kanatetsu panting in agitation. Upon extracting the blade, both dejectedly noted, "It is rusted." Indeed, after 3 centuries without care, how could it possibly remain unblemished? Tanjiro's eyes welled with tears. "It's all right. I don't mind at all." Clearly he was deeply troubled. Mitsuri remarked with a smile, "It's merely rust. A skilled blacksmith may yet restore it." Shinobu Kocho joined her hands in prayer. "Let us hope so." As fate would have it. Upon hearing of the re-emergence of a fine blade, a certain individual was drawn by its scent. Kanatetsu, bare-chested and muscular, stormed in with an intimidating presence. Seizing the rusty sword, Zenitsu's golden locks stood on end. What an imposing aura. He seems even more formidable than Tanjiro. Inosuke, ever alert, remarked, "I thought a beast had emerged from the woods." The master smiled. Himejima possesses a natural talent for swordsmanship. However, he is likely too enamored with blades to consider using one against demons. Wouldn't you agree? Tanjiro trembled slightly. "Mr. Kanatetsu is incredibly strong. If I damage a blade next time, I might truly be unable to contend with him." Fortunately, another blacksmith, Tetsuzan, arrived just in time to mediate the situation. It turned out that Kanatetsu had secluded himself in the mountains to forge a blade capable of enabling Tanjiro to endure his battles. Thus, under Kanatetsu's assurance, Tanjiro entrusted the rusty sword to him. The village chief, an elderly man, chuckled heartily. Himejima, establishing trust with a swordsman is crucial. Don't you think this is splendid? A blacksmith shoulders the lives of the swordsman. Kanatetsu had previously forged blades for others, but lost his status as a blacksmith due to the disdain of swordsmen. Until he encountered Tanjiro. No one had ever shown him such trust and acceptance. Upon hearing this, Kanatetsu awkwardly replied, "Why speak of such things? Tanjiro needs his sword, so he will forge it. Why must he utter such sentimental words?" Tetsuzan shrugged. "What can you do? He struggles with interpersonal relationships." Kodai shook his head in resignation. What a difficult adult. Thus, as Tanjiro dined, he recounted this experience. He had heard it would take 3 days and nights of relentless work, perhaps to the point of exhaustion or death. Should I go and observe? What does that have to do with me? Genya exploded in frustration, popping in out of nowhere, declaring such things. Are they even close? Tanjiro smiled lightly. It seems my relationship with Genya has improved. Kanaho nodded in agreement. The others watched Genya, who was insisting that Tanjiro leave. Was this what they called improving relations? Zenitsu analyzed. Well, although he was shouting, it's clear he doesn't dislike Tanjiro. Shinobu pondered. Could he be what is referred to as tsundere? Noticing the group's attention on him, Sanemi bristled. What are you staring at? I'm not the same as that brat. Ju Tomioka stated earnestly. You and your brother share a strikingly similar temperament. Absolutely not. Tengen Yuzui clapped him on the shoulder. Just accept that you're tsundere. The more you deny it, the more it seems to fit. Chapter 68. Village Attack. Seeing Genya's mouth, Tanjiro inquired, Didn't you lose your front tooth? Genya blinked. Turning his head away, You must be mistaken. How could I be? Look, it's still there. Why would you keep it? Concerning his younger brother. Sanemi's expression grew serious. Had his front tooth grown back? Was it that quick? Shinobu thought, typically after losing baby teeth, one does not regrow them. Even if new ones emerged, it would not be so swift. As the head of the butterfly mansion, she was well aware of Genya's physical condition. However, should the wind Hashira become aware of this, he would undoubtedly erupt in fury. It is perhaps best if he discovers it for himself. The scene shifts, revealing a swordsmith strolling along the path, who stumbles upon a peculiar pot in the middle of the road. Who placed this here? He reaches out to touch it, and in the next moment, he is entirely drawn into the vessel. When he is eventually expelled, only his mask and clothing remain. Several swordsmiths scream in terror. Village chief, look. The old man's tone grew markedly grave. What is being displayed on the screen pertains to future events. We have not had any swordsmiths reported missing recently. The headquarters has ordered us to relocate, likely due to this incident. Notify everyone to steer clear of any unfamiliar pots, and sound the alarm immediately. The swordsmiths nodded in agreement. Understood. At the headquarters, witnessing the demise of their fellow craftsmen, the onlookers felt a mix of shock, anger, and underlying dread. Kaijuro Rengoku stated solemnly, they have indeed discovered the swordsmith village. The fifth upper moon, Michiro Takito, recited the identity of their foe. It appears there is another one. Ju Tomioka reminded him, it is the fourth upper moon. Remembering that there are 2 demons. Michiro's forgetfulness regarding such matters has markedly improved. In a dream, Tanjiro is abruptly awakened by Michiro pinching his nose. Are you familiar with the swordsmith named Tetsuzan? Tanjiro had just seen him during the day and eagerly offered to take Michiro along. A spark of excitement lit up Michiro's eyes. What did you just say? Mitsuri giggled, covering her mouth. So it turns out Takedo forgot about Tanjiro, despite having tossed stones at him during the Hashira meeting. Michiro tilted his head. I did not forget. I remember that his head is quite hard. The others mused. Indeed. That notable hardness of his head has made quite an impression. Even on Michiro. Mitsuri chimed. I was referring to the you on the screen. The real you has certainly remembered Tanjiro, hasn't he? Michiro nodded. He may have a poor memory, but that pertains to trivial matters. For instance, he has not forgotten the breathing techniques, which have been etched into his muscle memory. Apart from the Lord and Lady and the Hashira, Tanjiro and his sister also reside firmly in Michiro's mind. As the two conversed, the sliding door was slowly pulled open. Then the fourth upper moon Hantengu crawled in. They simply stared at him, momentarily stunned by his stealthy approach. Zenitsu exclaimed in surprise. Are we really engaging in battle just like that? Isn't there supposed to be some buffer time? Like rushing to the scene after an alarm, or searching for the enemy? Is it truly as sudden as facing an upper moon? Iguro Abanai's eyes widened. Even Tanjiro failed to detect his presence. Tanjiro scratched his head. The sulfur scent from the hot springs interferes with my sense of smell. No, the Lord interjected sternly. To allow two skilled swordsmen to remain wholly unaware is far beyond mere concealment of scent. Inosuke slapped his arms together. Exactly. As long as it's an enemy, my skin will react. The stronger the enemy, the more intense the response. If it's an upper moon, it would feel like being stabbed in the back. The boar-headed youth spoke true. Yuzui Tengen nodded. Rengoku could sense danger even in his slumber. With an upper moon so near, how could Takedo remain unaware? Unless he is as weak as an ordinary person. But could that truly be the case? Shinazugawa Sanemi stated gravely. Michiro decisively unleashed the fourth form, Flowing Slice. Hantenga dodged to the ceiling, trembling. Please do not bully this old man. Tanjiro and Nezuko combined their strength, knocking Hantenga down from above. In the next moment, he was beheaded by Michiro. Tanjiro recalled the Daki siblings and shouted, Takedo, do not let your guard down. His eyes bore no numbers. Suddenly, Shinobu Kocho remarked, let us hope they do not underestimate him. In terms of appearance and demeanor, this demon indeed seems weak. Had they not witnessed the upper moon meeting, they would never have guessed he was the fourth upper moon. Nevertheless, their coordination was commendable, Jutomioka reflected. Tanjiro's growth has been remarkably swift. It is truly reassuring. Mitsuri rested her chin in her hands. Indeed, the combat experience against the upper moons is invaluable. Tanjiro immediately reacted. Having encountered demons like Daki before, it seems he would only feel at ease once he witnessed the enemy reduced to ashes, right? As expected, the beheaded Hantenga split into two. Tanjiro promptly declared, I will handle the one behind. Yuzui Tengen clicked his tongue. Another demon that splits. How tiresome these upper moons are. One demon's strength is insufficient. So they rely on numbers to prevail. Is that it? Why not bring the entire family along? Iguro scoffed. If this is their level, it matters not how many they bring. However, Michiro was soon sent flying by the demon's fan. As debris tumbled, Tanjiro and Nezuko faced two demons. Kanamori Steel noticed the eyes of the two demons. They are the fourth upper moon. Tetsuzan recoiled in terror, covering his face. Two upper moons have invaded the village. Calm yourself. The village chief sat firmly on his mat. We shall be relocating shortly. Do not raise your voices. Little Tetsu queried. Didn't the screen show two Hashira in the village? They should be able to handle it, right? The village chief remained non-committal. It was challenging for two Hashira to contend with a single upper moon, let alone protect the villagers. The images on the screen likely heralded the end of the swordsmith village. Without the Nichiren blade source, how could the Demon Slayer Corps continue to fight demons and safeguard humanity? Nearby, Genya gripped the gun at his waist, pondering. If I could defeat an upper moon, could I not ascend to the rank of Hashira, and then meet my brother? The demon wielding the tin staff was named Jigaku, while the one with the fan was called Kenroji. Jigaku struck the ground lightly with his staff, unleashing a powerful bolt of lightning that nearly rendered Tanjiro unconscious. Meanwhile, on the roof, Genya had his gun aimed at them. Himejima Jyomiai intoned. As the Buddha said, humans possess 7 emotions. These two demons are named anger and joy. They likely possess the ability to create clones as well. Zenitsu murmured. There's even more? Kanahashi tightened her sleeves. Is this the unique aspect of the fourth upper moon? Her master had previously shared information about the sixth upper moon. Since Hantenga ranked higher, it was reasonable to presume he could create more clones. Upon seeing his brother's figure, Shinazugawa panicked. Genya? What is he doing here? Why is he involving himself in this battle against the upper moons? In his mind, Genya was supposed to be weak, which was why he wished for him to withdraw from the Demon Slayer Corps. Now facing the battle against the upper moons, Genya was not fleeing but attempting a sneak attack. Moreover, the weapon in his hands was the first he had ever heard of being used against demons. How could one fight without a Nichiren blade? Chapter 69, Joy, Anger, Sorrow, and Happiness. Genya pulled the trigger, and the heads of the two demons fell with a thud. Immediately after, he charged forward with his Nichiren blade, prepared to finish them off completely. Tanjiro shouted. He will spawn new clones. He is deliberately letting you strike. Shinazugawa Sanemi felt a surge of urgency. What is this reckless boy doing? The two upper moons are allowing him to behead them without evasion. Clearly, something is amiss. Why does he not remain vigilant, instead rushing in? Furthermore, his swordsmanship is lacking. He is more accurate with that gun. Kyajuro Rengoku remarked gravely. This demon not only possesses the ability to divide but grows younger and stronger with each split. The increase in both numbers and strength is indeed a troubling prospect. To vanquish demons, one must inevitably resort to decapitation. To what extent must one be fragmented before reaching an end? The newly emerged Kongi, adorned with wings and claws, seized Tanjiro and soared further away. Tanjiro shouted, Don't worry about me. Nezuko, go assist Genya. Not far off, Asia pierced Genya's chest with his spear. Upon witnessing this, Tanjiro gasped in horror. Please hurry and help him. Shinazugawa-sanemi inhaled deeply, forcing himself to stabilize his emotions. Yet when he saw his brother's chest impaled, his heart contracted painfully, nearly rendering him breathless. Calm down. With Tanjiro and Nezuko here, Genya will surely be alright. Damn it, after this viewing he should withdraw from the Demon Slayer Corps. Why is he entangled in these matters? In the Swordsmith village, Genya's expression stiffened. Now there are 4 of them. How am I supposed to fight this? Have I done something wrong? However, with demons before him, what other option remained but decapitation? Despite the wound piercing his chest, he was rather unconcerned about his condition. He was well aware that as long as there was a glimmer of hope, he would not perish easily. Tanjiro raised his sword, attempting to break free from Kongi's talons. In the next moment, Kongi opened his mouth and unleashed a powerful sonic wave. Tanjiro, too close, bore the brunt of the attack. He nearly fainted, blood streaming from his nostrils and ears. Zenitsu cried out, Tanjiro. Kanao beside him narrowed her eyes, her face pale. This demon was truly overwhelming. Previously, they could match the upper moons in combat, but now they were being relentlessly beaten. Even Takedo had been blown away. Yuzui Tengen gazed intently at the screen, endeavoring to extract more information. Each demon possessed distinct abilities. Some could unleash fierce winds, others could summon lightning with their staves, Kongi could fly and emit sonic waves, while Asia wielded a spear, excelling in close combat. Each of these demons, when singled out, constituted a formidable threat to the Demon Slayer Corps, and now they appeared simultaneously. Just moments ago, they had harbored a false sense of security due to the absence of Upper Moon 2. It seemed their naivety was painfully evident. In the distance, Michiro was on his way back to the battlefield. He spotted a child battling a goldfish monster, and chose to ignore it. The Upper Moon demon awaited his attention. Even if he were to save someone, it should be the village chief or the skilled artisans. Yet the image of Tanjiro flashed in his mind. When he regained his senses, his body had already placed itself in front of the child. You're in the way. Could you please flee far away? Michiro expressed confusion. Why was the self on the screen behaving this way? And Tanjiro, who said that helping others was akin to helping oneself, why did that phrase resonate so profoundly? He glanced towards his lord for guidance. Have I erred in my judgment? With so many people in need, I shouldn't have paused for a mere child. No, his lord smiled. Michiro, you are doing splendidly. In the Swordsmith village, upon witnessing the Mist Hashira's indifference, the child felt a surge of anger. Indeed, he should not have entrusted the key to the Yurichi Type 0 to him. It would have been better to let Tanjiro's brother wield it. However, when Michiro stood in front of him, the child was momentarily taken aback. Was it truly because of Tanjiro's words? You see, the village chief began slowly. This Hashira is a person of pure heart, though forgetful and occasionally bothersome. Yet, without a doubt, each Hashira possesses noble character. Rational thought is not inherently flawed. Since he took action to save you, it signifies his innate goodness. The goldfish monster was swiftly decapitated by Takedo with a single strike. Noticing the creature's body could regenerate, he cleaved the most conspicuous jar, which instantly reduced the monstrous fish to ashes. Grateful for his survival, the child rushed forward, embracing Takedo's neck and crying, "Thank you, Takedo and I." As the child, who had previously harbored disdain for him, wept and apologized, his words brimming with gratitude, Michiro felt his heart race. Was this the sensation of aiding another? The screen interjected with a memory of his own. During his severe injury, his lord had assured him he would surely reclaim his memories. Why was he suddenly recalling those moments? Tanjiro, with a concerned expression, remarked, "Those memories must be significant for Michiro, right? Hence, even in times of peril, he cannot forget them." He contemplated before speaking. Michiro, I believe your memories may be returning. Due to his lack of knowledge about his origins, Michiro often exhibited a detached demeanor. Yet, now that he was beginning to empathize with others, it indicated he was gradually rediscovering his true self. A glimmer of hope sparkled in Michiro's eyes. Really? Tanjiro nodded vigorously. Absolutely. The child implored Takedo to rescue Tetsuzan and Kanatetsu, and Takedo promptly hoisted him and ran. Along the way he pondered. Was his choice correct? Would this not jeopardize the entire village? Just because his lord had endorsed him as the Mist Hashira, he must succeed. Tetsuzan remarked, "This Hashira truly possesses a cold exterior yet a warm heart." The child felt remorse for his previous prejudices. It was evident that Takedo and I was indeed a splendid person. An artisan whispered, "Village chief, is this truly all right? What does it matter?" The old man chuckled. "Whether we save a skilled artisan or a promising young one, We cannot argue about right or wrong. What is essential now is to trust this esteemed Takedo. He is a pillar of the Demon Slayer Corps. This was a crisis for the entire village, regardless of how the Mist Hashira chose to act. They should cooperate and understand. At headquarters, Rengoku placed a hand on Michiro's shoulder. Takedo, do not doubt yourself. Are you not doing excellently? Were it me, I too would save the child. As a Hashira, how could one merely stand by and watch others in peril without intervening? Chapter 70. The Swordsman with a Gun. Struck by the sonic wave and rendered partially deaf, Tanjiro retaliated by severing Kangi's head. The foe then split into two, both launching an assault on Tanjiro. Despite enduring another sonic wave, Tanjiro smiled. Indeed, the number of clones was limited. The four demons representing joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness had reached their utmost potential. Kenroji Mitsuri covered her mouth. Tanjiro, dear brother. Having sustained two sonic attacks, with blood streaming from his nose and ears, Tanjiro still managed to smile. This boy was indeed reckless in battle. Shinazugawa Sanemi's voice was low. Had the relentless onslaught driven him to madness? Well, such vigor was necessary when facing the upper moons. Realizing that the joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness had reached their maximum fragmentation, everyone sighed in relief. Should they split into two even stronger demons, the battle could be deemed lost. Kangi brushed past Tanjiro, scratching his body with his sharp claws. How does it feel? My claws can even shatter diamonds. Tanjiro turned back with a smile. You are no different. In the next moment, a deep gash appeared on Kangi's head. What a splendid transformation. Yuzui Tenjin mused. At this moment, Tanjiro exuded the aura of a formidable warrior. Even when facing the upper moons alone, he remained composed and confident. Kanao stared at the screen in astonishment. So this is how powerful Tanjiro truly is. This is the state he assumes in battle. Inosuke exhaled hot breath through his nostrils, muttering in frustration, damn it, why am I not in that village? As he observed Hotaro's fierce battle, he felt his entire being surge with fervor, as if he had returned to the verdant woods, sweating profusely and unleashing his strength. Tanjiro offered an awkward smile. The thought of Inosuke visiting the swordsmith village brought a shiver down Tanjiro's spine, recalling how he had recklessly damaged two fine swords, fearing a collective pursuit from the swordsmiths. Meanwhile, Korra and Nezuko were still engaged in a fierce contest of strength. The spear, lodged within Genya's body, was suddenly yanked out by him, causing him to strike a blow to his chest. I was just about to ask, Ikaku frowned. Is this spear truly that powerful? The Demon Slayer Corps has tried using firearms before, but their noise is too great and the damage they inflict is quite limited, allowing demons to swiftly recover. Yet, the weapon in Genya's hands is clearly different from any they've encountered. Sakinoto calmly explained. This spear was specifically crafted for Genya. Its mechanism is similar to that of the Nichiren blade, as the projectiles contain solar energy capable of suppressing a demon's regeneration. Mitsuri tightened his fists, having not relaxed them since Genya's appearance. That fool better not die here. With a forceful motion, Eiju pulled the spear from Genya's body and slashed diagonally at his chest. Eiju's head had already healed. Gazing at the blood-soaked Genya, he remarked somberly, how tragic it is that you cannot perish immediately. He was convinced that the mortally wounded human could not survive. Mitsuri abruptly stood up, held back by Sakinoto and Yuzui on either side. That's merely a vision of the future. Your brother is fine now. Stay calm. As Genya's master, Sakinoto elaborated, you may not understand. But let us see how Genya will respond. Mitsuri glared at the rock pillar for 2 seconds before reluctantly sitting back down. Did Sakinoto imply that Genya was unscathed? Was the earlier display merely a ruse to mislead the enemy? Meanwhile, Genya, with his head bowed, held his Nichiren blade to shield his chest, reciting archaic texts. Eiju inquired, is that the Amida Sutra? How devout. Yet, the figure before him suddenly vanished. The scene shifted to Genya, now behind Eiju, swinging his blade toward him. Inosuke exclaimed, what incredible speed. Rengoku marveled, how can he move so vigorously after sustaining such severe injuries? Mitsuri clenched his brow. There is no doubt that Genya's wounds are real. But what is sustaining him? Could it be that the sutras his brother recited were teachings from the rock pillar? Utilizing the breath of the rock, Sakinoto possessed a body forged through countless trials. Perhaps Genya was following in his footsteps? However, in a sudden turn of events, Genya's stealthy approach was thwarted when the bystander, Korra, struck him with a cane. Genya retaliated by firing a shot at Korra. Eiju forcefully sent Genya crashing into the wall with his spear. Tanjiro expressed concern. Genya has sustained grave injuries. Between the spear thrusts and electric shocks, his injuries surpassed those of anyone present. Even those who were initially unaware of the circumstances began to grasp the situation, with Mitsuri questioning, Is Genya's physical condition exceptionally resilient? Mitsuri rifled through memories shared with his brother. Surely not. He is just an ordinary human. That's why I wanted him to leave the Demon Slayer Corps. A mediocre individual here would only meet their demise. Sakamoto sighed deeply. Genya does possess some unique traits. He is capable of enduring these injuries. As for the reasons, you shall see for yourselves. In another corner, Korra delivered a kick that pierced Nezuko's body. Yet, Nezuko swiftly retaliated, severing Korra's head with a kick. The next moment, flames erupted from her, engulfing Korra entirely. Kanao, witnessing a battle between demons for the first time, was utterly astonished. Tanjiro grasped his sister's hand tightly, saying, I'm afraid it's going to be tough for you again, Nezuko. Yuzui cast a glance at Nezuko, acknowledging. This girl is growing rapidly. Once, Tanjiro had to carry her into battle. Now he could confidently leave the battlefield to her while he faced the remaining opponent. Korra, bewildered by Nezuko's relentless onslaught, found his weapon snatched away. Nezuko, wielding Korra's weapon, struck with such force that he was sent crashing through the rooftop and into the forest. Well done, Nezuko. Rengoku's voice rang out, filled with fervor. The tension of the battle had been palpable, and with Korra dispatched by Nezuko, she had undoubtedly made significant contributions. Zenitsu cheered for Nezuko with excitement. Tomioka exhaled in relief. Fortunately, Korra was merely spectating, granting Nezuko the chance to diminish their ranks. It's now a one-on-one match, with Nezuko facing the remaining Korra. At the Swordsmith village, the series of intense battles left everyone bewildered, at a loss for words. Kota nudged Genya. You've sustained such heavy injuries. Are you really all right? I'm fine, Genya replied tersely. However, his heart was tumultuous. That was an upper moon demon. If he could defeat it. The village chief had mentioned that his brother could also witness this battle. Damn it, why couldn't he perform better on screen? As the battle between Nezuko and Korra unfolded, everyone watched in awe. Kota murmured, she is indeed Tanjiro's sister. Genya pressed his lips together tightly. She was truly formidable. No wonder Tanjiro entrusted her to assist him. Although he wished to eradicate all demons single-handedly, he had to concede. Nezuko was a tremendous asset. Chapter 71. Return to the battlefield. Just as Nezuko was about to send Korra flying, he suddenly thrust his cane into her throat. In the next moment, a powerful jolt of electricity surged through her, nearly causing her to faint. Nezuko, Tanjiro and the others gasped in shock. Guilt threatened to overwhelm Tanjiro. Although he knew she would soon recover, every time he witnessed Nezuko's injuries, his heart trembled. He could not recall when it had become normal for severed limbs to be a common occurrence, even for Nezuko herself. Tanjiro was not one to be easily swayed. But in moments like these he could not help but ponder. When would such days come to an end? Why could he not allow his sister to live a peaceful life like an ordinary girl? Meanwhile, Genya, gravely wounded and electrified, leaned against a crumbling wall, still reciting his sutras. Eiju questioned, how is it possible that he hasn't perished yet? What is going on? With a low raspy laugh, Genya replied, I am Mitsuri Genya. Remember this name, for it belongs to the man who will slay you. The wind pillar stared intently at his brother. He suddenly felt a strong sense of déjà vu. The injuries and electric shocks that Nezuko and Genya had endured were remarkably similar, and both were still valiantly resisting. Could it be that his brother's physical resilience was akin to Nezuko's? Yet Nezuko was a demon. Did that mean Genya? Shaking his head vigorously, Mitsuri dismissed the thought. Genya could not possibly be a demon. He had no fear of sunlight. If the Demon Slayer Corps had gained another demon as a pillar, he would certainly be unaware. Tanjiro remained anxious about his sister's condition, raising his blade and charging forward, thrusting it into the mouth of the remaining Korra. Feeling the lightness of Kokushibo being propelled by himself, Tanjiro mused, indeed, he is remarkably light. To soar through the skies, one cannot be burdened with excessive weight. With this thought in mind, Tanjiro exerted a powerful push, propelling Kokushibo straight into the original house. Kane softly remarked, Tanjiro is quite astute. Tanjiro, feeling a bit bashful, scratched his head and replied, had I not been whisked away from the battlefield, only Nezuko and Genya would have been left to handle them. Inosuke pointed towards Michiro, who had also been sent flying upon arrival. Did he not also get blown away immediately? I shall go rescue those two swordsmiths. Michiro gazed at Inosuke with a serious expression, his tone devoid of fluctuations. Yet, Tanjiro sensed a hint of grievance emanating from Michiro. Seeing his sister being electrocuted, Tanjiro stumbled forward in a fit of rage, exclaiming, what on earth is going on? This is infuriating. He raised his staff to strike at Tanjiro, only to have it intercepted by a claw, Kokushibo's claw, which had been severed and was now clutched by Tanjiro. Yuzui Tingen's eyes sparkled with admiration. This kid truly possesses a sharp mind. Though his character is simple, he is certainly not a fool. Moreover, his perpetual communion with nature enables Tanjiro to perceive phenomena around him without being shackled by rigid texts. Jutomioka suddenly understood. When Genya was electrocuted earlier, the connection with his long spear didn't affect Eiju at all. Demons are generally immune to their own blood demon arts. For instance, Nezuko is unharmed by her own flames, and Jotaro cannot poison himself. As for Hantengu, although each of his manifestations possesses unique abilities, the immunity to lightning is a shared trait. In the swordsmith village, a young smith exclaimed, "Brother Tanjiro is so impressive." Although the calamities depicted on the screen had yet to unfold, the villagers remained relatively calm, their emotions steady. Whether it was Genya and Nezuko's steadfastness or Tanjiro's quick thinking, they watched, breathless and wide-eyed. Tanjiro did not linger to confront the enraged adversary, but rushed to remove the staff lodged in Nezuko's throat. However, another staff lunged toward him from behind, only to be intercepted by Nezuko. In retaliation, she unleashed her blood explosion, engulfing the furious foe in flames. Genya murmured, "Their cooperation is truly harmonious. Even though one has become a demon, their bond remains strong, allowing them to fight side by side. When will I ever fight alongside my brother? Will he be ashamed of my demon form? Or will we, like the Kamadu siblings, communicate without the need for words?" At headquarters, Kyojuro Rengoku proclaimed, "It seems Nezuko's flames are growing more potent." Tanjiro grasped his sister's hand, stating, "She has been growing all along." Under the moonlight, the once flung Kuro came back to the scene. With a mighty flap, the previously shaky house crumbled into ruins. Tanjiro and Nezuko were pinned to the ground, their eyes rolling back. The trio of demons, Akaza, Kokushibo, and Kuro, surrounded them, their gazes predatory. Shinobu Kocho's eyes flickered with concern. What shall we do now? Her mind raced to devise a solution. Yet, unless reinforcements arrived, their chances of survival dwindled. Especially Tanjiro, who, after all, was merely human. Nevertheless, Shinobu did not relinquish hope for victory, because ever since Tanjiro joined the Demon Slayer Corps, he had consistently performed miracles. "Show us another miracle, Tanjiro." Meanwhile, Michiro rescued Tengen from the grasp of the goldfish monster. "Thank you for your assistance, Lord Takito." Michiro replied impassively, "Is my blade ready?" Upon hearing this, Tengen immediately led Michiro to retrieve his sword, mentioning that he had been entrusted by Tanjiro to inquire about the name of the smith who forged Takito's blade. Michiro softly remarked, "Tanjiro truly enjoys helping others." The reason Tengen knew the location of the missed Hashira's sword was due to Tanjiro's request. Tanjiro smiled. "As long as we assist one another, we shall all improve." When Michiro heard Tengen mention the initial smith who forged his sword, he tilted his head. Why didn't he finish his sentence? What happened to that smith? My recollection of names is already sparse, let alone the very first one. This feeling of forgetfulness is truly unbearable. Just as Tengen was about to approach, Michiro seized him by the collar. Ahead, the fifth upper moon emerged from a jar. "Nice to meet you, I am Gyako. May I take a moment of your time to showcase my masterpiece?" From the ground, the jar expelled a series of swordsmiths strung together by Nichiren swords, and Gyako proudly introduced each of them. Tengen murmured, "Lord Kanamori, Mr. Tetsu." The young smith gasped in shock, covering his mouth, "Uncle Tetsu, Uncle Kataru, Uncle Hiroshi. How despicable!" Genya exclaimed, nearly drawing his weapon, "These wretched demons. How dare they toy with the lives of swordsmiths and take such pride in it?" Chapter 72. The Love Hashira Arrives. Gyako exclaimed excitedly, to emphasize their identity as swordsmiths. "I employed Nichiren blades." Even more splendidly, with a mere flick of the blade, the lamentations of these near-death swordsmiths will echo forth. What do you think? Truly a masterpiece, isn't it? Shinazugawa Sanemi's eyes widened, devoid of any light, only reflecting a chilling dread. Each time I believe demons could not be more repugnant, a new one appears, shattering my perception of horror. Tanjiro clenched his collar, breathing rapidly. The mere thought of its existence in this world unsettles me. Distasteful? Despicable? Repugnant? Even the most contemptuous words fail to encapsulate Gyako's actions. In the swordsmith village, several smiths who had heard the news were witness to this scene. One voiced his fear. "Chief, we should hurry and evacuate." Another cried out in sorrow, "Hibitaru," while yet another shouted in anger, "How infuriating! I refuse to be a swordsmith any longer. I shall join the Demon Slayer Corps and eradicate these vile demons." The chief swiftly raised a hand. "Wait, Kamaki. You lack the strength to forge. Perhaps you should reconsider? You scoundrel, enough is enough." Michiro unsheathed his sword and charged at Gyako, who retreated into the jar, emerging from another spout. So he can move between jars. Ignoring Gyako's introduction of his creations, Michiro struck with his blade. Gyako, infuriated, lifted the jar, and 2 goldfish unleashed a barrage of long needles toward Michiro. Ju Tomioka's expression turned grave. The goldfish monsters in the village were released by him. Initially, they only needed to focus on 2 upper moons, but due to Gyako's abilities, the lives of the entire village's swordsmiths are now at stake. Yuzui Tengen stated solemnly, even if he is only the 5th upper moon, he must not be underestimated. Regardless of rank, for ordinary swordsmiths, it is a calamity. Inosuke shouted, that grotesque creature seems quite attached to his jars. From now on, whenever I see a bizarre jar, I shall cut it down. Tanjiro attempted to intervene. Shouldn't we first check for any demonic presence? It would be unfortunate to inadvertently harm someone else's work. Michiro initially dodged the needles aimed at him, but upon seeing the other 2 blacksmiths, he immediately shielded them with his own body. Lord Takitu. Michiro, his face punctured with needles, spoke in his typically detached tone, you are too much of a hindrance. Quickly take cover. Little Tanjiro gasped, Brother Takitu. At this moment, he felt no resentment towards Michiro. Even if the latter shattered the Yorichi Type 0, Tanjiro would not blame him. The village chief sighed, this esteemed Hashira of Mist. Though his demeanor remains aloof, his actions reveal a kind heart. It seems he has forgotten something profoundly significant. With this thought, the village chief earnestly wished for Michiro Takitu to recover his memories soon. Tamayo chuckled, your limbs are beginning to numb, aren't they? How tragic to perish for the sake of saving someone so inconsequential. A voice echoed in Michiro's mind, after all, it's merely an inconsequential life. Who was speaking? He only remembered that it was summer, unbearably hot, with the door left open, and the sound of cicadas filling the air. Iguro Abanai snorted disdainfully. Do these upper moons only know how to employ poison? Kenroji Mitsuri looked concerned. Brother Takitu must be in great pain. She must be nearby. She had to hurry. As the memories on screen unfolded, Michiro in reality also clutched his head. Summer, cicadas, the wooden cabin, his memories synchronized with those on the screen. Tanjiro worriedly placed his hand on his forehead. Michiro, are you all right? Michiro Takitu shook his head in confusion, annoyed by Tamayo's incessant chatter. Michiro interrupted his recollections and lunged at her with his sword. Tamayo raised her pot, from which a torrent of water surged, enveloping Michiro within. Blood demon art. Water prison. Rengoku Kyujuru intoned gravely, if he remains trapped within for too long, Takitu will suffocate and perish. Yet at this moment, not only is escape impossible, but even the use of his breathing techniques is exceedingly difficult. Yuzui Tengen's pupils contracted. Isn't that akin to a water prison? How agonizing and despairing it must be to suffocate. As Takitu failed to pierce through the watery barrier on screen, Zenitsu covered his face in terror. Why did these demons possess such troublesome abilities? He had thought Tamayo would be easier to deal with than Hantengu, but this was still perilous. Upon receiving news, Mitsuri rushed toward the blacksmith village. She saw the blacksmiths either rescuing others or fleeing for their lives. Mitsuri immediately intervened, saving them from the grasp of the fish-like monster. Upon seeing the village chief clutched in the demon's hand, she unsheathed her long sword and executed her technique, Initial Love's Tremble, slaying the towering creature in an instant. Inosuke exclaimed in astonishment, this woman is incredible. Unlike the nimble female swordsman he remembered, Mitsuri wielded a flexible blade with astonishing power and dominance. Iguro Abanai remained silent, his gaze fixated on her every move. Miss Kenroji's sword is truly unique, Tanjiro mused, and the color is so beautiful. The distinctive blade shape indicated that she possessed her own special techniques. The sword's color related to her breathing style. The last time he had seen such a beautiful blade was in Kanai's possession. Mitsuri bashfully covered her face, right? This was specially crafted for me by the village chief. I'm so glad I could be of help. In the blacksmith village, the village chief awkwardly remarked. To be saved and held in the embrace of such a young and lovely girl. Kocho Shinobu quipped. What a disgrace for an elder. Tanjiro awoke from his stupor to find himself being carried away by Nezuko. Noticing that she was gripping the blade tightly, he urged Nezuko, let go. Nezuko ignored him, her blood flowing onto the blade, transforming the Nichiren sword into a crimson blood blade. Tanjiro murmured, a red blade. The words of Kocho Shinobu flashed through his mind. I thought I would see a red blade. The red blade, the initial breathing. Yorichi. Tengen Yuzui's placed his hand on Tanjiro's shoulder. Tanjiro, regardless of your thoughts, you are drawing ever closer to that initial swordsman. Tanjiro lowered his gaze to his hands. Me. That initial swordsman was capable of defeating Mugen Kibutsuji. Can I truly achieve that? Kaneo thought of something. Previously, when fighting against the Lower Moon 5, Nezuko's blood dripped onto Tanjiro's broken sword, almost severing the head of the weakened demon. The blood blade had manifested when Nezuko first awakened her blood demon art. They truly are the perfect pair. Chapter 73, The Demon Slayer. Sir Samurai, your sword is pitch black normally, only turning red during battle. How remarkable. Tanjiro mused, is this inherited memory? Is it from my ancestors? Now, my sword has also turned red like that swordsman. Akuki spread his wings and charged towards Tanjiro. Meanwhile, the observing Jikoku saw the figures of Tanjiro and Yurichi overlapping in Musen's memories. Flame Dance of the Sun God, the Dragon's Head Dance of the Sun Halo, Akuki Jikoku, and Koyuki were decapitated by Tanjiro's blade. In the blacksmith village, Genya's eyes widened in disbelief, his mind blank. He found it challenging to deal with the Lower Moon 1, yet Tanjiro had effortlessly slain 3 demons with a single strike. Genya had never witnessed a Hashira's full power. But this must be it, right? And he was so young, if he had to use a word to describe him, it would be monster. Headquarters. Kunai exclaimed, so impressive. It feels like Tanjiro transformed into a different person during battle. Iguro Abanai's eyes flickered. This is the breath of the sun. It seems Tanjiro had not unleashed its full potential before. Musen's memories were filled with dread towards that Sengoku swordsman. What would it be like to reach his level? Tanjiro gazed at the black Nichiren sword in his hand. Currently, relying solely on himself, he could not turn the blade red. Fortunately, he had Nezuko's assistance. As descendants of those who practiced the dance of the sun god. Perhaps that was why Nezuko's blood demon art was so unique. Thus, Tanjiro firmly believed, as long as they stood united as siblings, they would undoubtedly overcome all challenges. Tanjiro pondered, where is the last demon? He scanned his surroundings, only to find that Hero was pinned to a tree by his own spear, his head held by Genya. Wonderful. Genya has succeeded too. The demon should be dead now, right? However, Genya turned to meet his gaze, revealing blackened scara and sharp fangs. Boom! Kenroji Mitsuri slammed her fist into the ground. She lowered her head, her pupils constricting, an ominous aura surrounding her. What was happening to Genya? Had he also transformed into a demon? Damn it, damn it, damn it! The thought of his mother, who had once turned into a demon, and the tragic deaths of his siblings, along with the blood on his hands, filled him with soul-wrenching agony. Kenroji Mitsuri quickly interrupted his thoughts. Genya is not a demon, he is human. Kenroji seemed to grasp a lifeline, abruptly raising his head. His gaze hopeful as he looked at the stone Hashira. What is going on? Kenroji sighed. His digestive system is quite unique, allowing him to temporarily acquire the abilities of demons by consuming them. Shinobu Kocho interjected at an opportune moment, stating, were it not for the demon's regenerative capabilities, Genya would have perished just now. In times past, the mere discovery of his younger brother consuming such substances would have sent Sanemi into a furious rage, compelling him to expel Genya from the Demon Slayer Corps, and forbidding him from ever doing so again. However, upon initially believing his brother had transformed into a demon, and subsequently learning that he had merely consumed demon flesh, Sanemi's acceptance of the situation increased significantly. His expression fluctuated between shadows and light. Compared to becoming a demon or suffering a fatal injury, consuming demon flesh seemed trivial. Yet, witnessing his brother in such a state caused his heart to race. Why could Genya not live a normal life, marry, and have children, embracing the mundane? Tanjiro, preoccupied with Genya's predicament, suddenly detected the presence of the 5th clone. In an unexpected turn, Genya, salivating, seized Tanjiro by the throat, exclaiming, only I can defeat the upper ranks. I shall become a Hashira. Tanjiro, realizing the depth of Genya's aspiration, responded, I understand now. Nezuko and I will support you. Let us strive together. His eyes, devoid of selfish desires, served to calm Genya's turbulent emotions. In the swordsmith village, Genya awkwardly bumped his head against the wall. Following his transformation into a demon, his temperament had grown increasingly irritable and blunt. He had not anticipated that Tanjiro possessed such an innocent disposition, entirely unaffected by his own malice, and even generously offered his support. He acknowledged that he had been touched by this gesture. Yet, the thought of his brother observing him rendered him restless, fearing that Sanemi would come to despise him even more. At headquarters, Tanjiro suddenly grasped the situation, exclaiming, so Genya wishes to become a Hashira. Understanding one another's aspirations would render future communication effortless. As for his own ambitions, whether or not he became a Hashira was of no consequence. Even if he remained a lowly Mizunoto swordsman, it would not impede his ability to slay demons. Sanemi's gaze flickered. Genya wishes to become a Hashira? Why? He was equally indifferent to status, wholly dedicated to demon slaying. Rengoku Kaijuro chuckled heartily. These younger generations are truly remarkable. We must strive even harder. Ju Tomioka, however, chose to disregard this topic, focusing instead on the unfolding battle. Another clone? How many must be decapitated to vanquish it? As several clones began to resurrect in succession, Tanjiro called out, Genya. The fifth clone is to the northeast, near the ground. I will cover you. A tempest of wind and lightning descended upon them. With remarkable speed, Tanjiro severed one of Kakushi's wings. Nezuko, ignoring the spear that pierced her, seized Ijuku and ignited him with explosive blood. In the swordsmith village, Genya scratched his shaved head in disbelief. He had truly been afforded the opportunity to slay an upper rank. Kotetsu remarked, Tanjiro is such a kind person. After a moment of silence, Genya thought, I owe him a debt of gratitude. At headquarters, Yuzui Tenjin deduced, that clone has been avoiding confrontation to protect itself, hasn't it? If we must decapitate all clones, one hiding away would render it immortal. Inosuke, brimming with confidence, stated, near the ground? It must be hiding in the grass or digging a hole to bury itself. Frustrated by his exclusion from the battle, Inosuke felt a surge of irritation. Under Tanjiro's guidance, Genya located the elusive clone. He looked down upon it, only to discover it was merely the size of a fist. The cowardly clone scurried away, evading Genya's gunfire. Zenitsu exclaimed in astonishment, so tiny. Shinobu Kocho maintained her smile, though her eyes betrayed a hint of coldness. To let several powerful clones fight while this rodent-like creature hides is utterly shameless. This strategy is insidiously cunning. The demon's physical prowess is already grotesque, yet they resort to such tactics. Reflecting on the past Hashira, they endured great hardship to slay all clones, only to be met with even greater despair. The very creature that caused their demise was this rodent-like fiend, igniting Shinobu's fury. Chapter 74. A desire to apologize to his brother. With the thrill of impending victory, Genya swung his blade toward the cowardly demon's neck. However, his Nichiren sword shattered instead. He quickly fired another shot, yet the demon remained unscathed. Rengoku Kaijuro's expression turned grave. Is its ability solely dedicated to enhancing its defenses? One must admit, this division of labor is remarkable. As long as it remains uninjured, the other clones will be safe. The cowardly demon truly embodies its title. Inosuke shouted. I've never seen a demon's blade break like that. While their swords had endured damage before, it had always been due to lateral force. To think a blade could shatter from a direct strike was unprecedented. Just how resilient was this demon's neck? As the battle dragged on, the accumulating rage surged forth, and with a silver cane, an assailant lunged at Genya's throat. In the face of impending death, Genya recalled his unfulfilled wish to become a Hashira and apologized to his brother for what he had said back then. Genya! Sanemi cried out in terror. Yet, the brother on screen could not hear his call. Witnessing his brother's aspiration, Sanemi's outstretched hand faltered mid-air. An apology to himself? Mitsuri's eyes widened in surprise. Huh? Did you two have a quarrel? She had long hoped for reconciliation between the Shinazugawa brothers and, upon discovering the tension in their relationship, could not help but inquire. Sanemi fell silent for a moment before replying, such matters are trivial. If he wishes to apologize for becoming a Hashira, it suffices that he lives well. Can one truly abandon the Demon Slayer Corps over such a petty issue? In the swordsmith village, Genya's heart raced. He was aware that his brother was watching, meaning his remorse was also visible to him. Genya's mother, petite in stature, toiled tirelessly to nurture her children. In stark contrast, his father, though tall, was a violent scoundrel, ultimately meeting his end at the hands of others after causing trouble. One fateful night, the children grew anxious over their mother's prolonged absence. Suddenly, a demon burst into their home, slaughtering his siblings. Shinjiro dragged the demon outside, urging Genya to flee. Sanemi gripped his knees tightly, a low, anguished growl escaping his throat. Samaire, Seiko, and Hiro. Tears filled Tanjiro's eyes as he felt profound sorrow. Both families comprised 6 children and a mother, similarly besieged by nightfall. With only one sibling remaining, the cruel twist of fate was heart-wrenchingly similar. Yet, unbeknownst to him, a more tragic truth lurked just beyond his grasp. Takedo Michiro's breath quivered at the thought of the demon that invaded their home that night. Only at dawn did Genya finally locate his brother. However, what he beheld was a blood-soaked Sanemi, with their mother lying lifeless before him. Genya, overwhelmed with despair, clutched his mother and wept, hurling accusations at Sanemi, calling him a murderer. Shinobu Kocho spoke softly, as the sun rises, the body begins to dissolve. The one responsible for the deaths of several children was, in fact, their own mother. As for the indomitable Kaneo, What emotions surged within him upon gazing at his mother's visage? She was undeniably a gentle and remarkable mother, perhaps only yearning to return home while still concerned for her children. Yet a tragedy unfolded due to the instinct of a demon. Tanjiro trembled, covering his mouth. Had he endured such experiences, his spirit might have splintered. He understood now why Mr. Shinazugawa harbored such strong reservations about Nezuko. Her very existence served as a poignant reminder. He had failed to prevent his mother from taking a life, and could not protect his younger siblings. Each time he witnessed Nezuko restraining her instincts to safeguard humanity, a sharp pain pierced through Hashira's heart. Why could his mother not do the same? The brothers had vowed to protect their family together, yet their bond had shattered. He had not even had the chance to apologize before facing his demise. Why am I so weak? I cannot master the breathing techniques. I am your blood brother. Genya, do not give up. Tanjiro exclaimed as he saved him with a swift strike. Once more. Aim for his neck. I will cover you. Upon witnessing his brother's rescue, Shinazugawa exhaled a sigh of relief. Yet as he regained his composure, he realized his body had grown weak from the strain. Thank you, Tanjiro. Thank you for saving my brother. Tanjiro shook his head. We are comrades, after all. At the swordsmith village, Genya thought despondently. He had intended to showcase his abilities, but ended up in disgrace. Nonetheless, Tanjiro's words reignited his spirit. Once more. This was the opportunity Tanjiro had fought for. He resolved that his future self must strive for greatness. With the blood demon art, the weeping demon unleashed a piercing strike, and Tanjiro braced himself for injury. However, all attacks were intercepted by Genya, leaving his body riddled with wounds. I cannot cut through. It's your turn now. Tanjiro snapped back to reality and charged toward the cowardly demon. Kaneo smirked slightly. So you finally learned the essence of teamwork. Genya and Nezuko's abilities were better suited for stall tactics, and entrusting the task of slaying the demon to Tanjiro, who wielded the dance of the fire god, was indeed the wisest choice. After facing life and death crises, Shinazugawa's brother had finally matured. Kanamori shed tears of solace. Genya. Shinazugawa watched his bloodied brother in silence, understanding Tanjiro's sentiments. Witnessing his brother fight in such a manner stirred within him a desire to go mad. As Tanjiro's sunlit blade struck the cowardly demon's neck, a piercing scream escaped its lips. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind Tanjiro. He intended to finish off the cowardly demon before defending himself, only to find he could not strike. A miscalculation. Genya raised his weapon. Tanjiro, get out of the way. Accompanied by the booming of drums, a massive wooden dragon surged forth. In that critical moment, Nezuko shielded her brother from the onslaught. Kibutsuji Musen, intoned the demon with a chilling voice. What a group of vile fiends. It is truly displeasing. Kanaho gasped, another doppelganger? Zenitsu trembled. Didn't Tanjiro say 4 doppelgangers were his limit? Yet this demon seems far stronger than them. No wait, Rengoku pointed at the screen. Those previous doppelgangers have vanished. Ufotable's expression turned grave. This means he has fused the powers of several doppelgangers. Perhaps we should designate him as the true Upper Moon 4. Upon hearing this, Yuzui Tengen blinked in astonishment. What is he talking about? Ah, vile fiends? Is he referring to Tanjiro and the others? Has he made a grave error? Chapter 75. Recollections resurfaced. Genya observed the emergence of the demon with keen eyes. Just as Tanjiro was about to slay the cowardly demon, a surge of rage lifted its hands, absorbing the likes of Koko, Suki, and the weeping demon. Transforming into this formidable entity, the demon pounded the drums, an overwhelming sense of dread causing Tanjiro's heart to ache. Kanamori spoke gravely. The demon of resentment embodies emotions such as joy, anger, sorrow, and pleasure. All emotions can become his strength. Yuzui marveled. A demon that has lived for centuries must have gathered an immense reservoir of emotions. No wonder his oppressive presence is so terrifying. This is a genuine power that crushes. Tanjiro suppressed his emotions. What right do you have to label us as vile fiends? It is because you bully the weak. The demon of resentment glared fiercely. I just witnessed you brandishing your blade at the defenseless. What a farce. Upon catching their scent, Tanjiro recognized their blood-stained past. To dare call yourselves victims. Your sins are beyond redemption. The distortions of the demon's claims incited fury among the onlookers. In the swordsmith village, Genya clutched his hair. Ah, how infuriating. If I ever encounter him, I will personally sever his head. His outrageous words left him at a loss for how to retort, compelling him to draw his blade. At headquarters, Zenitsu exclaimed, "This is utterly shameless." Inosuke fumed, "They are clearly one entity. How can they call themselves weak? One entity?" Inosuke's words struck a chord with Shinobu. She suddenly realized. The demon of resentment perceives the cowardly demon as a pitiable weakling. And Hanakagura likely views himself in the same light. Because he is weak, he blames others for his misfortunes. If that were true, he would be deeply twisted at his core. Kagaya pondered. Due to his own cowardice, he harbors hatred towards the world. To describe this with a term unknown to them would be three-dimensional defense. No matter what others say, he turns a deaf ear, convinced he is the victim. In the face of any adversary, he can harbor hatred and gain strength. That is the essence of Upper Moon 4. Meanwhile, at the forge, Kanatetsu remained utterly absorbed in sharpening his blade. When Tamayo approached, she witnessed this astounding concentration. What remarkable focus! He was so engrossed that he didn't even notice my arrival. Such dedication to creation. How could I possibly rival him? As jealousy crept in, Tamayo launched an attack on Kanatetsu. Kanatetsu, watch out! Tanjiro shouted. Alas, his voice could not penetrate the screen. Even if it could, Kanatetsu would not cease his work. In the swordsmith village, Koidaru fretted, Uncle Kanatetsu has sustained grave injuries. Yet his hands continued their meticulous task. The village chief sighed. Is this blade truly more important than your life? Kanatetsu offered no response. Ever since the camera focused on him, his attention had been wholly captivated by that blade. Such exquisite iron, such splendid craftsmanship. How I long for it. His fire mask shattered, revealing a handsome, resolute face marred by a long scar from which blood flowed. Yet it did not detract from his striking appearance. Kenroji gasped and covered her mouth, her cheeks flushing with admiration. So handsome. Zenitsu fell silent for a moment before suddenly pointing at the screen. Who is this guy? Where did the shadowy, demon-like swordsmith go? Bring back the real Kanatetsu. Yuzui patted him on the shoulder meaningfully. Just accept the reality that he is a handsome man. Zenitsu felt as if struck by lightning, nearly losing his composure. He could accept that others might be more handsome than himself. But the revelation that a seemingly ordinary individual could possess such an extraordinary face was a staggering blow to Zenitsu. The same could be said for Inosuke. And even for Mr. Yuzui, as well as for Kenroji. He had succumbed to despair in this world overflowing with strikingly handsome individuals. In the water prison, Michiro's consciousness swayed in a haze. Within his mind, Tanjiro was uttering words he had never heard before. It was his overconfidence that had led to such a grave mistake. And soon, he would meet his demise. Outside, Kotetsu was still attempting to rescue him. Why hadn't he fled yet? His eyes widened in shock when Kotetsu was pierced by the fish monster's lethal strike. As Michiro's memories began to surface, Tanjiro's visage gradually morphed into that of another man. Michiro murmured, Father. Lady Amain, visibly stirred, inquired Michiro, have you begun to remember? He nodded, yes, I recall some things. His father bore a striking resemblance to Tanjiro. However, rather than sorting through his memories, he was more concerned about Kotetsu on the screen. Run. Don't be foolish. In the swordsmith village, Kotetsu sniffled, I truly am useless. I cannot even help Brother Takedo, and now I am on the verge of death. Wounded and staggering, Kotetsu rushed toward the water prison. He rose on his toes, pressed his face against the water barrier, and blew all the air he could into it. The man from his memories proclaimed, humans, in their quest to protect others, can unleash unimaginable strength. Second form of the breath of mist, eightfold mist. With oxygen finally reaching him, Michiro successfully broke free from the water prison. In the swordsmith village, tears streamed down Kotetsu's cheeks. Brother Michiro. Tenjin Yuzui tenderly reassured him. Kotetsu, you have helped him. You are not worthless. Kotetsu lowered his head, slightly lifting the fire mask to wipe away his tears with his sleeve. The village chief sighed. If you wish to cry, then cry. Removing the mask makes no difference. Upon hearing this, Kotetsu ceased his weeping, bashfully turning his head aside. His face bore an uncanny resemblance to the mask, leading many to claim that it made no difference whether he wore it or not. At headquarters, Kaijuro Rengoku remarked, the young Kotetsu is truly remarkable. For an ordinary person lacking combat prowess, Rengoku generally preferred to protect them rather than seek their assistance. Yet young Kotetsu, through sheer determination and intellect, managed to rescue a Hashira from the water prison. Michiro removed the long needle from his face and cradled Kotetsu in his arms. Brother Takedo. Don't mind me, go save Uncle Kenroji. Michiro's expression froze as he finally recalled all his memories. His father was a woodcutter, and his mother had succumbed to pneumonia after a lingering cold. That fateful day, as rain poured down, his father had fallen from a cliff while gathering herbs to heal her. Michiro's breath quickened, akin to tearing away the fog that obscured his vision. Father, mother. I have Michiro. Mitsuri gazed at Michiro's back with concern. Having lost both parents at such a tender age, Michiro had endured much. Chapter 76. The Void of Michiro. At the age of 11, he was left with only his twin brother to rely on. Yuichiro often spoke harshly, claiming that good people never received rewards. In contrast, Michiro inherited his father's gentle nature, believing in the importance of mutual aid. In response to their father's actions, Yuichiro expressed skepticism. To help mother, he even sacrificed his own life. The two quarreled, with Yuichiro stating, "The void in Michiro refers to his impotence. He only knows how to talk big, it's utterly meaningless." Tanjiro murmured, "How can you say that? They are each other's only family. If they constantly hurt one another with words, would they not lose their last remaining bond of kinship?" Michiro gently shook his head. "Brother only speaks harshly. He has always cared for me, his younger brother. Without a strong brother to support our family, I wouldn't he be able to survive alone in the mountains? But he shouldn't he belittle you," Tanjiro replied earnestly. "Michiro, you are incredible. How I wish to be as strong as you." Countless times he had despised his own powerlessness. Indeed, Zenitsu chimed in. "You are a pillar of strength." Upon hearing their affirmations, Michiro's eyes widened, and a faint smile graced his lips. Until Lady Amain came to their door. Yuichiro had shooed her away. Michiro wished to join the Demon Slayer Corps to protect others, but Yuichiro had shouted at him. "Could you think before you speak? You and our parents were the same. Mother, despite her poor health, insisted on working. Father, knowing it was raining heavily, still ventured out to find herbs. Regardless of the warnings. I am your child. How could I possibly harm you?" The boy's words were sharp and pierced Michiro's heart, bringing him to tears. Others refrained from commenting on the Tsujikuni siblings' family affairs. To be fair, Yuichiro was also a source of pity. At such a young age, he had matured far too quickly, bearing the burden of the household after witnessing his parents' deaths. Kyojuro Rengoku stated seriously, "Tsujikuni, regarding your parents, Yuichiro undoubtedly harbors regrets. Rather than reproaching Michiro, he is likely reproaching himself. However, do not let his words affect you too deeply. Your mother merely wished to share the load. And your father, faced with your mother's grave illness, had no option but to venture into the rain to gather herbs. It was the only solution he could conceive. Yuichiro's perspective is rational. Yet the wishes of those directly involved hold equal weight. If humanity could achieve absolute rationality, they would not risk their lives to join the Demon Slayer Corps." Yuichiro exclaimed, "Regardless of our ancestors, we are merely two children. We cannot recklessly throw our lives away." Following Yuichiro splashing water on Lady Amain, the brothers quarreled fiercely, resulting in a prolonged silence between them. Later, on a sweltering evening, while they slept with their door ajar, a demon intruded. Michiro vividly recalled his furious roar. By the time he regained his senses, he had already impaled the demon with farming tools, rendering it in pieces on the ground. Due to the fragmented nature of his memories, onlookers only witnessed Michiro triumphing over the demon. Zenitsu gasped so strong. His understanding of the mist Hashira's talents deepened. A child untrained, yet instinctively defeating a demon. If given a Nichiren blade, he could become a Hashira in mere months. Mitsuri Kenroji observed the screen, her gaze vacant. She had begun to piece together what transpired. Why was Michiro so enraged? What had Yuichiro been doing all night? The scene before him mirrored his own experiences, as if he were the one who had battled the demon throughout the night. Michiro struggled to crawl back into the house, returning to his brother's side. Yuichiro, breathless, pleaded, "God, please save my brother. He is a good and kind child. If divine wrath must fall, let it be upon me alone." In truth, I had long understood that the void in Michiro referred to an infinite emptiness. Upon hearing his brother's dying words, Michiro wept profusely. Several youths also shed tears, Kanao quietly wiping her eyes. Tanjiro choked out, "Michiro, your brother truly loves you. You must carry his wishes and live well." The so-called loose tongue is merely a manifestation of an elder brother's fierce protective instincts towards his younger sibling. Michiro emitted a nasal hum, fully recalling everything, vowing never to forget his brother again. On the other side, witnessing Kanamori's reckless disregard for his own life, Tamayo felt a surge of jealousy. He resolved to compel this man to cease his frantic sharpening of blades. Thus, despite being battered and having lost an eye, Kanamori's hands never faltered in their relentless task. Once again, a devastating blow struck. Tanjiro's gaze trembled. Mr. Kanamori is in grave danger. Mitsuri Kenroji clasped her hands in awe, exclaiming, "What remarkable dedication!" At this juncture, Kanamori was wagering his very existence to complete his craft. In the swordsmith village, Kanamori scoffed, "That fellow is truly a nuisance. Can't he see I'm busy sharpening my blade?" Genya, with a peculiar expression, remarked, "Has this man lost his mind? Upper Moon stands right beside him. And yet he continues his work? It feels as though once the blade is complete, a demon will use it to pierce Kanamori's very being. It is said that some swordsmiths use their own blood to temper their blades. It is utterly insane. Tamayo abruptly turned, realizing Michiro had arrived. To his surprise, he had escaped his water prison? Is that the mark Lord Musen spoke of? Upon Michiro's face appeared cloud-like patterns. As Michiro rushed to the scene, everyone exhaled in relief. Mitsuri exclaimed, Takedo has manifested the mark. After months of my own study, I had not achieved it, but Takedo, after mere hours with Tanjiro, has done so. I suspect it relates to their physical states, Yurichi stated. Both Tanjiro and Takedo reveal their marks only in extreme conditions. Tanjiro did so during his battle with Upper Six, while Michiro was first poisoned and paralyzed, later trapped underwater and starved of oxygen. Mitsuri's expression shifted between hope and despair. To reach such a state, he would have to confront an upper moon himself. Those fiends are exceedingly evasive. He can only wait for them to come to him. Tanjiro murmured, but those who awaken their marks do not live long. He bore no regrets himself. Yet Michiro was still so young. If he knew, it would surely sadden him. Michiro shook his head. I am still young, capable of fighting for a long time. Awakening the mark early is a blessing. My brother spoke of limitless potential. I must realize it. Chapter 77. Your pot is asymmetrical. Blood demon art. Octopus hell. A colossal octopus tentacle burst forth from the pot, demolishing the entire wooden house. As Kanamori tumbled out, he grasped the whetstone, resolutely resuming his sharpening. Meanwhile, Michiro and Tenjin Uzui found themselves ensnared by the tentacle. In the next instant, Michiro severed the tentacle, revealing his pristine Nichiren blade. In the swordsmith village, Tenjin Uzui was moved to tears. Woo! This is the new blade I forged for Lord Takedo. It is truly fortuitous that it should prove useful at such a critical moment. At headquarters, gazing upon the massive tentacle, Inosuke rubbed his stomach. I'm hungry. This looks like it would be quite chewy. Michiro replied earnestly. It would upset your stomach. Zenitsu, sweating, remarked. Is it really appropriate to discuss such matters while a fierce battle ensues? However, ever since Takedo regained his memories and awakened his mark, his aura has transformed, emanating greater strength and confidence than before. He stood calmly before Tamayo, as if he could single-handedly confront Upper Five. Tenjin Uzui remarked. He merely followed the notes of his predecessor to forge this blade. That individual was Mr. Tetsu, Takedo's first swordsmith, who passed away from heart disease. Until his last moments, the old man was concerned for the oblivious Michiro. But now, Michiro has no need for his worry. Fifth form, Sea of Mist. As if a vast cloud swept over, the tentacle, larger than a house, was transformed into sashimi. Michiro's hand gently rested upon his chest. Mr. Tetsu. Even when I could not remember, there were those who cared for me, who thought of me. Michiro surveyed the gathered crowd, each person watching him with expressions of concern and attentiveness. He was no longer an empty vessel, but rather a being filled with the emotions of his comrades. Known as Michiro Taketo, the Mist Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, the master smiled at him. Michiro, it is wonderful that you have regained your memories. Michiro nodded vigorously, returning a resolute smile. Witnessing the Mist Hashira in action, Tanjiro mused. Michiro's technique is truly beautiful. Like the evening glow in mist, it is both ethereal and fluid. Yet, concealed within lies a lethal threat, as opponents can scarcely discern the trajectory of his blade. Tamayo, nearly beheaded, retreated into another pot. Michiro taunted with a smirk. It seems centuries have dulled your senses. I shall resolve you with the next strike. Tamayo was infuriated by this arrogant boy. An exchange of barbs ensued. Michiro criticized Tamayo's appearance, while Tamayo retorted that Michiro lacked appreciation and understanding. As the verbal duel escalated, personal attacks ensued. Jutomioka pondered, stroking his chin. This battle seems to be taking a curious turn. Why have both sides begun to bicker? Rengoku Kaijuro, filled with fervor, declared. Indeed. One must not yield even in verbal combat. Shinobu Kocho blinked in surprise. So Takedo is quite sharp-tongued. Was his ability sealed due to amnesia? Tanjiro chuckled awkwardly. If it were up to him, he would surely falter, perhaps struggling to utter a single insult. In the swordsmith village, little Tetsu excitedly cheered for his brother. Go! Show that underdeveloped, deformed demon your prowess. Kanamori quipped. I had forgotten about this sharp-tongued little brat. Yet Tetsu's description is quite apt. Tamayo's entire arm is no larger than a palm, clearly a sign of deformity. And his eyes and mouth, are they misplaced? The more one looks, the more it is an eyesore. Michiro delivered his ultimate blow. Is your pot a defective item? It is utterly asymmetrical. Tamayo crumbled under the insult. The one with the defective eyes is you. He erupted in fury, unleashing 1,000 gliding fish. Yuzui Tenjin chuckled. Well said, Takedo. That broken pot is indeed hideous. There is nothing more satisfying than seeing a demon lose composure. Michiro smiled slightly. It truly is asymmetrical. So many fish. Mitsuri remarked. Let us have grilled fish for dinner tonight. I want 20. Pay attention to the battle. Mitsuri admonished seriously. This swarm of fish must not be disturbed. If they are, it would be catastrophic. Just like the schools of fish in the deep sea. They leave nothing but clean devastation in their wake, even leaving whales with nothing but bones. Sixth form, Mist of the Moon. The dense school of fish was cleaved apart by Michiro. Tamayo thought. The bodily fluids of these fish are also toxic. To come into contact with them would be disastrous. Third form, Mist of Scattered Dew. Through a massive cyclone. All surrounding toxins were flung away. Tanjiro found himself at a loss for words, his mind consumed with awe. In this battle, Takedo's performance was nothing short of poised and effortlessly masterful. Ihei Kabane was acutely aware of Taketo Muichiru's prowess and, upon witnessing his impressive progress, pondered, is this the true power of the mark? Both his speed and strength have been significantly augmented. When might I awaken my own mark? Yukaku, compelled to reveal his true form, declared, Behold my genuine visage. You are fortunate to be the third to witness it. The third indeed? Silence. Once I earnestly engage. No one can escape my grasp. How remarkable. Be quiet. Yukaku finally unveiled his complete body, his arms and legs adorned with scales like those of a fish. Zenitsu remarked. Is this what they call a duet? It seems both of them are rather loquacious. The onlookers held their breath, eagerly anticipating Yukaku's transformation. Would it, like Hantengu, bring about a dramatic change in both strength and appearance? As his entire form emerged, the crowd fell silent. Inosuke commented. Did Mugen turn a goldfish picked from a filthy drain into a demon? This creature hardly resembles a human. It is grotesquely hideous. Yuzui Tenjin opined. At times, one cannot help but admire their audacity. Not only is it aesthetically displeasing, but it also lacks even the most fundamental aura. Taketo maintained an impassive expression. Yukaku seethed. Show me some reaction, you little brat. He swung a fist towards Taketo, who deftly evaded the blow. Yukaku narcissistically extolled his own powerful and perfect physique. Taketo responded with a sardonic crescent smile. No matter how fierce the attack, if it fails to land, it is utterly meaningless. Iguro Abanai chuckled. It pales in comparison to his octopus limbs and shoals of fish. If it were a broad-range assault, at least Taketo would have to devise a means of defense. After all the commotion to reveal his true form, was it merely to engage in close combat? He is destined for disappointment, as Taketo's defining trait is his agility, as elusive as mist, rendering him nearly impossible to strike. Shinobu Kocho inhaled deeply. I have a premonition that our Demon Slayer Corps is about to witness a remarkable solo victory against an upper moon. Chapter 78. The Defeat of Yukaku. Yukaku unleashed his blood demon art, fish scale slaughter, and with the enhancement of his scales he moved with the freedom of a fish, launching surprise attacks from all directions. However, Taketo's figure vanished before him, the seventh form of the breath of mist, obscuring clouds. Yukaku found himself enshrouded in fog, utterly unable to discern Taketo's location. Tanjiro marveled. This is the true essence of the breath of mist. The rapidity of movement and unpredictability of action transcend ordinary swordsmanship, becoming the very element itself. If Rengoku is a flame, then Taketo is a wisp of fog. Taketo stroked his chin, contemplating. To achieve such an effect, one must awaken the mark. Inosuke's spirit surged with excitement. Go, seaweed head. Sever the head of this fish monster. The others gazed intently. We shall see just how far Taketo can go. Suddenly, Taketo appeared at Yukaku's side, calmly stating, On what grounds do you presume you are the only one who has yet to unleash your full power? With a swift motion he struck down, and the world inverted for Yukaku. What? I, the esteemed Lord Yukaku, have been decapitated by a mere child? Realizing what had transpired, Yukaku erupted in a torrent of curses, only to be silenced by Taketo's finishing blow. Mitsuri in disbelief exclaimed, Is it truly over? The Upper Moon 5, who has slain countless Hashira over the century, has been defeated by Taketo alone? Rengoku Kyujuru proclaimed with fervor. Indeed, the potential of the younger generation is formidable. Yuzui Tenjin dismissed. This fellow's regenerative ability is woefully inadequate, even inferior to that of Kyogai. For a Hashira, the most terrifying aspect of Upper Moon demons is their vitality. The injury that Rengoku inflicted was swiftly healed by Akaza. Moreover, The siblings of Upper Six, unless simultaneously decapitated, would merely reattach their heads after one side is dealt with. And then there is Hantengu, whose clones multiply with each strike, yet one cannot afford to abstain from attacking. The original demon is an insurmountable turtle. The ceaseless and unending battles are pivotal reasons for the exhaustion of most Hashira. Yukaka's fish formations and venomous needles indeed possess significant lethality. But as long as one endures his assaults and seizes the right moment to approach, decapitation can swiftly conclude the conflict. Zenitsu reflected. Regardless, it is a relief that demons can be slain with a beheading. After witnessing battles against the upper moons, one must be exceedingly cautious in undertaking missions, ensuring the enemy is utterly defeated. Tanjiro rushed over. Taketa-san, are you alright? Taketa's complexion paled, voice trembling. I'm fine, I must go to Tanjiro's side. He urged Tengen to hurry and take him there, but in the next moment he began to foam at the mouth. Taketa lamented. I can no longer assist Tanjiro and the others. They mustn't be in peril against the likes of Hantengu, right? Just as I regained my memories and desire to forge friendships, Tanjiro quickly reassured. No, Taketu, you have done your utmost. Leave the rest to us. One cannot always rely on others for salvation in battle. Such a mindset can transform one from an active aggressor into a passive defender, ultimately leading to demise at the hands of the enemy. One must be prepared to confront foes independently to discover a path to survival in dire straits. Tomioka-ju sighed. Why do the most formidable demons have an affinity for poison? Yet, we lack effective solutions. Our only hope, Nezuko, is presently engaged on another battlefield. Upon seeing Taketa collapsed, Tengen exclaimed in alarm. At that moment Koi approached. It's better for him to lie flat. Oh no, Koi, the soul of a young boy. Koi explained that he was still alive, having shielded Tanjiro with the blade guard, preventing a fatal blow. Zenitsu wept tears of joy. Wonderful. Koi is alive. The boy's earlier sacrifice to save Taketu deeply moved him. Witnessing Koi produce the flame-shaped blade guard, several youths felt their eyes welling with tears. Rengoku-san. Rengoku Kyujiro laughed heartily. Who would have thought I could save another even after death? How splendid! Mitsuri cried. Even in sacrifice, Rengoku-san continues to protect us. Shinobu patted her shoulder, comforting her that Rengoku was not truly gone. Upon seeing the blade guard, Taketu recalled Rengoku-san, who had once looked after him. The confusion he felt upon learning of the latter's sacrifice transformed into tears. In a fleeting moment, he envisioned his parents smiling as they caressed him. Even Yorichi, who had always scolded him, wore a proud smile. You are putting in great effort. Father, mother, Yorichi. Taketa muttered. Is this merely a hallucination born from my impending demise? Ihei Kabane solemnly remarked. From previous accounts, it seems that souls do exist beyond death, watching over those they care for. Taketa lowered his gaze, staring at his hands, tears cascading down like raindrops. Please continue to watch over me. The mere thought of you still by my side fills my heart with a soft, cotton-like warmth. On another front, Tanjiro was still engaged in combat with the wood dragon of Hantengu. He calculated the position perfectly, just as he was about to sever the dragon's head. He saw its maw open wide, unleashing a powerful sonic wave. Tanjiro's vision blurred, and his ears rang as he struggled to maintain his composure. As another segment of the battle unfolded, the atmosphere among the spectators intensified. Iguro Abanai's gaze hardened. This fellow has integrated the abilities of his other forms. Kaneo was filled with concern. What if he could summon thunder or fierce winds? Tanjiro would be in even greater peril. The sonic waves were already overwhelming, and Tanjiro was bleeding from his ears, rendered unresponsive to the cacophony surrounding him. His eardrum had likely ruptured. What would happen if the enemy attacked from behind? Tanjiro had initially believed that the wooden dragon's range could not reach him. However, to his surprise, it spat out another dragon head, and amidst the ensuing chaos, he found himself bitten. Just as Genya and Nezuko seemed immobilized, a graceful silhouette emerged from the moonlit shadows to rescue him. Mitsuri, carrying Tanjiro, apologized. I'm sorry for arriving late, but thankfully, I made it in time. Zenitsu was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face. Woo Mitsuri-san is truly an angel. Who wouldn't feel their heart race at such a heroic rescue? Mitsuri, feeling bashful, replied, It's not that extravagant. It's simply what I ought to do. Iguro, casting a wary glance at Zenitsu, sensed a chill in the air, causing Zenitsu to retract his neck. At the swordsmith village, Genya breathed a sigh of relief. Truly the Hashira. After witnessing the performances of the Mist Hashira and the Love Hashira, he felt a deep sense of respect. He also realized that aspiring to be a Hashira was not merely about slaying demons. One's strength must be equally formidable. Regrettably, he struggled with breathing techniques. If only he could consume a more powerful demon. In Chapter 79, The Past of the Love Hashira, Tanjiro attempted to caution Mitsuri about their opponent being Upper Moon 4. Yet, Mitsuri seemed oblivious to his words and, after setting Tanjiro down, dashed towards Neikime. "You little rascal. Release Genya and Nezuko at once." Neikime coldly retorted, "Silence. You wretched woman. Only that one has the authority to command me. Wretched woman." Mitsuri was struck by the term, having never before been labeled as such. Especially by an Upper Moon demon. She hugged her legs, feeling as though a dark cloud loomed overhead, threatening to sprout mushrooms around her. Iguro attempted to console her, stumbling over his words. Well, it's not your fault. Just look at those demons. Hardly any of them are conventionally attractive." Mitsuri's spirits revived at his clumsy attempt at comfort. Her sparkling green eyes filled with gratitude. The serpent Hashira averted his gaze uncomfortably. Butterfly Shinobu, with a sly smile, remarked, "After all, he's an antiquated relic who has lived for centuries. It's only natural he lacks perspective." The wooden dragon unleashed a cacophony of sound waves. Angered by Neikime's words, Mitsuri brandished her flexible blade, interrupting the demoness charge. Breath of Love, third form. Love's catastrophe. She leapt onto the dragoness body, racing towards its head. Neikime attempted to knock her down, but all attacks were thwarted by Mitsuri's swift mastery of the Breath of Love. Tanjiro gasped in astonishment. So fast. Mitsuri-san's speed is visibly remarkable. Against the enemy's sonic assault, he could only endure and await an opportunity to retaliate. Yet, Mitsuri could directly disrupt the enemy's blood demon art with her extraordinary speed, intercepting every subsequent attack with ease. Yuzui Tengen marveled at her immense muscular strength. Though a flexible whip sword offers a broader range, it requires immense force to wield effectively. To achieve the same impact as a hard blade, the wielder must exert several times more muscle power. Conversely, when mastered, such weapons can effortlessly intercept widespread attacks, expanding the range and distance of one's own techniques. Seeing that his previous strategy had failed, Neikime decided to escalate her assault, summoning countless massive wooden dragons. Blood demon art. Infinite tree. This time, Mitsuri lacked confidence in her ability to block all the attacks. Instead, she darted around to face Neikime, preparing to deliver a decisive blow. Tanjiro shouted urgently. That's not his true form. However, Neikime unleashed a sonic wave at point-blank range, instantly paralyzing Mitsuri, her eyes rolling back. Mitsuri awkwardly shielded her face, embarrassed before so many. If only she had communicated with Tanjiro's younger brother beforehand. She regretted her rashness. Zenitsu, sensing her turmoil, immediately chimed in. It's all this demon's fault for being so cunning. Who would expect such strength to not be its true form? Mitsuri, shedding regretful tears resembling wide noodles, replied. Thank you, Zenitsu-kun. At the swordsmith village, Genya's eyes widened. This demon still has strength left. After all that fighting, was that merely an appetizer? The sheer number of wooden dragons is terrifying. Neikime, however, sensed something amiss. Mitsuri had instinctively tensed her muscles for defense, enabling her body to remain intact after the close-range attack. In the midst of this crisis, a parade of memories flashed before Mitsuri's mind. 2 years prior, she had once again failed at matchmaking. Her suitor had used the most cutting words to belittle her, from her physique to her hair color. Upon hearing the man's outrageous remarks, Iguro's expression darkened. Butterfly Shinobu, with a mischievous glint, commented, Oh, what's this four-eyed frog with a soft face babbling about? Instead of nitpicking at others' hair colors, perhaps he should salvage his own receding hairline. As Mitsuri listened to her companions defending her, she found herself smiling despite the weight of her past. Tanjiro, in earnest, stated, even if they are strangers, one should never belittle others, especially not when they are suitors. Yuzui Tengen, stroking his chin, teased, this guy simply desires a compliant, subservient wife. No matter which woman he faces, he'll belittle her to elevate himself. His failure in matchmaking stems from realizing he couldn't dominate Mitsuri. Zenitsu vigorously nodded. Not succeeding was a blessing, Mitsuri-san. Mitsuri, possessing extraordinary strength and 8 times the muscle density of an average person, had an appetite surpassing that of 3 sumo wrestlers combined. The failure in her matchmaking endeavors had led her to disguise her true self, enduring hunger until she felt faint, even dyeing her hair black. Eventually, she encountered someone willing to marry her, yet doubts plagued her. Would she have to masquerade forever? Would she have to bid farewell to her authentic self? Mitsuri. You're wonderful, Iguro stammered, awkwardly avoiding eye contact. You're hiding your strengths to fit the mold of those unworthy of you. Mitsuri blushed. I no longer think that way. I joined the Demon Slayer Corps to find a partner of equal capability. Does that mean you're looking among the Hashira? Inosuke blurted out. After all, besides the Hashira, others were far inferior in strength compared to Mitsuri. At this remark, Mitsuri's face flushed, nearly emitting steam. Choosing from among the Hashira meant selecting from those present. Although several handsome figures caught her eye, her thoughts immediately drifted to Iguro, who obscured half of his face. He was truly enigmatic, and his voice was so gentle. When Mitsuri regained her focus, Tanjiro and the others had worked together to rescue her. Mitsuri-san is our hope. We must protect her at all costs. Witnessing her companions risking their lives to defend her, Mitsuri felt deeply moved. Thank you everyone. As a Hashira, I should not have made such a basic mistake. She raised her flexible blade, declaring, I will not allow my comrades to be slain. Mitsuri clenched her fists. In the face of such a formidable enemy, how can I indulge in frivolous thoughts? Kaneo softly remarked. It is a relief that Miss Kenroji is unharmed. Previously, Tanjiro suffered grave injuries. Mitsuri patted her own muscular arms, stating, perhaps it is due to my commendable physical constitution. Butterfly Shinobu gazed at her with a hint of envy, saying, such innate strength is a remarkable gift. It would indeed be a pity if you were destined only for mundane tasks like laundry and cooking, as that would not bring you true happiness. Chapter 80, A Dilemma. In a memory the master proclaimed, take pride in your strength. And those admirers of yours, the ones who weep in gratitude, and Mr. Iguro who gifted you those long socks, need no longer bear their worries. Mitsuri declared, I shall hold it back. The demon Zingpushin noticed the young girl accelerating. A floral pattern emerging along her collarbone. Inosuke exclaimed excitedly, whoa. She's moving so fast that it's nearly invisible to the naked eye. Mitsuri swung her fist triumphantly, splendid. I have finally awakened the markings. I must impede this demon to buy time for Tanjiro and the others. She did not believe she could subdue Zingpushin, but she hoped others could eliminate its main body. Ju Tomioka questioned, is this also a marking? I had thought they only appeared on the face. Yoya Shinjuro nodded. With the acceleration of heartbeat and blood flow, as well as an increased respiratory rate, Mitsuri's description of her state confirms that she has indeed activated the markings. More importantly, her strength has evidently surged. Meanwhile, Tanjiro and his companions struggled to ascend the tree trunk in search of the timid demon concealed within. To replenish his energy, Genya gnawed at the trunk while climbing. The wooden dragon swung its vine-like whip, attempting to knock them down, only to be thwarted by Nezuko's explosive blood. Kaijuro Rengoku shouted, this embodies the indomitable spirit of youth. Keep pushing forward. Should you fall, it would be all for naught. Zenitsu weakly remarked. Genya's bite is truly impressive. That trunk looks exceedingly hard. Mitsuri observed solemnly. Genya's transformation into a demon required him to consume other demons using his human form. A burden that few could bear. He genuinely wished for his brother to avoid such acts, knowing the toll it took on his body. At last, Tanjiro swung down his blade upon the trunk, but struck nothing. Turning around, he saw the timid demon fleeing again and shouted in fury, do not escape, you coward! You despicable scoundrel! The timid demon thought, I never lie. I am merely a kind-hearted weakling. Yet no one shows me compassion. The Swordsmith Village. Genya fumed. That wretch is attempting to flee again. Having committed so many sins, how can he be so shameless as to hide? Headquarters. Shinobu lamented, Tanjiro is always pursuing demons, commanding them not to flee. It feels as if the roles are reversed, akin to when he faced Akaza, with a novice swordsman chasing a high-ranking demon. Tanjiro clenched his fists, suppressing his inner rage, because they are all cowardly fiends of heinous crimes, including Mugen Kibutsuji, who possesses such formidable physical prowess yet preys on the weak, fleeing at the slightest hint of danger. It is we, the Demon Slayer Corps, who are the underdogs, yet we must chase after these demons. Enraged, Genya seized the tree trunk and uprooted it, hurling it at the timid demon to obstruct its path. The spectacle of Genya uprooting the willow astonished the onlookers. Tanjiro's eyes widened in disbelief. Inosuke gasped, that tree must be over 10 meters tall. Even Mitsuri stood agape. Did my brother truly do that? The timid demon frantically sought an alternate route, nearly being struck by Nezuko, causing it to flee even faster. Tanjiro, with an injured foot, began to struggle, recalling Zenitsu's words. Focus your strength into your legs. Suddenly, Tanjiro dashed like lightning, confronting the timid demon and aiming a strike at its neck. Mitsuri's eyes widened, he's caught up. Grateful for Zenitsu's guidance, Tanjiro reflected, just like the thunder breathing, I've applied the breathing techniques to my legs. Zenitsu, feeling a sense of pride, thought, Tanjiro is impressive. I only mentioned it once, and he executed it flawlessly. Ju's gaze fixated on the screen. Did he strike? Michiro murmured. Surely there won't be another clone appearing this time. Confronted with the blade poised at his neck, the timid demon gritted his teeth. Do you not pity me? Its body suddenly expanded, clawing at Tanjiro's throat. Genya strained to pry the demon's hand away in an attempt to rescue Tanjiro. Subsequently, Nezuko unleashed an explosive blood attack, sending one human and two demons tumbling down the cliff, leaving Genya behind. Enough. I have no desire to hear this creature speak any longer, Iguro coldly stated. My only sentiment now is to see it vanish. Kanamori joined her hands in prayer. Those who fail to recognize their own sins are unworthy of judgment and redemption. Kaneo pointed at the screen. Its energy is nearly depleted. Nezuko's injuries have not healed immediately. Is this nearing its conclusion? Lady Tamayo felt her nerves fraying. If only Tanjiro or Nezuko could reach it. Suddenly, a Nichiren blade was tossed down from above. It was Michiro. He had snatched the freshly sharpened sword from Kanamori and tossed it to Tanjiro. The collective strength of the onlookers supported Tanjiro, who finally severed the head of the timid demon. We did it. Euphoria spread throughout the viewing space. Kyojuro Rengoku exuberantly patted Tanjiro's shoulder. Well done, young Kamadu. That was Upper Moon 4. Tanjiro solemnly replied. It was thanks to Miss Kanroji, Genya, Nezuko and Mr. Kanamori, as well as Michiro and the others. Zenitsu still harbored concerns. It won't resurrect again, will it? Surely there are no further developments? However, the body of the timid demon continued to propel itself forward. The sun began to rise, and Tanjiro urged Nezuko to flee, but he could not vocalize. Unfazed by the sunlight, Nezuko anxiously implored Tanjiro to look behind her. The demon was racing toward two passing swordsmiths. On one side were the humans he needed to protect, and on the other his only remaining kin, already showing signs of sunburn. Ah! Tanjiro wailed in anguish, nearly rendered speechless. What should I do? Why must I face such a choice? Yuzui Tengen anxiously remarked. Even in a vast open space, Nezuko could not escape in time, and relied on Tanjiro to shield her from the sunlight. Yet by doing so, the two swordsmiths would be in jeopardy. Swordsmith Village. Genya bowed his head, tightly clenching his fists. Tanjiro has exerted himself to the utmost. Even if he cannot save those two swordsmiths, it is beyond his control. The sun has risen. That demon cannot escape. No one has the right to ask Tanjiro to sacrifice Nezuko for their sake. Kotetsu murmured, but I believe Tanjiro brother is not that kind of person. He must desperately wish to save others. However, Nezuko holds such paramount importance in his heart that he struggles to make a choice. Regardless of which side perishes, Tanjiro brother will undoubtedly suffer immensely. Chapter 81. Overcoming the sun, Tanjiro held his sister tightly, despairing as he thought. Who could possibly come to my aid? Suddenly, his body was kicked and soared into the air. It was Nezuko. She sensed her brother's turmoil and made a decision on his behalf. Bathed in sunlight, Nezuko flashed a radiant smile at Tanjiro. Nezuko. Tanjiro called out his sister's name, his voice choked with emotion. Nezuko understood what was happening. Upon hearing her brother's voice, she nuzzled Tanjiro's head and wore a matching smile from the screen. Tears instantly streamed down Tanjiro's cheeks. He had always known. Nezuko was that kind of person. Even in the face of life and death, she was using her body to shield her brother, Takito. The understanding and patient Nezuko. The kind and selfless Nezuko. How could she bear to witness her brother's anguish? This was not merely a suggestion from Master Urokodaki. It was Nezuko's own choice. The soft sounds of weeping around them came from Mitsuri and Zenitsu. They too realized the depth of Nezuko's sacrifice. The others fell silent. Heads bowed in respect for their fallen comrade, who had given her life to protect humanity. At this juncture, Tanjiro could no longer afford to hesitate. Before him, the demon's tongue bore not fear, but hatred. He must find the true essence. Where could it be? As he concentrated all his energy, the world before him sharpened into clarity. At last, he beheld the core of the demon's heart, filled with malice. Takito Michiro spoke softly. The transparent world. Yuzui Tengen's expression was grave. Go, Tanjiro, slay its essence, conclude this battle, and do not let Nezuko's intentions be in vain. The tone of Shinazugawa Sanemi was filled with wrath. It's all this wretched creature's fault for having so many clones. Otherwise, we would not have come to this point. Tanjiro struck toward its essence, and the dying Hantengu appeared like a flickering lantern. It turned out he had a history of theft and even murder during his human days. When the samurai judged him, he also exposed his masquerade as a blind man. Tanjiro exhaled deeply. He is a shameless, pure villain. He resorts to any means for selfish desires, utterly devoid of morals, and incapable of recognizing his own faults. It was Mugen who saved him from a death sentence. Shinobu Kocho frowned in disdain. Mugen does not discriminate, he collects all manner of trash. Ju Tomioka's expression was one of disgust. Because of Hantenga's extreme cowardice, he has been enabled to commit evil. Thus, cowardice is his true essence. Tanjiro sank to his knees despondent. It was over. Everything had come to an end. Suddenly a swordsmith exclaimed, "Lord Kamadu, look!" There stood Nezuko, bathed in sunlight. Standing tall. "Good morning." Hearing her long-missed greeting, Tanjiro's tears flowed once more. It felt like an eternity since he had last heard her voice. Zenitsu cried out uncontrollably, overwhelmed with emotion. Earlier, he had cried softly to honor Nezuko's choice, but now he could no longer contain himself. As Tanjiro's companion, no one understood the struggles of this brother-sister duo better than he did. The content of the viewing was but a fraction of Tanjiro's own experiences. Rengoku Kyujiru's eyes sparkled. Nezuko has overcome the sunlight. The master suddenly straightened, his fingers trembling. A demon who had conquered sunlight was unprecedented in a millennium. This was a realm Mugen had never achieved. Had Mugen achieved it first, it would spell the end for humanity. Conversely, if they succeeded, humanity would gain the upper hand in ending this war. His mind raced with foresight, already anticipating Mugen's response and the actions they should take. The scene shifted to Miss Tamayo, who was writing a letter. Her research with the blood of the 12 Kazuki had enabled the man from Asakusa to regain consciousness. Nezuko's blood was even more remarkable. Tamayo surmised that Nezuko's prior unusual slumber had been to accumulate energy to overcome the sunlight. Meanwhile, Tanjiro was filled with joy, and Nezuko was learning to speak like her brother. Whether among those at the foot of the mountain or those above, everyone watched this touching scene with delight. Two joyous tidings emerged. Tanjiro spoke cheerfully. That gentleman has returned to normal. He had always harbored guilt regarding him. Mugen had transformed passers-by into demons to delay Tanjiro, effectively implicating him in their fate. Now that he had returned to normal, it alleviated Tanjiro's burden. The master pressed a hand to his chest, feeling the rhythm of his heartbeat. What immense joy! In a single night, they had slain 2 upper moons, and yet Tanjiro and the others had survived. With these invaluable experiences, they would all become even more formidable Hashira. Moreover, with Mitsuri and Michiro, they would face other upper moons with greater confidence, increasing their chances of survival. Nezuko's transformation and Tamayo's research were significant strides in altering the relationship between humans and demons. This cascade of good news filled the master with a long-lost sense of lightness. Not far away, Zenitsu was nearly melting. Nezuko's voice is so adorable. Having just removed her bamboo muzzle, she was still adjusting to speaking. He wished he could teach her to pronounce his name. The mere thought of Nezuko calling him Zenitsu brought him immense joy. Similarly, Mugen was ecstatically euphoric. The goal he had pursued for a millennium was finally within reach. And this time he would not require the blue spider lily. Shin Azugawa Sanemi's eyes narrowed. Mugen intends to target Nezuko. Kanroji Mitsuri remarked gravely. The blue spider lily is indeed the key to overcoming sunlight. Iguro Abanai's gaze darkened. He must not be allowed to obtain it. Nezuko tilted her head. What is the blue spider lily? It seems quite common. There's some on the hillside behind my house. And I've even eaten it as wild vegetables. Mugen, born frail and destined not to live past 20, defied fate, ultimately achieving health with a physician's help. However, upon discovering his fear of sunlight, he murdered the doctor. In the doctor's notes, he learned of the blue spider lily, which he pursued for a millennium. Shinobu Kocho's eyes were icy. Killing the doctor who aided him, he was irredeemable even in his human days. Kane murmured. Having searched for 1,000 years and found nothing, could it be that the flower does not exist at all? Yashiro Agatsuma nodded. Mugen must have doubted this matter as well, but he had no alternative and could only cling to the last shred of hope. And now, that hope is Nezuko. Ju Tomioka shuddered. Are you implying that the decisive battle is upon us? Chapter 82, The Pillar Training Arc. In the end, all surviving swordsmen embraced one another, enclosing the small iron figure in their midst. The casualties in the swordsmith village had been minimized. The survivors, having no time to mourn, began their migration while daylight lasted. The small iron figure seemed to have just watched a heartwarming film, unable to stop wiping tears from his eyes. Genya also wore a look of relief. Only the oblivious Kanamori gasped for breath. That kelp had actually threw away my unsharpened sword. Had it not been for Tanjiro saving someone with it, I would have surely gone after him, regardless of whether he was the missed Hashira or not. The village chief withdrew his pipe and took a puff, stating, It is time for us to continue relocating. We cannot wait for the specter to knock at our door. As the viewing reached this juncture, the screen on their side dimmed, gradually dissolving into the ether. Taishue-san, I entrust you and a few others to visit headquarters and elucidate the situation here. Understood, Chief. Meanwhile, the screening on the other side persisted. Recently, the actions of the specters had significantly diminished, and there were no longer any severely injured swordsmen in the Butterfly Mansion. The rare moment of respite led the Hashira to convene a meeting. Troublingly, the meeting was presided over by Lady Kenroji. As the Master's condition had deteriorated to the point of incapacitation, Shinazugawa Sanemi gently patted his wife's hand, offering a reassuring smile to the swordsman, signaling that he was in good spirits. Witnessing this, the worries of the others began to ease somewhat. This assembly was centered around the final battle and the emergence of the patterns. The only knowledge they possessed was that the appearance of the patterns would be contagious, necessitating the body to enter an extreme state. After hearing this, Shinazugawa Sanemi scoffed, "Isn't this quite simple?" To which Tenjin Yuzui replied in a subdued tone, "I envy your ability to trivialize such stringent conditions." When Iguro Abanai proposed a discussion, Yuzui remarked that it did not concern him, asserting, "I am not like you." "Hey, what do you mean by that, Shinazugawa?" Sanemi retorted angrily, feeling exasperated by Yuzui's previous aloofness. With the impending battle looming, he found such remarks particularly irksome. Tanjiro quickly intervened, "Mr. Tengen is not that kind of person. You all witnessed it yourselves. There must be a misunderstanding." He then turned to Tengen, hoping for an explanation. Tengen replied with confusion, "Isn't it quite literal? I envy Shinazugawa's talent and confidence, which allows him to speak so nonchalantly." Kaneo Tsuyuri suddenly smacked her forehead, exclaiming, "I knew it. Mr. Tengen is truly oblivious to the atmosphere." Iguro's gaze turned sharp. "What do you mean by saying you are different from us?" Tengen fell silent for a moment before speaking. "You are the true Hashira, while I am merely a waste saved by Kaneo. He is the genuine water Hashira." Upon hearing this, the anger that had initially ignited within his peers dissipated. It was not arrogance or detachment, but rather a persistent guilt of being a survivor. He had never truly moved on from Kaneo's death, nor had he forgotten the demise of his sister, Kaneo. In light of this, he always felt like the one left behind. Kyojuro Rengoku broke the silence first, placing a hand on Tengen's shoulder. "Regardless of what you have endured, you are now the rightful water Hashira. It has nothing to do with anyone else." Shinazugawa retorted with a scowl, "You became a Hashira through the Master's recognition. Are you questioning the Master's judgment?" Iguro pointed a finger at him. "Excessive humility borders on arrogance. Snap out of it, water Hashira Tengen Yuzui." Thus urged by his comrades, Tengen regained his composure. Indeed, he was now the water Hashira, and must shoulder the responsibilities that came with it, ensuring he did not tarnish Kaneo's legacy. Meanwhile, at the steel forge, the master blacksmith, panting heavily, delivered a finely honed blade to Tanjiro, adorned with Rengoku's tsuba. Upon drawing the sword, Tanjiro beheld a blade of profound, obsidian darkness, emanating a chilling glimmer. Only a single character, Destroy, was inscribed upon it, said to inspire the future Hashira's blades to bear the mark of demon extermination, emulating this very sword. Tanjiro was wholly captivated by this blade. Feeling its magnetic pull, it had once been wielded by Mr. Yorichi, and still bore the tsuba of Mr. Rengoku. The master blacksmith had never ceased to refine it. Even in the face of death, this blade carried the effort and blood of its predecessors. Yuzui jested, "This blade transcends the capabilities of a Hashira. You truly share a fateful bond with it." Indeed, among all, the one most suited to wield it was Tanjiro, the sole practitioner of the sun-breathing technique. On the screen, Zenitsu arrived to visit Tanjiro, bringing with him news. With the decisive battle imminent, it was imperative to conduct intensive training for all swordsmen while the Hashira had the time. The screen gradually darkened, leaving only the 4 characters. Hashira Training Volume. "Ha! Is this the next chapter?" Mitsuri pondered, "The atmosphere is so tense. I thought we were about to face Mugen." Inosuke, dissatisfied, reached out to touch the screen. "Is that all?" However, as his hand touched the surface, a blinding white light surged around them, and the world spun chaotically. When they reopened their eyes, they found themselves in another realm. The 9 Hashira instinctively formed a protective circle around their master, exclaiming, "Alert! Where are we? What has transpired?" Zenitsu looked at Inosuke in disbelief. "What did you do?" Inosuke, bewildered, replied, "I don't know. I just touched it." "Brother." Shinazugawa turned in shock at the voice. Discovering his younger brother, Genya, was also present. Genya scratched his head. "Where is this? Why are you all here?" Without a moment's hesitation, Shinazugawa called out, "Genya, come here quickly. Be vigilant." Upon hearing his brother's call, Genya's heart raced. It was the first time his brother had spoken to him since that incident. Without further ado, he swiftly ran to his older brother's side. Tanjiro sniffed, surprised. Miss Tamayo and Yashiro are here too? As he named the two, Yashiro dispelled his concealment technique, standing protectively in front of Miss Tamayo, casting a wary gaze at the newcomers. Where are we? What are you all doing? He had been relishing a moment alone with Miss Tamayo when, in the blink of an eye, they were transported here. The master smiled warmly. Greetings, Miss Tamayo. It is an honor to finally meet you after hearing so much about you. Tamayo's eyes widened in surprise. You are the master of the Demon Slayer Corps? They exchanged pleasantries and briefly recounted their experiences. Meanwhile, Tanjiro enthusiastically greeted Genya. Genya paused, hesitantly forcing a smile. Tanjiro. Observing his brother's demeanor, Shinazugawa narrowed his eyes. Did you see something? Genya nodded. A luminescent screen suddenly appeared in the swordsmith village. I, along with the village chief and Mr. Kanamori, all witnessed it. Hearing this, the others exchanged thoughtful glances. Shinazugawa hesitated but ultimately placed a hand on his brother's shoulder. You did well. Genya immediately stiffened, and upon realizing his brother's words, he lit up with excitement. Did that mean his brother had forgiven him? Chapter 83. Tengen's Inner Turmoil. Shinazugawa gazed at the now-grown Genya, speaking solemnly. Don't overthink it. You are my brother. As the elder sibling, how could he hold a grudge against his younger brother? Moreover, Genya was right. Their mother had indeed been executed by his own hand. Genya perceived the underlying meaning in his brother's words, and with a choked voice, cried, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that. You were only trying to protect us. Watching his brother weep, Shinazugawa felt at a loss. It was Tanjiro who embraced Genya, exclaiming, Wonderful. You two have finally reconciled. Thus, amidst the touching atmosphere of brotherly reconciliation, the familiar luminescent screen reappeared in the space. Kaijuro Rengoku read aloud the words displayed. Interactive viewing. Complete training akin to the chapter's content while watching. Tengen Yuzui continued. Modified according to the actual circumstances of the 9 Hashira. Zenitsu noticed the smaller text below. Time is paused within this space. No one will perish. Upon departure, all individuals will return to their optimal state. Upon hearing this, the Lord analyzed. In other words, here, regardless of how intensely you train your bodies, you shall not perish. Tanjiro trembled at the thought of the near-death training that little Tetsu almost subjected him to. However, upon grasping the significance of this revelation, the group was filled with exhilaration. The prospect of challenging the limits of their physical capabilities without any burdens would surely lead to a remarkable enhancement of their strengths. Yashiro, with a vacant gaze, inquired, Must we also participate? The Lord replied with a smile. Only the swordsmen are required to join, Yashiro-kun. Since time is suspended here, why not consider it as witnessing a tale unfold? Yashiro glanced at Tamayo beside him, and seeing her unopposed, he chose to remain silent. The empty space felt rather tedious. Yet with Miss Tamayo by his side, he felt utterly content. A luminous screen illuminated the scene. With a diamond eye patch, Yuzui Tengen brandished a wooden sword. Too slow. Too slow. A group of panting swordsmen rushed about, while Hinetsuru and the others prepared meals, observing their training. Yuzui Tengen, with an air of pride, crossed his arms. Even with one eye and one arm missing, I remain the most flamboyant one here. Mitsuri Kenroji surveyed the surroundings. So what now? Is there something we need to do? In a flash of white light, a total of 14 swordsmen entered the virtual training arena, including the 9 Hashira and the 3 younger ones, Genya and Kane. Tanjiro surveyed his surroundings. It appears to be the hillside where Mr. Yuzui trains. Large characters appeared in the sky. Basic physical training of the sound Hashira. The keen-eared Zenitsu heard a commotion in the distance. What is that? Yuzui Tengen shouted. It's rolling stones. Watch out and evade. As this was a physical training session, they were not permitted to bring their swords into the arena. This meant they had to rely solely on their bodies to dodge the incessantly rolling stones. Meanwhile, the Lord, Lady Tamioka, Nezuko, Tamayo, and Yashiro remained in place. Watching the broadcast of their training, Yashiro covered his ears. That loud blonde brat is quite bothersome. His incessant screaming while dodging the rolling stones disrupted the tranquility he shared with Miss Tamayo. Nezuko, realizing her brother had suddenly vanished, looked around in confusion. Lady Tamioka gently patted her shoulder, indicating her to look at one of the screens. There, Tanjiro was also struggling to evade. With the stones measuring 3 to 4 meters in diameter, Tamayo gasped, covering her mouth. Is this not overly harsh? The Lord nodded. Indeed, it is quite severe. However, since the space has assured them of their safety, I believe this is a precious opportunity. Soon, the weaker individuals were struck by the rolling stones. Just before they sustained severe injuries, The space restored their physical condition and sent them back into the training arena. Thus, the Rolling Stone training continued in a relentless cycle, utterly oblivious to the passage of time. Only when everyone fulfilled their training objectives did the space heal them and return them to the screens. As soon as they emerged, Tanjiro knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. I nearly perished. The expressions of the others were equally grim. Although their physical exhaustion had been alleviated, the mental fatigue lingered. Shinobu thought to herself, how many times have I been struck by those boulders? 50? 60? I've lost count. Even the mightiest of them, Kaneo Tsuyuri, had been hit by the boulders at least 10 times. After a brief respite, Mitsuri Kenroji excitedly raised her arm. I feel so invigorated. How long has it been since I felt this robust? Rengoku Kaijuro declared passionately. It feels as though every muscle in my body is ablaze. Meanwhile, the screen began to display training completion reward. Playback content. The heart of the water Hashira. Ju Tomioka did not participate in the training. At the Lord's behest, Tanjiro approached him for a heart-to-heart. He initially thought Ju would dismiss him, but to his surprise, Tanjiro walked in uninvited. Ju Tomioka questioned with intrigue. Is this about me? My feelings? Shinazugawa Sanemi scoffed. It's surely just your incessant brooding. You have no sense of responsibility as a Hashira. Tanjiro earnestly replied. Mr. Tomioka, you shouldn't isolate yourself so. If something troubles you, feel free to confide in others. Shinobu stifled a laugh. To deal with someone as closed off as him, it's essential to have someone as forthright as you, Tanjiro. Tanjiro sensed an aura of anger emanating from Mr. Tomioka. Ju remarked seriously. It's because you haven't perfected the water-breathing techniques, with the water Hashira vacant. You must grow swiftly. When Tanjiro pointed out that he was the water Hashira, Ju replied, I am not the water Hashira. Iguro Abanai sighed, face-palming. I knew it. While everyone else is busy intensifying their training, this guy remains obstinate. Mitsuri's gaze sharpened. Mr. Tomioka, you're not planning to sacrifice yourself to pave the way for your juniors, are you? If you feel unworthy of being a Hashira, the most likely choice is to burn out your remaining value. Seeing the disapproving glances of others, Ju waved his hands. No, that's not it. Tanjiro disagreed. Mr. Tomioka, my mastery of water breathing is insufficient to make me a Hashira. You ought to take on that mantle yourself. If accepting the burden means sacrificing yourself, I would rather refuse. Ju Tomioka felt utterly helpless. How did it come to this notion of self-destruction? Tanjiro remained undeterred, persistently engaging with Ju. Finally, Ju, unable to resist, confided. He did not pass the final selection. It was Sabito who protected everyone. When he awoke, he learned that the selection had concluded. Thus, he was unlike the other Hashira, lacking even the qualification to stand alongside them. Yashiro marveled at Tanjiro's tenacity. This kid is remarkably single-minded. Tamayo chuckled. Sometimes, when faced with someone who has shut themselves away, persistence is required. Iguro Abanai quipped. Obviously, Ju only needs to speak openly, but he can turn even humility into something irritating. Ju Tomioka widened his eyes. Irritating? Me. Tanjiro reflected. He truly empathized with Mr. Tomioka's feelings, just as he had with Rengoku. However, since he had survived, he must bear the responsibilities of the living. Does Mr. Tomioka truly wished to forego what Sabito entrusted to him? Ju froze momentarily, unconsciously touching his cheek. It was Sabito's lesson of not abandoning oneself, not dishonoring the sacrifices of the ancestors. Rengoku Kaijuro suddenly clapped Tanjiro on the shoulder. Well said. The reason he can face death with composure is that he has entrusted his lifelong beliefs to the next generation. Ju Tomioka instinctively reached for his face. The pain was so vivid, yet he had chosen to selectively forget it out of avoidance. Tanjiro's words struck him like a slap from Sabito, awakening him completely. In a daze, he imagined seeing the two smiling at him. Ju, keep going. Suddenly, Ju spoke. Is it too late to awaken now? Upon hearing this, everyone displayed expressions of relief. Umetba Shinazugawa Sanemi clasped his hands. It's not too late. At that moment, the voice of the heavens resounded. The Love Hashira's flexibility training is about to commence. Everyone's expressions stiffened, as the terrifying sensations from earlier training surged back to their minds. This time, each individual was placed in a spacious room. As Inosuke breathed a sigh of relief, a long blade suddenly thrust forth from the wall. He deftly evaded it, only to find that blades were emerging from various other locations. Soon, the space within the room for movement dwindled, with any slight motion risking contact with a sharp edge. Like a conjurer performing a trick, Inosuke contorted his body into bizarre positions to avoid the blades. How infuriating. Such mere flexibility is a trivial challenge for me, the great Inosuke. Meanwhile, the others were engaged in their own flexibility training. Any collision with the blades would nullify their prior evasion efforts, necessitating a complete reset of their postures. They could not exit until everyone had completed the task. Zenitsu rubbed his knees, lamenting that he felt as though his tendons might snap. Lady Kanawa remarked that each person's challenges seemed uniquely tailored to them. Mitsuri found the training intensity acceptable, and eagerly inquired about the content of their upcoming viewing. As the screen illuminated, the reward for completing the training was revealed. Content titled The Secret of the Insect Hashira. Shinobu's heart skipped a beat. What secrets could she possibly hold? Surely it could not pertain to that plan, could it? Chapter 84, Shinobu's Intentions. Shinobu did not participate in the collective training, but was instead engaged in her own preparations. Yuzui Tengen sighed. Noting that yet another member had strayed from the group after Taketu, Shinobu maintained her smile, explaining, after all, my approach differs from yours. The benefits of physical training are quite limited for me. I would rather focus on researching poison. Kanawa softly asked, Master, do you have a plan? Apologetically, Shinobu stroked her head, responding, since it concerns the secret of the insect Hashira, I shan't disclose it myself. Hearing this, Tanjiro's face reflected concern. He sensed that Ms. Shinobu was preparing for something significant. Shinobu sat before her family's spirit tablet, thinking, sister, please help me remain calm. Only the immature lose control of their emotions. She endured yet felt a vain throb at her temple. Tamayo looked at her and asked, are you the butterfly mistress? Indeed, Shinobu replied, Miss Tamayo. Due to the light curtain, we are already aware of your situation. Tamayo nodded, just now. The leader of the Demon Slayer Corps mentioned, he had attempted to contact me regarding collaborating with you on research. However, working with a demon must be quite challenging for you. She could see that this girl was suppressing profound hatred. Yashiro scoffed. No one has the right to disdain Miss Tamayo. In response, Shinobu's expression grew serious. We share a common goal. Mugen Kibutsuji. I do still harbor resentment towards demons. However, I will not misdirect my anger towards others, nor will it affect our primary objectives. Tamayo nodded. Then I look forward to our collaboration. Kanawa approached to report that she would be participating in the Wind Hashira's training. Blushing, she added, I would like to train alongside you, Master. Upon hearing this, Shinobu smiled. Your ability to express your desires is indeed a positive omen. Then she became serious. You must know that my sister was killed by a demon. I want to share with you how to slay that demon. In reality, Shinobu embraced her disciple. Ah, Kanawa, you are truly adorable. The girl, blushing as she expressed her feelings, was simply endearing. Master Kanawa felt a bit shy. What is that method you mentioned? It's hard to say, Shinobu chuckled. After all, that pertains to the future. Once I collaborate with Tamayo, I should have discovered a method to enhance the concentration of wisteria poison within me. Tanjiro hesitated before speaking. If you need assistance, please let us know. Thank you, Tanjiro. Shinobu's segment concluded, and true to the title, it remained a secret. No one discerned what she was planning. Following this was the speed training led by the Mist Hashira, where everyone was pushed to their limits, emerging from the training ground utterly exhausted. The reward for completing the training was revealed. Content titled Tamayo's Involvement. Tamayo nodded slightly. It seems the leader of the Kamadu clan has indeed found me. That night, a crow perched before Tamayo's window. Good evening. Leaving the window open can be quite perilous. However, the moonlight is exquisite tonight. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am the messenger of Yoya Kamadu. The sudden visitor caused Tamayo to become instantly alert. Mitsuri cupped her face, exclaiming, it is the Lord's messenger crow. There is an indescribable charm about it. Tanjiro nodded in agreement. This crow not only has a melodious voice, but also possesses a refined manner of speech. If one were to ignore its appearance, it would feel like conversing with a charismatic mature leader. Zenitsu lamented. Why is it that everyone has such handsome crows while I am left with a mere sparrow? Yashiro protested. It is unacceptable for a crow to intrude upon a lady's chamber at such an hour. Tamayo attempted to defuse the tension. The leader must have urgent matters to discuss with me. The crow explained how it had found its way there. To demonstrate its benign intentions, it did not conceal its voice. Upstairs, having heard the commotion, Yashiro hurriedly made his way down. The crow stated, the Demon Slayer Corps also comprises individuals knowledgeable about demons and proficient in pharmacology. Would you be willing to relocate to the Kamadu estate to defeat Mugen? Leader. Upon hearing this, the group felt their hearts race. Kanroji Mitsuri solemnly stated, the location of the headquarters is of utmost importance, and ordinary members are not privy to it. After all, Miss Tamayo is not a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. Things are different now, Kenroji, the leader replied calmly. If Mugen cannot find Nezuko, he will seek me out. This place is no longer a haven. Why cling to such restrictions? But if that is the case, Iguro insisted, then we should be even more cautious. Perhaps we ought to find a safer location. The leader gently shook his head. Acting rashly will only expedite our exposure. The atmosphere grew heavy. The feeling of waiting for Mugen to arrive was disheartening. Moreover, the leader seemed indifferent to his own safety. With this sentiment lingering, the group commenced the fourth phase of training. Swordplay under the serpent Hashira. This segment was not as extreme as the previous ones. With boundless stamina, they swiftly completed the swordplay training. Inosuke felt a thrill akin to unboxing a mystery. What will we see this time? The reward for completing the training was revealed. Content titled The Serpent Hashira's Jealousy. As the title appeared, Iguro Abanai instantly became the focus of attention. His heart raced as he forced himself to avoid eye contact, fearing that his thoughts might be revealed. Tanjiro received warm welcomes from the Sound and Mist Hashira, before sequentially arriving at the Love Hashira's residence for training. He was warmly hosted by Mitsuri, who treated him to honeycakes, followed by a stretching dance in gymnastics attire. Upon arriving at the Serpent Hashira's location, he found the latter's expression darkening. I hear you have been enjoying yourself at Kenroji's place. Tanjiro, confused, thought. For some inexplicable reason, I seem to have incurred his displeasure. Inosuke's attention was drawn by the food. That crepe looks delicious. Mitsuri eagerly nodded. It is a Western delicacy, soft in texture and delightful with butter and honey. As she spoke, her mouth nearly watered. Tanjiro questioned, isn't this about Mr. Iguro? Why is my training being showcased? He mused, by the way. Miss Kenroji's stretching routines seem quite painful. Yuzui Tengen chuckled to himself, having already guessed what was about to unfold. Indeed. Witnessing Ihei's jealousy over the harmonious rapport between Tanjiro and Mitsuri brought forth a teasing glint in the eyes of onlookers. Mitsuri kept her head bowed, too shy to reveal her tomato-red face. Was Mr. Ihei indeed feeling jealousy? Given the nature of the light screen's commentary, it seemed plausible. Ihei's subordinate, however, remained equally reticent, with even the bashful Zakumaru retreating into his collar. Jishiro, with his vacant stare, pondered. Why must he subject himself to such sights? Chapter 85. The Patterns Without Side Effects. In the training grounds of the Serpent Hashira, a multitude of swordsmen were bound, and Tanjiro was required to evade their attacks. Sensing their fear, his hands trembled each time he swung his blade. Thus, he endured training for several days, until he inadvertently damaged Ihei's uniform, at which point the latter deemed him qualified. Farewell, you scoundrel. Do not shamelessly attempt to get close to Kenroji again. Upon hearing Ihei's warning, Shinobu giggled softly. As a Hashira, targeting a junior in such a manner struck her as rather childish. Inosuke cast a penetrating glance at Ihei. The latter's slashing trajectory was serpentine, reminiscent of a venomous snake lurking in the woods. Although the Boar King feared no serpent, he himself harbored trepidation. A single bite, and no one would come to his aid. With this thought, he discreetly distanced himself from Ihei. Subsequently, the group completed the Wind Hashira's offensive training, unlocking the Wind Hashira's conflict. When Tanjiro arrived at the Wind Hashira's abode, Zenitsu stumbled out in a state of disarray. Tanjiro, please get me out of here. Just then, the fearsome Mitsuri emerged like a demon, capturing Zenitsu once more. It became clear to Tanjiro that the Wind Hashira's grueling training was even more severe than that of the Serpent Hashira. The group was compelled to attack him relentlessly, and any lapse in caution would result in severe bruising. Mitsuri clicked his tongue. This golden-haired brat has less courage than a sparrow. Zenitsu shed a tear for his on-screen self, retorting, it's your training that's too terrifying. I'd rather endure double the training in this spatial training ground. At least the spatial training ground wouldn't deliberately torment us. One simply needs to grit their teeth, clear their mind, and embrace the near-death sensation of pushing their strength to the limit. Reflecting on this, he realized it wasn't much better. Rengoku Kaijuro mused, Could this segment be about the conflict between Mitsuri and the golden-haired youth? Otherwise, where does this Wind Hashira's conflict arise? Meanwhile, battered and bruised, Tanjiro overheard a conversation between the Mitsuri brothers around a corner. Unlike the reconciled reality, their on-screen selves struggled to communicate meaningfully. Mitsuri coldly remarked, I have no brother. It's time to stop. Get out of the Demon Slayer Corps. Upon hearing this, Genya hung his head in confusion, his pallid face drenched in cold sweat. Observing the familial discord on the screen, Yuzui Tengen stroked his chin and analyzed. If you wish for Genya to withdraw from the Demon Slayer Corps, you should express it plainly. Otherwise, as your relationship becomes more strained, that lad will be even less inclined to leave. Taketu Michiro added nonchalantly. After all, Mitsuri has never learned how to communicate effectively with his brother. Upon hearing the words "I have no brother," Genya felt a pang of hurt. Brother, do you not wish to see me? Are you still holding a grudge over my previous slip of the tongue? Misunderstanding his brother's intentions, Mitsuri awkwardly explained. Huh? No. That's not it. After much internal struggle, he finally spoke the truth. Elder brother Genya does not wish for you to remain in the Demon Slayer Corps. Genya was taken aback and urgently replied, but I want to fight alongside you, just as we promised to protect our family together. The family we aim to protect is no longer with us. Mitsuri turned away. Genya, you are all I have left. Genya opened his mouth, sensing the rare vulnerability in his brother, momentarily at a loss for words. Their lord gently patted his shoulder. Your brotherly matters need not be rushed. You can discuss them thoroughly once outside. Watching his brother's retreating figure, Genya lamented. I have fought my way through demons with great difficulty. Mitsuri's body stiffened, his gaze menacingly turning toward Genya. Thankfully, Tanjiro intervened, questioning whether the wind Hashira intended to kill Genya. Mitsuri's tone was chilling. I merely intend to ensure he can no longer stand. Tanjiro vehemently countered, asserting that Genya was an independent individual and did not require his meddling. This led to an intense confrontation, ultimately resulting in their ban from any further contact. Mitsuri disagreed. Even if the goal is to make Genya leave the Corps, gouging out eyes and breaking legs is excessive. Kenroji Shinjuro attempted to mediate. Perhaps. Sensing the impending battle, Mitsuri is feeling unusually tense. Moreover, the act of slaying demons has indeed greatly rattled the nerves of a brother. Mitsuri silently accepted the group's assessment. Had it not been for the appearance of the light screen, his nature might have led him to commit such acts. As for Genya, who had begun to comprehend his brother's intentions, he no longer cared about the actions displayed on the screen, but instead expressed gratitude to Tanjiro. Thank you for saving me and standing up for me. Tanjiro shook his head. We are comrades who have fought side by side. Of course, I wish for you to achieve your desires. For the first time feeling the concern of a companion, Genya offered a somewhat unpracticed smile. After witnessing the tale of the wind Hashira, the group proceeded to the final training session with the rock Hashira, a physical refinement of their bodies. This session proved more arduous than the preceding 5 combined. Even the indomitable Kenroji Shinjuro felt the pangs of agony, under the relentless strain of physical refinement that surpassed their limits. It felt as though every muscle would tear and regenerate, every bone would shatter and reassemble. Under the unbearable pressure, their minds became a tumultuous haze. Their bodies felt as if engulfed in magma. Finally, the long-awaited patterns emerged upon their forms. The reward for completing all training. Unlocking the patterns without side effects. Abuyashiki Yoya clasped his wife's hand in excitement. Patterns without side effects meant that his swordsman would no longer face the curse of shortened lifespans? Everyone was acutely aware of this detrimental side effect. Yet none harbored fear or sought to evade it. Rather, they were eager to embrace it. For they did not fear death, and the benefits of the patterns were precisely what they desperately needed. After accomplishing their goal, the 14 emerged from the training grounds, each with a dazed expression as though they had glimpsed paradise. The sensation was truly unforgettable. After regaining their composure, they, guided by their lord's prompt, examined the patterns upon their bodies. Mitsuri curiously glanced down. Mine is only at the collarbone. Most others bore theirs on their faces, while Kenroji Shinjuro and Ihei displayed theirs on their arms, and Genya's manifested in his palms. Feeling the emergence of the patterns and the enhancement of their physical strength, they were all filled with exhilaration. Then the screen unveiled the imagery of the past of the rock Hashira. After parting ways with the wind Hashira, Tanjiro, burdened with his belongings, approached the waterfall. The thundering cascade crashed down as Inosuke and several others sat cross-legged beneath it, reciting the Diamond Sutra. The rock Hashira, meanwhile, bore a terrifying weight by the fire. This awe-inspiring sight startled both Tanjiro and Zenitsu. Zenitsu quipped, after experiencing the trials of the spatial training, I now find these to be mere trifles. At least the training on the screen doesn't threaten lives. Spatial training is truly a matter of life and death. Kenroji Shinjuro, shedding tears, murmured, Is it time to tell my story? He was a devout individual, harboring no secrets to conceal. Only that past left a profound scar in his heart. Chapter 86. The Past of the Stone Pillar. The training of the stone pillar was quite simple. Being drenched by the waterfall, lifting logs and pushing boulders. Just the first challenge was enough to daunt many, as the winter river's waters could freeze one's marrow. Tanjiro noticed something was amiss with Inosuke beneath the waterfall, and hurriedly administered CPR to him. Inosuke laughed heartily, I am progressing the fastest. Tanjiro, who had joined the team last due to severe injuries, quickly caught up. Zenitsu, however, was stuck with the wind pillar, and only after Tanjiro arrived did their progress align. Tanjiro mused. Inosuke is truly impressive. For the flexibility and sword training, it was utterly trivial for him. Shinobu smiled and remarked. The progress of the three of you far surpasses that of the other ordinary members. Though they were not the sons of the pillars, their strength was comparable. Like Kunai, the goal of becoming a pillar was now within reach. Genya thought to himself. The gap between him and them was still significant. Lacking knowledge in breathing techniques, his training was the weakest. Nevertheless, he pushed himself beyond his limits, with patterns appearing in the palms of his hands, coinciding perfectly with the spots where he gripped his weapon. No matter what, he would not yield. How formidable his opponent may be, he would consume it before his eyes. Some inadequately skilled members voluntarily withdrew from training. Meanwhile, Tanjiro found himself stuck at the last challenge of pushing the boulder. Fortunately, Genya was there, teaching Tanjiro the importance of repetition. With a mind free of distractions, Tanjiro managed to push the boulder. Zenitsu reminisced. Although we did not perform repetitive actions earlier, we were indeed free of distractions. Tanjiro chuckled, scratching the back of his head. After all, when faced with life and death, there's no room for other thoughts. Initially, fleeting images of his parents and siblings smiling at him would flash before his eyes, but eventually, even those visions ceased. How many times in a lifetime does one come close to death? They experienced it hundreds of times in a single day. However, whether in terms of physical enhancement or the side effect-free patterns, it signified that their suffering had not been in vain. Infinity Castle. Musen's eyes were scattered everywhere, monitoring the movements of the Demon Slayer Corps. The numbers within indicated that she was the newly appointed Upper Moon 4. Well done, Musen pointed to the map. I've quickly located Tamayo and Nezuko. Musen's appearance cast a tense atmosphere within the space. Tamayo immediately stood, her beautiful face marred by hatred. The man who had turned her into a demon, indirectly causing the deaths of her child and husband, was before her again after several hundred years, igniting a surge of rage within her. Observing Tamayo's uncharacteristic outburst, Jotaro glowered at the man on the screen. Ju remarked, "Is this the new Upper Moon 4 Musen has recruited?" Yuzui Tenjin nonchalantly added, "Isn't that the Biwa girl? It seems Musen is indeed running low on personnel." "Do not underestimate her," Mitsuri worriedly interjected. "Musen must have granted her more blood. These eyes should be her new abilities. If this continues, they will soon locate Lord Yoya and Nezuko, won't they?" Tamayo, with an expression of foreseen inevitability, replied, "Even without Nakheim, a great battle is merely a matter of time. I just hope it does not come too swiftly. Let my children have a bit more time to grow. But not too long, so I can still have a chance to realize my remaining value." Seeing both Tanjiro and Inosuke push the boulder, Zenitsu felt left behind. At that moment, Sparrows brought him a letter. When Tanjiro next saw him, Zenitsu was sitting alone on the boulder. He declined Tanjiro's concern. "Thank you. But this is a challenge I must overcome on my own." Zenitsu felt a stranger in the reflection of himself on the screen. Tanjiro expressed his concern. "What has happened?" It feels as though Zenitsu has transformed into a different person. He instinctively believed it was related to that letter. Several seasoned adults exchanged glances. Such rapid growth could only indicate a significant upheaval had occurred, which often implied the onset of unfortunate events. The leader pondered further. There are not many individuals connected to Zenitsu. Apart from Tanjiro and the others, there are only his teacher, Sakanji Urokadaki, and his senior, Kaigaku. Zenitsu's demeanor suggests he has suddenly encountered an unavoidable task. Later, Tanjiro nearly dehydrated from overtraining, but fortunately, the stone pillar provided him with water. Jiomi Himejima spoke up. "I have heard of your actions. You made the right decision to save the swordsmith over your sister, thus I acknowledge you." Tanjiro clarified. "The decision was made by my sister. I nearly caused their demise due to my hesitation." Jiomi, shedding tears, replied, "I understand. Regardless of what others say, I recognize you. Children often excel at deceit. Yet the sincerity of this boy altered the stone pillar's ingrained impressions." Jotaro questioned, "If you are to protect humanity, must you sacrifice your own family?" If given the choice, he would undoubtedly choose Tamayo without hesitation. Tanjiro explained, "Nezuko has already overcome sunlight. If I insist on protecting her, those swordsmiths would lose their lives." At that time, they were unaware that a middle path existed. Moreover, Nezuko held the belief of self-sacrifice, making her choice for me. Fortunately, the outcome was favorable, and no tragedy ensued. One could only say that the trolley problem has been a conundrum throughout history. Whether sacrificing the swordsmiths or Nezuko, neither choice could be deemed correct for Tanjiro. He could only strive to avoid regret. Gyomei shared his story. He had once raised 9 orphans in a temple, all relying on one another, until one day, one of them encountered a demon. To survive, he brought the demon back and extinguished the wisteria incense. Zenitsu gazed at the familiar face on the screen. Senior brother. The boy who had betrayed others, mentioned by the stone pillar, was indeed his senior brother, Kaigaku? To ensure his own survival, he brought a demon back to the place where he had been raised, extinguishing the incense to facilitate the demon's presence. Even if he had fled in a panic, inadvertently leading the demon back, no one could hold it against him. Yet the act of extinguishing the incense was utterly vile. He severed the hope of survival for those inside. As one who had been adopted and accepted, did he show no gratitude? Gyomei wept. What I did not expect was that Kaigaku not only survived but also joined the Demon Slayer Corps. Did that boy truly possess the will to wield a blade to protect humanity? Kaneo's gaze turned icy. He despised the cursed spirits that conspired with demons the most. If he encountered that boy, he would surely teach him a lesson. However, Yoya suddenly recalled the letter from earlier. Could it be related to Zenitsu's senior brother, Kaigaku? Chapter 87. Yorichi Tsujikuni. In an instant, 4 children lost their lives. Gyomei urged the remaining 4 to hide behind him. Yet 3 disobeyed and fled the room in panic. Only the youngest, Shadai, obediently hid behind Gyomei. To protect her, Gyomei unleashed formidable strength, beating the demon relentlessly throughout the night. Recalling the tragic events of that day, Kenroji Mitsuri's heart ached as she witnessed Shinobu's tear-filled eyes. At that time, my physique was indeed frail, rendering their distrust of me quite understandable. Nevertheless, the sorrow that enveloped Kenroji stemmed not from being untrusted by the children, but from the realization that their lives could have been spared. Tragically, only Shadai survived. Observing Kenroji slay the demon with his bare hands, Zenitsu murmured, "How formidable." Previously, the feats of the wind and mist Hashira had been astounding, while the stone Hashira had subdued the demon solely through sheer physical prowess. Was this truly the might of the Demon Slayer Corps' strongest pillars? However, Shadai, whom Kenroji had valiantly protected with his life, conveyed to those who arrived, "That person is a monster. He killed everyone." Kenroji lamented. After all, she was merely 4 years old at the time. It is only natural for her to be terrified. Yet deep down, he yearned for her to utter even a simple thank you, as it would serve as a tremendous redemption. As the demon's body disintegrated in the sunlight, Kenroji found himself imprisoned for the crime of murder, only to be rescued later by his lord. Tanjiro, filled with disbelief, exclaimed, "How could this be? Clearly Mr. Kenroji was sacrificing his life to protect her. Shadai merely needed to speak the truth. Why must she lie?" "Butterfly Shinobu," her gaze lowered, replied Tanjiro, "do you not understand? Children are often unable to discern reality from illusion. For instance, if she broke a cup and saw you standing amidst the shards, she might claim you were responsible. Perhaps she wished to avoid reprimand. Or perhaps she constructed an alternate reality she could accept. Ultimately, the testimony of a 4-year-old is inherently unreliable. Even without Shadai's words, those who arrived would have seen the only survivor, Mr. Kenroji, drenched in blood, and would likely deem him a murderer. The issue lies not in why Shadai chose to lie, but rather in the wound inflicted upon Mr. Kenroji's heart. Kanamori opened her mouth, unsure of how to respond. She sensed that Shadai's words were open to interpretation. A frightened 4-year-old might struggle to articulate the truth accurately. That person is a monster. He killed everyone. Did not explicitly label Mr. Kenroji as the perpetrator. It could very well refer to the demon. Ultimately, only Shadai knows the truth. Kanamori resonated with Shadai's thought process, having once struggled to express her own feelings. When one cannot foresee the consequences of their words, they tend to remain silent. It can be said that Tanjiro's genuine sincerity alleviated the emotional anguish within Kenroji, allowing him to recognize that there still exist pure and benevolent children in this world. Suddenly, he gently caressed Tanjiro's head, reminiscent of how he had once stroked Shadai's. This simple gesture brought tears to both their eyes. Kenroji Mitsuri softly remarked, "If only Mr. Kenroji could see Shadai again, whether to apologize or to express gratitude, at least it would provide closure and spare him further heartache over the past." However, this task was not easily accomplished. The name Shadai was quite common, lacking a surname, and it remained uncertain whether she would change her name after being adopted. In any case, without fate intervening, it seemed unlikely that the two would ever meet again in this lifetime. With tears streaming down his face, Kenroji solemnly stated, "I no longer wish for anything. I simply hope Shadai can live happily. After all, she is the child I protected with my life. She is the only one I managed to save. If anything were to happen to Shadai, it would only deepen my sorrow. Having departed from the stone Hashira, Tanjiro encountered Mr. Ubuyashiki, who was in a standoff with Mr. Tengen. He sought to intervene, saying, "Are you fighting over rice cakes? Allow me to prepare some for you." The aroma of glutinous rice and sweet bean paste perpetually emanated from Mr. Ubuyashiki's cheeks, complemented by the scent of matchao in the room. The mere thought of that fragrance made Tanjiro's mouth water. Mr. Tengen, realizing, remarked, "So you enjoy that, do you?" Surrounded by his oblivious brethren, Mr. Ubuyashiki could no longer contain himself and sent them flying. Undeterred, Tengen and Tanjiro resolved to carry rice cakes with them henceforth. "Mr. Tengen declared, "It's settled then." Mr. Ubuyashiki shouted back, "What have you decided without my consent? Do you think I am a stray cat or dog that will wag my tail for a morsel of food?" Genya chuckled. "Actually, my brother has quite the sweet tooth. Whenever conditions allowed, our mother would make sure to add extra sugar to his portion of rice cakes." Mitsuri, as if meeting a kindred spirit, exclaimed, "I see. Next time, I'll treat you to honey-glazed pancakes, Mr. Ubuyashiki." Rengoku Kyojuro added, I adore roasted sweet potatoes. Their sweetness and aroma are simply exquisite." Mr. Ubuyashiki sighed in resignation, lowering his head. Why was he hiding away in a room, eating rice cakes alone? It was precisely to avoid others discovering his penchant for sweets. However, the others had already begun discussing their favorite foods, leaving him no opportunity to interject. Kanamori stared blankly at the screen. It's already finished. After the viewing content had concluded, what would come next? An emotionless prompt echoed. The pillar training arc has concluded. Practical training is now initiated. Rewards can be obtained through training with the instructor. The selected instructor is Kagaya Ubuyashiki. What? Upon hearing this name, Tamayo's eyes widened in shock. In the space, a man began to take form gradually. He was clad in a traditional robe, with dark red hair and eyes, adorned with Hanafuda earrings, and a flame-like pattern on his forehead. Kagaya slowly opened his eyes, taking in the sight of the Demon Slayer Corps members and 3 demons, whose demeanor was markedly different from Musen Kibutsuji. He turned to the center of the crowd. Addressing Yoya Ubuyashiki, "Are you the current leader of the Demon Slayer Corps?" The space had conveyed to him that he was to assist the future Demon Slayers in their training. Although the deceased should not interfere with the living, Kagaya would not refuse since he had been summoned. The thought of Musen continuing to wreak havoc centuries later still ignited a flame of anger within him. The Lord spoke earnestly, "Greetings, Mr. Kagaya. I am the current head of the Ubuyashiki family, named Yoya." Kagaya nodded in acknowledgement, bowing respectfully to the young lord who had aided him. His gaze swept across the room, landing on Takito Michiro, and for the first time his stoic expression faltered, revealing a blend of surprise and nostalgia. "You are?" Michiro softly replied, "I am Takito Michiro. It is an honor to meet you, Mr. Kagaya." As for this man, rumored to be his ancestor, Michiro found himself at a loss for words. Takito? Kagaya was unconcerned with surnames. This boy did not bear the name Ubuyashiki, indicating that the Ubuyashiki clan had fallen from grace. Back in the day, his brother had placed immense importance on the responsibilities of the clan leader, only to abandon it in pursuit of something else. Now he had become an immortal demon, allowing his descendants to wither away. Time had transformed all things. The world had changed beyond recognition. Chapter 88. Kagaya's Trial. Faced with this legendary initial swordsman, the group felt a twinge of apprehension. Kagaya observed them quietly, reflecting on the myriad of breathing techniques developed by future generations, far exceeding those of his own time. For him, merely observing their breath and meridians with his eyes would reveal the differences in their breathing styles. Was that fiery-haired individual a descendant of Rengoku? Indeed, he exuded the same warmth as his ancestor. The emergence of new breathing styles was a positive sign, indicating that they had not stagnated. Kagaya had long recognized that not everyone was suited to the sun-breathing technique. The ideal scenario would be for each individual to develop the breathing style most appropriate for themselves. Following that familiar feeling, he locked eyes with Tanjiro. Gazing upon that familiar visage, adorned with the floral adornment on the ears, Yuruchi softly remarked, "You are Tanjiro's." "I am Kamadu Tanjiro," Tanjiro replied, his voice slightly elevated with a hint of nervousness. "I am the son of Tanjiro and Aoi, and Tanji is my ancestor." Yuruchi nodded slightly. "You have mastered 2 forms of breathing? In addition to the breath of the sun, you also wield the breath of water?" Tanjiro vigorously nodded in affirmation. Yuruchi let out a gentle sigh. "I did not expect that Tanji's descendants would continue to uphold my earrings and my breathing techniques. Indeed, you are individuals who value promises." He was indifferent to the notion of legacy, yet it resonated deeply within the Kamado lineage. Tanjiro explained, "In truth, I had never heard of your name, Mr. Yorichi, but I understood the significance of these two artifacts. The inheritance must never be severed." Even if the reasons were forgotten, they remained committed to their promises. Upon hearing this, Yorichi displayed a faint smile and affectionately ruffled Tanjiro's hair. Tanjiro thought to himself how warm his hand felt, reminiscent of his father. Then, Tsujikuni Yorichi's companion, Tamayo, approached hesitantly. Recognizing the familiar female demon, Yorichi remarked, "You were there at that time." Tamayo's eyes brightened. "You remember me?" The scene where Yorichi had cornered Mugen was truly eye-opening for Tamayo. It was due to him that she had seized the opportunity to escape Mugen's control. Yorichi nodded, recalling the female demon who had been in proximity to Mugen. Sensing her profound hatred for Mugen, he refrained from taking action against her. Kanao Tsuyuri explained, "Miss Tamayo is our ally, hoping to contribute to the eradication of Mugen." Yorichi stated, "I cannot leave this space, nor do I intend to survive. What I can offer is to assist you in your training. Your assistance is already invaluable," Mitsuri Kenroji remarked solemnly. "The task assigned to us by this space is to undergo your trials." "Then let us commence," Yorichi replied. The first to face him was Kanao Tsuyuri, who, in terms of both strength and experience, was undeniably the foremost among them. Yorichi acknowledged the prowess of the stone Hashira, stating, "You are more exceptional than my contemporaries." However, to the others, Yorichi's praise sounded like a benevolent encouragement for the younger generation, as he was immensely powerful, defeating Kanao in mere moments without even initiating an offensive, deliberately holding back for the sake of training. This man exhibited no flaws. There was simply no method to defeat him. In comparison, Yorichi's 6 arms during the Zero form could only be deemed a feeble alternative. Yorichi calmly stated, "You may take turns or all engage at once. I will inform you of any issues I observe." Mitsuri and Kanao exchanged glances, excitement evident on their faces as they charged forward. What ensued was a chaotic melee. Yorichi adeptly countered attacks from all directions while simultaneously imparting instruction, exuding an air of composure. "Your movements have slowed. You should have executed that technique earlier. Aim for my left wrist. You two should coordinate your attacks. Tanjiro, link your techniques together." In this suspended space, they fought tirelessly. From an initial state of utter defeat, they gradually acclimated to the rhythm of battle. If one were to inquire about their current sentiment, it would be one of exhilaration. The unrestrained combat, devoid of concern for injury, allowed them to unleash a plethora of techniques. Collaborating with other Hashira was a rare experience. Used to acting independently, they relished the opportunity to work alongside peers of similar caliber. Under Yorichi's guidance, Tanjiro began to seamlessly cycle through the Hinakami Kagura. This was the 13th form, and he had lost count of how many times he had executed it. Before him, Yorichi appeared increasingly translucent, with even the movements of his muscles becoming discernible. Noticing Tanjiro's transformation, Yorichi's expression grew serious. At last, Tanjiro discerned a minuscule flaw, with a probability of detection akin to 1 in 10 million. Seizing the opportunity, he struck, severing the hem of Yorichi's garment. In the elation of finally landing a hit, he caught a glimpse of Yorichi smiling before being sent flying. Time slipped away, and as the group reached a certain threshold of fatigue, Yorichi ceased his movements. The space began to mend their bodies, enveloping their minds in warmth akin to a soothing spring. Zenitsu gazed vacantly. How far must we progress to pass the trial? Following a series of rigorous training sessions, Zenitsu awakened a new skill, the 7th form, Thunderclap and Flash. Yorichi commended his speed, yet his keen eyes missed nothing. Upon hearing this, Yorichi remarked, "You have indeed grown significantly, but the thought of you facing Kibutsuji Mugen compels me to be even stricter." He recalled how a moment of negligence had allowed Mugen to evade capture for centuries. He wished to protect these successors from falling victim to Mugen's wrath. However, training is an endless journey, and their rate of improvement would inevitably slow, approaching a standstill. They could not remain hidden in this space indefinitely. Perhaps he should place more trust in them. Sensing Yorichi's contemplations, the space's notification chimed. Combat training has been completed. Rewards are being drawn. Reward 1. Viewing of the Infinity Castle arc, Genya exclaimed with a mix of excitement and tension. It seems this is our climactic battle against Mugen. Tanjiro had previously informed him, the Infinity Castle is Mugen's lair. Reward 2. Nichiren Blade. A familiar blade materialized before Tanjiro, and he reached out to grasp it. The obsidian blade bore the character for demon, and was adorned with a flame-shaped tsuba. This was the Nichiren blade that had appeared on screen, painstakingly polished by Mr. Steel, and featured Rengoku's tsuba. Rengoku Kyujuru smiled brightly. Kamadu boy. Our tsubas are now identical. As Tanjiro held the hilt, he felt an indescribable sense of warmth and familiarity. Reward 3. For medicinal vials. Tamayo accepted the vials, noticing small text on the bottles. Shinobu Kocho leaned in curiously to read aloud. Medicine to revert to human, accelerate aging, prevent division, and destroy cells. Chapter 89 Confrontation. Realizing the nature of these medicines, Tamayo's hand trembled slightly as she held the vial. It aligned perfectly with her strategy against Mugen. She had a feeling that this was developed by her future self. Some insights from others, likely from that Miss Kocho, were also present. Yoruchi spoke in a somber tone, seemingly lost in memory. I nearly eliminated Mugen back then, but allowed him to escape in fragments. Yuzui Tengen exclaimed so? It is the medicine to prevent division. Mitsuri smirked, revealing her pearly whites. Is that Mugen, who would turn into a mere lump of flesh and still flee? I would truly like to witness that. Is that truly a medicine capable of transforming demons back into humans? A voice tentatively inquired. It was Tanjiro. The group immediately understood. He had embarked on this path to restore his sister to humanity. Then Tanjiro, do you wish for Nezuko to give it a try? Tamayo questioned. Although the items should be fine, we cannot guarantee the outcome. Tanjiro hesitated at this, contemplating whether to wait until they exited the space for Miss Tamayo and Miss Shinobu to examine the medicine before administering it to Nezuko. Yuani suddenly proclaimed, it is fine to use this space. No one shall perish here. Upon being summoned, Yuani also became aware of the existence and rules of this realm. Tanjiro felt a stirring within him, and with Nezuko tugging at his sleeve, urging him on, he resolved to restore Nezuko to her human form. A circle of onlookers gathered, eager to witness the transformation of a demon back into a human. Shinobu gazed at the vial, pondering whether it should be applied externally or ingested. Tamayo softly suggested, let her drink it directly. Demons possess a remarkable capacity for absorption, and even if it spills into the palm, it can still be absorbed. Thus, Shinobu tentatively offered Nezuko a small sip. Tanjiro watched his sister intently, fearful of missing any sign of change. Zenitsu was equally anxious, repeatedly murmuring Nezuko's name. Suddenly, Nezuko curled up, her body trembling violently. Seeing this, Tanjiro rushed forward. Wait. Shinobu cautioned. Nezuko grasped her brother's shoulder, lifting her head. Just as everyone feared she might lose her sanity, Nezuko revealed a pure smile, exclaiming, brother. After 3 long years. Hearing his sister speak once more brought tears to Tanjiro's eyes. The siblings embraced tightly. Mother, father, did you see? Nezuko has returned. The leader quietly observed them, a gentle smile gracing his face as he held his wife's hand. The atmosphere in the space was lively for a moment. Shinobu and Tamayo wished to inquire about Nezuko's feelings and any changes she may have experienced, but Nezuko's discomfort with speaking interrupted their questions. Zenitsu, Inosuke, and Mitsuri surrounded Nezuko, teaching her to pronounce their names. Sensing the intent of those nearby, the leader asked, Mr. Yuani, are you departing? Yuani nodded. My mission is complete. The rest is in your capable hands. I wish you all great success in your endeavors. Upon hearing that Yuani planned to leave, Tanjiro immediately interjected, Mr. Yuani, the space has announced it will present the Infinity Castle arc. Do you not wish to witness it? Only by vanquishing Mugen can this millennia-long conflict finally come to an end. As long as Mugen remains alive, many will continue to tread the path of demon slaying. Yuani fell silent, acknowledging that he indeed felt a slight curiosity. Besides Mugen, there was also the matter of his elder brother. Once it was evident that everyone was ready for the viewing, the luminous screen flickered to life. Under the moonlight, Mugen stepped slowly into the courtyard of the Tsujikuni estate. The leader seemed to sense his presence and turned his face toward Mugen. You've arrived. The man with black hair and plum-colored eyes chuckled. What a pitiful sight, Tsujikuni. The opening struck like thunder. Inosuke's eyes instantly filled with bloodshot fury. Mugen has found the leader. Why was there no one to guard? Kenroji, teary-eyed, lamented. The leader has never relied on others for his own safety. Yet Inosuke, defiant, asserted, this situation is exceptional. We all knew Mugen might come at any moment. Do not panic, Izumi. The leader's calm voice soothed their anxious hearts. I trust that my future self has made the necessary preparations. As for what those preparations entailed, he did not elaborate. In this empty courtyard, it was only himself and his family. Perhaps that was the plan. Mitsuri clutched her clothing. The leader's condition is grave. He cannot rise, is blinded, and is afflicted with toxic sores all over. The one they revered, akin to a father or brother, had to confront Mugen with a frail body. The leader calmly engaged Mugen in conversation. They discussed the millennium-long struggle, and the intertwined fate of the Tsujikuni clan with him. Mugen remained unperturbed, for the man before him was so frail that he posed no threat. He even felt a semblance of pity for his opponent. The leader spoke softly. Your existence has brought about this curse upon my clan. Mugen smirked. Such nonsense. I have never faced divine retribution. Even after slaughtering countless lives. The heavens have never punished me. The so-called gods simply do not exist. Mugen's brazen and self-satisfied words ignited the ire of those present. Yuzui Tengen raised his hand to grip the sword on his back. I have never expected to rely on divine punishment to eliminate him. Compared to such ethereal notions, the Nichiren blade is far more effective. Kenroji Mitsuri clasped her hands together. Even if the heavens do not punish him, those he has harmed will not let him go. Unless he completely vanishes, the sins he has accumulated will follow him like a shadow. Tanjiro gazed at the figures on the screen, his expression unusually serene. So this is Mugen's mindset. Believing he is beyond punishment allows him to act with impunity. This individual is not worth conversing with. All he desires now is for Mugen to cease to exist. Yuani held the Nichiren blade, standing alone at the side. No one could decipher his inscrutable expression. In truth, his mind was occupied with many thoughts. His elder brother, his wife, his children, his comrades. Time had passed far too long. Even the emotions of the past had been buried. What do you consider life to be? In his memories he too had posed such questions. Mugen's very existence is a blunder. Chapter 90, Infinity Castle. With the support of Tengen, the leader sat upright. Mugen. You have been ensnared in a dream of eternal life for a millennium, have you not? Your dream shall never come to fruition, for true eternity lies in human will. Throughout the ages, no one has genuinely forgiven you. And you, persistently provoking the tiger's tail, and touching the dragon's reverse scale. It is you who has awakened these beasts that ought to remain dormant. The leader's words stirred a wave of emotions among the crowd. Indeed, had it not been for Mugen, they would have led ordinary and blissful lives. Every enemy was one that Mugen had crafted with his own hands. Yuani gently closed his eyes, hearing the roar of the tiger within his heart. Indeed, he harbored no desire for power or conflict. His only wish was to be with his beloved for a lifetime. It was Mugen who awakened him, forcing him onto this path. Tanjiro too. As their family had been humble charcoal burners, never having ventured beyond the mountains, yet still fell victim to Mugen's malevolence. Mugen suddenly appeared beside Tsujikuni Yoya. Silence. The leader smiled. Though I may not be significant to the Demon Slayer Corps, I will not allow myself to die meaninglessly. In the courtyard, two girls continued to play with a ball, seemingly indifferent to Mugen's arrival. Suddenly, with a deafening roar, flames erupted, and the entire estate was reduced to ashes. Leader. Witnessing this scene, the crowd gasped in shock. The sight of the leader's family sacrificing themselves was utterly overwhelming. Yashiro stood agape, he used himself as bait. After the initial shock, admiration flickered within him. Regardless, such an act was beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. Meanwhile, Yoya and Tengen had already anticipated this moment with silent understanding. Seeing the two prepare to face Mugen alone made it clear that there was no other option but to sacrifice themselves. Yet the impact on their two daughters was a heart-wrenching pain that was inexpressible. Did they not wish to accompany their daughters as they grew up, watching them live long lives? But to prevent their descendants from suffering the same fate, to reduce further sacrifices, they had no choice but to take away their two eldest daughters, who had been their companions for the longest time. The crowd, alerted by the commotion, stood in stunned disbelief as they beheld the estate engulfed in flames. Mugen, reduced to a mere skeletal figure, fled in disarray, desperately attempting to mend his body, while cursing the madness of the Kenroji family. Suddenly, countless thorns erupted, pinning him in place. Whose blood demon art is this? In the next moment, a hand pierced through his abdomen. It was Tamayo. Gritting her teeth, she declared, "This is for that innocent man you transformed into a demon in Asakusa." Yashiro, in a state of anxiety, exclaimed, "Miss Tamayo, being so close to Mugen is incredibly perilous. Has she truly resolved to make the ultimate sacrifice?" Contemplating this, Yashiro clenched his jaw. He could not interfere, as he had promised to respect Tamayo's decisions. Yet, the thought of being left behind filled him with dread. Shinobu had completely revised her perception of this female demon. "You risked yourself to poison Mugen, didn't you? Otherwise, her intent in stabbing him would be incomprehensible." Tamayo nodded. "It must be related to the medicine we received from the space." Silence enveloped the space once more. The sacrifices of the Kamadu family weighed heavily upon their hearts, and now their only recourse was to bring an end to Mugen. Furious, Mugen retorted, "You refused to let go, Tamayo. Were you not the one who murdered your husband and son?" At his words, Tamayo cried out, her voice thick with sorrow. Had I known the consequences, I would never have agreed to become a demon. I only wished to see my child grow up, to avoid dying of illness. Mugen continued to prod at her wounds. And what of the lives you've taken since then? You seem to enjoy those feasts. Indeed. These are the sins I committed in despair. That's why I will drag you down with me. Tamayo's face was smeared with blood from Mugen's grasp. From their exchange, the onlookers finally grasped the depth of Tamayo's suffering. Yashiro bit his lip until it bled. His expression resolute, yet tears betrayed his turmoil. This was indeed Tamayo's choice. Her long-held wish. Now he could only strive to comfort himself with that truth. Tanjiro's eyes flickered with emotion. Miss Tamayo. Each crime committed by Mugen, when isolated, shattered Tanjiro's understanding of the world. To be compelled to murder one's own family would drive anyone to madness, longing for death to escape the hellish agony. Yet, Tamayo chose to awaken from her descent, to heal others, using her life to offer an explanation for everyone, including herself. Mr. Kenroji, I implore you. A meteor hammer crashed down, shattering Mugen's still recovering head once more. The presence of the stone Hashira here was due to a pact with the master. Only the mature and composed Kenroji Mitsuri, who could see through the cycle of life and death, could embrace the master's plan. Did the others not understand the master's choice? While they comprehended it, they could not passively watch him face death. Only Mr. Kenroji, transcending the mortal realm, could empathize with the divine master. Shinazugawa Sanemi gritted his teeth, enunciating each word. Is that guy dead yet? Michiro's demeanor remained cold. The trauma of the master's couple's demise rendering him somewhat self-protective. The Demon King would be even more formidable than the upper moons. Regaining his head was merely a matter of time. He continued, since this is called the Infinity Castle arc, we will likely have to confront him in his lair. The master caressed his chest, murmuring, we trapped within the screen, are unaware of the existence of Infinity Castle. It seems the plan is to delay Mugen until dawn. However, should he slip into Infinity Castle, it will devolve into a brutal confrontation. Ju Tomioka bowed slightly. We are already prepared to face various unknown risks. At this juncture, we will not let your sacrifice be in vain. Demons never spoke of fairness or righteousness, let alone Infinity Castle. Even if they employed more terrifying methods, they would charge forward without hesitation. The others rushed in upon hearing the news. Upon witnessing the scene, they immediately unleashed their respective techniques. Surrounded on all sides, Mugen let out a cold laugh as a passage opened beneath him. Subsequently, everyone plummeted into this ever-shifting space, becoming separated from their comrades. Although anticipated, the suddenness of the event still startled them. Kaijuro Rengoku's gaze sharpened. Our greatest advantage is cooperation, yet Infinity Castle has disrupted our formation. This ancient monster seeks to divide and conquer. Yurichi suddenly inquired, is this Mugen's blood demon art? If Infinity Castle truly exists, why did he initially splinter into fragments to escape? Tanjiro explained, it is the blood demon art of a demon named Nakheim. Tamayo scoffed. Mr. Yurichi left him with a psychological scar, leading him to scour for powerful subordinates and ultimately form the 12 Kazuki. Chapter 91. Battle against Upper Moon 2. As Tanjiro plummeted at high speed, Ju Tomioka caught him just in time. They had no opportunity for conversation before several demons surged forth from a nearby wooden door. In perfect synchrony, they utilized water breathing, swiftly dispatching the demons. Mr. Tomioka is incredible. He can discern my technique just from the initial move and seamlessly coordinate our attack. Tanjiro thought. Genya rejoiced. Are Tanjiro and Mr. Tomioka working together? That's fantastic. The treacherous Infinity Castle was exceedingly perilous. The best scenario was for everyone to remain united. With Tanjiro paired with a Hashira, they would be better equipped to face Upper Moons or even Mugen. Tanjiro murmured to himself, fighting alongside Mr. Tomioka. Although they were indeed brothers in arms, they had yet to embark on a mission together. Judging by the situation on the screen, their cooperation should prove effective. Michiro solemnly remarked, there are 5 or 6 demons in this room alone. There must be at least hundreds throughout Infinity Castle. Kaijuro Rengoku began. Mugen likely summoned all the demons here. Their previous silence was merely a ruse to hide within Infinity Castle, part of Mugen's scheme. Sanemi raised his hand gripping his sword. Once we eliminate Mugen, all these fiends will perish. On another front, the serpent Hashira and the love Hashira found themselves together. Mitsuri, flustered, covered her cheeks. Is it just the two of us with Mr. Iguro? Upon hearing the straightforward remarks from the screen, the serpent-like Tsuzumi on Iguro's shoulder shyly flicked its tongue. Others encountered demons as soon as they entered, plunging into battle. Only Zenitsu, with unwavering focus, raced toward a specific direction. That guy's voice is not far. I absolutely cannot let that scoundrel escape. Witnessing Zenitsu's demeanor, Tanjiro felt a surge of concern. The normally chatty, somewhat timid companion had suddenly turned serious, showing no signs of fear even in the demon's lair. Zenitsu seemed to be searching for something, aware of its sound. Silently, Zenitsu gazed at his own image on the screen, his brow furrowed. I don't know, but I can tell that I am incredibly enraged. The thought of potential disaster made Zenitsu unable to suppress his inner turmoil. Meanwhile, Shinobu, guided by the scent of blood, opened a sliding door. Inside lay a lotus pond, yet the scene upon the bridge sullied the tranquility of the blossoms. It was the lifeless bodies of nearly 10 women. Upon hearing a sound, Doma, adorned with a lotus crown, turned his head, revealing a carefree smile. Oh, it's a girl. I must extend my gratitude to Nezuko. Gazing at the scene on the screen, Shinobu Kocho found herself at a loss for how to respond, her emotions a tumultuous blend of anger, joy, and sorrow. She could hardly believe she had finally located the man responsible for her sister's demise. Reflecting on her prior preparations, Shinobu mused that it was only right to thank the one who arranged this encounter. After all, she had prepared a grand gift for him. Mitsuri Kenroji gasped in shock, her eyes aflame with rage. They're all girls. Doma's words implied that Nezuko had orchestrated this meeting for him. The thought of such an outrageous individual made the veins in Mitsuri's fists bulge. In a memory, the dying Kane caressed Shinobu's face, urging, Shinobu, you should leave the Demon Slayer Corps. Your sister wishes for your happiness. No, I must avenge my sister. Tell me, what manner of demon are you? The description her sister had given matched the demon before her perfectly. Blood-soaked hair, a carefree smile, and an amiable yet gentle demeanor. Suddenly, Kane's body began to tremble violently. Such a gentle soul had been brutally slain by a demon. How she wished to join her master in avenging her sister. Inosuke snorted angrily. Shinobu, I've memorized that guy's face. The moment I see him, I'll make him pay. Just the sight of that face ignited a surge of irritation within him. Shinobu, feeling conflicted, gently shook her head. He is the upper moon too. If you encounter him, you should seek assistance immediately rather than recklessly confronting him. While she longed for revenge, she did not want others to lose their lives due to her hatred. Moreover, she wished to carry out the act herself. Doma, holding a golden fan, proclaimed, I am the leader of the Eternal Paradise cult. It is my duty to ensure the happiness of my followers. Shinobu, filled with indignation, retorted, spare me your self-importance. It was you who murdered them. Doma closed his eyes and gently stroked his chest. They no longer experience sadness or pain. I shall grant them eternal life alongside me, fully embracing all that they are. His words reverberated, shocking everyone present. Yuzui Tengen scoffed, this guy's perspective is profoundly twisted. Tanjiro nodded vigorously. Moreover, I can see he is not lying. If this is his truth, then the situation is even more dire. Does he believe that to escape suffering, one must die? Setting aside whether he sought their consent, taking another's life is inherently wrong. Sadness, sorrow, and pain are experiences exclusive to the living. While no one wishes to endure such things, they are proof of a life once lived. Moreover, must one forsake all potential happiness to avoid misfortune? With a scowl, Shinobu retorted, is there a problem with your mind? You make me want to vomit. Doma blinked at her. Poor child, do you harbor any suffering? Speak freely. I shall listen attentively. Unable to tolerate his hypocritical demeanor, Shinobu suddenly yanked at her clothing. How dare you ask me that? Do you not recall this attire? Doma indeed remembered Kane. Ah, she was the girl who wielded the breath of flowers. I remember her distinctly. Before he could finish his sentence, Shinobu lunged and struck his left eye. Shinobu gasped for breath, wrestling with her emotions. Calm down. At least she would soon have her revenge, wouldn't she? Hearing Doma speak of Kane ignited her fury. This scoundrel had no right to discuss her sister. He truly remembered her. Had Doma forgotten her sister, Shinobu would have been infuriated. Revenge demanded a confrontation with the murderer, and the killer's forgetfulness would undermine the impact of her inquiry. Yet he remembered. Shinobu remained enraged. Why could he smile while sharing her sister's memories? It was incomprehensible. This lunatic. Chapter 92. Rise Insect Hashira Shinobu Kocho. Blood Demon Art. Lotus Leaf Ice. Shinobu felt the air grow frigid, as if her alveoli were on the verge of freezing. Doma smiled and remarked, merely blinding my eyes won't suffice. You must sever my neck. However, the potent poison swiftly took effect, causing Doma to begin coughing up blood. This was, of course, the lethal concoction Shinobu had meticulously crafted for the upper moons. After a brief bout of bloodshed, Doma raised his head. Oh dear, it seems I have neutralized your poison. Kyojuro Rengoku diligently assessed the situation. Is he utilizing ice as a blood demon art? If it affects the lungs, it may hinder the use of breathing techniques. Observing Shinobu's poison forcing the upper moon to bleed, Tamayo marveled, what an impressive toxin. As Yashiro mentioned, Miss Shinobu truly possesses remarkable talent. The fact that Doma had neutralized the poison left the gathered warriors somewhat disheartened. While they did not expect to kill the upper moon, they hoped the poison would have some effect. Otherwise, Shinobu would be in peril. Shinobu clenched her teeth. How is he neutralizing it so swiftly? Fortunately, everything unfolded as anticipated, not derailing her plans. Surprisingly, Doma began to reminisce. He was born with iridescent eyes and pure white hair. His parents deemed him a special child, elevating him to the status of a divine being and establishing a cult. Daily confronted by weeping followers, Doma found it excruciatingly dull, even shedding tears himself. How tragic that there exists no paradise. Iguro Abanai coldly remarked, I am now convinced, this fellow is quite deranged. Doma's parents were equally unhinged, akin to his repugnant family. Forcing a child who could barely articulate to listen to the laments of his followers was a clear manifestation of their greed. How could one maintain sanity while constantly exposed to the world's darkness? Yuzui Tengen stroked his chin. Nonetheless, even without this background, he is undeniably off-kilter. He displays no hatred or anger, only a hint of aversion and disgust. His tears do not stem from the tragic experiences of his followers, but from the realization that their hopes are futile. Paradise does not exist. Yurichi observed, he seems quite accepting of his identity. His era is closer to Doma's, allowing him to grasp the tragic fates that befell people during that time. Hence, many sought divine intervention, embracing various peculiar beliefs. Yurichi's mother was a devout follower. Doma acknowledges his role as the leader of the Eternal Paradise cult. He desires to bring happiness to his followers, yet he believes that paradise is an illusion. Thus, his choice is to offer them eternal life alongside him? That's the 5th time. Shinobu's poison remains ineffective, and Doma has even developed a resistance. He shielded his face with the golden fan. You just inhaled my blood demon art. You must be in agony now, yes? Kibutsuji Muzan slammed his fist into the ground. This guy is also employing poison. Moreover, he spreads it through the icy air, effectively countering breathing techniques. Shinobu's stamina is already waning. If this continues, she will perish. Yashiro frowned. Upper moons are indeed formidable opponents. Without severing the neck, nothing else will suffice. Alternative methods are merely detours and utterly ineffective. Insect breathing, dance of the dragonfly. Compound hexagon. With enhanced vision and speed, Shinobu received earnest praise from Doma. However, her body had sustained grave injuries. If only you could sever my neck. Perhaps at this pace, there lies a chance. Alas, your physique is far too delicate. Upon hearing these words, Shinobu Kocho gazed reluctantly at her petite hands. What her sister likely intended to convey was that she was no match for that demon. The stark reality pierced Shinobu's heart. Even with the augmentation from the space, her strength remained incomparable to that of the likes of Mr. Tamayo and his peers, let alone the formidable Mr. Kaneo. Despite her attacks becoming sharper, the prospect of decapitating Inmu was still beyond her reach. At that moment, a warm embrace enveloped her. It was Nezuko, who had regained her human warmth. Please, do not cry. Ah, had she truly shed tears? This girl had witnessed her vulnerability. Tanjiro turned his gaze, looking earnestly at her. Miss Shinobu, as Mr. Rengoku said, each individual possesses unique talents and gifts. In my eyes, you are truly remarkable. The ability to concoct such potent poisons and deliver them into the bodies of demons. Moreover, at the Butterfly Mansion, you have saved countless lives. I once promised little Aoi that I would fight on her behalf, and we, those you have rescued, will carry your spirit into battle as well. No matter who it may be, anyone saved by Shinobu Kocho also shares in your triumphs against demons. Shinobu stood momentarily dumbfounded before she wiped her tears away. How comforting it is to receive solace from my junior. How foolish of me, as a Hashira. I should be the one providing support to others. Noticing Kanao's unwavering gaze upon her, Shinobu gently patted her head. I am sorry for causing you worry. Stantai. Insect Hashira Shinobu Kocho. It was her sister's voice. Moreover, she had never heard her speak with such solemnity. Despite her grievous injuries and labored breathing, Kaname offered no consolation. Having chosen this path, you must not yield. Did we not make a pact? With that, she suddenly drew close. Tears streaming down her face. Little Shinobu, you can do it. Upon seeing her sister's visage, Shinobu couldn't help but smile through her tears. I have caused you undue concern. She had often pondered the existence of souls. When would she reunite with her sister? To have her sister manifest to encourage her, she must be worried sick. It was her own fault. Having chosen the path of vengeance, she must not falter, even at the cost of her life. How could she waver due to her injuries? Zenitsu murmured. So this is the famed flower Hashira. Though Miss Shinobu's recollections painted her sister as gentle, in the face of grave matters, all Hashira exhibit the same serious demeanor. Instead of weeping for her sister's plight, they command her to steady herself and embody the will of a Hashira. Seeing Shinobu still capable of action, Enmu exclaimed, "Are you truly human?" Shinobu disregarded him. Dance of the insect breathing, centipede's waltz, hundred-legged serpent's abdomen. She unleashed an unimaginable force, striking Enmu into the ceiling with a single blow. Observing Shinobu's attack, Jutomioka widened his eyes. Such swiftness. Inosuke tightened his grip on the hilt. Surely, this move is unavoidable. Witnessing the successful hit, their expressions brightened. Marvelous. Yet, Yurichi furrowed his brow, a hint of compassion in his eyes. But merely impaling him into the ceiling. What comes next? Decapitation is imperative. Yet Shinobu has reached her limits.